Introduction. Wealth does not come without fortune, nor do horses thrive without nightgrass. A priceless dragonstone jadeite Pai-Shio handpiece arrives by courier, accompanied by a bank notification of a 200 million yuan deposit. Yet, Yi Qingxi feels no thrill of windfall. This is a call for help from his master, in pursuit of vengeance. He resolutely ventures into the city of stone gambling, where the enmities born from stone must be settled through the very stones themselves. However, stone gambling is a perilous game, where one decisive cut can lead to paradise or plunge into hell. Stones do not deceive, it is the people who do. In the realm of stone gambling, human hearts are as treacherous as a haunted domain. Each stone conceals intricate human rivalries, woven with blood and tears. Chapter 1. A windfall of 200 million. In the heart of Kyoto, at the Panjiayuan antique market, although antiquities are sold, a dozen stone gambling houses flourish at the street's end, with tears.Is being the largest among them. Before 8 in the morning, tears.Is thrums with a bustling crowd, voices rising like a boiling cauldron. Most tourists visiting Kyoto flock to Panjiayuan for treasure hunting. Though everyone knows that 99% of the antiques on display are counterfeit, there is always that slim chance of finding a genuine piece. In comparison to the superficial knowledge of many, the allure of stone gambling offers a quicker and more direct route to wealth. A single cut reveals whether it is stone or jadeite. Yet few comprehend that the waters of this industry run deeper than the ocean itself. Only true gamblers grasp the terror of a cut leading to paradise or to damnation. The shop is modest, about 200 square meters, with rows of wooden shelves displaying hundreds of jadeite rough stones. However, the rough stones are not large, weighing only 1 to 10 kilograms at most. It is all about the full gamble materials and half gamble materials. Whether one becomes immensely wealthy depends solely on one's discernment and luck. Yi Qing stands at the staircase, observing the throng of gamblers, each one focused and calm as they select their stones. He smiles with satisfaction and turns to ascend to the second floor. "Boss, your package." The beautiful store manager, dressed in a sleek black suit and sporting a stylish ponytail, quickly hands him a cardboard box upon noticing his departure. Yi Qing cradles the shoebox-sized parcel, thanking her with a smile. The enchanting manager casts him a flirtatious glance as he ascends the stairs. With a sigh of resignation, she acknowledges her own infatuation while conceding that the young man possesses an undeniable charm that captivates women. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, his fair complexion is striking, his deep-set black eyes radiating an alluring gaze, complemented by prominent brows, a high nose, and a smile that exudes nobility and elegance. What is even more admirable is that he has built the prosperous tears.Is from scratch in just 3 years without relying on familial connections. Yi Qing, however, pays no heed to the store manager's musings, adhering to the old adage that familiarity breeds contempt. The spacious second floor is partitioned into 4 areas: a reception room, a workspace, a storage room, and a bedroom. His sole task is to open windows on the rough stones, most likely to yield jadeite. Yi Qing places the package on his desk, extracting a thick bubble wrap from within, revealing a small sandalwood box. Upon opening the lid, his eyes are immediately drawn to a vibrant shade of green that a dragonstone jadeite Pai-Shio. This treasure, cherished by his master for decades and never parted from his side. Yi Qing retrieves a powerful flashlight, illuminating the stone for a closer inspection. This dragonstone Pai-Shio is free of inclusions and impurities, its surface as smooth and delicate as silk, exuding an extraordinary luster, its water content appearing almost to overflow. Holding it in his hand, a warm current spreads through his arm, dispelling the lingering chill of Kyoto's March weather. This jadeite is renowned for its unique ability to remain warm in winter and cool in summer. This legendary jadeite is also known by the formidable name of Divine Dragon Variety, signifying its rarity and unparalleled value. Moreover, this particular dragonstone Pai-Shio originates from the Imperial Palace's workshop. That it was a rare treasure bestowed by Empress Dowager Cixi to the governor of Yunnan and Guizhou, who was known to procure rough stones that consistently yielded valuable jadeite. Without fail, Yi Qing's master is a descendant of this governor. If this dragonstone Pai-Shio were to be auctioned, it would fetch no less than several tens of millions, if not 100 million. Has this old man lost his mind, entrusting a treasure worth millions to a courier? Pondering this, Yi Qing examines the dragonstone Pai-Shio, its form resembling a fierce beast with a dragon-like head and tail, wings poised yet unable to spread, and a craftsmanship that is flawless. His phone in his pocket emits a soft chime, followed by a robotic voice. "You have a new message. Would you like to read it or cancel?" "Read. Your account ending in 9567 has received a deposit of 200 million yuan. Your current balance is 200,356,000 yuan. Holy cow. Yi Qing is genuinely taken aback, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the sum. With his right hand grasping the Dragonstone Xiao, he swiftly retrieves his phone from his pocket, unlocking it with remarkable speed and opening the message. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion point 200 million has truly been deposited. Has he reached the pinnacle of his life? Yi Qing stares blankly at the text, as a notification for a video call chimes from WeChat, playing a catchy tune. I brought her home, and she slowly turned. Bad money fills my pocket, never to come out again. Sweet words by the sackful, 10 or 20 at a time, saying only wealthy men turn bad. She was so good before marriage. The beautiful store manager, entering the room, bursts into laughter upon hearing the humorous lyrics, collapsing in a fit of giggles. Boss, what ringtone is that? Stop daydreaming and answer the phone. Liu playfully pats her chest and shoots him a mock glare. I genuinely wish you would do something about me, being your little darling before marriage and a domineering lady. Afterward. Yi Qing pulls Liu up, chuckling wryly. If your father hears you say that, he'd tear me to shreds. This strikingly beautiful and spirited store manager is indeed a true Kyoto girl, a top student from Tsinghua University majoring in business administration. More importantly, her father is not only a childhood friend of Yi Qing's father, but she is also his childhood companion, though not by blood. They share a bond akin to siblings. It is precisely because of this deep-seated connection that Yi Qing entrusts the management of Jade to her, allowing him to focus on honing his skills in unveiling jadeite from rough stones. You have such little courage. Liu, still chuckling at the comical lyrics, suppresses her laughter and retorts. Hurry up and answer the phone. How long will you let it ring? Let it ring. He's probably regretting it. Yi Qing sees no urgency in answering the phone. Having inexplicably obtained the Dragonstone Xiao and received a windfall of 200 million Iona figure that countless individuals could never hope to earn in a lifetime has come to him so effortlessly. Chapter 2. The blood-sucking Dragonstone Emperor Green Xiao. Liu remarked. Only children make choices. I want to buy both. Ye vink ponderit maliciously. Old man who? Your father. Liu exclaimed in surprise. No, he is my master, the one who is my sister's superior. Ye yink chakret. Liu held no fondness for Yi Qing's master and disdainfully retorted, your master is not only miserly, but also petty. Last year, when I delayed my payment for just 3 days for that 5 tons of raw stone, he withheld the shipment, showing distrust even towards his own disciple. Moreover, the last batch he sent was riddled with counterfeit stones. Today, I came to inform you that I have transferred yesterday's sales revenue to your account. You should receive a bank notification shortly. Secondly, I wish to discuss whether we should consider changing suppliers. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Although you have become the manager of the stone chamber, you still do not understand the stone gambling industry. While both gambling and stone betting share a common word, gambling is illegal and strictly prohibited, whereas stone betting is above board and unregulated by law. You must remember that in a casino, there are no familial ties. Accounts are settled clearly. If you do not make your payment, there will be no shipment. This is the rule. Liu pouted in defiance. Are we to abandon the most basic trust between individuals, especially since you are his disciple? Yi Qing replied with amusement. For instance, if you and I jointly wager on a piece of stone, and your funds have not arrived, even if that stone turns out to be worth 100 million in jade, I would not give you a single cent. That is the nature of stone gambling. Cash transactions only. There are no debts, and one cannot rely merely on empty words. Liu scoffed. Betrayal. You only see the potential gains. What if it collapses? Yi Qing responded earnestly. A stone that could yield over 100 million in jade is worth several million or even tens of millions. If you refuse to acknowledge your loss, I would rather weep at the grave. Ding! You have an unread message. Read or cancel. Read. Yi Qing replied without hesitation. Your account 9567 has been credited with 5,300,000 yuan. Balance 20,886,000 yuan. Liu, counting on her fingers, gaped in astonishment. How much is this? 20,886,000. Boss, did you rob a bank? Wealth that comes unexpectedly often brings disaster. Yi Qing, instead of reveling in the windfall, felt an increased sense of vigilance. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat, revealing a massive glass wall inscribed with intensive care unit. No loud noises. Behind the glass was a pristine white hospital bed, occupied by an elderly man with graying hair. His once rosy, fox-like face now appeared pale and haggard, eyes tightly shut, and his pallid lips seemed to tremble even in unconsciousness. Surrounding him were rows of medical equipment monitoring his heart and blood pressure, with several nurses bustling about. Suddenly, the scene shifted to reveal a strikingly beautiful face, with captivating yet commanding eyes radiating a fearsome aura. Even through the phone screen, one could feel the queenly pressure. "Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? Who are you? And how did you access my master's phone?" Yi Qing's voice turned icy. "Please confirm your identity. You are Yi Qing, disciple of Wen." The coldly beautiful woman inquired. "Indeed, but who exactly are you?" Yi Qing pressed. "Did you receive the 200 million? She evaded his question. "I am Shen Junyi, the lawyer hired by Wen." She hastily stated. "Please come to Rue Li at once to handle matters concerning Wen's passing." "What has happened?" Yi Qing asked anxiously, but the video abruptly ended. "Damn it." Yi Qing cursed vehemently, turning to Lu Yu. "Help me book a flight. I need to get to Rue Li as soon as possible." Lu Yu recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly took out her phone. Booking and paying for a ticket in one go. There is a direct flight to Mang City at 10 o'clock. "Pack your things. I'll drive." The Mercedes sped out of Panjiayuan, racing towards the airport highway, and upon reaching, Yi Qing instructed, "You handle everything in the store." He passed through security with his ticket in hand, heading straight for the boarding gate. Seated in the spacious leather chair of first class, Yi Qing felt anxious and restless. Even the Dragonstone Pichio talisman in his palm, pricking his skin, went unnoticed. He had always held deep admiration for his master, who, despite his stinginess and cunning nature, had built a fortune of over 1 billion through 2 decades of hard work in the tumultuous realm of Jiagao. More cunning than a fox and more ruthless than a wolf. Yet he had a fondness for his own disciples. For 3 years, his master had taught him in his unique way to maintain a sense of reverence toward stone gambling, reminding him that each piece of raw stone was imbued with the blood and sweat of others and oneself. One should not approach stone gambling with the mindset of overnight riches, nor with the stubborn resolve of a gambler who refuses to give up until they see the grave. By the time one regrets their decisions, it would be too late. Yet he could not fathom what might have befallen his master. In his memory, his master was a figure of calm and composure, always in control, even amidst the throngs of merchants, wealthy individuals, and criminals in Jiagao. A formidable predator mercilessly devouring its prey. "Sir, you look pale. Are you unwell?" A beautiful flight attendant knelt beside his seat, concern etched on her face. "I am merely in awe of flying." Yi Qing forced a smile. The flight attendant chuckled softly. "There is no need to worry, sir. Flying is very safe, and we'll be taking off shortly. Allow me to fasten your seatbelt." As he raised his hand to decline, fatigue washed over him. The flight attendant stood and leaned over to secure the belt. Even the sight of her impressive figure brushing past his nose failed to capture his attention. His gaze remained fixated on the Dragonstone Pichio in his palm, which had taken on a deeper shade of crimson. Was this Jade Pichio actually siphoning his blood? No wonder he felt weak and pale, prompting the lovely flight attendant to suspect he was ill. The flight attendant stood, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Having seen much in her experience, she could tell that despite his casual attire, this young man, traveling first class with a valuable Jade Pichio, was likely wealthy. Even if she could not snag a golden husband, it would be worthwhile to make a friend. However, she lamented that this handsome youth seemed oblivious to her beauty. Chapter 3. Refining one's essence, sir. Please unfasten your seatbelt only after the plane is stabilized. If you require refreshments, please let me know. The Dragonstone Pichio in his palm grew increasingly red, as if it might bleed. The flight attendant slightly bowed and walked away, disappointment evident in her demeanor. The deafening roar erupted as the plane sped down the runway and ascended into the sky, the immense thrust pushing Yi Qing backward. The blood within the Dragonstone Pichio surged back into him. A pleasant warmth coursed through him, infused through the Pichio's horn into his very flesh. As the blood flowed through his veins, his eyes began to ache, tears streaming uncontrollably. Once the plane reached cruising altitude, the overwhelming inertia dissipated. "Sir, are you all right?" At some point, the beautiful flight attendant had returned to his side, delicately producing a pristine handkerchief to wipe the tears from his face. "Thank you." Yi Qing opened his eyes, offering a sheepish smile, only to suddenly notice the handkerchief was stained with his tears. "I'm sorry for soiling your handkerchief. How much will I owe you?" The beautiful flight attendant stifled a laugh and curiously asked, "Sir, is this your first flight? Did you cry from fright?" Yi Qing felt inexplicably wronged, yet he knew that no amount of explanation would suffice. "I beg your pardon. I sincerely apologize." Producing my wallet, I took out 200 yuan and said, "Please, once the plane lands, kindly purchase a handkerchief for yourself. A handkerchief is hardly of great worth. The flight attendant, noticing his reluctance to return the handkerchief and ignoring the money he offered, smiled warmly and suggested, "Sir, you seemed rather flustered earlier. Would you like to freshen up in the restroom and change your clothes?" It was only then that Yi Qing realized the strange liquid from the Dragonstone Paixio had surged into his veins, causing not only tears to flow abundantly, but also an overwhelming sweat that emitted a foul odor. No wonder the flight attendant was considerate enough to remind him. Flustered, Yi Qing hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, grabbed his small suitcase, and rushed into the restroom in a state of disarray. He locked the door, turned on the faucet, shoved the Dragonstone Paixio into the suitcase, and retrieved a change of clothes. As he removed his casual attire, he noticed the splotches on his skin and wondered why he felt so grimy despite not being dirty. Could it be the legendary cleansing of marrow? Perhaps I have read too many novels, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. Dampening a towel, he swiftly cleaned himself, and the unpleasant odor dissipated, leaving him feeling refreshed. Gazing into the mirror on the wall, he examined his eyes, finding no signs of unusual abilities or abnormalities. After taking out the Dragonstone Paixio and scrutinizing it for a while, he noted that the crimson hue had completely vanished, resembling a piece of glistening emerald glass. With a hint of skepticism, he hung the Dragonstone Paixio around his neck and donned a white tracksuit. Once tidied up, he opened the door to find the beautiful flight attendant crouched a short distance away, conversing softly with another passenger. Her slender back formed an elegant curve, and a strand of broken hair rested on her shoulder. When had my eyesight improved so dramatically? Yi Qing was astounded. To confirm his observation, he swiftly approached, pulling his suitcase behind him. The lovely flight attendant subtly shifted to create a path. Standing beside her, Yi Qing murmured, "Thank you." "Not at all, sir. It was my duty," she replied with a smile, her face lit with warmth. "There's a strand of hair here. Allow me to assist you." Without waiting for her consent, Yi Qing reached out to pluck the hair from her shoulder, feeling her smooth skin beneath her clothing tense at his touch. "Hey, what are you doing?" Taking advantage of the flight attendant, the middle-aged passenger who had been speaking to her exclaimed in a hushed tone, though with a hint of envy in his gaze. Yi Qing shot him a cold glance, presenting the hair he had gathered to the flight attendant. "Sir, that's not the case. It is indeed impolite for our flight attendants to have hair falling out. I must thank this gentleman for helping me remove it." The flight attendant explained, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The middle-aged man, undeterred, stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "What are you staring at, boy? As if I, a man from Kyoto, am afraid of a scuffle." "Well, I'm also a man from Kyoto," Yi Qing retorted, his eyes growing even colder. "Otherwise, shall we settle this once we disembark?" "Gentlemen, it's all a misunderstanding," the flight attendant interjected, smiling. "After all, we are civilized individuals. Fighting will not resolve our issues. Indeed, it is hardly worth the trouble," the beautiful flight attendant added, her smile persisting. "We are all men from Kyoto, noble and magnanimous. Let us not allow a trivial matter to mar our camaraderie." With her gentle words, both men refrained from losing face as gentlemen from Kyoto. Understanding the situation, the flight attendant offered Yi Qing a drink, quietly inquiring, "Are you feeling all right now?" "I am fine, thank you," Yi Qing replied with a smile, casually glancing at her name tag, which read Qin Mingyue. Qin Mingyue smiled brightly. "It is entirely normal to feel fear on your first flight. You will become accustomed to it after a few more journeys." Being mistaken for a novice traveler who had been frightened to tears was rather amusing. Yet Yi Qing found himself at a loss to explain the bizarre events that had just transpired, so he simply smiled ruefully and nodded. Noticing that Yi Qing was not inclined to engage in conversation, Qin Mingyue's smile faded slightly as she walked away. Yi Qing closed his eyes, pretending to doze, when a man behind him, Wang Liang, persisted in bothering him. "Hey, are you off to Rue Li for some gambling? Be cautious not to lose even your underwear." Yi Qing kept his eyes shut, chuckling, "You seem to be quite the seasoned gambler." "You," Wang Liang cursed under his breath, yet he refrained from provoking further misfortune. For gamblers are always wary of curses. Yi Qing simply laughed it off, knowing that those who gamble should avoid being anxious or restless. This fellow, provoked by others, would surely find himself lost, making it a wonder he had not been cheated already. After 5 hours of flight, the plane landed at Mongsher Airport. Upon exiting, Yi Qing spotted his master's old Bentley. Chapter 4. The Price of the Bid King. Yi Qing hurried over and knocked on the window. Silently, the window descended, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman at the wheel who cast him a cool glance. "Yi Qing, Shen Junyi." They both recognized each other simultaneously. Yi Qing exclaimed in astonishment. How did you know I was on this flight? Shun Junyi replied flatly. I checked the flights from Kyoto to Monsieur. The only one that could get me to Rue Li the fastest was this one. If you hadn't come, I would have dealt with the aftermath alone. My master has passed. Yi Qing felt a sudden tightening in his chest, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing his genuine emotion, Shun Junyi continued. When Lao suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage but has stabilized after emergency treatment. However, he remains under close observation in the intensive care unit, and the doctors cannot guarantee when he will awaken. Yi Qing opened the car door, placing his suitcase in the back seat before sitting down. To the hospital. It's pointless to go now. Visiting hours are over. Shun Junyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror, emphasizing, what is urgent is to address his debt disputes. Debt? How can my master have debts? Ye vink kuishinit injidulosli. His establishments, Longrue Gambling House and Longrue Jade Building, generate millions daily. Shun Junyi sighed. What can I say about your line of work? Yi Qing gasped. Has my master been gambling? Shun Junyi nodded gently before the new year, when Lao took on an order from the Old Guang Tianlu Jewelry Company. In mid-May, he was to provide high-quality jadeite worth up to 200 million, and Tianlu Jewelry had already transferred the payment to his account. This aligned perfectly with his master's style. He would not act without certainty. As Yi Qing learned that his master was no longer in danger, his tense demeanor began to relax. This is the largest raw stone distribution center. Longrue often opens high-quality stones. If worst comes to worst, we can purchase quality goods from other gambling houses without needing to panic. Shun Junyi scoffed. If it were that simple, you wouldn't have been summoned in such haste. Yi Qing asked in surprise, is there some complication? Even if he lost on a stone? It's not as if he can't afford it. He could simply wait for the goods. It was merely the second day of March. With 2 months to spare, ample time. Shun Junyi started the car and drove along the main road, but the peculiarity lies here. After the new year, the Jadeite Guild went on a buying spree for high-quality goods, when Lao hasn't received any for 2 months and was compelled to gamble for himself. With one hand on the steering wheel, she passed Wen Lao's phone to him. The password is the last 4 digits of your account. Old fox. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile, unsure whether to feel pleased or pained. He never imagined his master would use the last 4 digits of his account as a password. Quickly accessing the phone, he opened the album, revealing a massive, dark stone on the screen, the Mo Wanji's black sand from the auction 10 years ago. The bid king. My master actually went for something this grand? Shun Junyi asked in surprise. Is this stone famous? Of course. This stone, weighing 380 kilograms, was auctioned off by all jewelry companies at the public auction. In the end, it was purchased by a mysterious buyer for 20 million euros, which translates to roughly 150 million yuan, and after taxes, around 170 million. A month ago, this stone suddenly appeared in Rueli. Your master spent 1 billion to acquire it. Shun Junyi's tone was calm, yet weighed heavily on Yi Qing's heart. 1 billion in cash was simply beyond his master's reach. However, he comprehended the madness behind his master's decision. The materials from the Mowanji old site have been extinct for over 20 years. What surfaced in the market were all rare collectibles, raw stones hoarded by buyers in safes, treasures that were both elusive and fortuitous to encounter. His master possessed 500 million and had received 200 million in payment from a Guangdong merchant, mortgaging both the Longrue Gambling Stone Workshop and the Tsiyu Tower to the bank to secure a loan of 300 million. The weather in Rueli was sweltering, yet Shun Junyi's voice bore an icy chill. Yi Qing, undeterred by the shift in her tone, focused intently on the gambling stone. His master had previously spoken of this stone and had shown him photographs of it. This stone was raw material entirely, and during its transport, a piece had been chipped off, revealing the jade meat inside, which was a vibrant green glass variety. It had incited a bidding frenzy from jewelry companies worldwide, each willing to pay any price. From the photograph on his phone, the Mowanji black sandstone resembled a gigantic sweet potato. Its surface bore minimal irregularities, and the sand was relatively even, suggesting that major variations were unlikely. The surface of the stone displayed fine fly wings, indicative of the jade's crystalline composition. Generally, the stone shell does not deceive. The fine texture of the fly wings implies that the jade hidden beneath the shell would not undergo significant changes. A faint outline of a wraparound python was discernible on the stone's surface, nearly enveloping it entirely. Where there is a dragon, there must be water. The water type cannot be mistaken. The areas surrounding the python were densely packed with pine flowers, while the moss appeared somewhat loose, indicating that it had not been absorbed. As long as the moss was not consumed, high-quality color could emerge. Yi Qing turned to the second photograph, which depicted a strong flashlight illuminating the fracture point, revealing a longer water head under the light, further affirming the speculation of full material. The third photograph showed the stone's surface clearly having been wet, with faint cracks visible. Aligning with the stone's texture, Yi Qing involuntarily shivered. This stone was substantial, and while it could split, the risks were considerable. You can interpret this stone? Shen Junyi asked in surprise. Of course, Yi Qing replied bitterly. Generally speaking, Mowanji materials have a 9 out of 10 chance of failure. The Jade Masters refer to it as a gamble of heaven and hell. Yet, it is undeniable that historically, most glass-type Imperial Green Jade has originated from this site. Shen Junyi inquired curiously, if this material were to yield glass-type Imperial Green, how much could it sell for? Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. If it were full material, it could be worth 100 billion. Shen Junyi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, so much. The top bidders of the Yangon public auction for several consecutive years have not managed to extract a piece of high color, let alone glass-type Imperial Green. Such jade is exceedingly rare. Yi Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly. My master does not gamble unless he is confident. When he does, he takes monumental risks, and now, in his old age, he has wagered everything he possesses. Shen Junyi expressed her surprise. How do you know he lost his bet? Yi Qing replied solemnly. Raw jadeite is akin to a woman's dress. Unless it is unwrapped, one can never ascertain whether it is beautiful or ugly. Shen Junyi coldly retorted. You seem quite refined in appearance, yet your speech is rather crude. Chapter 5. The Imperial Crack. Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. That phrase is my master's. Given his nature, if the gamble had succeeded, I would never have seen these photographs in my lifetime. My master is, how should I put it, a true old fox. Ye Vink pondered it deeply. He understood, well, the principle that one must not reveal their wealth. 100 billion could transform an honest man into a robber. Do you think he would confide in me? Only if he lost would he ask for my assistance in handling the aftermath. It was indeed a loss. It yielded glass-type Imperial Green and also resulted in the Imperial Crack. Shen Junyi's voice turned icy again. To lose everything and leave behind a mountain of debt. Debt? The worst that would happen is the bank seizing the gambling stone workshop and the Tsuyu Tower. Where do debts come from? Ye Ving responded in astonishment. This. If he were out of money, how could he still ask you to transfer 200 million to me? Your master's loan term is 6 months. However, after the loss, the news inexplicably leaked, and the bank came knocking for repayment. At that moment, representatives from the Jadeite Association approached, offering 500 million to purchase the gambling stone workshop and the Tsuyu Tower. Shen Junyi chuckled bitterly. Would they be so kind? Yi Qing knew the gambling stone workshop and the Tsuyu Tower were certainly not worth 500 million. That was the truth. Shen Junyi replied with resignation. After repaying the bank loan, only 200 million remains. However, your master has yet to fulfill the contract with Tianlu Jewelry Company. The most egregious part is an additional clause in the signed contract. It stipulates that if your master fails to deliver 200 million worth of high-quality jade within the deadline, he will owe them 600 million in damages. Fortunately, this 600 million includes the 200 million already paid. Originally, I proposed to retain the 200 million as leverage and sue Tianlu Jewelry for fraud. After all, national law stipulates that penalties for breach of contract should not exceed 10%. However, your master disagreed, stating that the rules in the gambling stone circle dictate that one must accept losses gracefully, and instructed me to transfer the 200 million to you. Yi Qing held immense admiration for his master. Once the meat is on the table, one must eat it, even if it means death. Are you not at all concerned? Shen Junyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Concerned about what? Shen Junyi emphasized, you still owe them 600 million or 200 million worth of high-quality jade. I need to sort this out. Yi Qing, having grasped the situation, felt his tone lighten. But first, I want to know what your relationship with my master is. Shen Junyi's expression turned cold as she shot him a fierce glance. What do you think our relationship is? Yi Qing countered with a question. Where are you currently residing? In your master's villa. Yi Qing replied meaningfully. First, you know your master's phone password. Second, you know your master's bank password. Third, you reside in your master's villa. Fourth, you drive your master's car. Shen Junyi was taken aback. What does that prove? Your master's phone is a closely guarded secret, containing data of numerous significant clients, including my number. My master substitutes numbers for names in WeChat, such that even if someone cracks the password to access the phone, it would be incomprehensible. Yet, you could locate my WeChat and know my account. Secondly, prior to your transfer, the account contained 200 million. Even if you possess professional integrity, you would still be tempted. Such matters. How could your master divulge them to you, given his astuteness? Thirdly, his villa is not a place just anyone can inhabit. Fourthly, this Bentley, much like a man's wife, a car is not to be carelessly driven by others. You have listed many points. What conclusions have you drawn? My master has another villa in Muse, where 2 old Myanmar girls reside. You suspect I am his mistress. Shen Jinyi abruptly slammed on the brakes. The Bentley, racing at 100 miles per hour, screeched to a halt, sliding over 20 meters before finally stopping. Fortunately, there were few cars on the road, preventing a rear-end collision. But it did launch Yi Qing from the back seat, nearly causing his head to collide with the windshield. Have you lost your mind? Yi Qing found himself wedged between the driver and passenger seats. Looking down, he caught sight of Shen Jinyi's beautiful legs beneath her fitted white dress, which made him clench his teeth in frustration. This girl was driving while wearing sky-high heels. Apologize, Shen Jinyi coldly commanded. You are mistaken. I am indeed his lawyer. That is impossible. Yi Qing scoffed. My master is a veritable old fox. He would never trust anyone so easily. The only reason he has such faith in you is that you are his mistress. Shen Jinyi retorted angrily. You should consider the age difference between me and your master. When it comes to wealth, age has never been a barrier. Moreover, with my master's fortune, supporting an 18-year-old starlet would be more than feasible. Your thoughts are quite sordid. A disciple mirrors their master. Yi Qing remarked with a smile. If you candidly acknowledge this and present me with convincing evidence, I promise I will not contest his inheritance with you. Shen Jinyi retorted coldly. Apart from the 200 million you received, your master possesses only a villa worth 20 million and this Bentley. In comparison to 600 million in debt, what could I possibly covet? Zhang Wuji's mother once warned him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Shen Jinyi, gritting her teeth in anger, wished she could kick him out of the car. Even if I had a relationship with him, why should I divulge it to you? Yi Qing's expression turned serious, his tone deepening. In the gambling stone business, the greatest taboo is having partners who harbor ulterior motives. Did I ever say I wanted to gamble stones with you? Shen Jinyi replied curtly. Hasn't your master's past served as a warning to you? Gambling stones relies 30% on skill, 30% on luck, and 40% on financial backing. Ye Ding chucked. Your master instructed you to give me 200 million so that I could use that money to gamble stones and repay his debts here. You believe yourself to be stronger than your master. Yi Qing added meaningfully. Even if my master cannot surpass the Jade King in gambling, he at least ranks among the top 3. Moreover, he is cautious by nature, always taking 1 step while contemplating 3 ahead. I am certain he has left himself a way out before betting on this stone. Shen Jinyi was utterly unconvinced, sneering, a way out? A way out that ended up losing everything. Chapter 6, Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop. Shen Jinyi hesitated. You should apologize first. I am sorry for suspecting you of being my master's mistress. A hint of pride appeared at the corners of Shen Jinyi's lips as she slammed the accelerator, causing the Bentley to surge forward. Yi Qing broke into a cold sweat. You reckless woman. Even in high heels, you dare to speed. Slow down and stop. I want to get out. The speed of the car suddenly shot up to 120. The dashboard turned red, emitting sharp warnings, yet the speed continued to escalate. Yi Qing quickly fastened his seatbelt. With such little courage, you dare to play with me. Shen Jinyi gripped the steering wheel, her head turning back. Look ahead. Yi Qing pleaded. Having relied on caution to navigate life, he never expected to be caught in this precarious situation. In an instant, the Bentley brushed past a Mercedes, which swerved and crashed into the median strip. Shen Jinyi lightly tapped the brakes, maintaining a speed of 100. Yet she barreled straight through the intersection, leading to Jiegao without slowing down. Where are you taking me? Yi Qing cursed inwardly, feeling helpless against the whims of a madwoman. Let me witness your prowess at DeLong Night Market. Shen Jinyi replied cheerfully through the rearview mirror, observing Yi Qing's pale visage. Moreover, the head of the procurement department at Tianlu Jewelry is also there. I board my flight at 10 and land at 4 without having had lunch. 1 meal, 1 tea kill anyone. But if the procurement head doesn't see your capabilities, she will sue your master tomorrow. The morning market at Jiegao and the evening market at DeLong are 2 unique scenic spots in Ruili. Here, daily dramas of sudden wealth and ruin unfold. A veritable paradise of riches, yet perilously close to the abyss. Yi Qing, wishing to keep the Bentley out of sight, instructed Shen Jinyi to park it at the farthest lot from DeLong Night Market. Though Shen Jinyi was puzzled, she surprisingly did not object. Why stop here? Shinjini did not argue but still complained. We have to walk quite a distance, and wearing high heels is exhausting. Many people recognize this car. I do not want anyone to know that when Yuan Shan is my master. Yi Qing glanced at her. Take off your top. What do you mean? Shinjini's delicate features instantly turned icy. Yi Qing smirked. Your Chanel suit, Coach handbag, and the Chanel 12 Series 0968 watch on your wrist signal to others that a fat sheep has arrived for slaughter. Shinjini was taken aback. She had initially thought Yi Qing was a bumpkin, only to realize he had recognized her exquisite taste in luxury. Unbuttoning her white blazer, she smiled lightly. You are increasingly impressive. She folded the removed blazer and placed it on the driver's seat, stowing her watch in the coach bag before turning to Yi Qing, stating firmly, I must keep this bag. It contains many important items. Yi Qing nodded, try not to attract attention. I do not wish to be treated as prey. He then grinned mischievously. I must admit, you truly possess substance. Shinjini shot him an annoyed glare. Mind your gaze. Do not look where you shouldn't. Yi Qing scrutinized her carefully. The black fitted shirt exuded mystery, and the small collar accentuated her fair neck and striking face. The high-waisted skirt extended to her knees, highlighting her curves, while her beige stilettos made her long legs appear even longer, elegantly shaped and as fair as jade. Beauty akin to jade, unmatched if unmarried, yet even more captivating if wed. Yi Qing hopped into the vehicle and retrieved a clean, casual jacket from his small suitcase. Handing it to Shinjini, wrap this around your waist. I didn't expect you to articulate such profound thoughts. Shinjini glanced at him, tying the jacket around her waist with a playful knot, transforming from a poised lawyer into a carefree tourist. However, I must warn you, following your instructions is merely cooperation. It does not grant you the authority to command me. Shinjini asserted seriously. Furthermore, I am not your companion. Do not overstep. Ye think food. I have encountered many beautiful women like you, perhaps not 1,000, but certainly 800. A woman like you is not within my reach. Shinjini raised her delicate brows with a hint of pride. I prefer obedient women. Yi Qing replied with a smile, hastily adding, in unfamiliar territories. Being obedient is also a form of wisdom. Shinjini let out a cold huff and led the way. After a few steps, she sensed Yi Qing's gaze lingering behind her, causing a rush of warmth, and she slowed her pace to walk alongside him. The Delong night market remained vivid in Yi Qing's memory, with endless stalls under vast canopies. Each booth displayed jade ornaments or raw stones, surrounded by throngs of people, with incessant haggling and the deafening sounds of cutting machines, punctuated by cries of excitement as prices surged. This was the Delong night market, a magical place where fortunes were made daily. Shinjini had arranged to meet the procurement head of Tianlu Jewelry at a venue known as Jilun Gambling Stone Workshop, which was vast. Her own stone workshop paled in comparison to this bustling hub. This was the true sanctum of gambling stones, attracting dreamers from all corners of the nation, hoping for a windfall. As they entered, the intensity of the atmosphere was palpable. Crowds of onlookers filled the space, and the sounds of stones being struck resonated in their ears, with long queues forming for cutting the stones. A bearded owner approached them cheerfully. Ladies, is this your first visit to Jilun? Would you like me to recommend a couple of stones? Yi Qing smiled shyly. Boss, I am not well-versed in gambling stones. I am merely here to broaden my horizons. If a suitable stone presents itself, I might try my luck. If not, then it's no matter. The owner understood his intent. Play if the price is right, otherwise move along, responding with a smile. Friends are found across the seas. Being here is fate. I have stones from all venues. Spend lavishly for big plays or modestly for small ones. Feel free to browse and call me when you find one. Thank you, boss. Yi Qing nodded in appreciation and began to wander. The multitude of stones here was immense and varied, offering a wealth of choices. Chapter 7. Even the gods cannot distinguish an inch of jade. Shinjini followed closely behind Yi Qing, yet her attention was not on the jade stones, but rather on searching for the procurement head of Tianlu Jewelry. Yi Qing, accompanied by her, disregarded the casually piled kilograms of rough stones on the floor. According to the customs of the gambling stone market, prime raw stones are typically displayed individually. What he sought was the material from Moxisha, renowned for its exceptional quality and high yield. In an era where colored jadeite has become increasingly rare, the price of Moxisha material has surged annually. The hallmark of Moxisha raw stones lies in their ample water content, which, when polished, reveals a particularly vibrant quality, epitomizing the transparent characteristics of colorless jadeite, showcasing its lustrous beauty. The primary reason for Yi Qing's familiarity with Moxisha stones is his extensive experience over the past 3 years, having cut and examined numerous examples. As he surveyed the area, his attention was drawn to a smaller piece of Moxisha white saltskin material. The Moxisha site is stratified, with the finest layer being the white saltskin. This particular piece exhibited a striking degree of sand shedding, resembling a sprinkle of salt grains atop its surface. Merely the skin provided an aesthetically pleasing sensation. Ever since the inexplicable transformation he underwent on the airplane, Yi Qing's discerning eye had reached an astonishing level. Even in the dim lighting of the shop, he could detect that the texture of the skin was relatively coarse. This coarseness is a crucial characteristic of Moxisha stones. It indicates that the jade flesh within is delicate. Yi Qing retrieved a powerful flashlight, crouched on the ground, and illuminated the stone. The raw stones displayed individually are not to be touched, as they are valuable, and any damage caused by a customer could lead to disputes. Hence, one may only observe, not handle. The light's effect revealed excellent translucence and the characteristic sand shedding of Moxisha raw stones. Most stones exhibit varying degrees of sand shedding, but any stone with sandy skin will invariably have some shedding area. Good transparency indicates that this stone is akin to a bulb material, reflecting a beautiful sky blue. In previous encounters with such material, Yi Qing would have eagerly placed a bet. However, his current perceptive abilities had evolved significantly. Generally, even with the most powerful flashlight, one could only view the jade flesh up to 3 to 3.5 millimeters deep, with superior quality reaching 6.5 millimeters. Of course, this excludes glassy varieties, which are exceptionally transparent, akin to glass itself. Nevertheless, even in such cases, one could see no more than 10 millimeters, leaving the true quality of the interior to chance. This gamble is a matter of luck. Yet, with his extraordinary vision, Yi Qing glimpsed deeper into the stone. Although it did not achieve a full X-ray effect, seeing an additional millimeter increased his odds. He discerned the jade flesh at a depth of 2 centimeters, a full 10 millimeters deeper than others, revealing a dense network of cracks that sent a chill down his spine. The owner of the Jilong gambling stone market had been observing the two. Yi Qing appeared unremarkable in his casual sportswear, blending in among the many gamblers in Rueli. In contrast, Shun Junyi, despite her attempts at disguise, clutched a coach handbag. A woman casually carrying hundreds of thousands, even if she were a novice, was undoubtedly a wealthy novice. The owner approached, squatting down beside them, and remarked, "Brother, you're scrutinizing the stones closely. You must be an experienced gambler." Ye vink gudinut, replying, "I learned it online." As a proprietor of a gambling stone shop himself, he understood the intricacies involved. Typically, there are 2 types of shop owners who exploit customers. One for novices, who may apply a gentle approach to avoid scaring them away, and another for those familiar with gambling stones, who would inflate a stone's price from 5,000 to 500,000 without hesitation. They would extract every last bit of profit, refusing to relent until they had drained you dry. Thus, one should never reveal their knowledge of gambling stones. The truth is, without cutting the raw stone, no one can ascertain its potential value. Genuine gambling relies on capital and luck, with experience contributing only 30%. This aligns with what he had shared with Shin Junyi. 3 parts skill, 3 parts luck, and 4 parts financial resources. Without money, even the finest materials remain beyond your grasp, wealth skirting just out of reach. Luck determines your encounter with quality stones, while skill encompasses experience and discernment, guiding your decisions to gamble or abstain. Presently, Yi Qing possessed 200 million in his account. Unless he encountered an extraordinarily valuable stone, he could afford to gamble. However, luck is contingent upon the favor of the heavens. The likelihood of a profitable outcome increased to 50%. The owner smiled, saying, "This stone is excellent. From the Moxisha Old Pit, white salt sand. Under the light, it reveals a sky blue, making it prone to yield glassy varieties. A single piece could earn you several million." Yi Qing smiled slyly, recognizing the owner as a cunning fox, emphasizing the benefits while neglecting the drawbacks, such as the propensity for Moxisha material to develop emperor cracks. "How much?" Yi Qing inquired. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll offer it to you at cost, 200,000. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. The owner was truly attempting to fleece him. A glance at Shun Junyi's handbag clarified everything. Upon hearing the owner's quote, Shun Junyi exclaimed in disbelief, 200,000 for a single stone? Why not just rob a bank?" The owner chuckled, but remained silent, narrowing his eyes, awaiting Yi Qing's counteroffer. In gambling stone etiquette, once the owner sets a price, the gambler may negotiate, If the price is right, the deal is sealed. 200,000? He doubted this young man could muster such an amount, let alone 2,000. Yi Qing turned to see Wang Liang, the man from the plane with whom he had quarreled over a beautiful flight attendant. Amused by his own humor, Wang Liang laughed heartily. Well, that is quite bold. Might as well sing your way north. Yi Qing replied cheerfully, I've seen this stone online. It's called white salt sand, and the exposed base is sky blue. 200,000? It's a sure bet. With a mischievous grin, he pressed the powerful flashlight against the raw stone. Wang Liang's excitement grew instantly. It truly is a fine piece. Je vink, fine a furon, unfortunately. I don't have sufficient funds. Coming from Kyoto, could you lend me a bit? Wang Liang laughed heartily. Brother, do you understand the essence of gambling stones? One cut can lead to poverty or wealth. Another can pierce through the fabric of life. Besides, 200,000 is a hefty sum. As a recent graduate, it's unwise to take such risks. I can gamble because I can afford the loss. Wang Liang squatted beside Yi Qing. So, have you made up your mind? If you can't afford it, let me take it. He pulled out his flashlight, expertly illuminating the stone, tilting it from side to side. He understood the rules of gambling stones. Until Yi Qing conceded, he could neither inquire about the price nor raise it, for doing so would benefit only the owner. The owner, taken aback, asked, Boss Wang, do you know this brother? Wang Liang replied promptly, Not well, we shared a flight, and I had to teach him a lesson for his antics with the flight attendant. But since we hail from the same place, I'd prefer he doesn't end up a ghost beneath the rooftop. Shen Junyi regarded Yi Qing with disdain, thinking, harassing a flight attendant? How desperate. The owner smirked, realizing Wang Liang had misjudged. Wang Liang then turned his attention to Shen Junyi. Oh, you've struck gold. Another exquisite lady. Is she from here or Myanmar? Myanmar girls are cheap, only $50 a night. Yi Qing chuckled. That's a bit pricey. It's 5,000 a night. With a thud, Shen Junyi tossed her coach bag at him, turning in a huff and walking away. Wang Liang remarked, You should chase after her. A gem like that is worth every penny. He added, Brother, we're both from Kyoto. Heed my advice. Indulging in women may be costly, but one tea ruin you. However, gambling stones can lead to ruin and death in a foreign land. Yi Qing nodded. You gamble. I'll merely observe. Wang Liang then addressed the owner, Boss Chi. I'll take this stone, but 200,000 is too steep. Lower the price. Boss Chi chuckled. You're the big shot from Kyoto. 200,000 may be a fortune to others, but for you, it's mere pocket change. Don't let me lose respect for you and diminish your own worth. Wang Liang laughed heartily. All right then, I'll take it. Transfer the money. Yi Qing glanced at the stone, weighing 7 or 8 kilograms, and found the price of 200,000 exorbitant, even more so than his own dealings. Upon completion of the transfer, Wang Liang held the stone and advised Yi Qing. Brother, heed my words. Steer clear of stones, pursue women instead. It's cheaper, but do remember to use protection. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, keeping a wary eye on Boss Chi, an old fox who could be quite cunning. Though he was quite familiar with Wang Liang, he failed to mention that the stone might very well crack. However, in the realm of stone gambling, reason often falls on deaf ears. Until the stone is unveiled, he would not be swayed by any counsel. Moreover, Yi Qing was keen to use this stone to test the accuracy of his judgment. If this fellow could afford to lose, then let him lose. Shen Junyi had not wandered far. As Yi Qing approached her, she remarked, So you did act inappropriately with the flight attendant on the plane. He even advised me to use protection if I played with you. Be careful of catching something. You're the one with issues. Men are all scoundrels. Shen Junyi glared at him, denying him a chance for retort. Are you truly interested in that stone? Yi Qing replied mischievously, If I desire it, the boss must negotiate with me. It's not Wang Liang's place to set the price. Why? It's the rule of stone gambling. With a playful grin, Yi Qing added, I'm negotiating with the boss. Until I relinquish my interest, he cannot offer a price. Despite his sharp tongue, this man adhered to the rules, attempting to pressure me into giving up. Why give up? It's the cracks. Yi Qing lowered his voice. Shen Junyi was taken aback. You can see it, yet Wang Liang cannot. That's the difference between experience and insight. With a sigh, Yi Qing reflected. Had it not been for the peculiar encounter on the plane, he would have surely taken a gamble on this stone. The high-quality sky blue was a sure profit. Shen Junyi shifted the topic. Was the flight attendant beautiful? Where are your priorities? Yi Qing found her blushing face astonishingly beautiful. Shen Junyi retorted, What are you staring at? Go find some stones. Yi Qing, accompanied by Shen Junyi, strolled around the shop once more. Spotting a row of unexamined raw stones, he hastened towards them. This line was composed of black raw stones, akin to the exorbitantly priced stones his master had gambled on, black sand. However, while his master's stone came from the old site of Mwangji, these were sourced from a new site. To the average eye, black raw stones were deemed trash. Furthermore, the materials from new sites were often immature, with gray bases and, most critically, numerous cracks that could yield water, a frightening prospect for any gambler. Thus, seasoned gamblers typically steered clear. After all, the notorious reputation of 9 losses out of 10 was not something everyone dared to challenge. Yet, there was a reason his master gambled on Mwangji's black sand. This type was most likely to produce imperial green. Yi Qing knew that nearly half of the imperial green stones emerging from the gambling circle originated from this site. Among the numerous stones, all black sand, Mwangji's stones were categorized into waxy skin, sand skin, water skin, and oil skin. The highest gambling potential lay with the black skin, which yielded high color but short water. The most distinctive characteristic of this site's stones was the presence of conspicuous white spots and a gray hue. However, as long as they performed well and had good quality, they were bound to yield color. The chances of a profitable gamble were significant, especially if accompanied by white python, increasing one's odds even further. Yi Qing examined over a dozen raw stones before finally selecting one weighing 7 to 8 kilograms. This stone was particularly captivating, resembling a loaf of bread. This shape was most conducive to producing bangles, easily revealing several potential bangle locations. Shen Junyi, holding her bag, observed Yi Qing's gestures and curiously asked, "What are you measuring?" Estimating how many bangles might emerge. Yi Qing appreciated Shen Junyi for her composure. Unlike other women who chattered mindlessly while men spoke. "You're searching for bangle positions before even cutting it open." Yi Qing crouched down, and since it was inconvenient for Shen Junyi to stand, she elegantly adjusted her skirt and squatted beside him. In stone gambling, one must not only wager on the jade within, but also on its maximum potential value. The methods of gambling include 1 bangle, 2 cards, and 3 egg faces. However, that isn't entirely accurate. In fact, a stone with excellent species, water, and color is often more valuable than a bangle. Thus, the order should be 1 egg face, 2 bangles, and 3 cards. Yet, the egg face represents the essence of a jade stone, and extracting one requires great fortune. Gamblers settle for lesser returns. Hence the common saying of 1 bangle, 2 cards, and 3 egg faces. Speaking of egg faces, Yi Qing inexplicably recalled the black sand his master had gambled on, which had numerous cracks of varying sizes. Even if a bangle couldn't be obtained, a card could still be produced. Even the most terrifying imperial cracks would bring about changes. A 380-kilogram raw stone could not possibly be entirely wasted. You have a good eye for this one. Chapter 9. A Trick of Fate. The surface of the stone appeared dark and glossy, exuding a rich oiliness, with some areas showing signs of sand shedding. Yi Qing pressed a strong flashlight against the sand-shedding spot. See? Clear bottom. However, the most daunting aspect of Mwangji's stones is the cracks. Moreover, this stone only exhibited minor sand shedding, with the light failing to penetrate, indicating it was quite perilous. Shen Junyi furrowed her beautiful brows, troubled. "I don't understand." "You'll grasp it with more observation." Yi Qing smiled slightly. The effects of this stone under the light were apparent. It was a gamble worth taking. The stone had tight sand skin, suggesting minimal issues with species and water, with color being a crucial factor for value. Now, the question remained, was there a crack within? You still dare to gamble on cracks? Upon hearing the word crack, Shen Junyi instinctively recalled the exorbitantly priced stone that Master Wen had gambled away. Yi Qing looked up at her. It's normal for jade to have cracks. A raw stone weathered in the wild for billions of years without any cracks cannot be true jade. Based on my experience, I'm willing to bet on the species and color of this stone. The cracks depend on whether fate will favor us, my dear fated couple. Shen Junyi shot him a glare. Who is your fated couple? A man who flirts with flight attendants on planes is hardly trustworthy. I have no financial ties to you. Moreover, if I weren't following you, would you have sought out a few Burmese girls for a mere few dozen dollars a night? How cheap women are in your eyes. In summary, wine, women, and gambling amount to indulgence and vice. Yi Qing chuckled. Even Confucius couldn't escape such indulgences, let alone a mere mortal like me. However, I am somewhat discerning when it comes to women. I find little appeal in the girls of the pleasure quarters. Yet, your willingness to squat down and speak softly with me has certainly caught my attention. Most importantly, you're incredibly cheap, just 1 penny for a whole night. even less than a Burmese girl. Before Shen Junyi could retort, Yi Qing called out, "Boss, how much for this stone?" Boss Chi hurried over, glancing at the stone. "Brother, are you sure you want to gamble on this?" Yi Qing smiled. "I have a good feeling about it, boss. Quote a price." Seeing Yi Qing's earnest interest, Boss Chi solemnly replied, 500,000. Yi Qing chuckled. "Boss Chi, if you're going to flee someone, do it to someone like Wang Liang, who has plenty of meat on his bones. A fresh graduate like me, traveling with my girlfriend, how much do you think I have?" Boss Chi laughed as well. "Brother, we're both discerning individuals. Your girlfriend's attire is quite valuable. She must be from a wealthy family. How about we negotiate?" Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "That bag she carries is merely for show. In our Kyoto territory, where high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants abound, one must fake it if they lack money. Otherwise, no one will play with you. Aside from that bag, everything else is a high imitation. I'll offer 5,000 for this worthless stone, 5,000, and I'll take it." Yi Qing's outrageous offer astonished even Shen Junyi. "Isn't that too harsh? You're haggling down from 500,000 to 5,000. Boss Chi was both amused and infuriated. Most people would offer a reasonable counter. "You're outright slit my throat. 5,000 wouldn't even cover the shipping costs. This isn't me robbing you. It's you robbing me." Yi Qing spoke earnestly. "I do not understand stones. I merely find them amusing, resembling large loaves of bread. Thus, if the boss offers a reasonable price that I can afford, I shall acquire it. If not, I will explore other stone gambling establishments." Boss Chi regarded him with a penetrating gaze, fixating on the stone, and mused, "Brother, your words are sincere, yet sincerity alone does not define a true person. However, I wish to befriend you. Perhaps someday, I may seek your assistance in Kyoto. Offer me 100,000 as a genuine price, anything less. And you might as well not play with stones in here. The pile of raw stones outside. Pick any piece, consider it a gift for me." Yi Qing pulled out his phone. "Boss, provide me with an account number. I shall transfer the funds." Boss Chi provided the account, and without hesitation, Yi Qing completed the transaction. Boss Chi patted him on the shoulder. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. While you may not be a true person, your decisiveness is commendable." Just as Yi Qing was about to speak, a voice called out, "It's opened, it's opened." Instantly, the gamblers gathered around to behold the spectacle. Boss Chi glanced over. "It is Wang Liang's stone. Brother, shall we go take a look?" Intrigued, Yi Qing followed Boss Chi, only to find Wang Liang crouched on the ground, laughing joyfully. Yi Qing felt a twinge of doubt. Had he miscalculated? Was it not the imperial crack? Wang Liang cautiously pried open the stone, his smile gradually fading into a grimace as the raw stone revealed itself. "Congratulations, you have uncovered an imperial crack," exclaimed an onlooker who had keen eyes for Jade. Wang Liang, in a fit of frustration, crouched down, illuminating the dense web of cracks on the jade flesh with his lamp, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Yi Qing smiled faintly. The sky blue, ice type, if without cracks, would fetch at least several million. Regrettably, this stone was riddled with cracks, utterly worthless. To gamble on an imperial crack is more disheartening than unveiling a white stone. It is a cruel jest of fate, luring one to paradise only to cast them into hell. The immense psychological disparity is unbearable for many. In a fit of rage, Wang Liang stood up and kicked the stone away. "Damn it, what bad luck." He turned to Yi Qing. "Do you see? This is the nature of stone gambling. Until the stone is cut open, you will never know what lies within." Yi Qing chuckled. "Ah, the gentlemen of Kyoto, do not let defeat consume you. Do you still have fare for the journey? If not, I could lend you some. You may repay me when we meet for a duel." Shen Junyi gazed at Yi Qing in astonishment, for she alone understood why Yi Qing refrained from gambling on that stone when he declared there were cracks. He was indeed correct. With the revelation of the imperial crack, the crowd's excitement dissipated significantly, many sighing heavily as they departed. Boss Chi observed the exiting gamblers with a wry smile, remarking, "Brother, the outcome now rests in your hands. This is the essence of stone gambling. Gamblers pursue fortune, and when luck rises, the arrival of firecrackers draws in throngs, leading them to buy stones with fervor. When fortune falters, they turn and leave, unable to be retained." Noticing others still engaged in unveiling stones, a dozen remained to witness the unfolding drama. Yi Qing handed the stone to the cutter, then turned to see Shen Junyi conversing with a young woman clad in a purple dress, whispering to one another. The cutter inquired, "Ready to cut?" "No, wait." Yi Qing hastily interjected, "I purchased this stone simply because it resembled a loaf of bread. If it crumbles, I shall keep it as a travel memento. The cutter smiled at him. A true expert. Not at all. Yi Qing quickly shook his head. I am merely relying on luck. Generally, in Mo1GG's realm of stone gambling, few dare to take risks. Those who do wager on quality and color, with black sand being the most likely to yield high quality and high color stones. However, the evident drawback is the cracks, necessitating the opening of windows. If a window unveils high color, the stone need not be cut. One can directly transfer the risk to another buyer. The consequences of a single cut can lead to utter ruin. It is akin to Wang Liang's experience. One may gamble and unveil high ice in color, yet simultaneously reveal an imperial crack, rendering it worthless. Thus, the cutter referred to him as an expert. The cutter produced a drill bit, preparing to open a window. Yi Qing cast a helpless glance at him, suspecting the cutter was doing so deliberately. Please switch to a diamond grinding head. This material is aged, and a standard head will struggle to penetrate it. A hard cut may damage the flesh. If fortune rises, I shall reward you handsomely. The cutter chuckled. And you claim you're not an expert. Boss Chi laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Brother, you are indeed not being forthright. Yi Qing joined in the laughter, knowing one could feign ignorance when purchasing stones, but not when it came to cutting them. If I were to be forthright, you would take advantage of me, slitting my throat with a single cut. You would draw my blood as well. 40,000 per cut, a price I willingly accepted. Boss Chi shook his head, smiling bitterly. Such was the nature of stone gambling, a game of wits, reliant on who possessed the greater skill. At that moment, Shen Junyi approached alongside the procurement director of Tianlu Jewelry, quietly inquiring, "What is the significance of this?" Boss Chi exchanged a meaningful smile with him. His gaze directed at the procurement director of Tianlu Jewelry, and when he looked back at Yi Qing, his eyes bore a hint of warning. Yi Qing followed his gaze to see a group of 10 or so individuals around the cutting machine. Among them, 3 or 4 well-dressed gamblers cast wary glances at the purple-dressed beauty before shifting their attention back to Yi Qing. Suddenly enlightened, Yi Qing realized that the suit-clad individuals were merchants affiliated with the Jade Association. Should high-quality jade emerge from the cutting, they would offer a high price to acquire it. This would be advantageous for gamblers, yet perhaps not for Yi Qing. The camaraderie between Shen Junyi and the purple-dressed beauty had rendered Yi Qing an adversary in the eyes of the Jade Association. Indeed, fellow merchants are often rivals. Yi Qing maintained a calm demeanor, yet his vigilance heightened. Yi Qing lamented, "Typically, stones of good quality can be worked with a standard grinding head. However, this raw stone's exterior indicates it possesses sufficient age. Employing a standard head would be ineffective. A diamond head is required for gradual polishing. The choice of grinding head is subjective. Personal habits dictate preference, with no fixed rules. Those familiar understand, while the unaware may fall victim to deception. A careless mistake could harm the quality, and one would not receive compensation." Shen Junyi continued, "How did you discern the imperial crack within that raw stone?" Yi Qing quickly glanced at Boss Chi, responding, "That is a matter for another time. It is not suitable to discuss now." Shen Junyi understood, casting a glance at the purple-dressed beauty. The beauty smiled charmingly, but refrained from approaching to speak. Boss Chi, however, turned and remarked, "Indeed, you are an expert. Since you comprehend stone polishing, why not try your hand at it? This way, my staff won't damage the stone." Yi Qing categorically shook his head. What nonsense! The narrow openings, the curvy crescent moons, combined with the 8-legged spider window, were the unique skills of his master. Perhaps Boss Chi would recognize them. Once identified as a disciple of Wen Yuanshan, he would become a target for exploitation. To be honest, I only possess a slight understanding. I cannot claim to be proficient. Attempting to polish it myself would surely result in damage, and I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. Boss Chi merely smiled noncommittally, having already concluded that Yi Qing was a wolf in sheep's clothing. It was a curious occurrence to witness such a youthful expert emerge within the stone gambling circle. This was Yi Qing's first formal venture into stone gambling. Although 10,000 yuan was a trifling sum for him, the accompanying tension was inescapable. Yet he understood now why his master endeavored tirelessly to temper his temperament. The thrill of risking one cut to gain wealth, or losing everything, truly is addictive. Yi Qing clenched his fists, intently observing the shop's master as he polished the stone, the window gradually being revealed. The master rinsed the stone with a hose and then looked up at Yi Qing in astonishment. Yi Qing too felt his heart race and his breath quicken. The dragon stone pendant hanging at his chest suddenly radiated a chill, snapping him back to clarity. Yi Qing beheld the color of the stone, an azure as deep as the ocean sky. The shop's master exclaimed, "Indeed, a true expert. While it may not yield imperial green, it is nonetheless sky blue, exceptional quality." Shun Junyi grasped his wrist tightly, exclaiming with excitement, "We won the bet." Yi Qing nodded, illuminating the stone with a powerful flashlight. The vibrant blue hue resembled the clear sky after rain, breathtakingly beautiful. Master Jia, the stone inspector, smiled and remarked, "The value of this material will undoubtedly soar. The question is by how many multiples? A substantial reward is guaranteed." Boss Chi approached, peering into the light with envy, exclaiming, "This exquisite sea sky blue is simply stunning. I haven't seen anything like it in years. Moreover, the material is very old, entirely transparent, reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon the ocean." "Brother, are you selling?" 1 million. Yi Qing smiled faintly, noting that while Boss Chi praised the stone's color and quality, he conveniently overlooked its core, clearly aiming to strike a bargain. However, the untrained eye focuses on color, while the connoisseur examines quality and clarity. Based on your estimation, what would you appraise this stone at? Yi Qing inquired, a habitual question, since he had never gambled on stones in Kyoto, and he was also curious about Boss Chi's integrity in pricing. Boss Chi regarded him solemnly. "It's not quite at the glass level, but the quality is akin to high ice. There are 8 bracelet positions, each valued at 200,000, totaling approximately 1,600,000. Shun Junyi retorted angrily, "Then why would you offer only 1 million? Isn't that blatant exploitation?" Boss Chi chuckled. "This merely reveals a window. It does not guarantee the interior is solid. Only solid material is worth that price. So, brother, will you sell or not? Give me an answer." Yi Qing smiled slightly, noting that Boss Chi mentioned the bracelet but neglected the core. The core could accommodate labels, each worth at least 100,000, plus some additional material for cabochons, starting at 10,000. Yet this price was reasonable, considering it was merely a window and had not been fully opened. Yi Qing replied earnestly, "Boss Chi, you must realize that this is my first time gambling on stones. I must open it completely before discussing the price. Moreover, a rise in value does not count unless it remains consistent. If the quality changes inside, you could incur significant losses." Shun Junyi exclaimed in astonishment, "The material can change quality? Such is the nature of stone gambling. Until it is opened, no one can predict what transformations may occur." Yi Qing contemplated the stone, estimating a cut from the middle would preserve the bracelet positions. Boss Chi laughed. "You're quite confident, brother. However, should the quality change with that cut, its value could plummet by half. If cracks appear, it would be worthless." Chapter 11. A $1 million surge. "No worries. I can afford a loss of 100,000. Yi Qing understood Boss Chi's intentions. If he acquired this stone, he wouldn't cut it himself, but would sell it to an unsuspecting buyer. Based solely on the visible color and quality, he could earn 600,000. Boss Chi grimaced. Seasoned gamblers know when to cash in their winnings, while cutting the stone is truly a gamble of luck. Master Jia secured the stone in the cutting machine and made the cut. Tension gripped everyone as they clenched their fists, as if the stone were theirs. Valued at 1 million, this was a significant piece. The outcome of this cut could yield several million or cost one a car or a house. None could predict. The thrill of cutting stones was indescribable, and as the machine roared, everyone's adrenaline surged, hearts raced. "Rise, rise, rise." Low growls erupted from the throats of all present, Shun Junyi included. Yi Qing attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance, yet the allure of stone gambling possesses a unique charm, driving one's adrenaline to unprecedented heights. This stone had an initial valuation of 1,600,000, not accounting for labels and cabochons. If it remained unchanged, without color alteration or flaws, an additional 1 million was likely. As the cutting machine gradually penetrated the stone, it felt like a blade determining one's fate, capable of elevating one to paradise or plunging one into despair. Boss Chi grinned, offering a cigarette. Yi Qing accepted, igniting it with Boss Chi's lighter and inhaling deeply. "I now understand why so many people, fully aware of the risks, travel great distances to gamble on stones. It truly is addictive." Boss Chi nodded, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. "Indeed, it is addictive. When you see a stone reveal its quality, clarity, and color, not extracting it feels like a death unfulfilled. Yet, the greatest peril in gambling on stones is addiction. Many chase this thrill and end up destitute." Yi Qing exhaled a plume of smoke, playfully asking, "If you enjoy the thrill so much, Boss Chi, why don't you gamble on stones yourself?" "Watching others cut stones and gambling myself, are two different matters. I fear addiction. Boss Chi replied with a wry smile. That's why I sell stones and don't gamble. I don't want to be among those queuing on the rooftop one day. Yi Qing had no retort, his gaze fixated on the cutting machine. As the stone neared its incision, the moment of truth, heaven or hell, was imminent. The machine's noise finally ceased, and all eyes turned to Yi Qing. He did not rush forward to open the stone. Instead, he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, drawing in the last drag of his cigarette. This breath made him tremble. The smoke lodged in his lungs, both uncomfortable and exhilarating. Master Jie watched eagerly. This stone, already worth 1 million upon opening, was not something he dared to open lightly. Gamblers often rely on luck, and he seemed aware that he lacked such fortune. What if bad luck struck? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Qing, awaiting the stone's unveiling. He discarded the cigarette, but stepped closer and began to gently pry the stone apart. He understood the significance of this moment. If the gamble succeeded, he would embark on his journey in the world of stone gambling. Suddenly, he grasped why his master had deposited 200 million into his account. It was to empower him to take the plunge. In the next gamble, not only could he afford to win, but he also had to be prepared to lose. A year of cutting stones, 2 years of opening windows, and 3 years of honing his skills had allowed him to decipher the secret's nature inscribed upon jadeite rough stones. 200 million was his courage. Yi Qing meticulously pried open the stone, veins on his forehead bulging, pulsating. Watching others open stones felt akin to riding a roller coaster. The immense pressure of an abrupt descent left one drenched in sweat. Every individual held their breath, hearing only the rhythm of their own heartbeats. As the stone gradually revealed itself, the tension in his chest felt as if it were about to snap. The thrill was palpable. Yi Qing widened his eyes, gazing at the unveiled stone, smooth as a mirror, devoid of any cracks. It had risen a tremendous surge. The onlookers erupted into madness, leaping with joy. Boss Chi sighed, realizing he had no connection to this stone. Even if he bought it at a high price, there would be no profit. Brother, your luck is astonishing. Boss, please give another appraisal. Yi Qing glanced at several men in suits. Boss Chi smiled. The stone is flawless. No cracks, no changes, no discoloration. And no impurities, a uniform sky blue. There are 8 bracelet positions, and we could extract 8 labels, with numerous cabochons to boot. He refrained from stating a price, instead casting a glance at 3 merchants affiliated with the Jadeite Association. 5 million. A young woman in a purple dress could no longer contain herself. A fair-skinned young man smiled at her, declaring, 6 million. I'll take it. 650,000. The purple-dressed woman was unwilling to relent. This price yielded no profit. Yet it was high-grade jadeite. 7 million. The fair-skinned young man leisurely raised his bid. This was already exorbitant, according to current market rates. Selling it would incur a loss of 50,000. The purple-dressed woman bit her lip, making one last bid. 750,000. The young man pondered momentarily. 8 million. The highest bid. Yi Qing discreetly nudged Shen Junyi beside him. Shen Junyi hesitated, then realized, raising her hand to shout, I bid 9 million. Boss Chi was taken aback, then wore a peculiar smile. Final bid. 950,000. The fair-skinned young man cast a suspicious glance at Shen Junyi. Would they still purchase at a loss? Shen Junyi firmly believed that no one would engage in a losing deal. Yi Qing exclaimed, sell it. The young woman in the purple dress displayed a look of disappointment on her face. She truly dared not accept such a price. A fair-skinned young man approached briskly, extending his hand with a smile. Wang Bo, a director of the Jade Association, let us become friends. Yi Qing, a wanderer from Kyoto. Yi Qing replied, shaking his hand. My girlfriend is rather unreasonable. Brother Wang, please don't take offense. That 1 million doesn't count. The Jade Association has plenty of money, and this 1 million isn't a concern. Besides, I'm merely fulfilling a task. Saving money isn't for me. Wang Bo laughed heartily. 1 million is worth it for a lucky friend like you. Next time I bet on high-grade jade, I'll be sure to give you a call for a high-priced purchase. Wang Bo produced a business card and handed it to Yi Qing with both hands. Of course, Yi Qing accepted the card with both hands. It is customary to show respect in return for respect. People of the upper class uplift one another, while those of the lower class trample on others. This was a lesson taught to him by his father. Chapter 12. The Immortal Scheme. Brother, provide me your account number. I'll transfer funds to you. Give me 500,000 in cash to distribute red envelopes to everyone for good luck. Shortly after, a message arrived indicating 9 million had been transferred. Wang Bo then presented a leather case, 500,000 in cash. Please count it. No need, I trust you. Brother Wang. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Turning to Boss Qi, give the stone master 100,000, and the rest can be distributed among everyone. Generous of you. Brother. Boss Qi laughed heartily. Wang Yong, go set off firecrackers. It's a big win. The onlookers cheered loudly, giving the stone master 100,000 while keeping another 100,000 for themselves. With 300,000 remaining, everyone could receive over 20,000 each. The people here care not for money, but for luck. The fortune of uncovering a high-value jade worth 950 million was upon them. The gamblers who received their money immediately rushed to select stones, while those drawn by the cheers flocked in as well. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Qing led Shun Junyi out, and even after walking a considerable distance, the firecrackers at the long night market continued to sound. Shun Junyi lamented, "You are quite generous, giving away 500,000 so easily. The waters here run deep. You don't understand." Yi Qing replied as he took the driver's seat, unwilling to let Shun Junyi drive. The stones in the shop were ordinary. Was it luck that led to the high-grade jade? Yi Qing shot her a glance. Starting the car and speeding away, that piece of jade truly incurred a loss. Shun Junyi shot him a disdainful look. "Chen Lu wants to meet you at the Crown Restaurant. She's treating you to a meal." Yi Qing drove aimlessly down the street. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Yi Qing chuckled bitterly. "Sister, think for a moment. The people from the Jade Association have long been eyeing Chen Lu. If I meet with her and someone sees, then don't expect to buy raw stones at the long night market anymore." Shun Junyi quickly realized, understanding that the target was not Yi Qing, but Chen Lu. She swiftly dialed a number. "All right, she'll send me the location shortly." "Not bad, not foolish." Yi Qing nodded in approval. "Now that you've witnessed my abilities, you should tell me your relationship with my master." Shun Junyi, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "An employment relationship. He gave me 1 million to assist him with these matters. Since it was not you who hired me, what right do you have to dismiss me? I want to be returning your money." Yi Qing stated coldly, "This matter is no longer related to you. I will bear all debts, so feel free to leave." Shun Junyi, her expression stern, retorted, "What is this? Abandoning a donkey after it has carried the load." "You are the donkey." Yi Qing countered. "You are the donkey." Shun Junyi erupted in anger. "I am a lawyer and must adhere to the contract. I will not leave until Mr. Win's commission is resolved. The night is so beautiful, yet you're acting like a rogue with me. I want to leave. If you refuse to leave, then tonight you will keep me warm." Yi Qing scoffed. "Isn't it all about the money? If you make me comfortable, I'll reward you." Shun Junyi shouted in anger. "How can you be so shameless? This is not shameless. It is me giving you a choice, and you've chosen not to." Yi Qing took a deep breath. "At any rate, you are far cleaner than those girls from Myanmar. You needn't worry about getting your body soiled." Shun Junyi inhaled deeply, calming her tumultuous emotions, and coldly asked, "Tell me, why are you so determined to drive me away?" Yi Qing parked the Bentley by the roadside, turning to look at her. "You are intelligent, yet you do not understand the gambling stone industry. Staying will only jeopardize my affairs." Shun Junyi looked at him in astonishment. "Clarify your words, or I want to leave." Yi Qing gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll tell you. Tianlu Jewelry has secured 200 million worth of high-grade jade, and this piece known as the Black Sand King has surfaced in Sister Gao's hands. My master has cut out the imperial fracture, and the bank is pressing for repayment before the due date, and the Jade Association is seizing my master's shop. Do you think this is coincidence?" Shun Junyi gasped in shock. "You suspect this is an immortal scheme? My master's gambling stone workshop and the Emerald Building are not even worth 500 million. Yeving, replied somberly. By my estimation, 300 million is the ceiling. The Jade Association would be fortunate to take it at a low price rather than spend 500 million for an exorbitant purchase." Shun Junyi questioned suspiciously. "Perhaps they are helping him out of respect for your master? What kind of friendship is worth 200 million? Do you believe such people exist in this world?" Yi Qing scoffed derisively. "Moreover, my master has never had a good relationship with the Jade Association." Shun Junyi began to understand, her expression doubtful. "But since they intend to harm your master, why offer an additional 200 million? Without tenfold profits, they would not go through such trouble to set up this scheme." Yi Qing sighed. "Hence, I need to conceal my relationship with my master and investigate this matter discreetly. However, you have previously assisted my master with the transfer of the Gambling Stone Workshop and the Emerald Building, so your identity has been thoroughly exposed. Today at the Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop, Boss Qi has already begun to suspect me. The people from the Jade Association are not fools. Therefore, my departure is in your best interest. Yi Qing nodded gently. If you are not my master's direct relative, there is no need for you to wade through this murky water to avoid attracting calamity. Shun Junyi gazed into his eyes, and you, knowing there is danger, still choose to stay. Yi Qing smiled. This is where you do not understand the gambling stone circle. In this circle, stone appraisers hold a high status. No one would easily harm a stone appraiser. Moreover, I am my master's disciple, obligated to bear all his responsibilities. Shun Junyi looked at him incredulously. In the gambling stone circle, is this the relationship between master and disciple? The father and master is the same as that of a biological father. My master treats me as his own child, and I serve my master as a son. Even if my master has direct relatives, upon his passing, I would still have a share of his inheritance. Yi Qing stated solemnly, I may not want it, but my master cannot be without it. However, with inheritance comes obligation. You have no blood relation to my master, and do not need to bear such risks. Chapter 13. The beautiful lawyer becomes the senior sister. Shun Junyi's eyes glimmered as she remarked, such a substantial transfer will undoubtedly leave a transaction record at the bank. I can assist you in discovering who the recipient is, and then we will know who is plotting against your master. Sister, do you understand that there's a method called money laundering? Ye Ving lamented. This is fraud. Shun Junyi retorted angrily. Yi Qing looked at her helplessly. That is why I say you do not understand the rules of the gambling stone world. A raw stone cannot be definitively identified as jade or stone until it is cut open. Gains and losses depend on fate. There is no such thing as fraud. Unless the stone is fake, then you could sue him. Yi Qing sighed, but everyone knows this stone was the king of its time. Shun Junyi fell silent. Yi Qing observed her quietly. Stop overthinking. I will take my own path of vengeance. You cannot assist in any meaningful way. The best choice is for you to leave and completely forget about this. Shun Junyi stated seriously. What if I have a reason not to leave? Unless you can persuade me. I am of mixed heritage from Yuli, and I joined this side for schooling. Shun Junyi declared seriously. So, you're your master's daughter. Why don't you carry the one surname? I am not sure. Shun Junyi let out a sigh, saying, I only arrived here when I was 10. This has been my name since my household registration. Yi Qing inquired, is there any other evidence? Shun Junyi shot him a sidelong glance, mocking, you want me to provide proof that my father is indeed my father? How absurd. Ye Ving, didanchet in civit, retorted. But surely the household registration must list your father's name. I registered independently. Shun Junyi swiftly retrieved the household registration book from her coach bag and handed it to Yi Qing. Upon opening it, he saw that Shun Junyi was the head of the household, with nothing else recorded. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, that old fox. What trick is he up to now? I truly cannot comprehend the relationship between you two. Shun Junyi observed him with curiosity, saying, in just half a day, I've heard you criticize my father numerous times, yet your respect for him is genuine. Yi Qing forced a bitter smile. You still do not understand your father. He is just an old con artist who painstakingly turned me, a righteous young man, into a petty trickster. Do you believe in my identity now? Shun Junyi laughed and asked, so you trust me now? Indeed, Yi Qing replied, though Shun Junyi was taken aback. He pointed to his own nose. Ever since I became his disciple, he forbade me from setting foot in Yunnan. Neither Jie Gao nor DeLong knows that I am a disciple of Wen Yuanshan. He often boasts that while others play chess by considering one move ahead, he thinks 10 moves ahead, leaving others unaware of how he outmaneuvers them. Yi Qing ground his teeth. As a result, this time he has gone too far, dragging both his disciple and daughter into the fray. So, are you still insisting I leave? Yi Qing solemnly declared, you must go, but not to Kunming. Instead, to Kyoto, where no one dares to touch you. You are that confident? Shun Junyi asked, astonished. Do you think your father accepts just anyone as a disciple? Ye Ving chuckled. It is a common trait among our people to cherish their talents. Without some special connection, he would rather take his skills to the grave than accept a disciple. Shun Junyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I'm curious. Your father is from Kyoto while mine is in Jiegao. How did they come to know each other? That is not the point. Neither old man has ever revealed much. Yi Qing laughed. The crux is that you will leave tomorrow. I will call my brother at home to arrange for you to stay at the Nanshan nursing home to accompany my grandfather. Your grandfather lives at the Nanshan nursing home. Even Shun Junyi, who had little understanding, knew that place was not for ordinary people. Don't worry about it. Just follow my arrangements. Shun Junyi said sternly. What if I refuse to leave? Yi Qing replied earnestly. I have learned my master's craft. I care not for anything else. No wonder your father trusts you so much. At the first sign of discomfort, he had me call you. Shun Junyi smiled. However, I cannot leave. If my master can withstand the transition, I will arrange for him to go to Kyoto and find the best doctor. Yi Qing insisted, you need not worry about anything. You are his disciple. If you dare to take risks, why can't I as his daughter? Because you are a girl. Yi Qing lamented, if anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it? With you protecting me, what danger could there be? Do you lack even that much confidence? Shen Junyi's eyes sparkled as she employed a provocative tactic. Yi Qing, frustrated, tugged at his hair. It's not a lack of confidence. It's just that girls shouldn't be out in the world. The consequences of a careless mistake could be dire, as you know, and I don't want you to suffer. Shen Junyi scoffed. I am not naive. I have seen the world, brother Yi Qing. By the way, how old are you? Ye Ving exclaimed. First, tell me your age. Shen Junyi shot back. I am 22. I am 25. All right, you are the elder sister. Yi Qing forced a smile. Though you are older than me, you are still a girl. You look down on women. Shen Junyi glared at him. We are not here to discuss this. Yi Qing found himself at a loss. A woman of high intelligence could easily shift the topic. What we should discuss is your trip to Kyoto tomorrow. I will not leave, Shen Junyi replied, her smile unwavering. You can figure out how to disguise your identity, but don't think you can drive me away. If you are not afraid of hardship, then stay. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. What sort of hardship? Shen Junyi asked curiously. Chapter 14. Open and above-board usury. As my girlfriend, even if we don't share a bed, we must reside in the same room. Ye Vink fronet. Moreover, I cannot go to my master's villa. I need to book a room at the Tunlong Hotel. What kind of hardship is that? As long as you don't let it become real. Shen Junyi raised an eyebrow, indifferent. If you are a wolf, you must eat meat. Yi Qing teased her deliberately. As a couple, romance is inevitable. Who knows, one day we might be dining on steak and sipping red wine, and then I might just take you to bed, achieving a win-win situation. Oh, I'm so scared. If you have the courage, then come. Shen Junyi realized that Yi Qing was a smooth talker but remained principled, which only encouraged her to provoke him further. Yi Qing felt frustrated. His attempt to tease backfired, and he was being teased by a girl. Ding! Shen Junyi's phone emitted a soft sound. She shot him a playful glare. Little one, don't try to outsmart me. She opened her phone to see a message. Chen Lu had found a private restaurant and arranged for them to meet there. Yi Qing acknowledged and started the Bentley, driving into the underground parking lot of the long commercial building. What are you doing? Shen Junyi looked at him in surprise. Learn from me. Yi Qing said nothing, found a parking space, and parked the Bentley, then opened the door and got out. Shen Junyi, perplexed but not questioning further, adjusted her blazer and followed suit. Yi Qing approached her, wrapped his arm around her waist, and took the elevator directly to the shopping mall. That evening, the mall was bustling with people, and Shen Junyi was nearly pressed against Yi Qing. He took the elevator straight to the 4th floor, but did not exit. Instead, he pressed the button for the ground floor. Embracing Shen Junyi, he stepped out of the mall and hailed a taxi, both of them getting inside. At the moment the door closed, Shen Junyi noticed 2 men in black suits running out of the mall, looking around anxiously. Driver, to that place. Yi Qing signaled to Shen Junyi, who smiled. Old Han's private kitchen. The taxi driver stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Glancing at Yi Qing in the rearview mirror, the driver remarked, Boss, looks like you owe some high-interest loans. The brother is astute. I borrowed $1 million for gambling today, but I lost it all, and they are after me. Yi Qing said with a frown, sighing deeply. If you have money, you should pay it back quickly. If they can't find you, they'll wait for you at the bus station or airport. You can't escape. I called home, but the bank is closed at night, and I can only transfer the money tomorrow. The taxi driver chuckled. The most fearful thing in life is to have money in the bank while being in heaven. Children call someone else dad, and wives share beds with others. Looking at your attire, you don't seem to be poor. Losing a little money for peace of mind is worth it. You can gamble again tomorrow. Who knows, you might hit the jackpot. Shen Junyi found it amusing yet pitiful. Don't the police manage these loan sharks? They do, but how can they manage? The taxi driver replied nonchalantly. Gambling stone enthusiasts see a stone they like. If they don't have cash, they go to the bank to withdraw money. By the time they get the cash, the stone is gone. They can only turn to loan sharks who have cash on hand. If they win, they pay them back. If they lose, they still owe them. Running away only leads to more trouble. This is the land of Jade. Having money at home doesn't count. Only having cash on hand makes one a big shot. Yi Qing chuckled at the absurdity. It must be tough for taxi drivers. This place is a gambling stone paradise, making it easy to earn money. Why don't you gamble? To gamble, one needs both money and luck. The taxi driver laughed. People like me have neither money nor luck, so I don't dare to gamble. However, sometimes I help people bridge connections for a small fee, which isn't too bad. Brother, do you know where to find good stones? Yi Qing laughed, bridge connections for me. Once the money comes through tomorrow, I'll have funds. The taxi driver glanced at him and remarked, Sir, you've lost $1 million today. How will you explain that to your family? Yi Qing, without a flicker of an eyelash, replied, I'll tell them I lost $2 million. Impressive. You truly are remarkable. The taxi driver expressed his admiration. It seems your family is quite wealthy. Not really. I work in construction and have helped build a dozen buildings, earning a modest fee. Yi Qing spun a tale effortlessly, garnering even more respect from Shinjuni. Those in construction are all big bosses. The taxi driver began to take him seriously. Please leave your number. I have a few old Myanmar friends who often bring in some goods. When they arrive, I'll let you know. Saying this, Yi Qing pulled out his phone and dialed the taxi driver's number. My name is Lu Chong. The taxi driver parked in front of the Lao Han private restaurant. Sir, await my good news. If I find good goods, a big red envelope awaits you. Yi Qing chuckled generously, handing the taxi driver 100 yuan. No need for change. Thank you. The taxi driver waved his hand and drove off. You've talked so much with him. Are you truly planning to let him help you find goods? Shinjuni asked, frowning as she adjusted her wrinkled dress. And really, there are 3 types of people with the most accurate information, Yi Qing stated solemnly. The Jade Association, the Caravan, and the Old Myanmar. These taxi drivers are their informants. If it weren't for what was just said, he would have turned around and sold us out. But you can't guarantee he won't sell you out now. Shinjuni's concern was palpable. That's the gamble. Yi Qing smiled. If I were to head to the airport or train station, he would immediately notify someone. However, I have no intention of fleeing, and since he stands to gain financially, he naturally wouldn't betray me. Moreover, having more friends opens more pathways. If that stone indeed originates from the Jade Association and they learn of my identity, I must consider obtaining goods from the Old Myanmar. Shinjuni nodded gently. Though still worried, but can the Old Myanmar be trusted? There's no one reliable in this world. Yi Qing shrugged off the concern with a smile. They conduct business with great integrity. Moreover, my master has many business partners who are Old Myanmar. It's a pity that my master's phone book is incomprehensible to me. I can't distinguish who is who. I spent my childhood in Beijing and have never ventured further. Shinjuni sighed. In this regard, I can't assist you at all. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. I never expected you to. Her words stung. Shinjuni snorted and hastily walked towards the front desk, addressing the well-dressed attendant. We're here to meet a friend. Room 608. Of course, miss. The beautiful attendant beamed. Please follow me. Chapter 15. Love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. Wait. Ye Vinglafit. Has room 608 ordered yet? It has been ordered. We've just been waiting for you both. The attendant's smile was captivating, making her envy Shinjuni slightly. First, let me settle the bill. Yi Qing cheerfully handed over his bank card. How much is it in total? The attendant glanced down to process the card. The total is 800. Thank you for your patronage. Yes, sir, that young lady has been waiting for half an hour. Yi Qing asked with a smile. Don't you recognize my friend? She's a star. Should I help you get her autograph? The attendant appeared thoughtful. That young lady is indeed beautiful. But I don't recall. Is she really a star? Yi Qing replied earnestly. She acts in online dramas. She may not be famous yet, but she will undoubtedly become a sensation. With a chuckle, not only did the attendant find amusing, but Shinjuni also couldn't help but laugh. Room 608 is just inside. Do you need me to escort you both? No need. Yi Qing wrapped an arm around Shinjuni's slender waist as they made their way to the private room. Shinjuni, puzzled, remarked, You're belittling Chun Lu. She's treating, yet you're paying, as if she cannot afford it. I want to see if she's clever enough. Yi Qing chuckled, casting her sidelong glance and lowering his voice. Besides, one must be wary. Who knows if it's a trap? You suspect Chun Lu? Shinjuni looked at him in surprise. Isn't she worthy of suspicion? Yi Qing countered with a raised brow. From what I know of her, she's not that kind of person. Shinjuni replied earnestly. Moreover, she's just a young girl. How could she manage something so significant? You're quite familiar with her. Yi Qing observed, growing wary. We were college classmates. I studied law while she focused on business management. Shinjuni explained. And we were roommates, living together for 4 years. I know her character well. Wait, the more I listen, the more confused I become. Ye vink fronet. Even if you both attended the same school, you studied law while she studied business management, you're not in the same department. How could you be roommates? She is from a wealthy family and bought an apartment near the school when classes started. Fearful of living alone, she posted a rental advertisement online, and I responded. Shen Junyi explained matter-of-factly. Yi Qing chuckled. What a twist of fate. Are you still planning to sue her? Shen Junyi shot him a glare. Do you really think I can't separate personal from public? She knows who your father is, Master Wen. Yi Qing asked seriously. I've never mentioned it to her. Shen Junyi giggled. What are you scheming? Never speak of this matter. Yi Qing warned gravely. And when we meet, just introduce me as Master Wen's disciple. Yi Qing arrived at room 608 and gently knocked on the door. The door opened swiftly, even having met Chen Lu at the Jilong Stone gambling house. Yi Qing was still taken aback by her appearance tonight. Chen Lu had clearly dressed with care, donning a sleek black fitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her complexion was fair and delicate, exuding a gentle tranquility. Her curves were alluring, and her slim waist was captivatingly delicate. She was truly a rare beauty. An elegant red thread adorned her neck, with a pendant featuring a glass-grade spinach-green Methria Buddha that highlighted her skin's soft luster, lacking any additional embellishments. Yet, that single Methria Buddha outshone Shen Junyi's Chanel watch and coach bag. Chen Lu was also observing Yi Qing intently, a young man clad in remarkably simple attire, standing quietly and composedly, with a hint of a gentle smile gracing his clean and handsome face. His deep, dark eyes met hers boldly. Chen Lu beamed sweetly, swiftly extending her hands. I'm Chen Lu, a junior of Shen Junyi. Yi Qing smiled slightly. She hadn't mentioned her position at Tianlu Jewelry, but instead introduced herself as Shen Junyi's junior, thereby subtly bridging the gap between them. He gently grasped her small hand. I'm Yi Qing, her boyfriend. Now that I say warning. Chen Lu glanced at Shen Junyi with a smile. I thought that my conversations with my senior were boundless, yet I didn't realize she had a boyfriend and didn't mention it. Yi Qing felt a stir within. She seemed to question his relationship with Shen Junyi. He explained with a smile, we fell in love at first sight. The other meaning of love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. However, Senior Shun possesses that capital, and Mr. Yi is indeed a young talent. Today, stone analysis has truly broadened my horizons, Chen Lu said with a meaningful look, stepping aside to let them in. Once they were seated, she turned her gaze to Yi Qing. Originally, I intended a treat, but it seems Mr. Yi has preemptively settled the bill. It appears you harbor some reservations about me. Mutual feelings. Yi Qing chuckled. Otherwise, Miss Chen wouldn't have instructed the attendant to inform you when someone paid. Shen Junyi waved her hand, laughing. All right, you two. Stop the games. Hurry up with the dishes. I'm starving. Chen Lu gently rang the bell, and the attendant quickly brought out a feast, filling the table. After the attendant departed, she smiled. It's my first time here. Knowing Mr. Yi arrived without eating, I specifically ordered a roasted venison leg, which is said to be a signature dish and quite renowned. Just call me Yi Qing. Yi Qing grinned. Miss Chun is quite astute. Your eloquence makes dealings with you feel refreshing, and you needn't call me Miss Chun anymore. Chen Lu cast him a teasing glance, saying, the term Miss has long been corrupted by you men. Just call me Chen Lu, or sister will suffice. Yi Qing chuckled, quickly clarifying, the daughter of a billion-dollar jewelry company. I assure you, I meant no disrespect. Directly addressing you by name seems inappropriate. Let us stick with sister. Unless, of course, you wish me to call you brother. Chen Lu playfully smiled and glanced at Shen Junyi. Aren't you afraid of the senior sister getting jealous? You two are positively suffocating. Shen Junyi, hearing this, pouted and boldly declared, call me whatever you like. If you have the ability, feel free to take him from me. I wouldn't mind, as long as the senior sister doesn't sue me. Chen Lu, adept at breaking the ice, smiled charmingly. You must be hungry, brother. Have a bite first. I brought a bottle of Romanicani for us to savor later. You truly are generous. That wine costs over 200,000. Shen Junyi exclaimed. Why didn't you bring it out when you welcomed me? We are sisters, and you are both a brother-in-law and a distinguished guest. It's our first meeting. Shen Lu replied with a roll of her eyes. Naturally, I must extend a warm reception. Otherwise, I, as the younger sister, would be lacking in courtesy. In Chapter 16, what defeats you is not your peers, but cross-industry competition. Chen Lu produced 3 crystal-clear goblets, pouring the deep red wine into each and offering them to the two. Yi Qing was genuinely hungry and, without hesitation, took a large morsel of venison, delicately using his chopsticks to nibble at it. I heard that gentlemen from Kyoto are quite generous. Why are you so restrained today? Chen Lu playfully inquired. Eating voraciously in front of 2 beauties would be quite unbecoming. After swallowing the venison, Yi Qing finally spoke. Shen Junyi, feeling a bit envious, kicked him playfully. Why are you so graceful and dignified in front of Chen Lu? yet so unruly with me? Chen Lu smiled silently. How could it be the same? You are a lawyer, assertive in your speech, while my sister here is a businesswoman who values amiability in her dealings. Eat more. There's no rush, Chen Lu said with a bright smile. Yi Qing sighed. Alas, how can I not be anxious? My master lies in the hospital, and I still owe you 200 million for high-quality jadeite. If I cannot win it back, I'll be liable for 600 million. Chen Lu rose slightly, bowing her head. I am truly saddened by the consequences caused. I sincerely apologize. Please, no need for such formality. Yi Qing laughed, raising his goblet and gently swirling it. I am not here to accuse, but rather to understand the circumstances. Chen Lu, sensing his lingering doubts, smiled softly and raised her glass in a gesture of camaraderie. The three shared a sip. If I were to say that I genuinely do not know how Mr. Wen procured that exorbitantly priced gambling stone, would you believe me? Yi Qing replied with a grin. With such candor from you, how could I not? Thank you for your trust. That brings me great relief, Chen Lu continued. The situation began with high-end jadeite selling exceptionally well around the new year, leading to alerts in our storage, and we had secured a batch of high-quality jadeite for Mr. 1. Initially, there was no urgency, as the Yangon public auction occurs in March and June each year. We could have acquired a considerable amount of jadeite material from gambling stone merchants then, merely as a precaution. However, we were unexpectedly informed of a delay in the auction until October. This left our inventory only sufficient until the end of May. As someone in the industry, you should understand what it means for a jewelry company to lack high-quality materials. Yi Qing nodded. It results in the loss of a significant number of high-end clients. Precisely. Chen Lu sighed sincerely. 5 months without high-end jadeite products could lead to substantial losses or even the collapse of a jewelry company. Yi Qing murmured, that explains everything. Shen Junyi, a legal expert but oblivious to business operations, asked, what are you implying? Old Myanmar is the only source of jadeite raw stones. Yi Qing explained with a smile. The delay in the Yangon auction has rendered jadeite raw stones scarce. Shen Junyi responded with surprise. Aren't their auctions domestically as well? The raw stones in domestic auctions are also purchased from the Yangon auction. They control the quality strictly. Only the finest raw stones make it to auction. Moreover, due to over-extraction in recent years, the old mines have been depleted. To alleviate this situation and gather more rough materials, Yangon chose to postpone the auction. Chen Lu smiled brightly. But precisely because of this, domestic auctions have lost their supply. When the source dries up, the downstream inevitably suffers. Yi Qing frowned. Though there are jadeite auctions in Sihui, Jieyang, Guangzhou, and Pingzhou, they are all quite distant from old Myanmar. Only Ruili has the advantage of being just over 200 kilometers from the border, along with special trade zones in Mujie and Jiegao, providing numerous channels. Before the Yangon auction was held, Jiegao and along were the only sources for domestic jewelers. He spoke subtly, yet Shen Junyi understood. Being so close to the source, the major mine owners inevitably had some private dealings, making their way here through special channels. The Jadeite Association was the first to learn of the auction's delay and began to acquire high-quality jadeite materials at any cost. Chen Lu's expression turned slightly angered. They aimed to exploit the timing, maliciously inflating prices while jewelers, desperate to retain the high-end market, can only grit their teeth and endure the exploitation. Chen Lu then asked, what does this have to do with your master? My master has operated in Jiegao for many years, mastering numerous channels. Yi Qing replied solemnly. For the Jadeite Association to monopolize the high-end market for exorbitant profits, they must sever this channel, preventing old Guang jewelers from obtaining high-quality jadeite from Dolong Jiegao. Shen Junyi interjected with a laugh. Without high-quality jadeite, you can still operate in the mid-range and low-end markets. So many jadeite pieces are released daily. Chen Lu smiled wryly. Jewelry companies have their stores in bustling districts of major cities. The high rental fees and business taxes elevate operational costs, making it unprofitable to focus solely on mid-range and low-end items. Take Ruili, for instance. It's a tourist city, and gambling stones are just part of the revenue. Yet, you cannot expect every tourist here to participate in gambling. The largest revenue for travel agencies comes from the high commissions provided by finished jadeite merchants under the Jadeite Association. But can you expect these tourists to purchase jadeite pieces worth millions? Mid-range and low-end jadeite pieces are the best options for tourists. In previous years, low-end jadeite pieces could be sold for 5,000 or 50,000 with a mere 500 cost. Mid-range items range from 50,000 to a million, offering substantial profits. No one anticipated that the internet would catalyze the rise of e-commerce, allowing them to bypass rental fees and continuously decrease the prices of low-end jadeite. This has severely impacted not only jewelers, but also Relics tourism and jadeite merchants. Consequently, mid-range jadeite pieces barely survive, while low-end items have become losses. Yi Qing remarked, "What defeats you is not your competitors, but cross-industry competition." Indeed, Chen Lu resonated deeply. Only high-quality jadeite remains scarce, with prices not only stable but continuously rising. Currently, the greatest profit for jewelry companies derives from high-quality stock. "Rogue traders," Shen Junyi exclaimed indignantly. "You dare sell a jade piece worth 500 for 50,000 and mid-range items for 1 million. How much do you dare charge for high-quality jadeite?" Yi Qing casually opened his phone and searched, allowing her to see for herself. Shen Junyi gasped, a glass-type imperial green pendant weighing only 49.8 grams. "And you dare sell it for 42 million. A high-ice Fu Lu Shou 3-color bracelet for 17 million. How many lawsuits must I fight to afford even a pendant or a bracelet? Scoundrels, scoundrels." In Chapter 17, Exorbitant Bait, Yi Qing glanced at the Mithriya Buddha pendant around Chen Lu's neck and grinned. "Sister, that piece is worth at least 15 million. If someone truly desires it, it could even reach 20 million. Shen Junyi was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "How can the difference be so vast?" Moreover, the price of these exquisite jadeite varieties increases annually at a staggering rate of 30%, meaning you could wear it for a year and still make a handsome profit. However, for mid-range and low-end jadeite, merely breaking even would be a blessing. Currently, all jadeite merchants have begun a frenzied acquisition of high-quality, transparent materials. Chen Lu said with a gentle smile. In the high-end market, the abundance of wealthy individuals has resulted in high-grade jadeite becoming increasingly scarce, with prices continually soaring. Yi Qing understood the intention behind her words. Within the entire Rueli stone gambling market, only Master dared to defy the directives of the Jadeite Association and conduct business with Tianlu Jewelry. Therefore, she was the one most concerned about Master's well-being. Noticing his silence, Chen Lu inquired with a smile, "Young man, do you have any further questions? May I take a glance at the contract between Tianlu Jewelry and my master?" "Of course," Chen Lu readily replied, retrieving the contract from her bag and handing it to Yi Qing. As he perused the document, he sought to ascertain the specific type of high-grade jadeite stipulated within. Although Shen Junyi was a lawyer, she was utterly ignorant about jadeite, where a single word could lead to 1,000 misinterpretations. Fortunately, the varieties were limited to glass, golden thread, green water, and certain types of flower jadeite, allowing for considerable manipulation and value. We, the merchants from Chaos Han, placed the utmost importance on credibility. Chen Lu observed him nod slightly, her smile brightening. "Moreover, Mr. Wen is also an expert, so we certainly cannot take advantage." "Thank you." Yi Qing neatly folded the contract and returned it with both hands. "In truth, you need not concern yourself with the 200 million, Chen Lu replied sweetly. "Instead, why not consider joining Tianlu Jewelry? A salary of 10 million a year, simply assisting us with stone gambling, without being involved in company operations. Should we suffer losses, it will be on the company. Should we profit, you will receive a 10% commission. Furthermore, I can apply for the cancellation of this 200 million debt as a token of sincerity for your joining Tianlu Jewelry. What do you think? 200 million. Just like that." Shen Junyi exclaimed in shock. "He is worth that sum." Chen Lu laughed. Shen Junyi was left speechless in her astonishment. Chen Lu gazed at Yi Qing with a smile, awaiting his response. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot accept a position at Tianlu Jewelry. I did not anticipate someone would be so eager to recruit you," Chen Lu said confidently. "If you're dissatisfied, feel free to express any terms. Our Tianlu Jewelry is valued at 100 billion and can accommodate your requests. No one has attempted to recruit me." Yi Qing replied with a smile. "It is merely due to personal reasons. I prefer not to be constrained." Chen Lu pondered. "What if we consider a different form of collaboration? You gamble on the stones, and I will purchase at the highest market price." Shen Junyi, initially disappointed, was unexpectedly thrilled by Chen Lu's generous offer. A clever maneuver. Chen Lu smiled and nodded. However, she did not expect Yi Qing to decline once more. "I will deliver high-quality jadeite worth 200 million or pay 600 million in compensation within the stipulated contract timeframe." Before Chen Lu and Shen Junyi could question further, he continued, "Thank you for the delightful wine, Mississippi. The conversation has been enjoyable, but I'm rather fatigued today and require rest." He stood, pulling Shun Junyi with him, nodded to Chen Lu, and turned to leave. Chen Lu hastily rose, her mind filled with doubts as she watched his retreating figure. Once he was out of sight, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Old Wang. Do you happen to know a person named Yi Qing in Kyoto? Is he a young man in his 20s, with an elegant appearance and a gentle demeanor? Yes, that's him. The other side responded with curiosity. How would he be in reality? I saw him at the stone studio this morning. Is he well known? Chen Lu asked in surprise. In the circles of Kyoto, he is respectfully referred to as Young Master. His surname is Yi, so it is perfectly natural for him to be called Little Yi. Indeed, his surname is Yi. However, the Young Master denotes grandfather's master. Such a title carries great authority. Chen Lu scoffed dismissively. Miss, I hope you haven't offended him. Old Wang asked anxiously. Why? Is he formidable? Chen Lu queried in surprise. Old Wang explained earnestly. He is indeed formidable. He began his entrepreneurial journey at 18 and amassed several billion within 3 years, becoming a legendary figure in Kyoto. Several billion is not an exorbitant amount. Chen Lu sighed in relief. Old Wang, aware of the young lady's pride and reputation as a business prodigy in Guangzhou, emphasized, a young man in his 20s with several billion is already impressive. But that's not the crux of the matter. The key is that he is a yamen runner. When the chairman sought to expand into Kyoto, it took many connections to finally meet his fifth brother. Without his fifth brother's endorsement, Tianlu Jewelry would struggle to establish itself in Kyoto. The Yi family in Kyoto is a prestigious lineage. The elder statesman is enjoying his retirement in Nanshan, while his father, though not in Kyoto, still wields considerable influence. His eldest and second brothers are civil servants, while the third and fourth brothers served in the military. Only the fifth master and this young master navigate the business realm. Such individuals can only be befriended, not provoked. Before Old Wang could finish, Chen Lu was already drenched in cold sweat. She was not a naive newcomer, but a seasoned business elite, aware that in domestic commerce, mere wealth is insufficient. Even the most incompetent yamen runner can achieve success, let alone this legendary figure. 200 million in transparent materials and 600 million in compensation may seem considerable, but he could easily cause far greater losses. I have not offended him. It's merely a daily occurrence. Indeed, every day, several stones are revealed, significantly boosting the popularity of the stone studio, with nearly all jewelry companies in Kyoto having buyers stationed there. It is said that the revealed stones are all handled by this young master. However, he has a peculiar quirk. He does not gamble on revealed stones. Yet today he did gamble, and it resulted in a high ice sky blue, Chen Lu lamented, only to be snatched away at a high price by the Jade Association. Chen Lu sighed in dismay. Moreover, he is also a disciple of Master Long Ruiwen. Upon hearing this, Old Wang immediately elevated his regard for Yi Qing by several notches, stating solemnly, Miss, it would be prudent to report this to the chairman. In Kyoto, yamen runners consider themselves as gentlemen and value loyalty immensely. Chapter 18. The Baits Set by Boss Chi. Chen Lu ended the call, furrowing her brows in contemplation, unsure whether to contact her family. His silence only heightened Shen Junyi's anxiety, prompting her to hastily step forward and block Yi Qing's path. I apologize. Yi Qing was taken aback. What is there to apologize for? I did not expect Chen Lu to behave in such a manner, Shen Junyi confessed, her face flushed with shame. I thought she was still that bright and upright girl from years ago. I never imagined she would attempt to use this debt to control you. Yi Qing looked into her eyes and sincerely replied, You are Master S' daughter, which makes you my senior sister. There is no need for apologies. Moreover, any jewelry company would seek to recruit a skilled jadeite appraiser. Then why did you remain silent? Yi Qing chuckled. I was pondering whether Master knew about the delay in the Yangon's public auction earlier than the Guangzhou merchants. What relevance does that have? Shen Junyi asked, surprised. Regardless of whether he knew earlier or later, this is a celestial game. Yi Qing reflected. However, within this game, whether there exists a deeper layer is worth investigating. Yangon aims to fleece the entire world, while the Relic Jadeite Association seeks to exploit domestic jewelers. Within this lies both peril and opportunity. If Master aims to secure the most substantial share in this fleece the sheep battle, he will need to strategize ahead. Shen Junyi expressed doubt. He is currently in the hospital. How could you formulate such an absurd conclusion? Yi Qing reassured her with a light tone. Sister, do not fret. 200 million worth of jadeite is truly not a significant issue. How can it not be a major concern? If the gamble fails, the loss amounts to 600 million RMB. Moreover, Even if we successfully gamble, the Jadeite Association would never allow you to sell to Chunlu. In the contract signed between Master and Tianlu Jewelry, the most unreasonable stipulation is the requirement to deliver high-end jade worth 200 million by the end of May. Otherwise, a penalty of triple the amount must be paid, Yi Qing remarked with a smile. This indicates that Master has already estimated that the current value of 200 million high-end jade will, by May, be worth at least 600 million. Shen Junyi was taken aback. Is it calculated this way? And that's on the conservative side. Yi Qing continued seriously. It could even soar to 5 times that amount. This means that as long as I can gamble on high-quality jade worth 40 million in the shortest time possible and deliver it by the end of May, the account will be settled. Shen Junyi's anxious heart instantly calmed. You can gamble on high-quality jade worth 950,000 today. It is not difficult to then wager on 40 million worth of jade. The challenge lies in what reason you have for not selling it to the Jade Association. One can only be suffocated by their own stubbornness. Yi Qing smiled. A reason can be easily found. I want to create a set of jade jewelry for my family. I am getting married and need a complete set for the bride. Shen Junyi exclaimed in surprise. Such a reason works? In a lawful society, who would dare to force you? Besides, I am not easy to bully. Yi Qing replied with pride. The biggest issue now is where to find suitable gamble stones. Jigao and DeLong have hundreds of gambling stone shops. How could we possibly not find good stones? But you are mistaken, Yi Qing asserted. Today's gamble stone is not about luck. Boss Qi knows that the stone Wang Liang purchased will surely yield an imperial crack. If this gamble fails, the popularity of his shop will plummet. He needs a stone to revive business, which is why he sold me this one for 100,000. Shen Junyi understood. So, after we leave, his business will surely thrive. The greatest profit in a gambling stone shop comes from selling raw stones, not from cutting them. Yi Qing chuckled, moreover. The only stone in the shop that can appreciate is this one. Shen Junyi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. You made money this way in the stone shop in Kyoto too. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Not just me. Even your father made money this way. You are all quite cunning. Shen Junyi sighed. If this stone is released and appreciates greatly, he could earn over 10 million tonight without any risk. Yi Qing grinned. Thus, stones do not deceive. It is humans who deceive. Since he dares to bait, do other stone shops not do the same? Shen Junyi laughed cheerfully. Let's go, check into the hotel, and conquer the world tomorrow. Grabbing Yi Qing's wrist, she dragged him away. Shen Junyi was filled with confidence, as though Yi Qing could treat the DeLong and Jigao stone shops as an ATM. However, Yi Qing was not so naive. As someone who runs a stone shop, he understood the tricks involved better than anyone. Not to mention the stone shops. Even the carefully chosen jade stones at the Yangon public auction have a 9 out of 10 failure rate, let alone these stone shops primarily targeting tourists, which are nearly all 10 out of 10 failures. Gambling on stones is fundamentally a venture comprising 3 parts luck, 3 parts skill, and 4 parts financial resources. Luck is merely the chance of encountering a stone worth betting on. If 3 out of 10 stones can yield jade, the owner of the stone shop would cut them themselves, leaving no chance for others. Even the gemologists hired at high salaries by major jewelry companies have a success rate of less than 30%. A striking example is last year's Yangon public auction, where a premium material from Damakin was highly regarded by numerous gemologists. Ultimately, the Chaoson Stone Gambling Group acquired it for 500 million RMB, only to cut into a type of jade worth less than 10 million. Chen Lu offered exorbitant prices to attract clients precisely because of the anticipated appreciation. Shen Junyi pulled Yi Qing straight to the Dahong Grand Hotel. Yi Qing's arm was pulled taut, his gaze wandering over her figure. The fitted Chanel mini skirt accentuated her graceful curves. She stood tall, around 1.7 meters, with her body perfectly proportioned and moving briskly, swaying like a willow in the wind. Yi Qing teased lightly, "Sister, are you so eager?" "Yi Qing, today I'll leave my 100+ pounds in your hands." Just as they approached the hotel entrance, Yi Qing sensed something odd. 6 men in tattered suits stood to either side of the entrance, their lean frames sizing up anyone who entered. Shen Junyi noticed them, but paid them no mind, linking her arm with Yi Qing's and walking confidently toward the hotel entrance. Yi Qing felt an ominous premonition. These individuals were clearly not locals, but rather thin, dark-skinned men from Myanmar, seemingly here for a purpose. However, daring individuals often lack fear. Sure enough, as they reached the entrance, the 6 men from Myanmar formed a line, blocking their way. The leader grinned and asked, "Are you Mr. Yi Qing?" "Who are you?" Shen Junyi frowned, her voice sharp. "We seem not to know each other." The leader of the Myanmar men remained unfazed. respectfully replying. "We are people of the White Fox from Yuk, sent to invite Mr. Yi." Yi Qing replied with a smile. "I do not know the White Fox, nor is there a need for me to accompany you. We do not wish to make things difficult for you, Mr. Yi. Please do not make things hard for us either." "What, do you intend to kidnap me in broad daylight? Do not forget, this is Hua country." Shun Junyi's fiery temperament flared as she added, "Do you believe I will report you?" The Myanmar men exchanged expressionless glances, standing their ground at the entrance. Shun Junyi became thoroughly enraged, pulling Yi Qing. "Let us go inside. I don't believe they would dare to act." As she moved to force her way into the hotel, one of the Myanmar men reached out to push her shoulder. Just as the dark-skinned man's hand touched Shun Junyi's shoulder, Yi Qing stepped forward, grasping his wrist and gently shaking it, causing the Myanmar man to stagger back 2 steps. Observing this, the other 5 Myanmar men quickly surrounded them. Yi Qing positioned himself protectively in front of Shun Junyi, coldly regarding them. "Good dogs do not block the path. If you persist, do not blame me for being rude." The man Yi Qing had repelled with his unusual technique cursed and threw a punch toward Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing retaliated with his own punch, but his speed was superior. Their fists collided in midair. With a sharp crack, the dark-skinned man let out a cry of agony, stumbling back 5 steps before crashing against the glass door behind him, finally stabilizing himself, though his right arm hung limply at his side. This punch not only shattered his knuckles but also dislocated his shoulder due to the tremendous impact. Fortunately, the glass was thick enough to withstand the force. To injure someone upon first striking is akin to poking a hornet's nest. The other 5 Myanmar men surged forward, and in the astonished gaze of Shun Junyi, Yi Qing advanced, employing elbow strikes, knee thrusts, joint locks, and wrist grips, all techniques of close combat. His strikes were vicious and relentless, targeting the body's most vulnerable points. What was particularly terrifying was that his fists seemed to harbor an overwhelming force. Any blow would elicit the sound of cracking bones, resulting in an incessant chorus of screams. Yi Qing's eyes turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing as he aimed a punch at the throat of the Myanmar man whose hand had reached for his waist. "Stop!" a delicate voice cried out. Yi Qing's fist halted firmly at the Myanmar man's throat. The dark-skinned man was drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed in fear. He understood that if Yi Qing's punch landed, his throat would shatter, and there would be no salvation. Yi Qing turned to see yet another stunning beauty, a woman approximately 24-25 years old, standing about 1.6 meters tall, clad in a snow-white traditional garment. Her captivating eyes fixed on him with a fierce glare. The garment was unique to the Myanmar women, resembling a fabric tube tied at the neck to prevent it from slipping down. However, this woman was an exception among the typically dark and thin Myanmar women. Yi Qing chuckled and shook his head. No sooner had he spoken than a van careened out from a side alley, speeding toward them and causing the onlookers to scatter in panic. Shun Junyi's face turned pale with fright as she clung tightly to Yi Qing, her hand gripping his arm with desperation. Yi Qing remained motionless, his eyes coldly observing the procession of disheveled men in tattered suits emerging from the van. The most astonishing aspect of the van was the perpetual uncertainty of how many individuals it contained. Shun Junyi counted silently. A total of 12 men disembarked, each wielding a pickaxe, exuding an aura of menace. From the piercing gazes of this group, Yi Qing discerned a palpable sense of lethal intent. They were either assassins or soldiers who had survived countless life-and-death confrontations. The group stood silently behind a strikingly beautiful woman in white, awaiting orders. "Take them to the hospital," the woman commanded, her voice firm. Without a word, the men hoisted the injured individual and departed. Only then did the woman turn her attention to Yi Qing. "Are you not afraid, Mr. Yi?" she inquired. "Afraid of what?" Yi Qing retorted with a smile. "We are from old Myanmar. Once we have harmed someone, we can simply retreat to Muse. No one can touch us." The woman in white chuckled softly. "Yet, Mr. Yi, considering you have injured so many of us, are you not concerned that we might retaliate? Even if I had killed them, no one would intervene on my behalf." Yi Qing's smile widened, his tone growing more sinister. "I am aware, Mr. Yi, that you hail from Kyoto. Your status is undoubtedly remarkable." The woman in white slightly bowed. "Today, we have been remiss. Let us consider this matter resolved." "What do you seek from me?" Yi Qing asked, taken aback. "I have not borrowed money from you," the woman replied with a smile. "Mr. Yi, it is one of your fellow countrymen who has borrowed from us. It is merely a loan. It could be repaid today or tomorrow." Understanding immediately to whom she referred, Yi Qing replied earnestly, "He is merely an acquaintance. We have met only twice on a plane and at a stone gambling establishment." and our interactions were far from cordial. The woman in white smiled. In our line of work, we adhere to strict protocols. Initially, we intended to take him to Muse for a punishment, but he proposed borrowing from Mr. Yi. Thus, we came to consult with you. Since you do not wish to settle his debt, I shall take my leave. Shun Jinyi paled at her ruthless words, instinctively tightening her grip on Yi Qing. Sensing her trepidation, he smiled reassuringly at her. How did you find me? We have informants in every major hotel, she replied. We have never met. Yet Boss Chi's establishment has surveillance footage. The woman hesitated. This seems unorthodox. Mr. Yi, you appear quite familiar with our ways, she exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing chuckled. I have heard it said that the White Fox of Muse is a person who values propriety in business. The White Fox bowed gracefully. Thank you for your kind words. Mr. Yi, however, since you do not intend to repay his debt, it would be prudent to refrain from further involvement in this matter. Chapter 20. The request of the White Fox. Yi Qing frowned. How much does he owe? 3 million yuan. What could he possibly have done to incur such a debt? Shun Jinyi, recognizing Yi Qing's burgeoning compassion, grew anxious upon hearing the sum. He lost at the stone gambling establishment in Delong Night Market and then went to the Muse Casino to try and recoup his losses. But he ended up borrowing 3 million to gamble, only to lose everything again. The White Fox glanced at her phone after midnight. It amounts to 3,300,000. Usury is illegal in our country. Shun Jinyi retorted angrily. Do you believe I won't report you? The White Fox remained unfazed. Smiling, the casino is in Muse. He borrowed money there. Feel free to report us. Shun Jinyi fell silent, realizing that Muse was old Myanmar's territory, and domestic authorities had no jurisdiction there. I genuinely wish to save him, but I've already sent 8 million home. I have less than 1 million left. Yi Qing said, furrowing his brow. The White Fox pondered briefly. We do not wish for any loss of life. Amicable dealings are the way forward. I have heard that you are quite skilled at stone gambling. If you agree to assume this debt, I can grant you a few extra days, provided you do not leave Rueli. Shun Jinyi immediately objected, indignant. On what grounds? Yi Qing tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Has his hand been severed yet? The White Fox smiled. Not yet, but according to our customs, it must be done. Is it possible to spare him? The White Fox readily nodded. For 500,000. Where is he? In Delong at the White Fox bar. Do you truly intend to go? Shun Jinyi anxiously grasped Yi Qing's arm, hastily warning. You cannot trust such people. Rest assured, miss, as long as you adhere to the rules, we will not harm you. However, should you violate them, we will act accordingly. The White Fox chuckled lightly, and you, Mr. Yi, clearly understand and respect the rules. Yi Xing nodded, and the White Fox gestured, summoning an old Toyota. Not wanting to leave Shun Jinyi alone, Yi Qing pushed her into the car and followed suit, squeezing into the back seat alongside the White Fox. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. With your profitable gambling and usury operations, why not invest in a better vehicle? The White Fox was unfazed by their cramped proximity, smiling. The money is not ours. We merely manage it. Yi Qing felt a flicker of realization. Yangon is still a place of interest. Why do you inquire about that, Mr. Yi? The White Fox asked with a smile. Given that many of us have been injured by you, it would be more fitting for us to seek vengeance, she teased. I harbor no such intentions. After all, everyone experiences moments of financial distress at the stone gambling establishments, Yi Qing replied. Should such a time arise, I may need to call upon Miss White Fox. At your service, she replied. The White Fox turned, producing a fragrant business card from her chest, and handed it to Yi Qing, with just a call. The funds will be delivered promptly, whether in Delong or Jigao, ensuring no disruption to your stone gambling. Shun Jinyi observed the White Fox leaning against Yi Qing. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, you certainly know how to seize an opportunity, quickly courting a client. The White Fox smiled apologetically. This is merely how it is here. She's also a Myanmar girl. Yi Qing explained with a chuckle. She simply studied domestically and became a lawyer after graduation, hence her sharp tongue. Please do not take offense. The White Fox looked at Shun Jinyi with surprise. I truly envy you. Without nationality or residency here, education is unattainable. It seems Mr. Yi possesses remarkable capabilities. Yi Qing smiled without elaborating, and within minutes, they arrived at the White Fox bar. The Toyota pulled directly into the rear, and before they exited, they spotted Wang Liang confined within a dog cage, curled up and covered in blood, howling pitifully, evidently having been severely beaten. Yi Qing asked irritably, with money at home. Why did you run? My family keeps a tight watch on me. When they heard I lost the 2 million I brought, they flatly refused to give me any more. Wang Liang lamented. Well, I'll buy your life. The white fox stated coolly. Sever his hand. Several men approached, reaching into the cage to grasp Wang Liang's arm, raising a knife to his forearm. Enough, I will buy his hand too, Yi Qing said helplessly. The knife paused just above Wang Liang's wrist, but it did not descend. The white fox regarded Yi Qing intently. You truly wish to purchase him? Tomorrow, I will have the fund sent from home. Yi Qing replied earnestly. I heard from Boss Chi that you excel at stone gambling. Why not try your luck? The white fox inquired, astonished. If you gamble wisely, you can easily repay this amount. Yi Qing pointed at Wang Liang and solemnly warned, stone gambling carries risks. Are you mad? The white fox laughed. He is merely a fat lamb, destined for slaughter. Yet you are a master. Even Boss Chi holds you in high regard. If I could gamble, I would spend every day at the stone gambling establishment, raking in 9 million a day. Do you know how much I earn from usury in a single day? If I encounter a skilled player like you, my men would get beaten, and I would incur medical expenses. Why not gamble if it's that profitable? Ye Ying chuckled. Had you not found me tonight, his hand would have been lost, and he would have been buried alive by morning. You startle me. The white fox expressed surprise. You truly are quite righteous, using your family's money to help him settle his debt. I, too, am a woman of my word. Since you have assumed his debt, let the boy go. However, Mr. Yi, if your funds do not arrive by tomorrow, I shall not only seek trouble with you, but also with your girlfriend. You dare to intimidate me. Yi Qing's gaze abruptly turned icy. He scoffed disdainfully. I know you are a person of your word, but I must inform you that I can ensure you do not cross the border. I acknowledge your formidable skills. Baihu looked at him earnestly. However, I am in dire need of money, desperately in need, and I require someone to assist me in making it. Without funds, I shall surely perish. To survive, I am willing to take risks. Mr. Yi, please grant me this favor. Chapter 21. You make the night even darker. Baihu stepped back 2 paces and bowed. Yi Qing's voice was frigid. You lured me here simply to seek my help in gambling on stones. No, we shall gamble together. Your share of the profits will belong entirely to you, Baihu replied, lifting her head while bending lower, revealing a significant expanse of her fair skin, and earnestly asserted, I will only take what is rightfully mine. Shen Jinyi observed Yi Qing, uncertain of his choice. That evening, he had met 2 women. One was the wealthy Chun Lu from Tianlu Jewelry, and the other was the Burmese Baihu. Chen Lu sought to control Yi Qing through debt and high salary, whereas Baihu opted for cooperation. But could this woman be trusted? I wish to understand the reason behind your financial troubles. Yi Qing gazed upon Baihu's exquisite face. He was skilled in gambling on stones. Yet as a newcomer in the DeLong establishment, the owner preferred established clientele. A new face would never be provided with premium raw stones, without high-quality raw materials. One cannot gamble for superior jade. He required local connections to procure the finest stones. Most importantly, if his identity were to be revealed, the Jade Association would undoubtedly prohibit DeLong and the gambling establishment from conducting business with him. Should that occur, he would be forced to gamble in Myanmar, where he also lacked connections, and Baihu could serve as his alternative. Very well, this is not the place for discussion. Please follow me. Baihu smiled pleasantly and turned to lead the way. Can she be trusted? Shen Jinyi whispered as she followed Yi Qing. Stones do not deceive, but people can. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. The only true currency between individuals is money. Baihu opened the door, inviting them in, and with a radiant smile said, Indeed, as long as we can earn money, we will treat Mr. Yi as our most esteemed guest. The girl's room was clean, tidy, and vividly adorned. Baihu invited them to sit on a fabric sofa, tea, or wine. Without waiting for Yi Qing to respond, Shen Jinyi smiled and said, No need for formality. Let's be direct. Baihu opened the refrigerator and took out 2 cans of drinks, sitting beside Yi Qing. The reason for our financial distress is that the rainy season is about to commence, which also signifies the onset of war. We require substantial funds. Yi Qing was taken aback and solemnly remarked, You have military connections. Baihu neither confirmed nor denied this, responding tactfully. Every place requires a protective umbrella. We have operated a casino and offered loans in Mujie without incident due to the powerful forces behind us. However, with gain comes sacrifice. If we fail to produce enough funds, we will be replaced. This will be a terrifying disaster for us. To make matters worse, our most trusted partner in Jiegao can no longer collaborate with us for certain reasons, cutting off a crucial revenue stream. Yi Qing pondered. May I inquire who this partner is? Baihu glanced at Shen Jinyi. It is Mr. One from Longrui Gambling House. Mr. One has collaborated with you. Shen Jinyi exclaimed, suddenly realizing that DeLong and Jie Gao hosted numerous gambling patrons daily. But it was Baihu who had drawn attention to Yi Qing. Indeed, Baihu affirmed, before the onset of the rainy season each year, Yangon hosts a public auction, alleviating our pressure. However, this year, the Yangon auction has been postponed to October, while the war requires significant investment. Thus, we have been assigned a daunting financial target. Mr. When frequently visits Wa City to procure large quantities of jade raw stones. Although he buys only exportable kilogram materials, once conflict arises, the risks become uncontrollable. Therefore, we need someone to assist in transporting the raw stones. Mr. Wen chose us, and our years of pleasant cooperation have brought us tens of millions in profit, but unexpectedly. Yi Qing finally comprehended how the broken stones in his shop had come to be. Although he procured only kilogram materials, they were interspersed with some quality stones. His master was using the kilogram materials as a cover to smuggle premium raw stones. He inquired skeptically, so, the money Wang Liang lost was intentionally lent to him by you? No, that was entirely an accident, Baihu replied sincerely. He was caught after attempting to flee and mentioned Mr. Yi. We went to the Jilung gambling house to review the surveillance and recognized this sister. Baihu glanced at Shun Junyi before continuing. This also revealed Mr. Ye's gambling skills to us. Shun Junyi scoffed. What are you suspecting? What the Jade Association is suspicious of is what we are suspicious of. Baihu said cheerfully, Sister, we genuinely need money and sincerely wish to cooperate with Mr. Yi. Shun Junyi was taken aback. You are in the jade production area. Why not cut the stones yourself for profit? Yi Qing chuckled. Baihu's brows twitched slightly, and she smiled subtly, stating earnestly, not every raw stone can yield jade, and not everyone can find jade within stones. Hence, the profession of jade cutters exists. Yi Qing replied earnestly, gambling on stones carries risks. Baihu responded meaningfully, but I believe Mr. Yi will surely prevail. No one can guarantee a win. Even the Jade King cannot assure victory every time. I can only minimize the risks. Baihu's eyes sparkled. Open the windows, transfer the risk. Baihu's heart leapt with joy, her smile radiant. Then let us go to the Jilung gambling house to witness Mr. Ye's prowess firsthand. Yi Qing shook his head, chuckling. Boss Chi will no longer provide quality stones. I will go. He will not dare refuse. Baihu explained brightly. His supply channels are within our realm. Though we are not partners, if he rebuffs me, he can forget about acquiring goods. Shun Junyi was startled. Baihu's voice was melodious. Yet her words dripped with ruthless determination. The Toyota was dilapidated, lacking air conditioning, making the interior feel like a prison. Baihu gazed out at the bustling streets, smiling. DeLong is a place that only reveals its magic in the dark. If you possess a discerning eye, you can find jade of immense value. Shun Junyi retorted, but you make the night even darker. Baihu discerned the sarcasm in her tone and smiled playfully. In truth, we are the most rule-abiding, Mr. Yi is handsome and speaks kindly, yet he is inherently strong. If we do not adhere to the rules, he would rather fight to the death than collaborate with us. Chapter 22. The Terrifying Mo Wanji. Shun Junyi was astonished. How did you deduce that? In the fight, 2 of my 6 subordinates were severely injured. Baihu laughed and raised her phone. It could be said that every strike was fatal. Yi Qing sincerely replied, I apologize. I can cover the medical expenses. No need. After all, we were at fault. Baihu smiled brightly, shifting the topic. Mr. Yi has served in the military. Yi Qing retorted with a smile. What led you to such speculation? Baihu laughed. The doctor's description indicated that only special forces would master such lethal martial arts. Baihu's bright eyes twinkled as she suddenly asked, Mr. Yi and Sister Shun are not truly a couple, are you? Shun Junyi, irritated, leaned provocatively against Yi Qing. You are mistaken. A woman's intuition is never wrong. Baihu dismissed the matter with a smile. Gazing at Shun Junyi, Sister Shun has revealed herself. Enough of this, Yi Qing said helplessly. I am not jesting, Baihu stated earnestly. If Mr. Yi allows me to broaden my horizons tonight, I am willing to pay any price for our cooperation. Shun Junyi, exasperated yet amused, exclaimed, How can you be so shameless? A man of true capability, once missed, is never to be encountered again. Baihu, unruffled and composed, replied thus to win him over. One must offer a price he cannot refuse, and women are the most considerate in this regard. Yi Qing stated solemnly, I do not relish being controlled, and I implore you not to harbor such intentions. Otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. Baihu tilted her head with a smile and asked, Is that a warning? Perhaps. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. Baihu's smile blossomed even more beautifully. I hope I have not misjudged you. The group entered the stone gambling establishment, where Boss Chi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Liang before turning to Yi Qing with a smile. Brother, are you intent on pursuing Sheng Yong to the bitter end? Yi Qing shyly replied, It is for the sake of my fellow townsmen. Boss Chi sighed silently, refraining from further comment. High-interest loans are akin to an invisible dagger. Individuals like Bai Hu are even more insidious. Once ensnared, there is no escaping her grip. Casting a frosty glance at him, Bai Hu declared, Enough chatter. Let us ascend to the second floor. She led the way towards the staircase. Yi Qing lagged a few steps behind, and Boss Chi gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, you should not assist Wang Liang, nor should you invite trouble upon yourself. Regardless of kinship, I do not wish for him to perish here, nor do I desire to see him buried alive. Yi Qing sighed. I cannot afford to offend Bai Hu, nor can he. We are both unfortunate souls. Please, Boss Chi, do not let me fall victim. Brother, grant me a path to survival. If Bai Hu intends to seize the stones in my safe, and you do not protect me, I might as well leap from the building, he lamented. Boss Chi, fearful of Bai Hu, wore a look of despair and resignation. There is enough wealth for everyone. I am not a greedy man. Ye Vink murmured. To speak frankly, I operate a stone shop in Kyoto, and I have come here to procure goods. How is the business? Boss Chi inquired with newfound interest. Very prosperous. We sell several tons of material daily, Yi Qing replied with a grin. You may search for Panjiayuan stone shop online. No wonder your discernment is so keen. You are indeed a connoisseur of stones. Boss Chi promptly took out his phone to search and chuckled upon seeing the results. Although the kilogram materials lack value, the business of transforming waste into treasure is quite lucrative. Several tons a day translates to a commendable monthly revenue. Today, I will open the safe and allow you to choose freely. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, understanding that business thrives on mutual benefit. Upon reaching the second floor, Bai Hu sat down on the sofa in silence, casting a cold glance at Boss Chi. He opened the safe and carefully placed a piece of gambling stone on the table. The raw stone was not large, taking on an irregular triangular shape. Bai Hu beamed. Mr. Yi, the decision lies with you. Wang Liang laughed, his facial scars appearing particularly grotesque. That is a certainty. My brother has extraordinary luck. Boss Chi can attest to that. Boss Chi shot him a disdainful glare. This brother possesses not only good fortune, but also sharp insight. However, encountering you has brought him misfortune. Yi Qing smiled, but remained silent. Wang Liang, unfazed, remarked, If I had his luck, I would have made a fortune long ago. Look at this piece, Boss Chi's prize collection. Observe how the window reveals green. I feel it is superior to the black material you opened, potentially worth millions. Yi Qing scoffed, noting that windowed material is often more perilous than all gambling stone. The window serves to showcase the stone's best features, but one may become distracted and overlook many characteristics. Conversely, gambling stones require a balanced assessment of both merits and flaws to increase the likelihood of a win. Moreover, windowed material is costly. Boss Chi, in consideration of Bai Hu, has presented fine quality, but that does not preclude him from seeking a hefty profit. The dim lighting cast shadows as Yi Qing illuminated the window, scrutinizing the stone's surface. The color appeared gray, with a subtle grainy texture. Most alarming were the visible cracks, indicating it might be a shallow layer of Mo Wanji grayskin. Shallow layers, commonly referred to as old mines, yield good quality. Yi Qing picked up the stone, noting the uneven weathering and the fact that its surface had been brushed. The purpose of brushing is to remove the naturally formed features like snakeskin, moss, and lichen that have developed over millions of years, rendering the outer shell thinner and allowing clearer visibility of the jade within. However, this brushing creates an illusion, leading one to mistakenly believe the outer layer is thin enough to reveal the jade inside. The danger lies in the inability to assess the material's quality and color based solely on its external features. One can only rely on the window and the stone's cracks to determine whether it is worth the gamble. Noticing Yi Qing deep in thought, Wang Liang anxiously handed him a flashlight. Examine the window. It truly is remarkable. Yi Qing remained silent, accepting the flashlight to illuminate the stone. The quality of the window was not exceptional. The crystals were coarse, belonging to a glutinous type, but the water content was good and the luster was decent, albeit with significant cotton-like inclusions. On these grounds alone, it would not be prudent to gamble. However, the window cleverly revealed a hint of color, willow green, with a tender texture, capable of yielding colored bracelets and bangles. If crafted well, Individual pieces could fetch around 200,000. If the material is subpar, one can only gamble on color. As long as the internal hue transforms to a vibrant green, even a lower quality type could still hold considerable value. Yet, with the absence of snake skin, moss, and lichen, Yiqing found it impossible to determine whether the stone would change in quality or color. Furthermore, the numerous cracks posed a significant risk. If they compromised the integrity, they could sever any potential for good quality or color. Chapter 23. The well-intentioned cannot persuade the damned. Yiqing inquired how much. Boss Qi replied with a smile. 300,000, fixed price. Yiqing burst into laughter. This is quite the sharp blade to the slaughter. Wang Liang, brimming with confidence, declared, brother, this stone reveals green at the window. I guarantee a win. Even the gods cannot discern a piece of jade this small. Yiqing scoffed. I shall not gamble. You may do so. Wang Liang, elated, exclaimed, lend me 300,000. Once I win, I will repay both you and Baihu, sparing you further complications. Yiqing rolled his eyes. This is the essence of a gambler. A glimmer of hope blinds you to the near calamity you just escaped. He turned to Boss Qi. Allow him to have it. I will cover the cost, but he has already lost much to you, so you must lower the price. Boss Qi glanced at Baihu. His face contorted in anguish. Brother, this is a gambling stone establishment, not a charitable foundation. I wish to dissuade him from gambling in the future. Yiqing chuckled. Think of it as an act of kindness. I shall consider it a red envelope. 25,000. I shall not haggle over 2,005. That would be unkind. Boss Qi, frustrated, understood that this statement confirmed Wang Liang's inevitable loss. Yet, he remained unconvinced. This raw stone displayed such promise. How could it possibly fail? Softening his tone, he said, the interest should not fall solely on me. My money does not come from the wind. Yiqing shook his head with a smile. Even when helping him, there must be a limit. Brother, you cannot simply wipe away 15 million in one go. Boss Qi laughed. 20,000. I shall consider a charitable act. Yiqing firmly stated, only 10,000. Not a cent more. Come on, let me a bit more. Wang Liang, sensing the deal slipping away, grew anxious. This stone. I guarantee victory. Yiqing raised an eyebrow. If gambling on stones could guarantee a win, Boss Qi would simply cut it himself. Why would he entrust you? How unfortunate. Wang Liang's expression darkened, and he grumbled. Every time we meet, you bring such ill-fated words. Boss Qi scolded. This brother speaks the truth. There is no guarantee in gambling stones. Wealth from a single cut depends on both insight and luck. The phrase cutting through burlap refers to you, the unfortunate gambler devoid of both. Wang Liang's countenance grew even darker. Baihu approached, smiling brightly. This stone truly is not worth the gamble. Wang Liang insisted. How could it not be worth gambling? The window reveals vibrant color. With such material, those who act swiftly shall reap rewards. The white fox, disinterested, turned to Yiqing and earnestly inquired, how can you ascertain that this raw stone is not worth betting on? The surface of the stone bore cracks, which could obstruct the dispersion of color. This meant that the hue visible through the window might not necessarily be realized within the stone itself. Should it mutate or change color, the stone would be rendered worthless. Wang Liang hastily interjected, why do you only see the negatives and not the positives? Look at this color. It's so vibrant. It doesn't require a full yield. Even half of it would be worth 5 million. Yiqing cast a helpless glance at him, knowing that admonishing the stubborn was futile. If you choose to gamble, I will cover 100,000. Boss Qi, show some leniency. Wang Liang pivoted towards Boss Qi. After so many years of friendship, I find myself in dire straits today. Could you lend a hand to help me turn my fortunes around? Boss Qi, caught in a dilemma, replied, you should heed this brother's advice. Yiqing, without uttering a word, permitted Wang Liang to gamble on the stone, hoping to demonstrate his prowess to the white fox. As for Wang Liang's lost funds and debts, they held no weight in his mind. To stir up trouble here and to seize the maximum advantage during the postponed public auction, it was imperative to discover more prime raw stones in order to extract superior jadeite. However, the Jadeite Association would never allow him to sell large quantities of high-quality jadeite to Qinlu. The White Fox and her two siblings were formidable figures in the jade industry. Should the association prohibit their affiliated merchants from selling him raw stones, they could always venture to Myanmar to gamble on stones. Yiqing nodded affirmatively and transferred the funds directly. Upon witnessing the transaction's completion, Wang Liang grinned with confidence, declaring, this stone is a sure bet. I'll slice along this crack. and victory is guaranteed. He marked the stone with a pen, and Yi Qing observed that his chosen line coincided with the beginning of a fissure. Boss Qi nodded with a smile. Let us head downstairs. I'll have my finest cutter work on it. Wang Liang cradled the stone and descended with Boss Qi, while Yi Qing opted to remain behind. Though Wang Liang's eye for gemstones was lacking, his selection of cutting angle was commendable. This cut was indeed the optimal position. However, the risk associated with this stone was exceedingly high. The cracks, mutations, and color alterations were all possibilities, and he was merely entranced by the window's allure. Experienced gamblers opened windows specifically to deceive. High-quality jade was scarce, and color had become a critical measure of a stone's value. The window was designed to showcase the color. Once one became entranced and mistakenly believed it to be a full yield, the flaws of the stone would be entirely disregarded. Veteran gamblers considered cracks, types, inclusions, and other factors holistically. Yet, Wang Liang was already captivated by the color and had not contemplated the risks. The white fox inquired earnestly, "This stone truly cannot be gambled on." Yi Qing smirked mischievously. "In our circle, there's a saying, color is emptiness." The white fox nodded slightly. Hearing the cutting machines roar from below, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. In the realm of stone gambling, no one could guarantee 100% success. If Wang Liang emerged victorious, it would be tantamount to a slap in Yi Qing's face. Whether he could earn the white fox's trust hinged upon this single cut. This was inherently a perilous game, yet Yi Qing had no choice but to persevere. The white fox had her channels, and he possessed his strengths. The synergy of the two would naturally yield fruitful outcomes. "Are you particularly discerning when it comes to women?" The white fox queried Yi Qing, her peripheral gaze flickering towards Shinjunyi. Yi Qing paused momentarily, then responded with a smile. "Does this relate to our collaboration?" The white fox, exasperated, stamped her foot. "Why can't you just go along with my words? Must you always hide daggers within silk?" Yi Qing replied earnestly, "Every individual has their Achilles heel. The women around me are mine. Should anyone dare to harm them, I would not hesitate to unearth the graves of my enemies. What do you take me for?" The white fox shifted her demeanor, a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, as she gazed at him. Yi Qing chuckled. "I'm also one who would dare to disturb graves. Yet I understand and abide by the rules. The guise of a vixen paired with the heart of a wolf cannot be subdued by just any dragon crossing the river. So, do you prefer an older sister like me or someone like myself?" The white fox inquired earnestly. "Someone like you," Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. "You are ruthless and inherently a wicked woman. In the realm of stone gambling, the virtuous are merely sheep waiting to be slaughtered, destined to suffer great losses. Compared to you, she is far too innocent." Chapter 24. A strong dragon does not cross the river. The white fox let out a melodious laugh. To praise someone's purity in the stone gambling world is to insult their intelligence. Yi Qing replied seriously, "A woman may be naive, but a partner must not be." The white fox lightly bit her cherry lips. "In your eyes, am I just a business associate and not a woman? Like-minded partners can only come together, and our collaboration is founded on finances, stable yet harsh." Yi Qing mused, "I am unsure when you will forsake loyalty for profit. Thus, I must remain vigilant. But let me impart this warning. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards me. You cannot afford the consequences." The white fox suppressed her smile. Gazing deeply into his eyes, "Mr. Yi, you are indeed very confident." Yi Qing replied earnestly, "In our circles, there's a saying, a strong dragon does not cross the river. Another saying goes, those who come are not benevolent. The benevolent do not come." The white fox was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the sound of the cutting machine ceased, yet there were no cheers from the gamblers. Yi Qing understood that the stone had collapsed. Shortly after, he heard hurried footsteps on the stairs as Wang Liang rushed up, cradling the stone, his expression grim. He placed the stone on the table. "Look here, is there any hope for this stone?" Yi Qing examined it, forcing a bitter smile. The cut revealed some color, but it was lackluster, and the surrounding material had shifted, appearing quite dull. The fine jadeite had transformed into coarse jadeite with low transparency. Tapping it with a flashlight caused several pieces of material to crumble. Yi Qing looked at Wang Liang's eager face. "There's no way to salvage it." Wang Liang, in a panic, exclaimed, "No, why did it turn out like this? Just look at the window color. It's so vibrant. This is abnormal." Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. "I told you long ago that this stone is riddled with cracks. These fissures can lead to mutations and color changes." Boss Qi nodded. "The cracks obstruct the color from penetrating, resulting in mutations and discoloration. If it were coarse jadeite, it wouldn't be so bad. However, the inclusions are too heavy. Wang Liang, it's time to call it quits. You've lost several million. While you're not entirely ruined, you've sustained significant damage. Do you need to contemplate jumping off a building to find closure? Wang Liang, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, "That's impossible. I refuse to believe I can't win this bet. This is just the first cut. I'll cut again." He seized the stone and turned to head downstairs. The most terrifying psychology of a gambler is their refusal to concede and their denial of despair. Yet, everyone knew he was bound to lose. Shinjini was smug. The white fox was astonished, while Boss Chi wore a bittersweet smile. The sound of the cutting machine roared to life once more, and though no one descended, they could hear Wang Liang's furious curses. "That bastard Boss Chi, what kind of stone did you recommend? This is a scam." Boss Chi, instantly enraged, shouted from upstairs. "What nonsense are you spewing?" Yi Qing had warned him that this stone was not worth betting on. If he insisted on gambling and could not afford to lose, he should not have gambled at all. He was a hopeless gambler. Yi Qing closed his eyes, feeling not excitement but sorrow. Though the gambling stone business is fraught with risk, the most dreadful aspect is the inability to afford losses. Before long, Wang Liang returned, cursing and clutching the stone. The stone was riddled with cracks, the base was gray, and all color had vanished. Wang Liang threw the stone onto the ground in despair, lamenting, "This is truly frustrating. Why can't I win a bet?" Yi Qing remarked coldly, "Gambling on stones relies not only on luck but also on skill. Watching a few stone gambling videos online does not make one a master. Why don't the owners of so many stone gambling shops gamble themselves? It's because they lack the courage." Wang Liang, infuriated, retorted desperately, "Your courage led to the loss of your entire fortune." Yi Qing derided, "If you can't repay 4 million, I'll seize your house, leaving your family homeless." Wang Liang collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of despair. "I'll find a way to gather the funds, but I need some time." The white fox cast a glance at Wang Liang. "Yi Qing, don't concern yourself with this matter. I'll take him to Mujie City and bury him alive." Wang Liang trembled in fear, looking at Yi Qing with terror. "Bro, enough." Yi Qing waved his hand. "Were it not for him, I would never have met the white fox. Killing him would be easy, but it would ruin a family." The white fox glared at him with seductive eyes and said irritably, "Your misplaced compassion is unwarranted. A gambler of his ilk can never quit. It would be better to bury him alive and be done with it." With a smile, Yi Qing approached the safe, eyeing the contents within. Only one of the 2 safes had been opened. Boss Chi, with a bitter smile, remarked, "My friend, leave me some capital for my coffin. The materials inside this safe are quite good, but I won't recommend them since there are too many who cannot afford to lose. Just like Wang Liang, who, when losing, starts to spout nonsense. He is nothing but a rogue, but you are different, my esteemed boss. Ye think nodded. One must be able to win as well as to lose. Rest assured, hundreds of millions do not faze me." "That is reassuring." Boss Chi swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the white fox. His words were not meant for Yi Qing, but rather for the white fox. The world of gambling stones is treacherous, and one must be prepared to drown upon entering. Should the white fox be unable to bear a loss, and, in her rage, sever his supply, it would spell disaster for him. The white fox shot a fierce glare at Boss Chi, having discerned the underlying message in his words. Yi Qing examined the materials in the safe. They had all been opened. However, they never engaged in gambling. Sellers of stones are well aware that 9 out of 10 gambles fail. Only those who sell open stones can guarantee a profit. Yi Qing's business involved selling open stones, making him more familiar with the intricacies of this trade than anyone else. He picked up a piece, weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Its small weight indicated promising quality within. Jadeite possesses the highest density among stones, with a molecular structure far more compact than that of ordinary stones. Yet, this difference is slight, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Open stones are a gamble, yet they offer many observable features. Yi Qing did not examine the opening but scrutinized the skin. It was yellow, very thin, and had a pronounced gritty texture, indicative of materials from the demo pit. He took out a flashlight to illuminate it, revealing fog. Only then did he look at the opening. The quality was waxy, with fine crystals, excellent translucence, reflecting a glassy sheen, and to the naked eye, devoid of cotton inclusions. However, the texture was tender, the fog layer even, a piece suitable for exquisite carving. This material was certainly a winning gamble, yet Boss Chi would undoubtedly demand a high price. Even if he slashed the price in half, the profit would be minimal. Wang Liang felt a sense of urgency. Whether Yi Qing could win was crucial to his fate. as it determined whether he would be buried alive by the white fox. Yet he dared not speak, creating a tension in the atmosphere so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 25. 9 out of 10 gambles fail. Yi Qing was not in a hurry. With 200 million in his account, he could afford to lose, but since he was gambling, he desired to win. He sought a piece so exceptional that it could deceive even the most skilled stone gamblers. To avenge his master would not be easy. Although he was still unaware of who was scheming against his master, possessing quality material was essential for setting up a trap. To find such material, one could only go to a city or mine. The white fox and her backing possessed such capabilities. From the moment he encountered the white fox, he began to devise this scheme. Stones do not deceive. It is the people who do. Gambling stones is inherently a con game. You procure for my master a piece worth a fortune, leading him to financial ruin, and I shall provide you with a piece to queue for the rooftop. Since that fateful flight, where he had been infused with the peculiar blood of the dragonstone variety, his body had been undergoing constant transformation, sharpening his vision and intensifying his tactile sensitivity. Not every stone requires handling before gambling. The best method for selecting stones is to first choose the location. Finding materials from an established site is half the victory. For a significant gamble, peculiar materials are the best choice, albeit with considerable risk. If one were to gamble on color, the materials from Mowanjiji would be ideal. However, gambling stones relies heavily on luck. Even the finest materials must be encountered. Yi Qing patiently selected stones, taking a considerable amount of time to examine several pieces, yet none satisfied him. Although the materials in this safe were valuable, their potential for gambling was limited. Open stones are inherently expensive, and their gambling potential is low, often resulting in a break-even or slight loss. Yi Qing remained unhurried, slowly inspecting the materials by the safe. However, Boss Qi grew anxious. The longer the white fox lingered in the shop, the more unpredictable the outcome became. Brother, would you like me to recommend something? Yi Qing understood his urgency. A tiger may not eat humans, yet his reputation had long been tarnished. No reputable businessman wishes to deal with someone like the white fox. Though she remained silent, her gaze bore down on you like a specter, amplifying the psychological pressure. Especially once she deemed you a deceiver, she adhered strictly to her rules, unhesitating to exact punishment. Yet, gambling stones inherently involves risk. There are no guarantees of honesty. Just like Wang Liang, who, despite his own losses, would lay blame at Boss Qi's feet. Boss Qi feared Wang Liang, but he feared the white fox even more. This woman adhered to rules yet lacked reason. Her obstinacy rendered her incomprehensible. Unable to endure the tension, Boss Qi directly retrieved a piece of old elephant skin from the cabinet. Although not large, it was finely textured. Boss Qi, with a pained expression, lamented, "This is a first-layer old mine material that I acquired at a public auction. It is entirely blocked, yet upon encountering quality material, I couldn't resist opening it. You see this window? You should understand its value." He spoke with considerable knowledge, not declaring the piece a guaranteed win, nor did he mention a price. Instead, informing Yi Qing that it was a public auction piece, and all block materials are costly. Having opened this window makes it even more valuable. He was convinced this piece was bound to win, yet he dared not gamble, offering it to Yi Qing. However, he warned against pricing it too low. Otherwise, he would prefer to offend the white fox than to engage in this gamble. Yi Qing's interest was piqued. Typically, materials of old elephant skin are worth gambling on. In the dim light, he refrained from illuminating it, carefully observing the material. The piece had a shallow layer of open stone, with a large window occupying nearly an entire side. The exposed jade flesh was clearly waxy, with fine crystals, excellent translucence, and a strong glassy quality. There were some inclusions, but they were minimal, featuring a faint blue-green with flower-like patterns, the texture leaning towards old, yet the base was gray. However, this material could not be gambled on color. The disparity in shades could mean a hundredfold difference in value. One could only gamble on the floral patterns. As long as there were patterns, one could command a higher price. Furthermore, the gamble involved how much material could be extracted from this piece. Yi Qing calculated in his mind, with a gray base. Floral patterns and texture. If there are no cracks and the floral patterns are tidy, coupled with fine craftsmanship, each piece could be worth around 100,000. The material was sizable, at least yielding 7 or 8 pieces, valued at $1 million. Yet whether it could produce bracelets was uncertain. However, if 2 bracelets were produced, they would be worth at least 2 million. Yi Qing's interest grew as he lifted the material to examine it closely. Boss Qi felt anxious. constantly wishing to rid himself of the white fox. Gritting his teeth, he said, I am taking a loss here. This material could appreciate tenfold over a few years. Typically, I would not present it, but look at the window. It is splendid. Yi Qing smiled slightly, non-committal. He understood Boss Chi's intention behind these words. However, the material could only be judged by oneself. One might trust Boss Chi's good intentions, but must question his discernment. The owners of gambling stone shops are not true jade appraisers. They merely possess slightly more experience in evaluating materials. However, one cannot focus solely on the advantages of a stone. It is crucial to identify its flaws. Otherwise, should one be beguiled by the positives, the negatives could lead to a devastating loss. I'm a jade appraiser, Yi Qing stated calmly, causing Boss Chi to fall silent. Watching him examine the material from top to bottom, suddenly, Yi Qing spotted some minuscule cracks as fine as a hair. Most would only see them under a light with a magnifying glass, but he could discern the dense network of cracks within, which continued to deepen. Ye Ying Sikhit, placing the material back down. This piece was clearly a misjudgment by Boss Chi. Whoever gambled on it would surely face defeat. Boss Chi, astonished to see Yi Qing set the material down, exclaimed, You won't gamble on this piece. Find a naive buyer to sell it to. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. He did not imply it was not worth gambling, but rather suggested that Boss Chi should use this piece to deceive an unsuspecting buyer. Although Shen Junyi had only a brief acquaintance with Yi Qing, she had already discerned his character, inwardly cursing him as a crafty merchant. Thank you. Boss Chi seemed to understand her unspoken thoughts. The master of Jade, Yang Yu, had declared that this material was unworthy of gambling. It would surely collapse. And thus it was best to set it aside. Wang Liang, unable to contain himself any longer, exclaimed, My friend, when assessing Jade, one must be bold. Ye Ying Chakdet. If you're so bold, then you should take a turn. With a mournful expression, Wang Liang lamented, Isn't it true that I lack luck? Do you even know what luck is? Yi Qing scoffed. Luck is merely the heavens granting you the chance to encounter fine material. However, whether to gamble or not relies on experience and discernment. If you gamble poorly, do not blame the heavens for your misfortune. It is your own inadequacy. Wang Liang fell silent, sighing in resignation. Yi Qing remained calm, for there was no need to rush. His gaze shifted to a small gray shell in the safe, no larger than an adult's fist. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 3 kilograms. The shell was exquisite, free of cracks and signs of tampering. A complete gambling stone. The term complete gambling stone refers to a piece that has not been altered after extraction from the site. Chapter 26. The green python entwined with color bands. Tampering refers to the practices of windowing and skin brushing. Windowing involves creating a tiny opening in the area of the stone most likely to reveal green, allowing the gambler to glimpse the interior. A skilled artisan can window to showcase the stone's finest attributes, making the gambler overlook its flaws. The more deceitful practice, skin brushing, involves using a metal brush to remove the natural surface patterns of the stone, obscuring its imperfections and artificially inflating its price, thereby increasing risk tenfold. This particular piece was covered in a cement skin. Yi Qing felt a surge of joy, for such cement skin stones were exclusive to the Mo Shisha Old Pit. The Mo Shisha site is stratified into 3 layers. The top layer predominantly features white sand and yellow sand skins. The second layer comprises gray skins, including elephant and cement skins, and the third layer, black skins, is the lowest and hardest to sell. While the second layer's materials do not compare to the top layer, they're still quite rare, and finding them is purely a matter of luck. The site is renowned for its water quality. Color is secondary, and the gambling aspect is significant. Experience told Yi Qing that as long as there is green or speckled flour in a second layer stone, it will lean towards green, as green is revered among jade. Stones beneath the second layer yield sky blue, which is inferior. However, this stone exhibited color patterns that were not overtly apparent to the untrained eye. Yi Qing was convinced this must be a second layer stone, not reaching the top layer. Its foundation was green. The term python is a specialized term among gambling stone experts, encompassing various classifications. In layman's terms, it refers to jadeite raw stones that have not been eroded by the elements over millions of years. They are broadly categorized into 2 types: white python, characterized by its translucence, and green python, marked by intertwined color bands. Holding the stone, Yi Qing felt a rush of excitement. Gambling on stones truly does depend on fortune. And among the treasures in the safe, this was the only piece that piqued his interest. Although it was not large, it could be gambled for quality. If the green python's hue deepened, its value could soar into the millions. I say, my friend, is this truly jadeite? It appears to be mere cement. Do not gamble on it. Wang Liang fretted, seeing the stone as anything but jadeite. Silence. Baihu shot him a fierce glare. Yiqing scrutinized the stone under the light. Cement skin materials are notoriously difficult to gamble on, as light does not penetrate them. 10 years ago, Mo Shisha's materials were sought after, but now top-layer stones are virtually unseen. Even second-layer cement skins are mostly held by collectors, rarely appearing on the market. Though challenging to gamble on, they are worth the risk. Should such a material yield high quality, a rich hue could command astronomical prices. Yiqing turned to Boss Qi. How much for this piece? Boss Qi, astonished by the stone Yiqing held, responded, Brother, I cannot even comprehend this piece. Why gamble on it? Upon hearing this, Yiqing realized Boss Qi's understanding of the mine was quite limited. With a smile, he replied, just for fun, it's small, and even if it turns out poorly, the loss won't be substantial. His words only deepened Boss Qi's skepticism, and after scrutinizing the stone, he placed it on the electronic scale. 3 kilograms and 4 taels. Let us call it 3 kilograms. According to the raw stone price, 10,000 per kilogram. But brother, if you gamble, you pay 20,000. 60,000 isn't too steep, right? Before Yiqing could respond, Shun Junyi interjected. The market price is 11,000 per kilogram. How did it double here? Her tone suggested Boss Qi was somehow getting a great deal. Baihu, equally indignant, rose to confront Boss Qi, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with intensity. Boss Qi, caught between amusement and exasperation, turned to Yiqing. Brother, please clarify. Yiqing recognized that neither Junyi nor Baihu understood the rules of gambling stones and sighed. Fame breeds vulnerability. Once one is known, they must be prepared to be taken advantage of. Boss Qi's markup is only double, which is rather fair. At least you understand the rules. Boss Qi praised, giving Yiqing a thumbs up. Baihu, puzzled, questioned, why accept 3,000 more and still defend him? Yiqing chuckled wryly. In a single shop, one can only play the fool once. Had you not insisted on visiting Boss Qi, I would have surely gone elsewhere. I had my eye on that old elephant skin. Boss Qi would have priced it tenfold. But this piece only doubled, hence my praise for his fairness. Baihu grasped the situation, realizing that Yiqing had previously won a significant gamble with Boss Qi, thus establishing a rapport. The stones he was interested in would be marked up tenfold by Boss Qi. If Yiqing declined, Boss Qi would simply cut the stone himself, effectively allowing Yiqing to inspect the stone for free. Turning to Baihu, Yiqing asked, care for a gamble? Baihu pouted disdainful, it's too small. Even if it appreciates, how much profit could it yield? Yiqing chuckled, very well, if you want to gamble, I shall. Wait, I'll gamble. Baihu gritted her teeth, 30,000, right? Transfer the funds. As long as you win, it's fine. Yiqing frowned. In gambling stones, there are no guarantees. Baihu scoffed, I don't care about others. As long as you win, it's sufficient. After all, you owe me quite a bit. You must be cautious in selecting materials. I may not gamble on stones, but I gamble on people. Yiqing furrowed his brow at her words, all right. Let us proceed with payment. The two swiftly completed the transaction, and only then did Boss Qi approach. Brother, enlighten me. I wish to expand my knowledge. Where did this piece come from? Yiqing, instead of answering, replied with a question of his own. I'm not entirely sure. Boss Qi frowned in thought. This Jilung gambling house was acquired by me 5 years ago. This must be old stock left by the previous manager, as it has been here simply gathering dust. That makes sense. This cement skin is material from between the first and second layers of Mo Shisha, Yiqing stated, turning to descend the stairs, leaving Boss Qi feeling dejected. Once again, that master had seen Yiqing smiling broadly, and he felt a surge of envy at such a wealthy patron. Just as he reached out to take the stone, Wang Liang stepped forward. Step aside. I will cut this stone. Do you think you can? Yiqing questioned skeptically. What do you mean, can I? I have cut stones in Tengchong for 2 years. I just never found a master to guide me. Hence my gambling skills are not as refined as yours. Wang Liang, gritting his teeth, insisted, this stone determines whether I am buried alive. I cannot trust anyone else to cut it. I must do it myself. Yiqing nodded. Very well, I'll trust you this once. Wang Liang's excitement surged. How do we cut it? 4 small stones. We cannot simply slice. We must first create a window and then observe the performance under the light. Yiqing did not hold back, recognizing Wang Liang's potential. If his skills were adequate, he could work off his debt. vermilion would suffice for a lifetime. Yi Qing directly marked a window on the stone. Wang Liang set the stone down, retrieved a drill, and turned it on, his movements deft and practiced. Yi Qing nodded slightly. The importance of cutting stones is paramount. A good piece can be ruined by a careless cut. He stood by, feeling tense, as the dragon stone emitted a coolness, calming his turbulent blood. Chapter 27. The Hard-Shelled Stone of Age. A stone of this caliber is worth 60,000. The white fox appeared entirely unperturbed, playfully inquiring, "What makes it worth 60,000? Yi Qing replied deliberately, "Do you think I lack your 30,000? I merely wish to avoid throwing away 60,000. Gambling on stones carries risks. Allowing you to invest is merely a means of sharing that risk. Tomorrow, I shall vanish," the white fox said earnestly. Yi Qing cast a glance her way, his beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Her words seemed more like a playful tease than a threat. "You are a woman of great fortune. You must maintain your composure. The issue lies in my ignorance. You must understand, I possess an inexplicable fear regarding matters beyond my control." The white fox bit her lip in frustration. Yi Qing chuckled softly. "Today, I shall explain it to you once. Next time you gamble alongside me, remember to keep your silence." The white fox comprehended his meaning. Regardless of how exceptional the stone might be, it was impolite to voice such thoughts in front of the owner. This was material from the Mashi Sha old pit, bearing a colored python skin, which could potentially yield high quality and vibrant hues. Should it reveal color, the value would double. But how much it would multiply depended on the richness of its color. The white fox, serious in her inquiry, said, "So is indeed very expensive, correct?" Shen Junyi, well aware of what high quality and vibrant colors signify, remarked coldly, "Do not disturb Yi Qing. Allow him to focus on the stone." The white fox, maintaining her serious demeanor, replied, "Sister, a man like Yi Qing is not one you can keep. You might as well let him go to me. Do not even think about it." Shen Junyi retorted immediately. Yi Qing, allowing the two women to bicker, remained fixated on Wang Liang. His cutting technique was steady, yet the stone-esque skin seemed particularly hard. After a prolonged struggle with the electric drill, he had only managed to remove a small portion of surface. Boss Chi's eyes sparkled. A hard skin indicated the internal quality was likely superior. This young man's discernment was truly remarkable. Yi Qing chose to ignore him. Though the hardness of the stone was astonishing, he could not yet determine what quality of jade lay within. "What is it?" Shen Junyi asked softly, noticing his tense expression as he focused intently on the stone. "Old quality. What does old quality mean?" The white fox eagerly pressed. "Old quality signifies that the internal crystalline structure is compact and the base is relatively clean," Yi Qing explained quietly. "One of the most crucial criteria for distinguishing jade's quality is its age. Young stones exhibit a more apparent crystalline structure and contain more impurities. Thus, the older the stone, the better and cleaner it is." "I do not understand," the white fox exclaimed from his side. "Take a flashlight to examine the piece Wang Liang has cut. It is a rough P-grade stone, and you can see the crystals inside resembling peas." Yi Qing responded dismissively to the white fox. The white fox could sense Yi Qing's tension. A few tens of thousands of dollars were but a trifling sum to him. So his anxiety must stem from the possibility of a substantial rise in value. She shot him a playful glare. "I hold a stake. Do not think you can dismiss me. Is it not true that the finer the crystals, the more valuable it is?" Yi Qing nodded, but time was of the essence. As Wang Liang gradually ground away the skin, the manifestations at the window would ultimately determine the stone's quality. If the window yielded ideal results and revealed vibrant colors, then the stone could be sold immediately without the need for cutting. Conversely, if the window turned out poorly, further cutting would be necessary, thereby increasing the risk. Yet, this is the nature of stone gambling. It is a gamble of heartbeats, a pursuit of thrill, unrelated to the amount of money involved. Once someone begins to cut the stone, the crowd drawn by curiosity grows. However, silence reigned, save for the harsh sounds of the electric drill grinding against the stone. This marked his second foray into stone gambling, and he remained anxious and exhilarated, his body instinctively tense, making him uncomfortable and reluctant to relax. Wang Liang set down the electric drill and submerged the stone in a water bucket, tirelessly scrubbing it. "Man, Wang Liang, have opened many stones, but this one is the hardest. My wrist feels like it's about to break." The white fox, impatient with anticipation, snapped, "Enough chatter. Get out quickly." Wang Liang, startled, quickly retrieved the stone from the water, but upon examining the window, his expression darkened considerably. "Je vink understood." A change in Wang Liang's demeanor indicated the window's results were not promising, causing his heart to race in anxiety. He swiftly took the stone from Wang Liang's hands and scrutinized the window. Indeed, it was less than ideal, not necessarily bad, but failing to meet expectations. The window Wang Liang had opened was small, about the size of a beer bottle cap, but it was sufficient to discern that the glass-like luster had emerged. However, this sheen was a result of the electric drill's work, not an intrinsic quality of the jade itself. The base is not very good, Boss Chi commented from beside him. Yi Qing nodded. Although the quality was old, the crystalline structure fine, and the water content decent, it could only be classified as ice glutinous quality, with a dark hue failing to exhibit vibrant colors. Upon inspecting it under the light, Boss Chi immediately grinned. It has at least risen in value. It's ice glutinous with good water content and glass-like luster, but with an oily green, cucumber-like base. The color hasn't come through yet, and no cracks are visible. It could be fashioned into a pendant or a charm, and it's definitely worth at least 300,000. Brother, make the sale. Yi Qing shook his head, pondering. This shouldn't be the case. The Mashisha cement skin should either yield no color or exhibit vibrant hues. If the window failed to show color, then it would end here. A modest profit would suffice. However, the oily green cucumber hue indicated the potential for vibrant colors. It could not merely be cucumber green. The white fox also grew apprehensive, urgently imploring, Yi Qing, what do you think? Speak up. This is worth 300,000. The white fox struggled to comprehend how a mere beer bottle cap-sized window could inflate the stone's value from 60,000 to 300,000. Boss Chi quickly added, White fox, this is quite good. Being ice glutinous places it in the mid-range. The cucumber green serves as an oily green base, indicating substantial variation. I'm willing to offer 300,000 based on the ice glutinous quality. If you sell now, you'll net 240,000. But if you cut it and it reveals cracks or color changes, it could become worthless. Brother, just sell it. Choose another piece. Boss Chi spoke truthfully. The risks of stone gambling lay in the uncertainty of what could emerge from within. Yet for Yi Qing, the greatest risk was not the stone but the white fox. She could afford to win, but not to lose. It was wise to take profits when they were available, ensuring everything ended well. Continuing to gamble posed the risk of ruin, potentially landing him in dire straits. Yi Qing squinted and asked with a smile, even deities cannot discern a single jade. White fox, will you take the profit or continue to gamble? The white fox did not hesitate, responding, that depends on you. If you wish to gamble, then let us. Yi Qing inquired, I wish to wager big, but if it results in cracks, the 30,000 will be wasted. Do not blame me. Chapter 28, The Temptation of the White Fox. The white fox smiled sweetly. From the 240,000, I can claim 120,000, and I shall factor that into your share. If you dare to include that, I will not take you along next time. Je vink, retorted unapologetically. I shall disappear for 3 days. The white fox laughed triumphantly. The interest is terrifying. Do the math yourself. You are being unreasonable. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. In the realm of stone gambling, one must be able to win as well as lose. Do not act like a woman, only seeking advantages without the willingness to bear losses. I am a woman, the white fox quipped, shaking her body, a wave of alluring charm radiating from her. Casting a disdainful glance at him. Are you blind? Boss Chi chuckled ruefully. Brother, do not argue with women, especially not with beautiful ones. Moreover, there are few men with integrity in gambling. Indeed, Yi Qing agreed. Wang Liang, make another cut. He smiled at the prospect. Now he was betting on the stone revealing vibrant colors because of its excellent base. Once vibrant colors emerged, its value would skyrocket exponentially. Furthermore, he had chosen the opening position. Selling to others and gambling for oneself are two entirely different matters. When selling stones, the window must be opened in the best possible location, while personal gambling requires observing the worst. Thus, the window on this stone had not been optimally opened, revealing only cucumber green. He sought to discern whether the white fox possessed the fortitude to gamble, deciding whether or not to include her in future ventures. Wang Liang crouched on the ground, changed the blade. The stone was hard due to its old quality, and standard blades were inadequate. Only the best blades could cut it. Secure the material firmly, cover the machine, and press the start button. As the sound of the cutter resonated, the onlookers murmured in excitement. Rise, rise, rise. The sound coalesced into a wave, drawing in more spectators, while those outside could only jump up to catch a glimpse. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation, Yi Qing pushed Bai Hu and Shun Junyi in front of him, wrapping an arm around each of their slender waists. Shen Junyi remained unguarded towards him, yet Baihu's muscles tensed instantly. Yi Qing stifled a chuckle, still a novice. I didn't say you were taking advantage. Baihu shot him a glare and whispered, what I mean is, you're the first man bold enough to embrace me. I eagerly await your demonstration of prowess. Once I acknowledge you, I'll let you help me remove the special stone. Yi Qing shook his head resolutely. That's a no-go. Sister Shen isn't suited for you. This line of work requires a ruthless heart and a swift hand to profit. Baihu's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. Moreover, becoming one of us will greatly benefit your acquisition of raw stones. Yi Qing recognized that these women were not after his physique, but rather his gambling skills. Sacrificing allure meant placing oneself at her mercy, ultimately becoming a mere tool for her profit. He replied coolly, in joint gambling, emotions cannot cloud judgment. It's too costly. Baihu gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, the sound of the cutter abruptly ceased, drawing their attention back to the stone. Wang Liang lifted the lid, releasing a cloud of steam generated by the high-temperature water vapor from the rapid cutting. He doused the stone with water, dissipating the fog. Upon removing the stone, it became evident that the cutter had not completely severed it. He turned to Yi Qing. Will you open it, or shall I? It was the rule of gambling stones. Only those with good fortune were entitled to unveil the stone. Wang Liang knew all too well that his luck was abysmal. Yi Qing smiled nonchalantly. Go ahead. Wang Liang, visibly hesitant, gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and forcefully lifted the lid, which fell to the ground with a clatter. Boss Qi stepped on the lid, picked it up, glanced at it, and his expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth. High ice. Upon hearing those two words, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement. However, Boss Qi's face was grim, resembling disappointment, leaving Yi Qing bewildered. Upon inspecting the lid, it was clear that the material was aged and had reached the high ice level. But, damn it, 3 large cracks extended deep into the jade flesh. One crack destroys all. Regardless of how exquisite the jade is, once a crack appears, it's doomed. Yi Qing was also struck with apprehension. He had previously noted that the outer skin of this material bore no cracks. Yet upon cutting, 3 cracks emerged, resembling a trifurcation extending into the depths of the stone. Truly, even the divine find it challenging to sever an inch of jade. Boss Qi gazed at him in disappointment. Cement skin is imperceptible. Nonetheless, this is still decent. 1 million. I'll take it. Wang Hu approached, his face mournful. This is truly disgusting, ruining a prime piece. It even glows inside, with remarkable rigidity. After meticulous polishing, this material could be sold as glass grade. See, the quality has shifted. Ice glutinous has turned into high ice, and the melon peel green has transformed into pure green. Without those 3 cracks, it would fetch 10 million. Wang Liang lamented. I said I wouldn't open it. Yet you insisted. This has nothing to do with luck. Yi Qing continued inspecting the stone under the light. The green was uniform, exuding a certain spirit. Pure green, though not comparable to emperor green, was still top-notch. However, the crack spread meant it could only be made into beads, diminishing its value. Boss Qi kindly suggested, brother, just sell it. This material can only be made into beads. No one can foresee how much can be extracted. The 1 million is due to the high ice and high color. Even if you transfer it to me, there is no profit to be made. Was this a win or a loss in gambling? Baihu listened to the 3 express their regrets in unison, bewildered by Boss Qi's offer of 1 million. This material exhibited high ice and pure green, albeit small, yet its value should be in the millions. So expensive. Shen Junyi was equally taken aback, but the large cracks had ruined the stone. Boss Qi urged, this material can no longer be gambled on. Baihu, it's best to take the profit while you can. 6,000 turned into 1 million. That is still considerable. What do you say? Baihu turned to Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied cautiously, no cracks do not constitute jade. The raw stone has weathered for millions of years in the wild. Cracks within are quite normal. What we're gambling on now is the most exquisite and beautiful part inside. However, since you have a stake, I cannot decide unilaterally. We need to come to an agreement. Shall we continue to gamble or accept our fortune? Such occurrences were common. Otherwise, Mu Jia, Jie Gao, and Along Wu Ti faced daily fatalities. Baihu gritted her teeth. Before we came, you said all decisions in gambling were yours. I'm just waiting for the payout. You make the call. This time, she didn't threaten him with interest but chose to trust him, which pleased Yi Qing greatly. Chapter 29. A startling cut. The cracks surged dramatically. Yi Qing switched on a powerful flashlight, directing the beam inside. The pure green color was exquisite, revealing no crystals. The level of fineness infinitely close to that of glass-gray jade. However, visibility extended only 10 millimeters. Beyond that lay the unknown. If given the choice, I would certainly continue to gamble. Yi Qing scrutinized the stone for a few moments, no longer hesitating. From what I see now, 1,000,000 is assured. If we cut deeper without cracks, it could yield several million, but I cannot guarantee a win. Why hesitate then, since 1,000,000 is inevitable? Bai Hu smiled brightly, and Yi Qing found amusement. This was only the second gamble, yet she had developed a gambler-esque mentality, vowing not to relent until the stone was opened. Consider this. If the large cracks become small cracks, it won TB worth 1,000,000. Without hesitation, Bai Hu stated, I told you, you gamble, and I'll take the money. Winning or losing is up to fate. You possess quite the audacity, a natural gambler. Ye vink chaklet. Wang Liang. The 3 cracks on the lid run horizontally. Based on this trajectory, if we don't encounter emperor cracks or spider cracks, this material can yield at least 3 slabs. High-ice pure green slabs, each worth 2,000,000. The question is, we must not ruin the stone. Do you still have the courage to continue cutting? Boss Chi was visibly shaken, exclaiming, Brother, are you serious? If this material yields even 1 slab, I'll consider it a victory. In my view, it can only be made into beads. Those cracks have undoubtedly penetrated deep. Selling it now, I can offload it as window material. But one more cut will convert it into transparent material, significantly reducing its value. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang grew furious. Do you even know how to speak? Are you cursing us? We've lost millions and still can't cut a worthless stone, but don't expect to buy the material if it's cut. Boss Chi was momentarily speechless, nearly driven to madness by his words. Wang Liang turned to Yi Qing. How shall we cut it? Yi Qing was already aware. His keen perception allowed him to envision the positions of the 3 slabs. He illuminated the side of the stone with a flashlight. Don't shine the light straight down. You want to see the cracks. Only by shining from the side can you clearly discern the fractures. We should cut along this middle crack. The light can be directed this way. Wang Liang and Boss Chi both observed the cracks under the light. Though few, they could clearly determine the direction of the fractures. Yi Qing smiled slightly. This is a trick I've come to understand. Today, I'm sharing it with you. Wang Liang's excitement returned as he secured the stone again and pressed the button. The sound of the cutter roared to life. Boss Chi, with lingering apprehension, remarked, Today's material has been quite a roller coaster. Damn it, my heart can't take it. He turned to Yi Qing. Brother, how have you honed your vision? Yi Qing replied with ease. Experience passed down from my master. Cutting 1,000 stones at each site sharpens it. Stop showing off. I just want to see if your judgment is accurate. Boss Chi gritted his teeth. For both he and Wang Liang had cut many stones but lacked a mentor-esque guidance. However, such matters cannot be forced. Jade masters are inherently selfish, preferring to take their unparalleled skills to the grave rather than take on disciples, fearing they might teach their students only to starve themselves. Moreover, these Jade masters are quite affluent, impervious to any monetary enticements. To be accepted under their tutelage relies solely on chance. The sound of the cutting machine was jarring, causing both the white fox and Shun Junyi to tense up, their eyes fixed intently on the device. It has begun. After a full half hour, Wang Liang shouted. You may proceed. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Wang Liang's hands trembled as he opened the machine's lid. His lips cracked. Today's endeavor of stone cutting had been tumultuous and thrilling. Regardless of who it was, they were all exhausted and drained. Wang Liang picked up the water hose to wash away the remnants of the stone's surface, nearly leaning into the blades. When suddenly he shouted, It hasn't gone in. Yi Qing hurried over, shining a light to inspect closely. The large crack extended deep. Yet the other 2 cracks veered off course, stretching outward along the stone shell. The significant crack is not alarming, as long as it does not generate smaller fractures. It can be fashioned into a plaque, a jade egg surface. Yi Qing gazed excitedly at the material in hand. High ice type, fully green, devoid of cotton and impurities. With a rich and vibrant green hue, almost rivaling imperial green. Gentlemen, we have finally triumphed. Wang Liang exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up. I am truly impressed by your prowess. Only 1 crack has penetrated, and the material could be divided into 2 halves, yielding as many as 6 plaques, each worth 2,000,000. The white fox approached, snatching the material with one hand, inspecting it for a long while, but seeing nothing, then returned it to Yi Qing, her brow furrowed. This is winning? Yizving, noticing her bewilderment, laughed. What more do you desire? To unveil a glass-type imperial green worth over 100 million? One must not be overly greedy. Otherwise, calamity will surely follow. I fear no calamity. The white fox replied with a charming smile, turning to ask, Boss Chi, is this piece truly worth 12 million? Boss Chi's expression darkened. Who would be in good spirits after losing 2 high-iced jade pieces in a single day? The white fox's words were like a dagger to his wounded heart. He said with difficulty, 2 pieces, 6 plaques, my brother. Let me have it for 12 million. It can also yield 5 jade egg surfaces. Yi Qing gestured. Each egg surface could be worth 500,000, so please allow me some profit. Boss Chi was nearly brought to tears by his frustration, lamenting, Brother, we shouldn't exhaust all options. If this material were to be bid on by the Jade Association and the Old Guang merchants, how much could it sell for? Brother, you are ruthless. Boss Chi declared unwillingly, 13 million. I will give you 12 million, but you must cover the red envelope. Yi Qing chuckled. However, let me select a piece from the second safe. I knew your concessions would lead to mischief. Boss Chi replied with a morose expression. Those are public auction pieces, and their prices are not low. If the prices drop, I wouldn't want them. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Let us process the transfer. Boss Chi secretly rejoiced that it was already 1 in the morning. Neither the Jade Association nor the Old Guang merchants had arrived. Otherwise, this material would not have fallen into his hands. If the glass-type imperial green does not emerge, then high ice, full green shall reign. Fearing the white fox might have regrets, he hastily took out his phone to initiate the transfer. Transfer 380,000 from my portion to her, Yi Qing instructed, and the notification of completion arrived promptly. Yi Qing clasped his hands in farewell. He was truly exhausted today. As he entered the Toyota, the white fox looked at him with a peculiar expression. Are we heading to my place or the Dahong Hotel? Chapter 30. Women are innately poisonous. The white fox wrapped her arms around his, her curves pressing against his skin, teasingly suggesting, why not visit the white fox bar? Don't you want to see me in a more revealing state? Even if you strip bare, you wouldn't find your way into my bed. Shun Junyi retorted with a hint of acidity, her words cutting. Sister, don't be so stingy. We Mian girls have never minded sharing a man. The white fox challenged. Look at him. He seems eager to devour me whole. Yi Qing smirked. I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. Not only are you a mouthful, but you are also venomous, and to swallow you would be to court death. Women are inherently poisonous. The white fox laughed alluringly. Don't tell me. Sister Shun stays by your side out of love. Our relationship is not as you imagine. Yi Qing stated earnestly. Respect surpasses utilitarianism. Huh. The white fox laughed uncontrollably. Thus, when men respect women, it often leads them to bed. It appears Sister Shun has yet to share bed with you. You have been investigating me, Shin Junyi exclaimed. Flustered. Merely curiosity. The white fox glanced outside the car. They were approaching the Dahong Hotel. With the grace of a spring onion. Her jade fingers hooked under Yi Qing's chin, confidently asserting, You will come to plead with me. Ye vink, say guzish sherpinit. The white fox had already opened the car door and stepped out, bending slightly to say, I've already booked the room for you. Rest early. Yi Qing regarded her solemnly. What did you mean by that statement earlier? I will tell you when you seek my favor. The white fox giggled sweetly. And I will speak nothing but the truth. Yi Qing replied earnestly. Please don't be like that. Once we cross that line, we can no longer remain friends. The white fox scoffed. Men and women can never truly be friends. They're either siblings or lovers. We are destined not to be siblings, but rather lovers. Yi Qing smiled wryly. It seems you stand to gain very little from such an arrangement. Those who adhere to rules never seek to take advantage. Even if you were to become mine, rules remain rules. I will not covet your wealth. But should you dare to deceive me, I would bury you even if it brought me tears. Stepping into the hotel lobby, Yi Qing found that the white fox had indeed secured 2 rooms, a luxurious suite for 2,600 night and a standard room for 160, which he was expected to pay for. Yi Qing produced his card, handing it to the receptionist, shaking his head with a smile. This is the white fox. Never at a loss when it comes to money, Shun Junyi scoffed. Do you truly intend to become her lover? Yi Qing firmly shook his head. That is not my intention. Wang Liang, filled with envy, declared, Brother, you should consider it. With the white fox's protection in a place like Dahong, you could walk with confidence. Do you truly not know about the stone market at Panjiayuan? Wang Liang suddenly jolted. You are the young master of the Yi family. How foolish of me to provoke you. May I accompany you, young master? I can cut stones. Wang Liang gazed at him eagerly. Do you not fear losing your standing as a gentleman of Kyoto? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. Following the young master would only incite jealousy. Wang Liang pleaded humbly. Young master, grant me a meal, as long as you promise not to gamble on stones anymore. You can stay. Ye ving replied seriously. Wang Liang nodded sincerely. My family is a demolition household, receiving 3 apartments and 10 million. Over the years, I have indulged in antiques, bracelets, birds, crickets, and even women. I've tried everything, but it all feels tasteless. Gambling on stones is not just about profit. It's about the thrill. Wang Liang nodded bitterly. Being by your side while cutting stones would still allow me to enjoy that thrill. Yi Qing readily agreed. Fine. Since you have promised, you may stay. I am in need of a stone-cutting assistant. Thank you, young master. Wang Liang bowed, gazing at Yi Qing with adoration as he accompanied Shun Junyi into the elevator. In the confined space, Shun Junyi leaned against Yi Qing, her eyes sparkling. You really accepted this incorrigible gambler. I am a Jade master. Not every stone requires my personal touch. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Wang Liang has decent cutting skills. A little guidance would turn him into a master cutter. Are you not concerned he might have ulterior motives? Shun Junyi asked cautiously. Knowing I am a young master of Kyoto, would he still dare entertain such thoughts? He would truly be asking for death. Yi Qing smiled faintly. Rather, it is you who intrigues me. You find it strange? I find it strange too. Shun Junyi urged. Why not keep this high ice full green jade for yourself? With this piece, the pressure wouldn't be so great. Because I have my eyes set on Boss Chi's second safe. Yi Qing stated with profound significance. He also promised me that I could choose a stone from among them. The nature of stone gambling is unpredictable. Sometimes one might discover a remarkable stone that yields a high-quality jade worth billions. Shun Junyi gritted her teeth and remarked, but it is still a gamble, and there is no guarantee that you will extract jade of such immense value from the raw stone. You truly do not understand this trade. Yi Qing chuckled and gently patted her back, carefully explaining, even a deity cannot extract high-grade jade from a kilogram of raw material. To increase the chances of a profitable gamble, one must find premium raw stones, with the best option being those from public auctions. However, true public auction stones are either cut on-site by stone gamblers or hoarded by these vendors. Shun Junyi questioned, does that mean public auction stones will definitely yield fine jade? Yi Qing responded with a smile. In the mining area, only the finest raw stones are selected by the miners for public auction. At the auction, they are meticulously chosen by stone gamblers and jade appraisers, who only bid high when they confirm the potential for profit. Even so, the probability of extracting jade from public auction stones is merely 30%. Shun Junyi realized that extracting high-value jade from kilogram stones was a mere legend, fabricated by stone shop owners to sell kilograms of raw material. By opting for the more expensive public auction stones, he was indeed increasing the likelihood of a profitable gamble. You get what you pay for. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed, encountering a premium raw stone is a matter of luck. However, the high price of superior raw stones also requires a fortunate encounter with a gambler who is not short on funds. Throwing money signifies to Boss Chi that I am financially secure and encourages him to present his hidden treasures. Furthermore, I have another plan. If I cannot find a satisfactory stone at Jiegao or Delong, I will head to Hua City. Chapter 31. A single crack ruins everything. Shun Junyi, now aware of Yi Qing's intentions, felt completely at ease and asked with a smile, what do you wish to convey? Yi Qing looked at her with curiosity. Why are you at odds with Baihu? Oof. Shun Junyi stamped her foot in frustration. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and she stepped out first, swiping her card to open the door. Upon entering and seeing the lavish decor, she exclaimed in surprise, no wonder it's 2006 for a night. Unfortunately, the star rating is insufficient. There's no presidential suite. Shun Junyi cast a sidelong glance at him and teased. What, trying to flaunt your wealth? Not at all. It's just that one must learn to enjoy the fruits of their labor, Yi Qing replied, opening a small suitcase to reveal a set of casual clothes. There are 2 rooms. You can choose one, and I will take a shower. After cutting stones for half the day, I am filthy. Hand me a shirt. Shun Junyi snatched it from him. What are you doing? Yi Qing exclaimed, eyes wide. All my spare clothes are at the villa. Did you bring me here just to let me be naked after my shower? Shun Junyi retorted, glaring at him, though her face turned red. All right, my mistake. Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. Shun Junyi's face flushed as she shot him a playful glare before darting into the bathroom. Moments later, she tossed out a Chanel outfit and a set of lingerie from the bathroom, commanding, call for room service to take these for dry cleaning. Yi Qing held the two delicate pieces, still imbued with a woman's unique fragrance. He also took off his casual outfit from the airplane and changed into pants, calling for room service to take his clothes along for cleaning. The luxurious suite was grand, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, but only 1 bathroom. Have you seen the stone that was ruined by the master? Yi Qing asked, growing bored. After it was ruined, I took a photo and sent it to Chen Lu. Came Shen Junyi's voice from the bathroom. The photo is on my phone. The password is 3 6s. You can look for yourself. Yi Qing picked up Shen Junyi's phone from the coffee table, entered the password, and opened the album. The stone had already been cut, revealing fragments. The stone's quality reached glass grade, with distinct fly wings, and the green was transparent. Although it did not reach imperial green, it was still exquisite apple green. However, the only unfortunate aspect was that this stone was riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web, splitting the entire stone. A single crack ruins everything. Even with prior knowledge, Yi Qing could not help but curse. Scrolling through the pages, he found the 2nd and 3rd stones, all cut similarly. Not only could they not yield bracelets, but even pendants and beads were impossible. After flipping through 13 pages, he came across a picture of a stunning woman draped in sheer fabric, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her round, fair shoulders captivating, and her exquisite face breathtaking. The sheer garment did little to conceal her alluring curves, and even the fine hairs on her skin were visible. Yi Qing was so mesmerized that he failed to notice the bathroom door opening. Shen Junyi, barefoot, quietly approached him, glancing at the screen of his phone, and let out a startled cry. What are you doing rummaging through my phone? Don't you know a girl's phone holds privacy? Yi Qing, caught off guard, could only smile awkwardly. Shen Junyi, her face flushed with embarrassment, snatched the phone back. Yi Qing quickly grabbed his casual pants and darted into the bathroom. That scoundrel! Shen Junyi muttered under her breath, but could not resist opening her phone to find the photo Yi Qing had inadvertently glimpsed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Does this count as having seen me naked? Shen Junyi fought to suppress her fluttering heart and called out. What did you see? A fine figure. Ye vink ripiet jesuali. Scoundrel! That's not what I meant. Shen Junyi shouted in a fit of anger. I was asking about that piece of jade. Glass grade, apple green. Yi Qing continued washing his hair. But it's unfortunate that it has the most terrifying imperial cracks, totaling 13 pieces, all similarly flawed. However what? Shen Junyi pressed. The shape of that raw stone resembled a large sweet potato. Yi Qing tilted his head back, rinsing the foam from his hair and wiping his face. Moreover, it was full material. The master did not polish the stone and chose to cut it directly. But one perplexing detail is that these pieces seem incomplete. Can you try to piece together these 13 fragments into a sweet potato shape? Yi Qing dried himself off, put on his casual pants, and emerged shirtless, a dragon stone paishio hanging around his neck. Shen Junyi lowered her head, carefully considering the shapes of the 13 fragments. The photos had been taken with the stones laid flat, making it impossible to assemble them. This might be asking too much. Looking up at Yi Qing, her gaze fell upon the dragon stone paishio. This pendant's color is even more beautiful than Chen Lu's. Yi Qing grinned. This is not a pendant. It's a handpiece, something to play with in hand. I only hung it around my neck for convenience. By the way, haven't you seen this before? Shen Junyi, both shy and annoyed, shook her head. Today is the first time I've seen it. How could I possibly have seen your things before? By the way, since you like it so much, is it very expensive? It's decent, several times more expensive than Chen Lu's. Yi Qing was astonished. This was his master's personal item, and she had never seen it before. Several times? Over $1 billion. Shen Junyi was taken aback, speechless. Yes. Yi Qing laughed while drying his hair. According to market prices, it should be even more expensive. This item is rare, and if it were auctioned, who knows what price it would fetch. Glass grade, imperial green. Shen Junyi asked tentatively, knowing only this kind of high-grade jade. Imperial green, indeed, but it's not glass grade. It's dragonstone grade. Yi Qing corrected with a smile. What is that? Shen Junyi stepped closer and reached up to remove the dragonstone paishio. Wearing only a pullover, she had nothing underneath, and the movement revealed a glimpse of her smooth curves, like 2 full moons hidden among the clouds, causing Yi Qing's gaze to involuntarily drift downward. Shen Junyi's lips curled into a sly smile as she teased. Would you like me to lift it up for you to see clearly? The photo was already quite clear. Yi Qing responded with a casual laugh. Scoundrel! Shen Junyi stomped her heel down hard on his foot. How can you still have the face to say that? A beauty is like a precious jade. She is meant to be admired. Yi Qing winced in pain. Moreover, You are adorned in a layer of sheer fabric. Just look at those models and beauty queens, flaunting their attire boldly on stage. If no one gazes at them, they will be quite discontented, wouldn't they? Shen Junyi scoffed, turning away in a huff and kneeling on the sofa. You still haven't told me what kind of jade this is. It's a rare type known as dragonstone. Yi Qing replied, settling beside her. It is an exceptionally scarce variety of jadeite, now rendered extinct. Shen Junyi gazed at the Panjiayuan pendant in her hand, feeling a surge of sorrow. Every year, I toil relentlessly in court, earning a modest sum of several $100,000. After years of saving, I managed to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Kunming. I typically indulge in Chanel attire, carry a Chanel bag, and occasionally dine on steak and sip red wine, believing I have cultivated a certain bourgeois taste. Yet, upon seeing you and Chun Lu, who wear mere trinkets worth tens of millions or even billions, I realize my existence pales in comparison, that I am even less than a dog. Yi Qing recognized that she was indirectly casting blame upon herself and chuckled lightly. Do not belittle dogs. The richest dog in the world is named Gunther IV, possessing $5 billion in cash and multiple properties, including a mansion once owned by Madonna in Miami and a villa in the Bahamas. It wakes up daily in a multi-million-dollar mansion, attended by a male butler and female maids, with its own stylist and a custom swimming pool for leisure. It has a personal chef, with meals consisting of truffles and caviar, and a chauffeur to whisk it away in luxury vehicles, traveling wherever it desires. Always accompanied by different beautiful women during meals or outings. Provoked by his words, Shen Junyi burst into tears. Yi Qing understood that she had been through immense suffering lately. Her father lay in the hospital, having sold off all his assets to repay debts, still owing $200 million in high-end jade or a staggering $600 million in compensation. No matter how resilient a woman might be, such burdens are unbearable. Tears are the best form of release. Gently, Yi Qing wrapped his arms around her, and she did not resist, clinging to his neck and sobbing on his shoulder. Her cries were heart-wrenching, echoing her profound sorrow for a full half-hour before they subsided. Yi Qing smiled softly. In truth, you are quite wealthy. Shen Junyi lifted her tear-streaked face, filled with despair. You jest. Where do I possess wealth? Do you know this dragonstone Panjiayuan was sent to me by my master? Yi Qing replied earnestly. Your father gifted it to me after losing that exorbitantly priced rough stone in gambling, if my timeline is correct. Shen Junyi gasped in disbelief. After losing that fortune, he still had money left. Do not cry. If others hear you, it may seem as if I have wronged you. Yi Qing quickly wiped the tears from her face. Urging her, let me analyze this for you. Go ahead, she said, allowing him to dry her cheeks while wrapping her arms around his waist, as if seeking solace only in his embrace. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. My master is meticulous, always leaving himself an escape route. Even when gambling on that exorbitant rough stone, I never believed he would wager everything. Yet that rough stone was indeed enticing. Remember, my master runs a gambling stone shop. To him, even the most alluring rough stone is merely a commodity. If the cost is too great, he would prefer to sell it for a guaranteed profit. Shen Junyi finally grasped his point. So, upon meeting him, you suspected I was after his money. Exactly, Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. That is why I urged you to leave. But where is his money? Shen Junyi questioned. If he has wealth, why sell the Long Rue gambling stone shop and the Tzu building to the Jadeite Association? Yi Qing sighed. I'm just as baffled. Where could he have hidden the money? Shen Junyi frowned in contemplation. I'm not concerned about that. Rather, I ponder what my master intends to do. Yi Qing appeared troubled. This cunning fox has fallen into a coma, yet leaves behind a significant enigma. How can one decipher such a puzzle? Why do you think this way? Shen Junyi looked at him quizzically. For a businessman, a keen sense of smell is essential for great wealth. Yi Qing declared confidently. The Jadeite Association aims to monopolize the entire high-end jade jewelry market. This is a golden opportunity my master would never overlook. Shen Junyi raised an eyebrow. What could he possibly do? To understand my master's intentions, one must comprehend why the Jadeite Association is pursuing such a course. Ye vink assertet grive. Temporarily monopolizing the market may yield exorbitant profits, but it is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once the Yangon public auction commences, jewelers across the nation will consider the Rue Elite Jadeite Association a common enemy, rendering it a futile endeavor. A seasoned strategist would never engage in such folly. Could the Jadeite Association have ulterior motives? Ye vink no dit affirmative. My master has surely anticipated this. Shen Junyi exclaimed in frustration. What good does that do? He lies in the hospital. You are his daughter, hidden away in Kunming for many years. I am his disciple, residing in Kyoto. Yi Qing retorted with a smirk. Yet now, we have both been summoned to Rueili, the only reason being that this old fox desires to stir the waters. He lacks manpower, hence our gathering. Your conjecture is utterly absurd. Shinjuni gazed at him in dismay. That is quite far-fetched. Her eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze, and gathering courage, she finally said, "Do you not wish to sleep beside me? Do not speak nonsense." Yi Qing stared at her in shock. Shinjuni clenched her teeth and lifted her chin. "I am serious. Unless you think I cannot compare to the white fox and harbor no feelings for me. Do not compare yourself to the white fox. In my heart, you are 100 times more noble." Yi Qing regarded her earnestly. "Just noble?" Yi Qing replied helplessly, "You are more beautiful than she is. Yet, I believe she speaks the truth." A hint of a captivating smile appeared on Shinjuni's face as she summoned her courage. When a woman encounters a man she admires, it is akin to a jade master discovering a magnificent stone. She would rather err than let it slip away. Yi Qing understood at once. The words of the white fox had placed immense pressure on her. "Do not overthink it. In my eyes, you are like an elder sister, but we share no blood ties." Shinjuni insisted earnestly. "Do you truly not harbor any affection for me?" "It is not about that." Yi Qing quickly interjected. "Even if I do have feelings for you, I must obtain my master's approval to establish a relationship. Our profession values lineage greatly. My master treats me like a son, and I regard him as a father. To pursue you at this moment would be akin to striking him while he is down. My life is my own to govern." Shinjuni bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment. "But I cannot govern my marriage. Je vink, replied evansively. Even if we are emotionally connected, I cannot offer you marriage. Even if you willingly become my lover, it must be with my master's consent. Otherwise, I would be committing an act of betrayal against my master and would be expelled from the sect." Shinjuni was taken aback. "You hold him in such high regard." Yi Qing reflected. "Despite my frequent grievances, this is due to his age and constant scheming against me. Yet, the debt of saving my life and imparting skills is a weighty matter. You two, master and disciple, are truly perplexing." Shinjuni exclaimed with a smile. "However, I can see the trust your father places in you and the respect you have for him. Come now, Yi Qing, embrace me so we may sleep." "You are incorrigible." Yi Qing glared. "Did you not comprehend what I said?" Shinjuni lamented. "Can you imagine that fear? You are a beautiful dream to me, and I genuinely fear that when I open my eyes tomorrow, it will all vanish." Yi Qing gazed in her tear-filled eyes, his own fears unspoken, and with a soft sigh, he gathered her into his arms, heading toward the bedroom. As she pulled the silk quilt over her body and extinguished the lights, the breaths of the two could be distinctly heard in the stillness of the night. The atmosphere was so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle would resonate. Was it uncomfortable? In the darkness, Shinjuni's sparkling eyes were fixed on him. "Nonsense, I am not Lu Xiaohui, and I have yet to cultivate the composure to remain undisturbed." Shinjuni pouted her cherry lips, asserting that since she dared to sleep with him, she was unafraid of being bullied. Yi Qing sighed, lamenting his conscience. "I am a Burmese girl. Over there, it is a society of polygamy." Shinjuni whispered in his ear, "As long as you treat us equally, it will suffice." "Do you think a girl from a prestigious family in Kyoto would share a man with other women?" Ye Ying retorted seriously. Tears streamed down Shinjuni's face as she held Yi Qing tighter, aware that she and Yi Qing were from entirely different worlds, and letting go would mean losing everything. The night was sleepless, and Shinlu was also tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Upon returning to the Crown Hotel, she received a solemn call from her mother, urgently warning her not to offend Yi Qing. She was advised to do everything possible to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Otherwise, Tianlu Jewelry would find itself in a perilous situation under the grip of the Jade Association. Chunlu was acutely aware that the Jade Association was orchestrating a grand scheme using the Yangon public auction to ensnare all jewelry companies dealing with jade. She felt like a fish on the chopping block, powerless and at the mercy of others. Yet, what price must one pay to truly control a scion of a prestigious family? Chunlu remained contemplative and hesitant. A small price would fail to sway Yi Qing, while a hefty cost would be too burdensome for her to bear. The thought of the bottom line her mother had entrusted to her sent chills down her spine. A 20 stake in Tianlu Jewelry was worth 2 billion. How many people would take a lifetime to earn such an amount? Was a fledgling in the gambling stone industry truly worth that much? Chunlu recognized her own flaws, but the avarice of women was a universal affliction. She had no intention of relinquishing shares valued at 2 billion. Furthermore, She had already concluded that Yi Qing's sudden departure was merely a ruse to feign indifference. What power did he possess to make her relent? Chun Lu suddenly erupted in frustration, hurling her pillow to the ground. She pulled the silk quilt over her head, struggling to breathe as if she were drowning. Yet this was the reality of Tianlu jewelry, caught in a vice grip, alive but suffocating. But what could she do? After all, Jade was a non-renewable resource. After centuries of mining, especially with the advent of modern excavators, the old pits have been exhausted. The jade produced from new pits was of inferior quality, lacking in color and value. However, it did not mean that high-quality jade could not emerge from new mines. It was just exceedingly rare and required skilled gamblers to unearth it from the raw stones. Was Yi Qing such a master? The thought of his age filled Chun Lu with despair. At the Dahong Grand Hotel, in a luxurious suite, the slumbering Shun Junyi was startled awake by the persistent ringing of a phone. I brought her into my life, and she gradually descended into corruption. Once the money flows in, it never comes out. Sweet words aplenty, a mere handful of bills, claiming that wealthy men become wicked. The obedient before marriage turning into tyrants after. Such a swift transformation is truly exasperating. Shun Junyi wanted to laugh, but stifled her mirth, quickly closing her fluttering eyelids. Yi Qing cautiously rose, disentangling himself from her embrace, and answered the phone. Fifth brother, what is it? Xiaolu, where are you? Came a nonchalant voice from the other end. Where else would I be? In the stone studio. I stayed here last night after opening the windows too late. Yi Qing replied irritably. Shun Junyi silently cursed, thinking how this guy could fabricate lies without a hint of hesitation. Really? I'll come find you shortly. I need to discuss something with you. Discuss it over the phone. Unlike you, I am not idle all day, chasing after stars, young models, and college girls. Yi Qing complained, if it weren't for me defending you, Grandpa would have stormed into the club with his cane and broken your legs by now. This time, who knows whose legs will be broken? A sinister chuckle emerged from the phone. Xiaolu, did you have fun cutting stones at the Delong night market yesterday? How do you know I was at Delong? Yi Qing immediately became alert. Of course, Liu Yu told me. The voice on the other end declared triumphantly. Impossible. Liu Yu would never betray me. Ye vink asserted confidently. Now tell me, who informed you? Is there a need to question your elder brother? Apologize to me. The tone on the phone suddenly turned stern. Let's get to the point. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. Yi Qing's tone shifted to one of defiance. You brat, you will eventually fall into the hands of that little girl Liu Yu. The voice turned teasing. Xiaolu, let me tell you. A man must endure trials and tribulations to attain success. Yi Qing quickly covered the mouthpiece, glancing at the sleeping Shun Junyi, who was blissfully unaware, before retorting angrily. Don't tarnish her reputation. She is the manager of the stone studio, and our relationship is as innocent as green onions mixed with tofu, utterly pure. What you think is not what she thinks. The voice on the phone chuckled. Liu Yu's visits to Nanshan far exceed those of you and me, and Grandma has inquired several times whether Liu Yu is dating you. What did you say? Ye King's anxiety is gelatit. I certainly said yes. That girl Liu Yu hails from a good family, is beautiful, and has a sweet tongue. Every time we meet, she calls me fifth brother, just like my brother's wife. How could I bear to break them apart? All right, with you around, if you don't marry, I won't either. I'm hanging up now. I'm tired. Wait, I really have something to discuss. Yi Qing lowered his voice, expressing disdain. Then speak of the matter at hand and avoid any nonsense. Are you considering entering this line of work too? Yi Qing lamented. One moment you're poor, the next you're wealthy. Have you not heard that before? I'm not in it for myself. It's a partnership to sell gambling stones. I have no trouble selling. I just lack the stones. The jade extracted is bought at high prices with zero risk. Who buys jade? Ye vink inridet, astonishet. Those from Jiang. I hear their company is quite large. Ha! Fifth brother, you've been set up. Who? Who would dare to set me up? That exquisite widow you mentioned. Yi Qing chuckled with glee. Her daughter is at Delong, trying to hire me for gambling stones, but little did she know that you, Yi Lao Wu, could also be used as a pawn. Did you agree? Of course not. Yi Qing asserted, as if it were obvious. What does her daughter look like? Yi Lao Wu asked mischievously. Fifth brother, what part of that is the main point? Ye vink fronet in injury. Yi Lao Wu continued to provoke. Her mother is exquisite, so her daughter must be equally appealing. Just entertain her for a while, and you might make some money. Yi Lao Wu, I warn you. Do not use our brotherhood as a bargaining chip for your romantic pursuits. Ye Kingstemper flated. The situation here is quite complex and perilous. That is why I sent Lulu over. Why did you send Lulu over? Besides, I have no intention of collaborating with Chen Lu. That girl has too strong a desire for control. Lulu is coming to protect you. That is not the point. Whether you collaborate or not is up to you. But I, Yilao Wu, want to make money and have no need to waste time on Widow. Yilao Wu responded cheerfully. At the club, there are stars and models of all ages. Female allure does not sway me. What is the main point? The main point is that the dignitaries and wealthy tycoons at the club are also interested in gambling stones. Do you think good raw stones are like cabbages in the field that can be bought with money? I'm still worried about where to find them. Ye Vink retorted, exasperated. Stop being so tedious and childish. Do you know you'll become the laughingstock of the circle? Several girls have asked me if you prefer men. Beep beep. Yi Qing glanced at his phone, feeling on the verge of tears, especially when he saw Shen Junyi shaking with laughter under the covers, which only added to his misery. Shen Junyi, with great effort suppressing her laughter, raised her delicate face and playfully inquired, Virgin, young Master Yi, are you referring to yourself? Her laughter, like a blooming flower, was captivating, and with a hint of annoyance, she remarked, I know you disdain those gaudy trappings, and I genuinely admire your ability to remain undisturbed in the presence of a lady. Last night, you held me close yet did nothing. Her tone was laced with endless sorrow, causing Yi Qing's heart to stir. Do not address me as young master like others. I'm not worthy of such a title. Yi Qing chuckled. It's far more pleasant to be called brother. Consider yourself fortunate. Shen Junyi wrapped her arms around his waist, her smile growing increasingly mischievous, and hesitated. You can't possibly have a genuine fondness for men, can you? Nonsense. I struggled greatly to maintain my composure last night. Yi Qing, observing the once cold beauty attorney now transformed into a vixen, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I had no defenses against you. You simply chose to resist. Shen Junyi shot him a glance, then lifted the covers and rose, swaying her slender waist as she headed to the bathroom. Yi Qing made a phone call, requesting the dry cleaners to deliver his clothes, generously offering a tip. Just as he was about to change, he discovered a sticky layer of grime on his body, as if, in his slumber, the Dragonstone Paishio had been transforming his form. Yi Qing, filled with suspicion and curiosity, could not discern the origin of this substance. Could it be a celestial artifact? Shen Junyi scolded playfully, coward, holding two small cloth pieces in her hand. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, realizing they were the very items she had tossed to Yi Qing. Once Yi Qing tidied himself, he accompanied Shen Junyi to the main hall, where Wang Liang had been waiting for quite some time. The three hastily consumed their breakfast. Yi Qing handed Wang Liang 10,000 yuan, instructing him to pick up Lulu at Mongshu Airport, while he and Shen Junyi took a taxi to the hospital. His master remained in the intensive care unit, and Yi Qing handed a bouquet of carnations to the nurse, discreetly slipping her a red envelope. He stood dazed by the glass wall, gazing at his master lying motionless on the hospital bed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Do not be too sorrowful. Everything will improve, Shen Junyi whispered, her voice choked with emotion. I'll take you to meet Dr. Liu. Yi Qing nodded, following Shen Junyi to the specialist's office. She knocked, and a voice invited them in. Yi Qing stepped inside first, encountering a young woman. Chapter 35, The Ethereal Female Doctor. Lu Feng, clad in the distinctive white coat of medical personnel, possessed pale pink cheeks, lips as vibrant as roses, deep and clear eyes, and flowing hair glistening black, cascading down to her slender waist. Her elegant demeanor exuded an otherworldly charm, both pure and captivating. Yi Qing nearly thought he had entered the wrong room, hesitating to retreat. Shen Junyi chuckled, giving him a gentle push. This is Dr. Wen's attending physician. Do not be deceived by her youth. She holds the position of chief. Forgive my ignorance. I thought I was in the presence of a celestial being. Yi Qing laughed, extending his hand. I am Yi Qing, a junior to Master Wen from Kyoto. Lu Feng, she replied, shaking his hand while rolling her eyes playfully. I encounter this often. Many believe my youth disqualifies me from being an attending physician. Please have a seat on the sofa. She gestured. Yi Qing glanced at the coffee table, adorned with an exquisite purple clay teapot set. With a smile, he retrieved 2 tea cakes from his bag. I arrived in haste without a proper gift, intending to offer these to Master Wen. Seeing that you seem to appreciate tea, I shall present them to you instead. Tea is a delightful way to forge friendships. Merely a token of goodwill, Yi Qing stated earnestly. May I inquire about Master Wen's condition? Acute cerebral hemorrhage. We were fortunate to have him brought in promptly. Lu Feng responded with a smile. He has just undergone an examination, and the blood clot is beginning to be absorbed, but when he will awaken, I cannot guarantee. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, I hope it's not impertinent to ask, but may I inquire if there are any complications with Master Wen-S condition? Lu Fang shot him a glance. Are you doubting my capabilities? Yi Qing quickly clarified, I am utterly unversed in medicine, but I have friends among several doctors. If there are any challenging issues, I could summon them, though I would certainly defer to you, Dr. Lu. I pursued my medical studies at the Medical University in Kyoto, completing my undergraduate, Master S, and doctoral degrees in succession. Lu Fang responded with a quizzical smile, teasingly. You claim to have connections in the Kyoto medical circle. Yet I wonder who you could possibly summon? Perhaps Huang Jingming. Elder Huang? Yi Qing replied without hesitation. You know Elder Huang? Lu Fang exclaimed, astonished. For he was a renowned physician, a titan in the medical field. He is a friend through T. Ye vink confidentissimidet. Bringing him to Rue Li should pose no difficulty. Master Wen and my father are good friends. If it benefits Master Wen-S condition, I would not decline. Moreover, the opportunity to learn from Elder Huang, even as an observer, would be invaluable. However, after the expert consultation, Master Wen-S condition is improving, and there is no need to trouble Elder Huang, Lu Fang firmly stated. Yi Qing felt a twinge of uncertainty at her refusal. Your father is clearly. You still do not trust me. Lu Fang self-deprecatingly smiled. My father is Lu Guohua. Yi Qing's worries eased, and he replied, Ah, so you're Director Lu's daughter. I truly apologize for my oversight. Lu Fang regarded him with suspicion. You know my father? 3 years ago, I was an apprentice at Long Rue's stone gambling house and had the honor of meeting Director Lu a few times. Lu Fang scrutinized Yi Qing for a long moment before stating, You are Master Wen-S little apprentice. Indeed, ye vink affirmet. When I faced difficulties, Master Wen saved me and brought me here, asking Director Lu to tend to my wounds. Hence, I have a vivid memory of him. Yi Qing felt somewhat embarrassed and hesitated. This forget it. I shall not hold it against you. Lu Fang replied with a warm smile. The tea set in this room originally belonged to my father. He often comes here to enjoy tea. She shot him a playful glance. Moreover, I owe you a favor. When I was pursuing my doctorate and could not find a mentor, it was Master Wen who requested your fifth brother as assistance. And I have yet to find an opportunity to repay that kindness. Yi Qing chuckled. What a small world. Shen Junyi was taken aback, astonished at the connections being formed. Lu Fang stood up, extending her hand with a smile. We are indeed connected. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Lu Fang. Yi Qing smiled as he rose, taking her delicate hand. I am Yi Qing, and I shall not say much more. Should you find yourself in Kyoto, I will take care of your accommodations and needs. Lu Fang playfully responded. When I seek you out in the future, do not evade. Of course not. Yi Qing released her hand. What joy it is to have friends come from afar, especially one as enchanting as you. Indeed, a true conversationalist from Kyoto. Lu Fang laughed, and as they reseated themselves, she added, Since we are connected, let me speak candidly. Master Wen-S condition, as long as he receives timely medical attention, should not pose significant issues. His bodily functions are all in good order. Recovery is merely a matter of time, and there is truly no need to trouble Elder Huang. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. With your reassurance, I feel at ease. May I ask when you might be free? I would like to invite you and Director Lu to dinner. Lu Fang teased. You still call me Dr. Lu. What should I call you? Calling you sister feels a bit presumptuous. Yi Qing replied with a grin. Calling me miss sounds somewhat strange. Lu Fang chuckled. Do not forget, I have resided in Kyoto for 8 years. I am well aware of the sordidness within your local dialect. Lu Fang suppressed a laugh, casting him a sidelong glance, and jovially remarked, Just call me sister. It seems I am the one benefiting here. As for treating Director Lu to a meal, I cannot make that decision. But you may invite me. Chapter 36. The Merchant's Pursuit of Profit. Lu Fang glanced at the card, which bore only the name Yi Qing and a string of numbers. She laughed and inquired, Is this the fabled personal business card? Yi Qing smiled shyly. I hope I haven't embarrassed myself. All right, I will call you when I have time. You need not come here often. I am the attending physician, and the nursing staff is quite responsible. Lu Fang responded with a smile. Unless, of course, you lack confidence in me. Yi Qing stood to take his leave, with Lu Fang escorting him to the door, watching as the two departed. Shen Junyi linked her arm with his, regarding his profile with suspicion. It seems a lot transpired in Rue Li 3 years ago. Indeed, much happened. I will share when the opportunity arises. Yi Qing was saying when he spotted Chun Lu approaching hurriedly, carrying a fruit basket. Shen Junyi, harboring no fondness for Chun Lu, murmured, a cat mourning a mouse. Yi Qing chuckled softly, As long as you comprehend the situation, that suffices. Chen Lu approached and quietly inquired, "How is old Wen's condition?" "Thank you, the doctor said it is progressing positively." Yi Qing replied, taking the fruit basket and handing to the nurse, then turning to smile at Chen Lu. "What brings you here in such haste?" "I wish to have another conversation with you." Chen Lu beamed, linking arms with Shun Junyi. "Will you grant me a chance?" Just as Yi Qing was about to decline, his phone rang. Smiling apologetically, he stepped aside to take the call. The caller was Wang Bo, which surprised him. "Do you have time, Mr. Yi?" "What is it?" "Mr. Zhao Delong, the vice president of the Jade Association, is hosting a stone gambling gala. I wonder if you might be interested?" Wang Bo spoke courteously. Yi Qing pondered. He understood that Wang Bo's intentions were not solely professional. Yet he could not discern where he had slipped up. To decline would only sow further suspicion. "When is it?" "This afternoon," Wang Bo replied, grinning. "If you are available, I shall present you with the invitation." "Where?" "At the Lido Bar. I will await you there." "All right." Meanwhile, Chen Lu pulled Shen Junyi aside, whispering, "Your casual attire suits him well, while your formal wear makes you seem austere. You should change to match him." Shen Junyi, now wary of Chen Lu, recognized her outfit might indeed be a misstep, just as Yi Qing glanced their way. Understanding he was hinting for her to leave, Chen Lu quickly smiled. "My sister and I are off to shop for clothes. You carry on. We will call you shortly." Yi Qing, aware that Shun Junyi's luggage was at the villa, looked at her and saw her nodding gently. He casually handed her a card. "No need, I have money." Shen Junyi quickly protested. "Why should we be so formal? My sister and I have been roommates for 4 years. We are like sisters. I can cover a few outfits." Chen Lu smiled sweetly. "Thank you for your kind offer. But buying clothes for my woman with another's money would tarnish a Kyoto gentleman's reputation in Ruei. Yi Qing replied with a smile, placing the card in Shun Junyi's hand. "This is a supplementary card. Feel free to use it." Chen Lu looked crestfallen, while Shun Junyi beamed, leading the way as the two women departed. The taxi arrived at the Lido Bar, where Wang Bo leaned against a red Ferrari, wearing a satisfied expression. To many young people, he was an idol. Young, with a fortune of $500 million, a limited edition luxury car, and surrounded by beautiful women, who would not envy him. Yet Wang Bo understood that all he possessed was thanks to his brother-in-law, Zhao Delong. The previous day, after watching Yi Qing's stone gambling video, Zhao Delong suddenly took an interest in him. With Wang Bo's mentality, he could not let this slight pass. Today was merely an opportunity to show Yi Qing what true wealth entailed, not merely winning 2 pieces of jade and gambling to amass millions. Thus, he deliberately chose the opulent Lido Bar as their meeting place. As Yi Qing approached, a handsome young man swiftly came to greet him. "Mr. Yi, welcome." "Mr. Wang, you have provided me with a chance to profit. I certainly could not refuse." Yi Qing remarked, glancing at Zhao Biao. "And who is this?" "Zhao Biao, son of the vice president of the Jade Association." Wang Bo introduced promptly. Zhao Biao nodded coldly, seemingly disinterested in Yi Qing. Yi Qing was unfazed as he followed Wang Bo into the bar. They opted for the main hall rather than a private room, not out of frugality, but rather for the ambience. The hall was filled with more alluring company than the confines of a small room. Zhao Biao relished this atmosphere, immediately seeking potential conquests. Many professional women frequented bars, and spending a night with such women was far more desirable than hiring a lady from a nightclub, where one would pay by the hour. Zhao Biao settled at a table, snapping his fingers for the server to bring 3 beers. The hall was bustling, and while it was relatively quiet, Yi Qing grew impatient, awaiting Wang Bo to present the invitation. However, Zhao Biao was quite ostentatious, engaging in boisterous conversation until a seemingly innocent young woman approached, sweetly saying, "Isn't this young Master Zhao? Have you forgotten me? You haven't visited in ages. You have no conscience." Yi Qing shuddered at the sight, thinking, even a bar girl should wear less makeup. Zhao Biao, however, was delighted, glancing at Yi Qing and tossing a few hundred yuan into the woman's embrace, giving her a playful pat on the rear. "I'm busy today, perhaps next time." The woman, realizing her chances were slim, shot him a flirtatious glance and sauntered away. Zhao Biao smugly proclaimed, "Ruei is a splendid place, full of beautiful women. If you have money, it's like changing clothes. There's always a new option." Yi Qing chose not to engage, feeling as if such behavior diminished his own stature. "Mr. Yi is a jade appraiser?" Zhao Biao inquired, testing the waters. "Not exactly. I just happened to strike it lucky at DeLong." Yi Qing replied with a faint smile, sipping his beer just as Chen Lu sent a text, to which he casually replied with a location. Every year, countless gamblers hoping for overnight wealth visited DeLong, yet few possessed luck like Mr. Yi. Zhao Biao lost interest in Yi Qing, dismissively stating, "There aren't too many like you." Chapter 37. The Toad Aspiring for the Swan. Wang Bo presented the invitation. This gambling gala is truly an opportunity for Mr. Yi to strike it rich. Thank you. Yi Qing replied, his tone laced with arrogance, as if he were bestowing a favor. Yi Qing, disinclined to engage further, accepted the invitation and was about to make his exit when Chen Lu and Shen Junyi entered the bar. Shen Junyi wore a black spaghetti strap top and a blue high-waisted skirt, accentuating her graceful figure, her long, slender legs radiating a captivating allure, shedding her previous sternness for a more charming demeanor. Chen Lu, dressed in a white tank top and wide-legged pants, appeared ethereal. Zhao Biao, initially intent on probing Yi Qing's background, was suddenly distracted by the two heavenly beauties, both women exquisite in their own right, overshadowed every other female in the bar as they walked side by side. Zhao Biao's gaze was firmly fixed on them. Shen Junyi smiled brightly at Yi Qing. Do you find it appealing? Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Zhao Biao's expression shifted slightly, but clad in his designer suit, he appeared the quintessential successful gentleman. Rising to greet Chen Lu with a smile. Miss Chen, it is good to see you again. Yet Chen Lu harbored no affection for him, returning coldly. It would be prudent for you to maintain a distance from me. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. While you may aspire to lofty ambitions, dreaming of swans, you remain earthbound, crawling along the ground. Yi Qing struggled to suppress a smile. Zhao Biao, however, wore a grim expression and warned with menace. Do not forget, this is DeLong. Believe me or not, I can assure you won't procure even a piece of high-quality jadeite. Look at you. I told you that you resemble a toad, yet you refuse to accept it. Your arrogance only grows. Chen Lu remarked coldly, turning to Yi Qing with a radiant smile. The matter is settled. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Very well. I shall treat you to a drink. Yi Qing intended to decline, but was deterred by Zhao Biao's demeanor. My apologies, Director Wang, but I have matters to attend to. I will contact you by phone. Wang Bo's face darkened. He despised seeing Yi Qing being courted by Chen Lu. This young man's luck was simply extraordinary. Having gambled twice, he had secured high-quality ice jadeite. Should he become a master of stone gambling under Tianlu jewelry? Zhao Biao observed Yi Qing departing amidst two beautiful women and turned to Wang Bo, saying, if I have set my sights on a woman, he dares to pursue her? Call Ma Wu and have him break that ye fellow's legs. Wang Bo replied in astonishment. Isn't that a bit excessive? We do not even know Yi Qing's background. He had earned millions from gambling stones, yet did not bother to adorn himself with decent attire, dressed in clothes worth scarcely 1,000. Such a person, clearly a poor dreamer seeking fortune in DeLong, would not submissively obey unless taught a lesson. Zhao Biao remarked ominously, to ensure a dog obeys. One must first give it a beating before offering a bone. Chen Lu did not take Yi Qing in her vehicle. Upon exiting the Lido bar, she turned into an alley. Yi Qing, glancing around in surprise, asked, where are you taking us? Chen Lu countered, what business do those two have with you? Yizving, disinterested in concealing the truth, replied, the vice president of the Jadeite Association has invited several experts to gamble on stones. They were delivering an invitation to me. Chen Lu's expression turned icy. I knew it would not bode well. It may not be advantageous for you, but it presents an opportunity for me. Chen Lu shook her head coldly. Zhao Delong is a narrow-minded man, and his son has inherited his nature. Wang Bo is solely motivated by profit. To secure a position as director, he would not hesitate to give his sister to Zhao Delong as a lover. I advise you to steer clear of them. Yi Qing chuckled. Even if he is narrow-minded, it is irrelevant to me. Can he truly expel me from DeLong? Chen Lu scoffed, is that so? How about a wager? I bet Zhao Biao will certainly find someone to teach you a lesson to ensure you comply. If I win, you must agree to one condition of mine. If you lose, I shall agree to one condition of yours. Do you dare to bet? Chen Lu huffed, her face revealing a mischievous expression that betrayed her intentions. If you do not mind, I am willing to bet and accept the consequences. Shen Junyi looked on with amusement. Adding fuel to the fire, I have no objection. Chen Lu glanced at her in surprise, then turned back, pointing towards the alleyway. Look, you've already lost. Yi Qing was taken aback, following her finger to see a group of ruffians swaggering towards them. The scene was reminiscent of a movie where thugs make their entrance. You did this on purpose. Yi Qing realized. Every expert coming to Relay for stone gambling was sought after by the Jadeite Association, and being seen with Chen Lu had already drawn their attention. Chen Lu stated seriously, I merely added fuel to the fire, allowing their true nature to surface sooner. Yet, You have put me in a difficult position. Yi Qing lamented, how can I gamble into long now? I no longer wish for that high-quality jadeite worth 200 million. I just wanted to convey that in Ruele, it is only you and I who stand united. The reckless woman was utterly unreasonable. Ye vink, sieghet in resignation. You should keep your distance from Shun Junyi. Yet, Chun Lu remained steadfast, turning to face the approaching individuals. 6 or 7 small-time thugs charged towards them, and upon noticing the two women's striking beauty, one of them whistled, damn, you get what you pay for. Tell Zhao Biao to up the ante. Chun Lu grinned in triumph. Now you can concede. You've put yourself in danger just to collaborate with me. Was it worth it? Chun Lu remained silent, seemingly sulking. The leading thug rushed towards Chun Lu, grinning. Hey, beautiful, stick with me, and I promise you'll have a great time every day. Suddenly, Yi Qing sprang into action. Colliding with the thug, the sound of bones cracking echoing as he sent the man flying. The others, witnessing this, began to shout and hasten their approach. Yi Qing stood firm, addressing the two women. You both must flee. I will handle this. Before he could finish speaking, he delivered a punch to the first thug's face, crushing his nose, followed by a spinning kick that struck another thug's neck. Chapter 38. The Beauty of Wing Chun. Chun Lu, a jewelry merchant from Chaos Han, is a friend of Yi Qing. Yi Qing aimed to hold off these men, allowing Chun Lu and Shun Junyi to escape as far as possible. Thus he struck with utmost ruthlessness. One of the thugs shouted, damn it, catch that girl, want to have some fun? Chun Lu, light on her feet, wore a gentle smile, teasing, you're so concerned about me. Yi Qing shot her a cold glance, do as you wish. Just don't expect me to rescue you if you fall into their hands. In the meantime, 4 or 5 thugs had encircled Chun Lu, and now she had no chance to escape. He had already sent 2 men flying, leaving them with severed limbs or crushed bones, cries of anguish filling the air. Yet, in mere moments, Ma Wu's furious voice rang out, encountering tough opponents? Beat them to a pulp. Yi Qing felt a surge of urgency. While men might only face dire consequences in a fight, should a girl fall into the hands of thugs, the outcome could be far worse. Chun Lu, seemingly undeterred, flitted through the group like a white butterfly, and in no time, the thugs were left with broken limbs, her strikes more vicious than his. Ma Wu, taken aback, cursed his bad luck and veered away from Yi Qing, charging toward Chun Lu. A seasoned fighter by nature, he instinctively targeted the weakest opponent, thinking that if he could capture Chun Lu, even the strongest man would submit. Yi Qing was astonished to discover that Chun Lu was a master of Wing Chun. Wing Chun is a martial art characterized by its simplicity, focusing on defeating opponents with utmost speed, popular in Guangdong and similar in essence to the military-style punches he practiced. No wonder she dared to venture into Delong alone. Chun Lu executed a close-range counterattack, twisting Ma Wu's arm and delivering a swift kick to his right leg. With a twist and a kick, she sent him crashing against the wall, sliding down helplessly, unable to move. A true expert. Yi Qing chuckled, clasping his fists together. The military's killing technique, we are alike. Chun Lu's eyes sparkled with surprise as she reciprocated the gesture. She turned to Ma Wu, saying now, tell me, who sent you? Speak the truth, and I shall refrain from calling the police. Ma Wu gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Chun Lu's lips curled into a cold smile as she pressed the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoe into his palm, piercing it like a nail. Yi Qing shuddered at the sight. To his astonishment, despite the pain, Ma Wu trembled yet remained silent. Chun Lu smiled, withdrawing her heel and approaching the second thug. The man, staring at Chun Lu's bloodied shoe and then at her sweet smile, found that even the most beautiful woman could transform into a demon. And he screeched in terror, all right, it was Zhao Biao who sent us. Chun Lu elegantly turned, glancing at Yi Qing with a playful smile. Well, young man, it seems you have lost. Yi Qing cleared his throat, a heroic maiden, such skill. Alas, you are clearly an angel, but perhaps a devil at heart? Chun Lu teased. Is that your conclusion? Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Chun Lu approached, resting her hand on Yi Qing's shoulder, playfully removing her high heel and saying, I wish to give you the chance for a heroic rescue, but knowing that Sister Shun would be upset if I lost even a strand of hair, I feared you would no longer pay me any mind. Ye vink, chaklet lightly. Tacitly acknowledging her words as he accepted the high heels and carefully wiped the bloodstains from the heels with a tissue. Then, he crouched down to help her put them on. The young man appeared more like a gentleman. Chun Lu giggled softly. It makes one feel an impulse to offer oneself. You might want to reconsider. You want to even get a turn in line. Yi Qing shot her a reproachful glance. Chun Lu's eyes immediately reddened. Your words are truly infuriating. Young lady, never place yourself in harm's way. Yi Qing scoffed. Men may fight recklessly, but if a girl falls into their hands, it's far worse than death. Is the young man concerned for me? Chun Lu feigned a pitiful expression. Concerned for you. Yi Qing looked up, casting a disdainful glance her way. Even the most delicate of cats are carnivorous. You are no different from them, except they use their fists while you wield your wealth. Chun Lu's expression grew earnest as she gazed at him intently. But am I wrong? For you, it is not a mistake. Recruiting a master of gambling stones to your side is immensely beneficial for the company. Yi Qing stood up, glancing at Shun Junyi, who was running over from a distance. But you must remember, the young master of Kyoto is a man you will never be able to control. Yet, she never considered that there exist men who are unmoved by money and beauty. Cats hunt solely to satisfy their hunger. However, wolves emerge from Kyoto to hunt, perceiving everything in their sights as prey. But they will not spare you. Chun Lu contended. Our collaboration is the best option. I have no intention of letting them off either. Yi Qing smiled, but, dear lady, don't discuss emotions with me, as it costs money. If you wish to collaborate, show me your sincerity. Chun Lu bit her cherry lips, pondering for a long while. How can I trust that once you know the truth, you want to take advantage of me? Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. Extracting jade from stone relies on luck, which is why the term gambling stones exists. If you wish to partner with me, it's a gamble, but the question is, do you dare to take that risk? Chun Lu fell silent. She understood Yi Qing's implication. Gambling presents the chance of winning, while abstaining offers no opportunity at all. However, contemplating the consequences left her indecisive. Shun Junyi approached. Glancing at the group of thugs sprawled on the ground, called the police. I can press charges and ensure they serve time. Shun Junyi insisted, it cannot end like this. That is out of the question. If they dare to play dirty with me, I will take my pound of flesh. Chapter 39. The Struggle of Tigers and Wolves. The three exited the alley and entered Chun Lu's Rolls-Royce. The interior was spacious like a small living room, lavishly decorated, with a 21-inch LCD television and even a small refrigerator. Chun Lu gestured, and the driver started the car. Yi Qing and Shun Junyi sat in the back, while Chun Lu turned her seat to face them, pressing a button that raised a small table. She retrieved 2 cans of beverages from the refrigerator, smiling. They're red wine, but I recommend drinks after a lot of exercise. Yi Qing accepted the canned drink, taking a sip. It was somewhat sweet, but not particularly enjoyable. Where to? Chun Lu asked with a smile. Who is Lulo? Chun Lu inquired with a grin. He is my 5th brother's bodyguard. Yi Qing replied, shooting her an annoyed glare. This is all your mother's doing? Chun Lu widened her beautiful eyes in confusion. What does my mother have to do with this? Yi Qing was astonished. Don't you know? Chun Lu was even more surprised. Young master, please clarify what I should know. Your mother intends to use the front door while sneaking through the back to entice my 5th brother into gambling with stones. Yi Qing studied her expression. Sensing no deceit, she never considered that the men of Kyoto would be within her reach. Could you speak a bit more politely? Chun Lu's face changed in an instant. She gritted her teeth. Don't forget, you owe me a favor. Even if I agree to collaborate with you, I could seize the opportunity to take a piece of you. Yi Qing scoffed. You'd be left weeping without a grave to visit. Chun Lu looked at him earnestly. Exempt the 2 billion high-quality jade, and I'll offer you 10% of Tianlu Jewelry's shares, with 20% if the gambling stones appreciate. Ye vink fronet. Didn't I tell you I won join Tianlu Jewelry? Chun Lu was nearly moved to tears, pouting in frustration. Young master, why are you so heartless? Does it bring you joy to bully a little girl? Yi Qing regarded her seriously. I have been in this circle since childhood and have seen all types of women. As long as I like you, beauty can be found from Panjiayuan to Qianmen. If you wish to discuss emotions, let us not mix business with it. Once our relationship reaches a sweet stage, I will assist you unconditionally. But when it comes to business, don't see yourself as a woman. The division of benefits must be clear. That is the essence of cooperation. Chun Lu frowned, pondering in silence. Yet Shun Junyi suddenly felt pity for Chun Lu. Reaching for Yi Qing's wrist, Yi Qing chuckled, patting her hand. Don't feel sorry for her. She is just a catwoman, adept at feigning vulnerability and appearing docile. But when she catches a mouse, she leaves nothing but bones. And you are a wolf from Kyoto, seeing everyone as prey. Chun Lu shot him an annoyed glance. I can be honest, but the young master must promise me something. What is it? Do not take advantage of me. Chun Lu bit her cherry lips, looking at him with pleading eyes. The men of Kyoto value loyalty. As long as you are forthright, I want to exploit you. Yi Qing recognized that her bottom line had been crossed. Chen Lu left her seat and sat beside Yi Qing, hugging his arm tightly as she earnestly asked, "Really? You mean it?" Chen Lu nodded, pressed a button beside her, raising a partition to separate the driver's cabin from the small lounge, then organized her thoughts, stating seriously, "The Jade Association is determined to acquire high-grade jade at all costs, intending to sell it for a high price when we are scarce in May." Chen Lu sighed forlornly. "We do not care if they make a quick profit, but we are concerned they will seize a large portion of our funds. When it comes time for the Yangon auction, they can buy up jade rough stones in bulk and continue hoarding for profit. They want to control the supply of high-grade rough stones." Yi Qing gasped. The Jade Association was playing a grand game. The unique geographical advantages of Li provided them multiple channels to obtain rough stones, while we, the merchant from Guangzhou, lack such conditions. If the Jade Association cuts off the supply from the Yangon auction, our auctions will fail to commence, leaving Li as the only auction hub in the country. With rough stones in their hands, they would have pricing power, turning us into mere prey. This spells disaster for us, the jewelers from Guangzhou. Chen Lu sighed regretfully, "Young master, will you help me?" Shen Junyi was astonished. "Since you know their conspiracy, why do you continue purchasing their high-quality materials?" "The funds for the Yangon auction come from all the merchants in Guangzhou." Chen Lu explained seriously. "The Li Gambling Stone Group, the Kyoto Gambling Stone Group, and the Shanghai Gambling Stone Group all operate in this manner. The Kyoto and Shanghai groups, after bidding for rough stones, will cut them open on-site. And these jade materials are generally auctioned off to jewelers on-site. However, the results of the jade auctions in recent years have been disappointing, with a severe shortage of high-quality jade. Once the Li Jade Association floods the market, even knowing it's a desperate measure, jewelers will still hoard in bulk, occupying substantial funds. This leaves us unable to compete with the Jade Association at the Yangon auction due to a shortage of funds, trapping us in a vicious cycle. It is a natural instinct for merchants to seek profit. This cannot be changed." Yi Qing's eyes spun as he contemplated how his master intended to partake in this grand feast. From another perspective, what was the Jade Association so fearful of that they were so wary of his master? "Young master, you want to go back on your word, will you?" Chen Lu nervously shook his arm. "Wait, let me sort some matters out first." Yi Qing felt a tumult in his heart as she embraced him, the warmth and delicate fragrance stirring his thoughts. Chen Lu, taken aback, questioned, "What do you mean by?" Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied, "If my master's collapsed piece of sky-high raw stone was orchestrated by the Jadeite Guild, then what are they afraid of? The Jadeite Guild fears that Old One might intervene and disrupt the market." Chen Lu responded without hesitation. "If the Jadeite Guild does not release their hoarded high-grade jadeite before May, and a sudden influx of high-grade jadeite appears on the market, jewelers will not purchase from the Jadeite Guild. With a surplus of high-grade jadeite stashed away, they would lack the funds to bid at the Yangon auction for raw stones." Chapter 40. An enigmatic situation. Yi Qing nodded slightly, recognizing that while the Li Jadeite Guild plotted openly against Old Guang jewelers, the jewelers had their own covert strategies for retaliation. Yet, he furrowed his brow, pondering his master's position and his reasons for entering this fierce contest. "With my master's limited capital, he lacks the capability to stir up significant trouble," he mused. "Billions in assets do not equate to having billions in cash. A few $100 million at the Yangon auction is merely a drop in the bucket. It's crucial to note that the annual transaction volume at the Yangon auction reaches tens of billions in euros, translating to hundreds of billions in RMB. So you're suggesting that the Li Jadeite Guild is preemptively acting out of fear of your master disrupting the market?" Chen Lu was astonished by Yi Qing's insight. The amount of high-grade jadeite required to topple such a vast market was staggering. Yi Qing turned to Shen Junyi and asked earnestly, "Where were the photos of those several raw stones taken?" Shen Junyi, perplexed, replied, "In the villa's treasure vault." "How many raw stones are there?" "None, just that one that was cut, totaling 13 pieces." Shen Junyi exclaimed, "Are you suggesting he might still be hiding raw jadeite?" Yi Qing felt a sense of helplessness. Each time he neared the truth, it seemed to elude him, leading him to lament. This old fox is truly leading his apprentice to ruin. The two women witnessed Yi Qing's unusual demeanor for the first time, feeling both amused and sympathetic. The car soon arrived at the Daihong Grand Hotel, where Yi Qing alighted and spotted Wang Liang and Lulu. Lulu eagerly approached Yi Qing, while Shen Junyi and Chen Lu felt intrigued, only to be disappointed upon seeing him. He appeared to be an ordinary young man, lacking the imposing stature of Wang Liang, making him easily overlooked. However, Yi Qing hastened a few steps and enveloped him in a warm embrace. When they released each other, Yi Qing's handbag, an item he never parted with, was now in Lulu's possession, shocking Shinjunyi. Yi Qing was a meticulous person, and his handbag contained not only his phone but also his bank cards. This exchange effectively meant he had entrusted his entire fortune to Lulu. Observing closely, she felt disheartened, as she could not discern any remarkable qualities in this unassuming young man. With a smile, Yi Qing introduced the two women to Lulu, who regarded them with a deep gaze, nodding silently. Yi Qing cheerfully suggested, "Let us reserve a private room to celebrate your arrival." Lulu shook his head, stating, "That's not necessary. I require a vehicle. We're heading to gamble on stones this afternoon, likely finishing around 4 or 5, and then we can purchase a car." Yi Qing replied, "Let us secure the room first, and then we shall dine." Yi Qing's level of regard for Lulu caught Chun Lu's attention, as he booked a luxurious suite at 2,600 per day, conveniently adjacent to Yi Qing's room. Wang Liang, too, was pleased to move from standard room to a lavish suite. In the opulent dining room, a table brimming with Rui-Li delicacies awaited. Yi Qing ordered a bottle of wine, but Lulu abstained entirely, while Shanjunyi and Chen Lu sipped lightly, leaving the majority for Yi Qing and Wang Liang. "What are your plans for the stone gambling this afternoon?" Chen Lu inquired, taking a sip of her drink. Yi Qing glanced at her. Perhaps the wine had added a rosy hue to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling like waves. "I suspect Zhao Delong wishes to release top-quality raw stones without assuming the risk, thus passing the gamble onto the stone gamblers. If they uncover high-grade jadeite, he can acquire it at a premium. Moreover, as the host, he wouldn't want to face competition from jewelers in the bidding. Your task is to inflate the bids, turn 1 million into 10 million, he instructed. Chen Lu's eyes brightened. "Indeed, I may not be able to purchase jadeite, but I can certainly make things difficult for him." Lulu had been quietly listening, his focus unwavering as he polished off his meal with great appetite, soon clearing his plate. By the time they exited the Dehong Grand Hotel, it was past 1 o'clock. Chen Lu's driver pulled up in a Rolls-Royce. Lulu headed straight for the driver's seat and calmly said, "Get out." The driver, taken aback, looked to Chen Lu for guidance. She glanced at Yi Qing, who smiled and encouraged, "Let Lulu drive." The driver hesitated, reluctant to relinquish the steering wheel, voicing his concern. "Have you ever driven such a fine vehicle? Be careful not to damage it." "I usually drive a Hongqi," Lulu replied nonchalantly, and the knowledgeable driver promptly exited the vehicle. "You have half a day off. Come back to pick me up tonight," Chen Lu commanded as she opened the door. Yi Qing and Shun Junyi climbed in, followed by Chen Lu, with Wang Liang occupying the passenger seat. Lulu cast a glance at Wang Liang, saying, "From now on, you'll be in charge of opening the door." Wang Liang grumbled in response. "Come on, I didn't say anything." He shot back, "You know what I do. Do you dare speak to me like that?" Wang Liang resided in Chaoyang District, Sanlitun, an unemployed drifter, supporting an elderly mother, a wife, and 2 children, a boy in the 3rd grade at Chaoyang Primary School and a girl in the senior class of Chaoyang Sanlitun Kindergarten. He was a displaced resident, having received 3 properties worth 37 million, along with 10 million in relocation fees, which he had squandered over the past 3 years, leaving a mere 137,000 in the bank. Lulu focused on the road, his words deliberate. "Do you want me to continue? I could tell you what your wife ate for breakfast and who she met." Wang Liang's face turned pale. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu were left speechless, realizing the extent of Lulu's knowledge. It was truly terrifying that he had investigated an entire family. Chen Lu, indignant, retorted, "Do you know who I am?" Lulu replied coolly, "Before leaving Kyoto, I made sure to gather information on you." Chen Lu, flustered, exclaimed, "This is illegal. You're invading my privacy. You can sue me." Lulu didn't even glance her way, as if she were inconsequential in his eyes. "Is this how your family trains bodyguards?" Chen Lu turned to confront Yi Qing. "He is not a bodyguard. He is my brother." Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, adding, "And even if you did pursue legal action, no institution would entertain your complaint." Chen Lu fell silent, finally grasping the true power of the Yi family in Kyoto. The vehicle sped smoothly, akin to a vessel gliding across a tranquil sea. Chen Lu recognized that her family's driver could never achieve such finesse. Even as they came to a stop, no one felt the slightest jolt. At Longtan Villa, an array of luxury cars filled the driveway. Chapter 41. The frog only dreams of beautiful things, Yi Qing gleefully remarked. I heard Zhao Biao has taken an interest in you. Chun Lu shot him a glare, replying irritably, that toad only dreams of beautiful things. Yi Qing suddenly understood, so he seeks both wealth and companionship. Chun Lu lightly bit her cherry lips as she exited the vehicle first. Wang Bo welcomed them at the entrance, and upon seeing Yi Qing and Chun Lu approach, his expression was complex, though he respectfully invited them inside. The villa was extravagant and spacious, with a large hall at the back serving as the auction site for stone cutting, featuring 4 cutting machines in the front row. The hall was adorned with several glass cabinets and wooden racks, displaying the jadeite that had been revealed. Yi Qing observed the assortment, noting that most were of the icy and glutinous varieties, with a few being of exquisite quality, each holding substantial value. On a wooden rack lay over 20 pieces of jade rough stones, each from various origins, though modest in size. They were all privately collected old pit stones. Stacked against the wall were several rough stones of varying sizes and colors, the smallest scarcely the size of a fist, while the largest resembled a table, likely weighing a ton or two. Wang Bo, accompanied by Yi Qing and others, approached an elderly gentleman with flowing gray hair who appeared to be in his 50s. The gentleman, sporting golden-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of elegance. Yi Qing clasped his fists together, greeting, "I am Yi Qing from Kyoto. It is an honor to meet you." "Senior." Zhao Delong quickly grasped his hands, laughing heartily. "Ah, the younger generation is formidable. We the old ones often lament the lack of fresh talent in the gambling stone circle. After watching your Jade gambling videos, I realize a true master has emerged in our midst. How delightful. Your praise is unwarranted, senior. I merely possess a touch more luck than others," Yi Qing replied with a slight smile. Zhao Delong nodded with amusement. Turning his gaze to Chun Lu, "Miss Chun, I am good friends with the chairman, yet you have avoided me since your arrival at Ruele. Do you look down upon this elder?" "It is not avoidance, but rather that the chairman has been exceedingly busy," Chun Lu replied, her tone cool yet polite. "Today's visit is a matter of serendipity. Alas, I also express my sympathy for your company's predicament." Zhao Delong sighed. "I wish to offer assistance, but without proper credentials, I will surely face opposition from members. You know that the Jade Association is not governed solely by my will." Chun Lu smiled proudly. "There is no need for your concern, Chairman. A minor challenge. We shall find a way to resolve it." Zhao Delong glanced at Zhao Biao, who was animatedly conversing among a group of beautiful women, and continued, "The young lad is also a rising star in the industry. You should engage with him more. It could be an opportunity for your company." "Thank you, Chairman, but I already have a boyfriend." Chun Lu beamed as she linked her arm with Yi Qing's. "He is the formidable young man you speak of." Yi Qing, caught off guard, understood Zhao Delong's intention to exploit the situation to pressure Chun Lu into compliance. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, feigning ignorance of Zhao Delong's words. "The chairman's goodwill is appreciated. However, Chun Lu and I are already bound together, so there is no need for your concern." Zhao Delong's smile faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Then, congratulations to you both. Since you are here, let us enjoy ourselves. These stones are my cherished collection. Let us gamble upon them for some fun." He turned to Shin Junyi and whispered, "I merely wish to borrow this young man for a moment. Do not be upset." Shin Junyi shot Yi Qing a playful glare before turning her gaze elsewhere. Yuda, who had remained silent, approached Yi Qing and quietly remarked, "This man has blood on his hands." Chun Lu and Shun Junyi felt a chill run through them. Yi Qing chuckled softly. "In the rough stone business, it is rare to find someone without a dark past." Zhao Delong moved to the center of the hall, noting the gathering crowd, and declared loudly, "Dear friends, the time has come. Let us commence. These are my prized old pit stones. Examine them and bid as you please. But according to our rules, any jade unearthed from these stones must be purchased by our Jade Association." Chun Lu clenched her teeth. "Is he speaking about me? Have you made up your mind on how to proceed?" At that moment, Boss Chi approached, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Qing. "Brother, what is this?" Before Yi Qing could respond, Chun Lu had pressed her alluring figure against him, playfully laughing. "What? Boss Chi, do you manage such affairs?" Sister Shun has said nothing. Boss Chi smiled wryly. "Not only does this brother possess luck in gambling stones, but he is also favored in love. However, today's actions are merely a jab at Chairman Zhao, as everyone knows he wishes to ally with Tianlu Jewelry. Ye vink simirkit, pinchin chen lu se diligate yaist. Why not say it outright?" Chun Lu shot him an exasperated look, but remained silent. Yi Qing inquired, "How did Chairman Zhao amass his wealth?" Boss Chi whispered, It is rare for individuals in the gambling stone business to achieve great wealth. Yet Chairman Zhao, like us, sells stones without cutting them, shifting the risk onto the gamblers. Yi Qing nodded, a shrewd individual indeed. Yes. Boss Chi acknowledged, anxiety creeping into his voice. The current chairman is aging. He is the most likely candidate for succession. Brother, I am not betraying you, but I cannot afford to offend him. The stone that was unearthed last night was bought by him. Boss Chi sighed, 15 million. I had no choice. Why do you fear him? Shun Junyi frowned. He is merely the vice president of the Jade Association. The Relics Jade Association, also known as the Gemstone Association, is a semi-official organization. Yi Qing smiled. Sister Gao, all of DeLong's gambling stone shops and Jade accessory stores are members of this organization. Moreover, the association possesses the power to issue certification for Jade accessories. Without their certification, one cannot prove that what is sold is natural jade, and thus, tourists will not purchase. Shun Junyi gasped. Their power is so extensive. Yi Qing affirmed, with power comes responsibility. The Jade Association is obligated to regulate the market. However, when this obligation is misinterpreted, it can lead to a monopolistic situation. Therefore, in Gao DeLong, the Jade Association can easily suppress an individual with just a word. Chapter 42. The cleverly devised scheme backfires. Boss Chi nodded with a bitter smile. You are quite perceptive, brother. I need not elaborate further. The rough stone I promised you cannot be sold. What, Boss Chi, are you reneging? Yi Qing sneered. That is against the rules. It is indeed against the rules. But circumstances dictate otherwise. Boss Chi replied helplessly. However, I still intend to pursue the kilogram stone business. My uncle has opened a rough stone factory in Tingchong, and I have scheduled a call today to arrange a visit. Yi Qing smiled, and Boss Chi felt relieved to leave. Chun Lu watched his retreating figure, murmuring, It seems this Boss Chi is unwilling to be manipulated. Yi Qing chuckled. To forego profit is foolish. Besides, merchants prioritize profit over loyalty. They are all opportunists. Chun Lu playfully rolled her eyes. Are you referring to me? He merely prioritizes profit. You are the one who schemes too cleverly. Yi Qing released her waist and walked toward the wooden rack. Chun Lu paused. Realizing the next line to the clever scheme backfires referenced Wang Shifeng from Dream of the Red Chamber. Though a woman, she was the true ruler of the Jia family, possessing both cunning and power, yet her machinations ultimately led to her demise. Was Yi Qing's remark thoughtless or intentionally pointed? At the wooden rack, most people, including Zhao DeLong, were gathered, all fixated on an oval stone the size of a basketball. Ye Vink gazed intently. The stone's most captivating feature was a misty green band encircling its center, the vibrant green color enticingly wrapped around the stone's surface. The green python signifies water quality, while the misty green signifies color. The extensive green band indicated that this rough stone likely contained a significant amount of jade. Everyone hesitated, knowing the stone was destined to be of considerable value. One individual inquired, Chairman Zhao, what is the price? Ye Vink Skofut. Yet, Wang Liang's eyes lit up. The price is high, but the allure of the green python is simply irresistible. I shall acquire it. Does he dare? Zhao Biao scoffed disdainfully, 1 million. And that is likely his entire fortune. Yi Qing chuckled lightly, but remained silent. Gambling stones are enticing precisely because of the gamble involved. A quality rough stone cannot be assessed, regardless of the scientific instruments used, for one cannot discern if the interior is jade or mere stone. Thus, gambling stones are not only risky, but also exhilarating. Winning can lead to overnight wealth, while losing may result in utter ruin. The intense thrill and the allure of sudden riches have ensured the enduring appeal of this trade throughout history. If the raw jadeite extracted from this stone displays the same vibrant emerald green as its outer shell, it would undoubtedly be a premium specimen, valued at over 10 million. However, as fate would have it, a single cut could reveal nothing more than a mere white rock. Consequently, in response to Zhao Biao's provocations, Yi Qing chose to ignore him, glancing at the stone only briefly before losing interest. The exterior of this raw stone offered no discernible clues as to its potential. The risks involved were far too great. Despite Zhao DeLong's lofty bid, many onlookers were eager to participate. Seeing Yi Qing shake his head slightly, Boss Chi chuckled and stated, Then allow me to make the opening bid. 8 million. Yi Qing took Chun Lu and Shun Junyi and began to walk away. Observing their subtle gestures, Chun Lu whispered, If you don't believe in it, why would Boss Chi still bid? 8 million would surely not suffice for this raw stone. Boss Chi was merely playing along and would not actually place a bid. Indeed, as soon as Yi Qing's words fell, bids began to rise. 8,100,000, 8,300,000, 9,800,000, 10 million. Standing apart from the crowd, they certainly would not bid. Yet the excitement surged within them as they listened to the gamblers treat money as mere paper, bidding recklessly. This was the allure of stone gambling, an irresistible temptation. In the final round of bidding, the price of this raw stone soared to an astronomical 13 million, ultimately claimed by a middle-aged man. Boss Chi, having completed his role, stood beside Yi Qing and remarked, "There truly are many wealthy individuals." Shun Junyi, beginning to grasp the lingo, understood that Boss Chi's comment implied a multitude of fools. As the transaction was finalized, the middle-aged man, holding the 13 million stone, stepped aside. Yi Qing noted that the man had remained quite composed during the bidding, yet now, clutching the stone, his hands trembled slightly. After placing the stone on an adjacent empty rack, he turned to observe the ongoing scene. Ye vink murmuret. He didn't discern the stone's potential and was misled by its surface. Boss Chi nodded in agreement. Yi Qing's sentiment was clear. The risk was far too great to warrant a gamble. The sound of the cutting machine reverberated as the man began to unveil the stone. Drawing the majority of onlookers closer, Boss Chi whispered with a sly grin, "Brother, why not take a chance? Even if you don't walk away with Jade, you can still make some profit. Certainly, one must engage in the game, but it must be with stones of interest." Yi Qing's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Delong, who had successfully sold several more raw stones in the interim. Amidst the crowd surrounding the stone cutter, shouts erupted. "It cracked! It cracked! Prepare the firecrackers!" Chen Lu, intrigued, suggested, "Shall we go take a look?" "A crack is not a gain," Yi Qing replied with a wry smile. "It's surprising that you're still a jadeite dealer and don't understand this." Chen Lu retorted, "Who says I don't understand? I'm just curious." Chen Lu beamed at Boss Chi, asking, "Why wouldn't Boss Chi take a gamble? These are rare public auction materials." Boss Chi chuckled. "Those who sell stones do not gamble on stones. This ensures they never incur losses. Moreover, public auction materials are often a gamble with a high failure rate, making them exceedingly risky." Shun Junyi exclaimed, "Aren't public auction materials supposed to be good? Why the high failure rate?" Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "Public auction materials may appear promising, with a higher probability of yielding Jade, but no one can guarantee that Jade will indeed materialize." Boss Chi nodded in affirmation. "Exactly, unless one possesses a discerning eye. It's best to avoid gambling on stones." Suddenly, the noise from the cutting machine ceased, and a chorus of disappointed wails arose. "It collapsed! It collapsed!" The middle-aged man emerged from the villa with a face ashen and a dazed expression. Chen Lu sighed, 13 million down the drain. The successful bidder continued to unveil the stone as Yi Qing began to select his stones. Though he was the owner of a stone shop, it was his first time encountering such a large quantity of public auction materials. Furthermore, no one could predict which of these materials might contain jade. Yi Qing examined the first stone. The outer shell displayed tightly packed gravel, but the moss was too sparse, and there was unsightly lichen. The window showed only a bean variety, and the stone was too small to warrant a gamble. Experts in stone gambling place immense importance on luck, which refers to the chance of encountering quality raw materials. However, the decision to gamble relies on one's experience and insight. With ample raw stones available, luck had already played its part. Chapter 43, The Thunderstone. Yet, not every piece of public auction material can yield high-quality jadeite or vibrant colors. For stones that perform poorly, Yi Qing swiftly moved past them, his extraordinary vision allowing him to scrutinize the raw stone shells with clarity. By assessing the snake patterns, moss, lichen, and cracks on the stone's exterior, he maintained a calm demeanor, his mind operating like a supercomputer, swiftly analyzing the potential of each raw stone. If one is to gamble, let it be for something grand. Yi Qing approached a large piece of rough material. However, Boss Chi wore a look of resignation, commenting that small bets may bring joy, but large wagers could lead to harm. Zhao Delong was clearly exploiting the unwary. Surely, his brother had perceived this. The cunning deceit, akin to a knife to the throat, was unmistakable. Wang Liang was visibly excited, while Lu Lu remained indifferent, silently following behind the crowd. Yi Qing circled the wooden rack, then turned toward the pile of raw stones stacked along the sides of the hall. Chen Lu and Shun Junyi followed closely behind. Noticing that he had abandoned the stones on the rack, Chen Lu asked in surprise, "Isn't this worth a gamble?" "Not promising," Yi Qing replied, shaking his head with frustration. Though they are all public auction materials, the snake patterns, moss, and lichen are unremarkable, and the cracks and fissures are numerous. There's no need to take the risk. As they traversed the hall, inspecting the stones piled together, Chunlu became increasingly astonished. You intend to find good materials among these stones? These were all from new mining sites. Generally, new sites yield raw materials that are tender and may exhibit color variations. But that does not preclude the possibility of high-quality jade. Yi Qing pointed to a neglected pile of stones. These stones share a common characteristic. They are from a thunderstrike site. These stones are truly ugly. Shinjunyi's criteria for selecting materials prioritized aesthetics. However, this pile was so unappealing that even Chun Lu frowned. The stones were heaped together like the aftermath of a devastating fire. Ye Vink Sitiflit Alaf. The thunderstrike site is one of the 8 major mining areas producing this type of material. The cracks on the surface serve as the ID of these stones. The materials from this site typically protrude above the ground, giving the raw stone a scorched appearance. The surfaces are fragmented and unattractive, and these stones usually bear fissures, making them undesirable for most gamblers. Indeed, the risks are too great. Even if one were to strike jade, they must first contend with the fissures. Boss Chi interjected from behind. Moreover, the materials from thunderstrike sites are often tender, dry, and lack sufficient hardness, with unsightly cracks. Yet, they possess an advantage. When jade does emerge, it is invariably vibrant, richly hued, and deep green without color changes. What do you think? Seeing Yi Qing fixated on the stones in silence, Chen Lu assumed he was intrigued. Yi Qing frowned. The raw stones from thunderstrike sites are the least familiar to me. Gambling on these requires extensive expertise. The outcome relies heavily on chance, and I truly cannot gauge it. Yi Qing smiled as he explained, it's not that I lack interest, but acquiring these public auction materials necessitates competitive bidding, which will inevitably drive the price to astronomical heights. Even if high-quality jade is eventually cut, the profit margins would be negligible, essentially providing Zhao Delong an opportunity to profit while incurring the risks. Only then did Chen Lu comprehend why he had dismissed the public auction materials. Boss Chi gave him a thumbs up, but refrained from further discussion. Some truths are best left unspoken, a shared understanding within the stone gambling community. Yi Qing examined several more pieces of rough material, but none captivated his interest. The stones from a thunderstrike site were riddled with cracks. It was as if every piece had been struck by lightning, and not a single raw stone shell was free from fissures. In stone gambling, one prefers to bet on large cracks rather than small fissures. Fissures, while a form of crack, are finer and subtler. Yet, fissures are often more perilous. If they extend into the stone, there will be no chance for bracelets or pendants, only the possibility of cabochons or beads. If the color is uneven, the value diminishes significantly. However, when assessing the value of a jadeite piece, priority is given to bangles, followed by pendants, while beads and cabochons are merely the last options. Of course, exceptional jadeite, particularly high-quality, fully green jade, can yield exorbitant prices for cabochons and beads extracted from it. After examining numerous raw stones without finding a suitable one, Yi Qing was about to turn away when his peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of all-or-nothing material. It was of considerable size, with a surface marred by menacing cracks. Yet amidst the fissures, he discerned a faint outline of a serpent-like pattern, a serpent hidden within the cracks. Yi Qing hastened towards it, squatting in front of the stone to observe closely. Within a daunting crack lay a twisted, rope-like form resembling a serpent. Such details would have gone unnoticed by anyone lacking his extraordinary eyesight. What exactly is a serpent? Shun Junyi, hesitant to interrupt Yi Qing's examination, turned to Boss Chi for clarification. To determine the quality and water content of jadeite within a stone, one must first examine the serpent-like formations. Boss Chi, not fully comprehending the stone, decided to enlighten Shun Junyi, a novice. A raw stone, subjected to tectonic movements within the earth, is continuously abraded by surrounding soil and gravel, causing loose portions of its outer skin to wear away. However, some gravel may grow on the exterior of the jadeite, which can be interpreted as the jade extending outward. These harder, banded formations are referred to as serpents by seasoned gamblers. Shinjuni nodded, partially understanding. Boss Chi, widening his eyes in scrutiny, could discern nothing but the intimidating crack. Yi Qing, still engrossed in his observation, noted that this serpent was tightly twisted, a condition known as snake tightness, typically indicative of high quality. Moreover, the serpent bore some loose, mottled markings. However, This peculiar manifestation was obscured by the unique black-red coloration characteristic of thunderstruck stones. While markings suggest the presence of color, the distribution was uneven. What kind of jadeite could this signify? Yi Qing, witnessing such an extraordinary raw material for the first time, felt a mix of confusion and awe at nature's wonders. Boss Qi, lacking appreciation for nature's marvels, voiced his apprehension. Brother, please don't tell me you're considering this material. As an expert, he refrained from further comments, aware that raw stones with significant cracks are typically a gambler's nightmare. Despite Boss Qi's serious warning, Yi Qing felt an instinctual draw to this material, sensing it might hold a surprise. Let me take another look. Yi Qing switched on a light, revealing nothing in the dimness. Shifting the light to the side, he spotted a mossy patch. Color truly existed. Yi Qing's heart raced. Generally, areas with moss have the potential for color, but moss can also consume color. If the jadeite were marred by moss, it would appear as though tainted by fly droppings. Utterly repulsive. Yi Qing continued to illuminate the stone, following the skin to locate more moss, believing that betting on moss was tantamount to betting on quality. A stone with serpent-like features should possess good water content. Chapter 44. A ruinous gamble worth 10 million. Moss consists of variously shaped marks on raw stones, predominantly spotted or banded, in colors of black, dark green, and gray. These are nature's unique imprints. While moss is closely related to color, its presence does not guarantee color, nor does color ensure the presence of moss. Moreover, there exists a distinction between living and dead moss. Living moss penetrates deep into the stone, while dead moss remains confined to the outer skin. The moss on this thunderstruck stone was gray and alive, clearly having intruded. Yi Qing's greatest concern was that a jadeite of fine quality might be riddled with impurities. Yet, the hidden serpent within the crack, coupled with the presence of moss, was an unprecedented combination for him, leaving him unable to ascertain the true nature of the jadeite within. Yi Qing stared at the stone, torn between the decision to gamble or abandon it. Zhao Biao's expression darkened, his face draining of color, reflecting his distress. For years, this stone had remained untouched, with no one daring to place a bet, let alone take a closer look. Shun Junyi, crouching beside him, softly advised, if you're unsure, it's better not to gamble. Perhaps the next stone will be the one. However, her words resonated like a wake-up call for Yi Qing. Securing good materials often relies on luck. Since he had set his sights on it, perhaps fortune had favored him. Whether he would emerge victorious hinged on the accuracy of his judgment. Yet, should he forego this opportunity, would fate bestow another chance? No one could say for certain. How much? Je vink inwide deceive. 6 years ago, I paid 160,000 euros. I'd say a base price of 10 million RMB is not excessive. Zhao Biao replied with a sinister smirk. As for whether it can fetch a sky-high price, that remains to be seen. Observing Zhao Biao negotiating with Yi Qing, onlookers began to gather. Zhao Biao had prearranged for several accomplices, yet even they hesitated upon seeing the stone. They had initially planned to create a ruckus to inflate the price, but if this worthless stone were to be raised in value, it might end up in their hands, which they could not afford. In the world of gambling stones, once the seller offers a price and the buyer counteroffers, as long as both parties agree, the deal is considered sealed. Moreover, this was an auction, and with Zhao Biao having set a base price, if Yi Qing did not increase his bid, the stone would belong to him. They could not hope that Zhao Biao would simply let it go. Spending over 10 million on a thunderstruck stone was akin to buying 2 Ferraris. No one is foolish enough. Zhao Biao's expression darkened further, resembling someone who had just suffered a grievous loss. Brother, think it over. Boss Qi, seeing Zhao Biao hesitating to finalize the deal, urged with concern. While this material is substantial, weighing around 100 kilograms, the crack is far too menacing. Not to mention 10 million. Even 1 million would be too much. Upon hearing this, Zhao Biao wasted no time in exclaiming, deal. Brother, what a bold move. Boss Qi commended, giving a thumbs up while shaking his head in resignation. He had made several attempts to caution Zhao Biao, but Yi Qing remained undeterred, leaving him feeling he had done all he could. Zhao Biao approached with a stern expression, asking bank transfer or cash. If I lack the funds, I'll find someone to partner with. Yi Qing replied with a sly grin, reaching for Lu Li's phone to dial Baihu. What's up? Baihu's sultry voice came through the line. I'm interested in a stone. Are you in for a partnership? Yi Qing responded cheerfully. How much? Baihu's interest was piqued. 5 million for half the shares. Yi Qing laughed. Send me the location. I'll bring the money. Baihu agreed readily, not even inquiring about the stone specifics before hanging up. Yi Qing sent her the coordinates, and Chun Lu approached him, saying, I have money. I can lend it to you. Please don't partner with Bai Hu. While sending the location, Yi Qing chuckled. I'm going to play a trick on Bai Hu. She has caused me enough trouble. Zhao Biao scoffed. You dare trick Bai Hu? You're courting death. Boss Chi rolled his eyes, realizing Yi Qing had at least 10 million in his account and didn't he need to partner with Bai Hu. This lad was either looking to deceive Bai Hu or Zhao Biao. However, he felt he could no longer participate in this scenario and quietly withdrew from the crowd, gritting his teeth but remaining. Shen Junyi remained calm, knowing that Yi Qing had over 200 million in his bank account and was not short on funds. His partnership with Bai Hu had ulterior motives. Chen Lu, anxious, said, I'll give you 5 million, no need to pay me back. Just avoid provoking Bai Hu, okay? Zhao Biao's face turned a shade of green as he watched Chen Lu not only refuse to reject Yi Qing's offer, but also seem to relish the situation, driving him nearly to madness. Zhao Dalong was wealthy, but his net worth barely exceeded 30 billion, a stark contrast to Chen Lu, who was a small fortune of over 100 billion. Moreover, this young heiress was a stunning beauty. Marrying her would be an achievement of a lifetime. He had even conspired with his father to use this rare opportunity to pressure Chen Lu into marrying him. Yet, seeing her in Yi Qing's embrace, exuding tenderness, made him feel as though he was standing on the vast green pastures of Hulunber, overwhelmed by envy. Let us see how you meet your end. Zhao Biao declared the deal, free from the worry of Yi Qing's potential change of heart. He viciously cursed, according to the White Fox's rules. Those who flee shall lose their hands, be imprisoned in water dungeons, and if the payment is not secured in 2 days, they will be buried alive. Even the police will not be able to save you. The more fiercely Zhao Biao spoke, the more at ease Yi Qing felt. After all, the Jade Association was a formidable entity. Should Zhao Biao show no fear of the White Fox, the entire arrangement would collapse. Revealing his identity as a scion of the capital prematurely would also be unwise. To seize the most succulent piece in this celestial game, one must masquerade as a pig to devour the tiger. If I were to be captured by the White Fox, would you accompany me? Yi Qing softly inquired, gazing at Chen Lu's delicate features. Chapter 45. A Blade Through Burlap. Chen Lu was taken aback. Yi Qing's scenario left her unable to discern or dare to judge. Yi Qing chuckled lightly, refraining from further questions, yet subtly loosened his embrace around Chen Lu's slender waist. They were still in that old, dilapidated Toyota, still in that same white suit. Behind them trailed 8 gaunt, dark-skinned old Burmese, one carrying a shabby suitcase. Upon sighting the White Fox, fear flickered across each face. This beautiful old Burmese girl was a bloodthirsty enchantress. Zhao Dalong approached with a cheerful demeanor. White Fox, what a rare guest. Welcome, welcome. The White Fox cast a playful glance at him. Welcome my money, but if you wish to deceive me, you must tread carefully. Zhao Dalong's expression darkened. We are all in this circle. You should understand the rules of gambling stones. Rest assured, if I lose, I will only seek Yi Qing for recompense, not you. The White Fox shot him a cold glance, then walked directly to Yi Qing, casting a dubious look at Chen Lu. You change women faster than clothes. Chen Lu's face flushed with anger, but quickly vanished. Nonchalantly, she replied, before marriage, men are prey to all women. The White Fox ignored her and, with a flirtatious glance at Yi Qing, said, Sister gave you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. The hardest to endure is the favor of a beauty. Yi Qing chuckled. To me, money is the most tangible. I have selected the stone. I will transfer the funds, and this deal will be sealed. The White Fox glanced at the old Burmese behind her, opened the suitcase, and let Zhao, the vice president, count the money. No need to count. I still trust the White Fox. Zhao Dalong replied jovially. Indeed, I, the White Fox, have always adhered to the rules of business. The White Fox shot him a glance before turning to Yi Qing. That rough stone, this one. It is utterly hideous. The White Fox grimaced at the sight, her lovely face scrunching in distaste. You spent 10 million on such a trinket. Do not jest. I will transfer the funds. Yi Qing grinned, playfully slapping the White Fox's ample rear, startling everyone in the hall. Your audacity has grown. For years, I have been the one to strike, and no one dares to retaliate. The White Fox's face flushed crimson, glaring at him fiercely. Considering you invited me to invest, I will spare you this time. But if this ugly stone fails, we will settle the account properly. A woman who plunges into the depths of money. Yi Qing sighed and shook his head, instructing Lu to transfer the funds. Sister is not hypocritical. She simply loves money. The White Fox grinned. I await your assistance in earning a fortune. The crowd broke into a sweat. Did she truly believe such a wretched stone would yield great wealth? 5 million would surely go to waste. Yet this fellow displayed remarkable audacity, daring not only to tease the white fox, but also to conspire with her. One wonders how he learned to write the word death. Though present were all respectable businessmen, those who dealt in stones were not without wealth, frequently engaging with the white fox. Well versed in the rules of usury, let us unveil the stone. Zhao Delong smiled at his son, offering a reassuring glance. Yi Qing nodded, seeing this. Boss Qi wove into the crowd. I will assist Wang Liang with the unveiling. Thank you. Yi Qing expressed his sincere gratitude. What are you saying? You came to Delong primarily to support my business. Assisting with the unveiling is a given. Boss Qi smiled, stepping forward with Wang Liang to carry the thunderstone directly to the cutting machine. Upon placing the material down, Boss Qi circled the thunderstone, asking, how shall we proceed? Chen Lu was skeptical of this stone. While its weight was sufficient, the fissures were too alarming. Nevertheless, she did not give up, scrutinizing intently, eager to discover whether Yi Qing would have the eye for it. Moreover, she understood that her earlier hesitation had allowed Yi Qing to distance himself, creating a rift between them. Biting her cherry lips, she felt anxious, her beautiful eyes occasionally darting to Yi Qing. Wang Liang similarly held little faith in this ugly stone. Though Yi Qing seemed indifferent, in the presence of the white fox, who represented darkness, he advised, let us polish it. It's safer. Yi Qing had roughly assessed the distribution of jade within the rough stone. Only beneath the python-like fissure could jade potentially be extracted. Yet he could not be certain if the moss had infiltrated. Wang Liang's suggestion was that once green was revealed, it could be sold immediately. Yi Qing observed carefully. This fissure marred most of the rough stone. It would be better to start from here, polishing along this area, hoping to reveal green on that side before making further calculations. Boss Qi nodded. He had no objections, and since Yi Qing was in charge, with the white fox remaining silent, the decision rested with him. They began working together with Wang Liang to polish the stone and open a window. The sound of polishing drew everyone's attention. As spectators beheld the thunderstone, they were filled with astonishment and excitement. All speechless, fists clenched in quiet anticipation. Yi Qing and the white fox stood at the forefront, with Shen Junyi and Chen Lu behind them, each displaying tense expressions, cold sweat pouring down. Yi Qing glanced at the white fox, quietly asking, if this stone collapses, I shall help you escape the predicament. How utterly realistic. Ye vink, jursit inyardli. Sister is indeed a practical woman. The white fox remained unfazed. You understand my situation. If I cannot make money, my fate will be even worse than selling you to the mines. Yi Qing teased, before your misfortune, perhaps you should consider giving me a discount. That is certainly worth contemplating. The white fox replied with a teasing smile, you are quite handsome and robust. Once I tire of you, I will prepare a crate of wei gu for you, seeking 10 wealthy women. Such money comes far quicker than selling you to the mines as a laborer. You are quite ruthless. Yi Qing exclaimed, offering a thumbs up in admiration. You seem quite anxious. The white fox smiled, casting him a meaningful glance otherwise. You would not jest with me so. I'm indeed a bit anxious. Yi Qing readily admitted, gazing at the stone, this is a thunderstone. It is my first time gambling with such rough material, and I have no certainty of what kind of jade it may yield or whether it is worth 10 million. This is a warning to me. If I lose, do not come seeking trouble. The white fox, perceptive to his implication, shot him a playful glare. Or is it you who harbors ill intentions? Soon, Boss Qi had polished a window, and upon splashing water onto it, they were suddenly stunned. No green. This has collapsed. 1 million down the drain. Zhao Biao watched Yi Qing with delight, his tone dripping with sarcasm. One cut brings poverty, another brings wealth. A blade through burlap. Gambling stones requires a readiness to face death. Yi Qing stepped closer, examining the exposed window, which was a stark white. Chapter 46, Golden Silk Type. It is water froth. Boss Qi exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly at the cut surface. The stone had collapsed upon cutting, signaling ill fortune. The onlookers promptly lost interest, casting a glance at the white fox, who wore a frosty expression, preparing to depart. The white fox crouched beside Yi Qing, hugging her knees. What is water froth? Water froth is a companion mineral to jade. Due to its insufficient hardness, it cannot be classified as jade. Yi Qing mused, touching the exposed water froth, pondering for a moment before rising and pulling the white fox back a few steps. Let us polish this side. Observing Yi Qing's calm demeanor, Boss Qi felt intrigue, but refrained from questioning further, shifting to the side to continue polishing. Can Jade be extracted? Chen Lu asked anxiously. That depends on fate. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. Chen Lu nodded, continuing to watch Boss Qi polish the stone. The jarring sound resumed. The white fox glanced at Chen Lu, then leaned closer to Yi Qing, whispering, "This woman is merely a plaything. I am partnering with you in gambling stones, and according to the rules, we shall accept wins and losses. However, this woman is benevolent yet greedy. She may swallow you whole." Yi Qing nodded slightly, smilingly inquired, "Are you feeling anxious as well?" "What am I nervous about? I don't understand anything at all." Bai Hu could not help but curse. "Even if it yields Jade, the worth is determined by you. I trust you. I'll just wait to count the money." Yi Qing chuckled lightly. "Don't laugh. If we lose this time, I'll accept it. But 10 wealthy women, dark and plump, won't be absent. I'll personally feed you Viagra," Bai Hu retorted fiercely. "You have changed," Yi Qing replied with a faint smile, casting a glance at Shinjunyi. "No longer threatening me with women. You are harder than that ugly stone. I don't wish to provoke your backlash." Bai Hu shot him a playful glare, her gaze shifting to Lu Lu, who stood behind him. He seems to be examining the stone, yet his ears are alert, missing nothing around him. His aura is chilling. He must have killed before. Good eyesight. Suddenly, the sound of the grinding machine ceased. The person who had taken a few steps turned back, asking, "Why did it stop?" The crowd, engrossed in the spectacle, was taken aback as the grinding machine halted, splashing water that revealed a hint of green. "It's green," a sharp-eyed observer exclaimed. "How extraordinary. This kind of stone can yield green." Boss Qi scrutinized it closely. "Brother, it's green. The shade is dark and not vibrant. It's a rare spinach green, and the green exhibits a directional arrangement, likely of the golden silk variety. However, the window is too small. Should we continue grinding or sell it?" Bai Hu grew anxious, seizing Yi Qing's wrist. What does spinach green mean? Yi Qing felt her smooth little hand was clammy with sweat and smiled enigmatically. Spinach green is a technical term in jade grading, referring to jade that is semi-transparent with a deep green tinged with blue, resembling spinach leaves, not bright enough. Bai Hu let out a sigh of relief, displaying a smile of release. Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo, however, stood there in shock. None could have anticipated that this ugly stone, detested by all, would yield golden silk spinach green, more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. Golden silk spinach green ranks as medium quality among high-end jade, second only to high ice. If it has no cracks or flaws and is set into a bracelet or pendant, its value could exponentially increase. Yi Qing silently calculated, gritting his teeth. If the price rises, it doesn't count. Continue grinding and expand the window. Boss Qi, a cunning fox, understood Yi Qing's intent. Expanding the window would clarify the jade within, allowing for either a profitable sale or a decisive cut yielding jade. Boss Qi activated the grinding machine once more, the harsh sound echoing. "It's rising, really rising. It's golden silk and spinach green, so massive. How much could this be worth?" Someone nearby added. "The thunderstone from the thunderstruck ground, riddled with cracks, is worth 10 million. Who would dare be so reckless without some assurance?" A master indeed. As the window widened, the jade began to reveal itself. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and Bai Hu's smile grew more radiant. A man in a suit called out, "Wait, don't grind anymore. I'll offer 15 million for this stone. I'll bear the remaining risk." "What are you thinking? This stone weighs over 100 kilograms. Even if it's not complete, it's at least 50 kilograms at the base. 50 kilograms of golden silk spinach green. And you think 15 million will suffice? Dream on. I'll offer 20 million. Sell it to me." At this moment, money was no longer mere currency, but merely paper. Even Bai Hu cursed, "This is insane. The speed of making money is too rapid. If I could gamble on stones, I wouldn't be lending at high interest." Yet, Yi Qing cast aside all distractions, crouching beside Boss Qi to scrutinize the window. The golden silk jade manifested as a green band, arranged directionally, floating within the semi-transparent jade. It could appear in stripes, bands, sheets, or wisps, enhancing its vibrancy against the lighter jade. This meant the jade could only have significant cracks, not minor flaws. Otherwise, even high quality and color would be rendered worthless. The crowd continuously raised the price, and Bai Hu coldly glared. "Everyone, silence until Yi Qing makes a decision." The once boisterous crowd fell silent. Yi Qing observed intently, casually illuminating the stone, murmuring, "The strands run smoothly, with cracks but no flaws. The color is increasingly vibrant." with a trend towards apple green. Now we must gamble on whether it will change inside. Boss Chi stared at him in astonishment. You can see inside? Look closely. Following the green, Yi Qing handed the powerful flashlight to Boss Chi. Boss Chi positioned the flashlight against the window. Yi Qing chuckled, don't look like that. Shining half the light will allow the source to extend along the green band. Boss Chi shifted the flashlight halfway, peering inside, and understood, shaking his head in admiration. Brother, you truly possess the skills for this trade. It's not just luck. Shall we sell? The suited man inquired as the two stood up. Sell? Continue cutting. Boss Chi waved grandly, as if the stone belonged to him, then turned to Yi Qing. How shall we cut it? Now we cut along the crack. Yi Qing confidently pointed at the fissure on the stone. Wang Liang, cut directly into this crack, splitting it in half. We'll discuss the rest later. Chapter 47, A Tale of Two Extremes. Boss Chi nodded affirmatively. Fissures could indicate potential changes, and cutting along the crack aimed to sever any possible alterations. Wang Liang activated the cutting machine. Z. The cutting machine swiftly sliced the original stone in half. Ah, such as fate, collapsed. Just moments ago, it could have fetched 20 million. Now it was worthless. Had I known, I would have sold it earlier. This is the dichotomy of heaven and hell. The onlookers sighed, mourning the loss of 20 million. The heavens do not jest lightly. Baihu, Shun Junyi, and Chen Lu felt their hearts race. Chen Lu anxiously glanced at Baihu, fearing the woman might lose and turn hostile. Baihu's beautiful eyes fell upon Yi Qing, noting his calm demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She may not understand stones or jade, but she understood people. What is next? Wang Liang lit a cigarette, taking a long drag. He craved thrill. But this time the stakes were high, his hands trembling, needing the smoke to ease his tension. Yet Yi Qing remained unfazed. Upon seeing the crack entwined with a snake pattern, he anticipated this outcome. The fissure had directly interrupted the jade's growth, ensuring one half was golden silk jade, while the other was a mere froth. One half fire, one half water, a true tale of extremes. Yi Qing felt exhilarated. His experience and discernment were validated as he kicked away the half that was entirely froth. Now continue cutting along these lines. Following the snake's trajectory, it should be fine. Glancing at Wang Liang, whose hands trembled while smoking heavily, he scoffed, don't be so cowardly. I can win or lose. But whether we gain or lose now depends on your cut. All right. Wang Liang clenched the cigarette, refixing the stone. Brother, you are the one blessed with purple light. Perhaps you should take over, as my luck seems poor. Yi Qing shook his head, mockingly scolding, I am no deity. Gambling on stones is never about luck. Enough chatter, cut. Boss Chi held the water basin, standing aside as Wang Liang gritted his teeth, firmly pressing down on the cutting machine's handle. Incredible. It's green again. Boss Chi, noticing green amidst the fragments, splashed water over it. Wang Liang lifted the knife, and the fragments were washed away, revealing a hint of green the size of a fingernail, yet sufficient to astonish Boss Chi. He recalled Yi Qing's words, how the young master never gambled on luck, and pondered how he discerned this. It's rising, really rising. As Wang Liang pressed the cutting machine handle once more, green fragments continued to emerge. The side also revealed green, still golden silk spinach green, unchanged in type or color, doubling its value. The crowd erupted in excitement. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu felt as though they were on a roller coaster, having just been hurled into the depths of despair, only to be instantly catapulted into the heights of euphoria. With jade on both sides, they could only rub the stone, gradually peeling away the outer shell encasing the emerald. This was a labor-intensive task, and Boss Chi and Wang Liang worked with exuberance, each wielding their tools. Such a large piece of golden silk spinach green jade was a rarity indeed. Yi Qing took a few steps back, his casual attire drenched in sweat. Not from exhaustion, but from sheer anxiety. You already knew the outcome, so why the tension? Baihu wrapped her arm around Yi Qing, grinning with satisfaction. Look at me. I'm not nervous at all. Yi Qing managed a wry smile. You're unfazed because you're convinced that regardless of the outcome, I'll pay. Baihu shot him an exasperated glance. Don't make me sound so pitiful. I understand the rules of gambling on stones. If I lose, I accept my fate. Had you said that earlier, I wouldn't have been anxious at all. Yi Qing chuckled, scolding lightly as he turned to Lu Lu and whispered a few words. After a full hour, Boss Chi and Wang Liang finally stripped away the outer skin of the jade, which weighed an impressive 50 kilograms. Lu Lu cradled the jade in his arms, while Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo gazed greedily at the valuable stone. 50 million, Zhao Delong stepped forward, stating, Yi Qing, as we agreed beforehand, the emerald must be sold to the Jade Association. Nonsense. There's no such rule in gambling on stones. I'll sell to the highest bidder. Bai Hu's voice was cold and commanding. 50 million is already a handsome sum. Zhao Delong glanced around at the onlookers, none of whom dared to place a bid. Suddenly, Chen Lu recalled Yi Qing's instructions before leaving and raised her hand. I'll bid 100 million. Chen Lu, are you really going to oppose the Jade Association? Zhao Delong was taken aback by this unexpected challenger, glaring at her fiercely. Bai Hu stated that I sell to the highest bidder. Chen Lu scoffed. If you can't afford this amount, I want to hold back. 110 million. Zhao Delong gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of the bidding. 150 million. Chen Lu replied with a cold smile. At this price, you'll still be a loss. Zhao Delong roared. I can afford it. Chen Lu retorted, the pent-up frustration within her finally finding an outlet. 160 million. Zhao Delong shouted in anger. 190 million. We Cantonese may lack in other areas, but we certainly have money. 200 million. Zhao Delong's teeth clenched, realizing that if Chen Lu acquired this golden silk jade, his reputation within the Jade Association would be utterly destroyed. Deal. Yi Qing interjected before Chen Lu could raise her bid again, smiling. Bai Hu, Deputy President Zhao has stated that the emerald must be sold to the Jade Association. Bai Hu, though lacking in jade knowledge, was greedy enough to shoot Yi Qing a glance. The price isn't high enough. Zhao Delong, furious, spat blood, swaying slightly until Wang Bo caught him. President, I'm fine. Leaning against Wang Bo, Zhao Delong's eyes burned with malice as they fixated on Bai Hu. Yi Qing urged, Look, Deputy President Zhao is about to faint. For the sake of this poor old man, just sell it. Bai Hu glared with her bright, fox-like eyes. Disdainful. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. I only want the money. Be obedient, sell it, or I'll make things difficult for you. Yi Qing lowered his tone. Next time, I'll let you take a stake in the stone gambling. Bai Hu appeared reluctant. Why should I pity him? If Zhao Delong dies, the Jade Association still has over 3,000 members. We need to worry about finding a new vice president. However, since this is your first request, I'll reluctantly agree. This statement was a heavy blow, laden with insult, and Zhao Delong bit down hard, suppressing the urge to bleed. Let us verify the goods. Yi Qing's peripheral vision caught Lu holding the jade. Lu nodded, cradling the emerald with one arm while he struck it with his fist. The crowd's attention was drawn to the blood-spitting Zhao Delong, none noticing Lu's action. Moreover, even if they had, no one would have cared. Jade is a remarkably hard gemstone, and a single punch or even a kick would leave it unscathed. Chapter 48. The Tyrant Deals with Thugs. Lu carefully placed the golden silk jade on the ground and stood guard beside it. Wang Bo inspected it closely with a magnifying glass. Indeed, it's golden silk spinach green. Yi Qing smiled. Since we've verified the goods, let us draft a contract. The amount is substantial, and Deputy President Zhao deserves to provide the Jade Association with an explanation. Zhao Delong nodded, and Wang Bo brought over the contract. Shen Junyi reviewed it thoroughly. The contract was in duplicate, and the terms were satisfactory, so she nodded at Yi Qing. Zhao Delong signed first, while Bai Hu expressed her disdain, sneering, What is the point of this? This jade is being procured on behalf of the Jade Association by Deputy President Zhao. Yi Qing replied meaningfully. With a formal contract, it can demonstrate Deputy President Zhao's integrity. I don't understand you. Bai Hu shot him a glare and proceeded to sign her name on the contract. Yi Qing followed suit. Zhao Delong arranged the transfer, and Zhao Biao approached the jade, bending down to lift it. Initially, he thought Lu, being slight of build, would struggle with the weight, so he assumed he would have no trouble. However, upon attempting to lift it, he was shocked to find it heavier than expected. Clenching his teeth, he managed to hoist it, only to discover that the stripped jade was slick and slippery. Bang! The loud crash stunned everyone. The entire piece of golden silk spinach green jade, valued at 200 million, crashed onto the marble floor, creating a pit and fracturing the stone into a myriad of cracks, a tragic sight. Zhao Gongzi, what have you done? Yi Qing gasped in disbelief, stuttering. Zhao Biao was on the verge of tears, looking at the trembling Zhao Delong dad. You little bastard, if you don't get me killed, I'll 1T rest. Zhao Delong felt darkness encroaching on his vision, nearly fainting. Initially, Yi Qing had warned him to consider this piece as being acquired for the Jade Association, and that Chen Lu's bidding had inflated its price. He would suffer no loss. But now, with Zhao Biao having dropped it, it was utterly ruined. The crowd retreated, fearful of being implicated. Bai Hu was initially startled, then turned to Yi Qing, smiling sweetly. Deputy President Zhao, we've already signed the contract, and the Jade has been confirmed. While this incident is regrettable, you wouldn't dare to renege on the payment, would you? Bai Hu. Zhao Delong's lips bled as he trembled, pointing shakily at her. Shun Junyi smiled. If he reneges, I can sue him. How troublesome. Bai Hu waved her hand dismissively. Such a massive lawsuit won't be resolved in a year or two. Shun Junyi hesitated, fully aware that Bai Hu spoke the truth. Even if they won the lawsuit, if the other party refused to pay, they could only apply for court enforcement. However, with Zhao Delong's connections in Rue Li, this matter could be easily resolved, and the money would be a distant prospect. Listen to Bai Hu. Yi Qing chuckled, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, whispering in her ear, the tyrant deals with thugs. This isn't your forte? Ugh. Shun Junyi shot him a playful glare. Zhao Delong spat another mouthful of blood. Barking, transfer the funds. Ding ding. The bank notification tones chimed simultaneously for Bai Hu and Yi Qing. Once Yi Qing finished speaking, Bai Hu and Shun Junyi turned and left, one on each side. The day's events had been a whirlwind, leaving Wang Liang and Boss Qi in a daze. While Lula called out to the two and quickly followed, Bai Hu cheerfully invited, "Ride in my car. It can't fit that many people." It was the same old clunker. Yi Qing found himself seated in the middle, with Bai Hu and Shun Junyi on either side. Yi Qing knew Bai Hu had discerned the situation, chuckling, "You're just here for the money. Why worry about the details?" 5 million had quickly transformed into 100 million. This deal was quite profitable. Bai Hu's expression darkened, glaring at him fiercely. "But you're only showing me the consequences. Don't underestimate yourself. You're no monkey. You're clearly a fox." Ye vink, nonchalante remarquait. "I admit that I am utilizing you, but I could certainly outsmart them on my own. If you find it bothersome, I shall refrain from involving you next time. However, should you wish to employ my services again, do inform me in advance. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile." Upon hearing that they could continue their partnership in gambling on stones, the White Fox's fury instantly transformed into a playful smile as she teasingly asked, "Pray tell, how could the Jade have shattered?" Ye Qing admitted similit incidente. All right then. Yi Qing understood that a rogue was not to be feared, but rather a rogue woman. Lu practiced the art of the inch fist. Do you comprehend? Not at all. The White Fox replied straightforwardly. Within a mere inch, the strength can rival mountains. This refers to the ancient martial art of inch fist, a technique that only a select few in the country are qualified to cultivate. Mastered to perfection, it can pulverize iron into powder. Although Lu has not reached such heights, turning stones into powder is certainly within her grasp. Moreover, the Jade in question harbored numerous minute fissures. The force of a punch would exacerbate these cracks. Once the Jade hits the ground, it will be rendered worthless debris. Shun Junyi and the White Fox were left speechless, with the White Fox, still shaken, exclaiming, "This was all part of your plan. It was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity." Ye yink simidet. After all, if I had not acted thus, other measures would have been taken. Shun Junyi whispered. It was indeed because Zhao Biao hired someone to assault you at Li Du Bar that Zhao Delong suffered a loss of 2 billion. Yi Qing did not deny this. Responding coolly, in Kyoto, a young master never allows revenge to linger overnight. With a sheepish smile, Yi Qing added, I lack the ruthlessness and decisiveness. If my fifth brother had intervened, he would surely have sent him to queue at the rooftop. The White Fox glared at him fiercely. You are threatening me. Yi Qing replied earnestly, my collaboration with you is sincere. Furthermore, I shall provide you with substantial business. Chapter 49. Discussing relationships costs money. Aside from gambling on stones, what other businesses do you have? Upon hearing there was profit to be made, the White Fox's frosty demeanor instantly brightened, her face blooming like spring. I have established a stone shop in Kyoto, which also deals in gambling stones, and I have always procured supplies from Oldwin. Currently, Oldwin is gravely ill and hospitalized, and the Long Rue gambling house has been purchased at a high price by the Jade Association, severing our supply chain. However, Sister DeLong stones are prohibitively expensive, so I intend to source raw stones from Wa City. You require our channels. The White Fox's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Yi Qing confirmed with a nod. I need to procure a significant amount of raw stones, with shipping costs adhering to Oldwin's rates, but I trust you exclusively. The White Fox, sensing Yi Qing's concerns, spoke earnestly. You should be aware that we adhere to strict protocols. That may be true for you, but I harbor doubts about them. Yi Qing retorted. In our nation, There is a saying, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Moreover, your side is fraught with peril. I fear not the harsh environment, but the unpredictability of human nature. Once someone succumbs to greed, personal safety becomes precarious. Thus, I require you to persuade them to maintain decorum in our collaboration. Should they choose not to cooperate, let us part amicably. There should be no superficial collaboration while harboring ulterior motives, leading to a confrontation of life and death. The White Fox urged, you are concerned about the forces behind us. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively, speaking gravely, I have no friends in Rue Li. Though you may be greedy, at least your greed is transparent. Thus, I believe collaborating with you is a prudent choice. The White Fox nodded in understanding, stating seriously, I comprehend. I shall report back promptly. Ye vink simideth. I await your good news. The White Fox embraced his shoulder, lamenting, if only you were one of our own, your speed in generating profit is nothing short of terrifying. We operate a casino and struggle to earn $1 billion in a year, yet you have achieved that in merely an hour. Yi Qing chuckled. This time, I capitalized on the discord between the Rue Li Jade Association and the Old Guang Jewelers to sell this piece of jade at an exorbitant price. Such opportunities will be scarce in the future. The White Fox understood the uniqueness of such circumstances, chuckling softly, remember my words, steer clear of Chen Lu. That woman is devoid of integrity. How do you know? Yi Qing asked, surprised. She once sought our assistance. Hoping to leverage our channels to procure raw stones from Hua City, the White Fox replied with a faint smile, but I turned her down. Shen Junyi stared at her in astonishment. Why would you forego a profitable opportunity? We seek long-term collaboration, a continuous stream of income. She merely aimed to exploit us to break the blockade imposed by the Jade Association and navigate her troubles. Once the Yangon public auction commenced, she would vanish, leaving us in enmity with the Jade Association. The White Fox scoffed. She treats others as fools, playing her games. Yi Qing nodded gently, taking heed. Not only her, but even her exquisite widow mother was similar. Come with me to the White Fox bar. The White Fox grinned. Today's earnings are plentiful. Consider it a reward. Did you not see my girlfriend sitting beside me? Yi Qing shot her a glare. Sister Shun, do not mind him. A man of his caliber cannot be tethered by a single woman, the White Fox remarked, noticing Shun Junyi's gaze turn icy. To remain by his side, you must learn to accept the presence of other women. Could you be any more shameless? Shun Junyi, defeated by the White Fox's banter, turned her head to gaze out of the window. It is precisely because you, too, are Myanmar girl, that I share this with you. The White Fox said cheerfully. Do not be misled by his repeated rejections. He merely does not trust me yet. Moreover, he knows I would not easily yield myself to him. To win me over, one must pay a price. She shot a sidelong glance at Yi Qing, adding, yet this man only seeks pleasure and departs, desiring nothing in return. Shen Junyi's face flushed with embarrassment at such candid remarks. Yi Qing chuckled. That is because you seek not only wealth but also companionship. The White Fox replied earnestly. Trust is reciprocal. Once I fully trust you, I will not let you escape, discussing only money and not emotions. As long as you grant me satisfaction, that will suffice. Yi Qing pressed his forehead in despair, yet could not deny that the White Fox was indeed more astute than Chen Lu. Engaging in such ventures was solely for profit. Discussing emotions truly costs money. Upon arriving at Delong Commercial Plaza, Yi Qing called for the vehicle to halt. The White Fox shot him a glance before turning back to Shen Junyi, saying earnestly, ensure you keep an eye on him. Do not allow Chen Lu to take advantage. That woman is greedier than the two of us combined. Yi Qing exited the car and dialed Lu Lu, instructing him to head to the Dahong Grand Hotel and that he would join him shortly. Shen Junyi followed closely behind, heading towards the underground parking lot, while inquiring, is what the White Fox said true? There is truth and falsehood, Yi Qing replied as he pocketed his phone, smiling at her. In the Rue Li circle, the interests of the White Fox align with those of the Jade Association. Shen Junyi expressed her astonishment. How so? Chen Lu represents not only Tian Lu jewelry, but the entire Chaozhou Shan Tao Jade merchant community. Yi Qing opened the car door, and Shen Junyi settled into the passenger seat as the Bentley glided silently out of the underground parking garage. The aim of the Old Guang merchants is to dismantle Rue Li's monopoly on raw stones and to continue holding public auctions in Jiang and surrounding areas. However, for her, this is not advantageous. The bridge connecting Mujie and Jietgao facilitates easy visa exchanges, and all who come here for gambling and tourism will likely visit Mujie. The rise of e-commerce has already placed the tourism industry, gambling, and jade products in turmoil. if the old Guang merchants are permitted to continue holding public auctions. Tourist numbers will dwindle, adversely affecting the White Fox's business. In this regard, her interests align with the Jade Association. Thus, she can assist me in undermining Zhao Delong, yet will not collaborate with Chun Lu against the Jade Association. She is indeed a shrewd woman. Shen Junyi admired genuinely. Indeed, otherwise as a Myanmar girl. How would she dare to venture into Jie Gao and engage in usury while thriving? Do you have feelings for her? Shen Junyi suddenly inquired. She is decisive and straightforward in her dealings. Such a woman is the ideal partner. Yi Qing glanced at her. The word like carries too much weight. Do not speak it lightly. No one knows what the future holds. Yi Qing grew solemn. Admiration can evolve into deeper feelings as one learns more. Shen Junyi felt a pang in her nose, nearly breaking into tears. Turning to gaze out the car window, she choked out, I have no right to ask this question. Je vink impassisit. The White Fox sees clearly. Men who roam far and wide inevitably engage in pretense. Hence, she speaks of money but shuns emotion, for feelings are a luxury. In Chapter 50, the circle is truly chaotic. Shen Junyi wiped away her tears and gazed at him intently. What if I genuinely like you? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment. First, you must discern whether your feelings stem from the burden of your master's illness and the ensuing debt crisis, leading you to perceive me as your support, thus fostering a sense of dependency, or if your affection is sincere. And what about you? Shen Junyi asked through her tears. Even if we are not together, I would still be your destined support. We need not become lovers. Yi Qing pondered his words carefully. I do not deny that your beauty captivates me, yet to act on it would be to take advantage of a vulnerable moment. Your caution regarding emotions pleases me. Shen Junyi smiled through her tears, her beauty reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. There is no transaction between us. I brought you to Relay because my father fell ill unexpectedly and wished for you to see him one last time. As for his debts, I am prepared to bear them alone. To her surprise, Yi Qing took on that responsibility, which left her astonished and filled with admiration. Her fondness for him began at that moment. Yi Qing was unaware that a woman's love often originates from admiration, especially when harsh realities had already shattered Shen Junyi's romantic dreams. Upon meeting a warm-hearted man, her frozen heart began to thaw and succumb. But we must wait until your master awakens. Were you avoiding? Shen Junyi questioned, her eyes wide with curiosity. I am not avoiding anything. Rather, I wish to afford you more time to understand me. Yi Qing replied earnestly. I am not one to abandon someone after a fleeting affair, and you are not a woman who could be appeased with money. Thus, our feelings must be approached with caution, just as with Lu Yu. Shen Junyi inquired curiously. What do you mean by that? We are too familiar with each other. Neither of us dares to break through that barrier. Yi Qing responded with a bitter smile. Moreover, we are both quite young. Marriage would inevitably lead to children, and the thought of two immature souls tending to a crying infant is rather daunting. Ha ha ha. Shen Junyi imagined the scene of two children clumsily handling a wailing baby. Yet, it was undeniable that Yi Qing was indeed young, merely 22. In this era where marrying at 30 is considered normal, he appeared rather juvenile. How old is Lu Yu? Shen Junyi's mood brightened instantly as she pursued the question with a smile. She's 2 months younger than I am, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. You two are truly too young. Shen Junyi chuckled. I thought you would advise her that a man should establish his career before settling down. That would be insincere. Je ving retorted, Justink heragulans. Some can be deceived, but not Lu Yu. She is someone who cannot be misled. Will you tell Lu Yu that I exist in Ruele? Shen Junyi asked earnestly. Do you think she is unaware? Je vink sekolfud lightly. At Shituzhai in Kyoto, I am merely a figurehead. It is Lu Yu who manages operations. When Yi Laowu sought to open a gambling stone venue at the Royal Business Club, she was the first consulted. Knowing her intelligence, Yi Laowu would not dare to share any information without offering something of substance. A cloud of worry crossed Shen Junyi's face. She had never considered that she had exposed herself before achieving her aims. Will she come to Ruele? She asked anxiously. Now you are afraid. Yi Qing chuckled at her anxiousness. Lu Yu is unlike other women. She is spirited and composed. Besides, our relationship has merely reached the level of friendship, with no inappropriate actions taken. Women are often quite petty when it comes to emotions. Shen Junyi lamented with a worried expression. Yi Qing, finding amusement in her distress, remarked, Now you can still withdraw. Shen Junyi's expression darkened, and tears brimmed in her eyes once more as she sorrowfully declared, Do you truly despise me? Yi Qing looked at her helplessly. Her tear-streaked face was heart-wrenching. Rest assured, Lu Yu will not hold you accountable. She will merely make things difficult for me. Really? Shen Junyi asked incredulously. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Shen Junyi realized that although Lu Yu was young, she was well acquainted with the intricacies of their world. She understood better than anyone that a man's wealth can lead him astray, a reality that cannot be ignored. Striving for strength can backfire, pushing men away. Thus, for her, it was better to let things unfold as long as she held the marriage certificate. The circle is truly chaotic, Shen Junyi mused, feeling much lighter as she wiped away her tears. That statement is erroneous, Yi Qing replied, regarding her seriously. Individuals in this circle have received a superior education and, coupled with the influence of the older generation, have become astute characters. The gossip you see online often involves genuine heirs. My father, Li Gang, asserts that those who make such statements are merely insignificant figures. The heirs of powerful families in Kyoto cannot manage their own affairs and often rely on their father's reputations in times of trouble. And what your fifth brother? Shen Junyi inquired, intrigued. He runs a gambling stone shop, but has never gambled himself. The same logic applies to his business ventures. Ye vink, la fête heartily. Do not be misled by the glamorous models at the club. They are there for wealthy patrons, while he himself never partakes, finding it distasteful. You are degrading women, Shen Junyi exclaimed indignantly. Not all, Yi Qing chuckled, shaking his head. My brother's Royal Business Club is merely a venue for elite business discussions. Models and stars clamor to enter this circle because these individuals control the channels of wealth. To achieve fame, one must be willing to pay the price. This society is quite pragmatic. No one is going to spend money on you for nothing. Your words have shattered my worldview, Shen Junyi retorted, annoyed. Go there. Pick up Lulu and Wang Liang. Buy a car. Feeling elated, Shen Junyi questioned, with this Bentley, do we still need to buy another car? A Bentley is fine for occasional use, but not for regular activities. Ye vink contemplated. If I didn't wish to sit with Chen Lu, this car would be left in the parking lot of DeLong Shopping Center. Besides, I have many places to go in the future, and I might need to transport some stones or jade. The Bentley won't suffice. Are you truly going to Tangchong? Shen Junyi asked in astonishment. Absolutely. One must never put all their eggs in one basket. It is essential to learn to walk on two legs, Yi Qing stated earnestly. The White Fox is merely one channel I have chosen, while Boss Chi represent another. With both channels advancing simultaneously, I need not worry about them sabotaging me. You are concerned about the White Fox, Shen Junyi exclaimed. Did you not say she is the best business partner? Chapter 51, Slaves to Money, elucidates that once she finds an opportunity, she will certainly seize the chance. Yi Qing chuckled. It is wise to prepare in advance. You all have such cunning minds, Shen Junyi remarked with genuine admiration. Business and legal disputes are entirely different matters. In legal battles, one must seize evidence and pursue relentlessly. In business, one must remember the principle of give and take. And when it is time to let go, one must not hesitate. What kind of car do you wish to buy? Shen Junyi asked with a smile. An off-road vehicle. I happen to know someone who works at the automobile city, Shen Junyi replied cheerfully. Weren't you always in Kunming? How do you have connections here? Yi Qing inquired, surprised. Who doesn't have a few classmates? Shen Junyi playfully rolled her eyes at him. Although we don't see each other often, we have always kept in touch. Upon arriving at the Dehong Grand Hotel, they picked up Lulu and Wang Liang. And in the disappointed gaze of Chen Lu, the Bentley quietly merged into the flow of traffic. Sitting in the back seat, Shen Junyi glanced at Yi Qing and solemnly remarked, what you're doing seems a bit petty. Yi Qing responded earnestly. Marx once stated that a businessman would dare to take risks for a 50% profit. If the profit reaches 100%, they would trample on the laws of the land. With a 300% profit, they would dare to commit any crime, even risking execution. So, do not underestimate this woman. She can be terrifying when she becomes reckless. Shen Junyi cast a surprised glance at Lulu. Astonished by his clarity of thought, she sighed, expressing her sympathy for her. I simply find her quite pitiable. You will collaborate with her again in the future. Shen Junyi exclaimed in disbelief. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Yi Qing remarked, embracing her fragrant shoulder with a profound tone. What if, by chance, the stone's master is cutting or related to the Jade Association? I may need to ally with her. We have implicated you. Shen Junyi looked at him with guilt. Do not speak such foolishness. We are family. Yi Qing gazed earnestly into her eyes. The term master is not to be uttered lightly. Refrain from such words in the future. Understood? Shen Junyi nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. What kind of car do you wish to purchase? A Hummer is too imposing for you, Shen Junyi stated seriously. As long as Lulu is around, I shall not drive. Wang Liang chuckled as he turned to Lulu. What car do you suggest? A Land Rover, Lulu declared, parking the Bentley at the Land Rover dealership's entrance and turning to Yiqing. This vehicle is spacious and safe. I trust your judgment. Yiqing readily agreed. The four exited the car, greeted promptly by a welcoming hostess. Upon entering the store, Shen Junyi immediately set her sights on a Land Rover. What about this one? Yiqing observed its luxurious design, reminiscent of a business vehicle. Shen Junyi smiled. It is reasonably priced, just over 700,000. Indeed, that is quite affordable. Yiqing chuckled. Shen Junyi had her eyes on a cherry Jaguar Land Rover Evoque, but Lulu likely aimed for something imported. This gentleman possesses a discerning eye, exclaimed the beautiful saleswoman dressed in a red uniform. Noticing Yiqing as the buyer, she promptly intensified her recommendation, her voice becoming gentler. The Land Rover Range Rover Evoque continues the brand's avant-garde design language, featuring exquisite combinations of tear-shaped headlights and flowing turn signals, seamlessly integrated with the grille and bumper. The new model comes standard with hidden door handles, harmonizing with the uplifted waistline, enhancing the fluidity of its side profile. Furthermore, the robust 20-inch diamond-cut wheels are striking. The powertrain consists of an 1.8-liter turbocharged gasoline engine, delivering an impressive output of 170 horsepower. The saleswoman fervently promoted the vehicle, yet Shen Junyi remained unimpressed. You have a commendable depth of knowledge, but regrettably, you cannot offer us the best discount. Please summon your manager Wang. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Shen Junyi, who slightly nodded and bowed slightly. Certainly, please wait a moment. Ah, it is junior sister Junyi. How could you not call when arriving on my turf? It has been years since we last met, and you finally decided to visit. A stunning woman dressed in a black blazer approached swiftly, her arms wide open, enveloping Shen Junyi in a warm embrace. Witnessing the spectacle, Yiqing's face flushed crimson. Shen Junyi mischievously remarked, Sister Wang, your figure has improved remarkably. Is it due to your husband's pampering? Ha! Where did that husband come from? I am single by choice. Banli fainat indignation. Pushing her away but covertly casting a glance at Yiqing and the others, immediately retorting, Yet our Junyi has grown ever more beautiful. I wonder which young man has plucked this flower. As she spoke, Wang Li spun gracefully, her smile radiating towards the trio. We genuinely are here to purchase a vehicle. Shen Junyi replied with a smile. Wang Li finally grew serious. As a lawyer, a sedan suffices. Why venture into off-roading? Shen Junyi, still smiling, pointed at Yiqing. He is the true buyer. Wang Li appeared surprised. She had not perceived that Yiqing and his companions could afford the Range Rover Evoque, especially since the top configuration was nearly $1 million. Buyers of such vehicles were typically clad in suits, affluent science. Shen Junyi understood Wang Li's professional instincts, but chose not to expose them, wishing to shield Yiqing from excessive attention, particularly from women like Wang Li, who were in pursuit of a wealthy partner. However, Wang Li's discernment was beyond Shen Junyi's capabilities. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that Yiqing was dressed casually. Though not branded, his attire was exquisitely tailored, clearly the work of a master. And Yiqing, standing effortlessly, exuded an aura that was distinctly refined, something not easily feigned by a nouveau riche. She quickly smiled. This must be Junyi's boyfriend. This girl is quite stingy, unwilling to introduce you. Fearing I might steal her beau. You are accustomed to the wealthy at DeLong. Need you compete with me for a boyfriend? Shen Junyi replied half seriously. Bamli skufa disveimfuli. A bunch of gambling fools. One day their fortune is in the billions, the next they leap off rooftops. I would rather not become a widow before enjoying life. But may I ask your esteemed name? I am but a humble man, surnamed Yiqing. Yiqing smiled as he grasped her outstretched hand. Wang Li beamed at Shen Junyi. Good eye. My brother-in-law has chosen well, polite and with a touch of nobility. Yiqing released her hand, smiling shyly. Sister Wang, you flatter me. Are you satisfied with this Evoque? Wang Li inquired, confirming their intent to buy. Yiqing turned to Lulu, who shook his head. The horsepower is a bit lacking. Oh, Wang Li was taken aback. This vehicle is quite powerful for city driving. We need it for mountain roads and off-roading. Yiqing chuckled, explaining, Do you have any imported Land Rover Range Rovers? Indeed. Wang Li's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Shen Junyi, wanting to probe Yiqing's background. However, it is a nationally limited edition, with only 999 units available in the country. The custom luxury version is intended for display to attract clients. It may be slightly expensive. Sister Wang, Are you teasing me for my youth? Yi Qing chuckled. May I take a look? Wang Li stared at Yi Qing in astonishment, exclaiming, You truly wish to see it? Do not take offense. I was merely jesting. She understood that Shun Junyi, a lawyer in Kunming, earned around 1 to 2 million annually, but after purchasing a house, her savings were nearly depleted. Yi Qing appeared to be in his 20s. At that age, it was unlikely he could afford such a custom version. Yi Qing, perceptive as he was, sensed her concerns that Shin Junyi might be buying the car for him and laughed. It is not Junyi who is purchasing it for me. I am spending my own money, and I assure you, I am not joking. It is quite practical. Wang Li remained skeptical as she led the group toward a luxurious Land Rover. This particular model, the Range Rover, featured additional silver embellishments compared to the 5-door variant. The engine cover and rear insignia were crafted by hand in Birmingham, epitomizing extravagance. The side panels featured a silver single-line vent with frameless doors equipped with electric suction. The interior was adorned with wood grain, complemented by a dual-tone design of white and beige. The windows were frameless, and the audio system was produced by British sound giant. The rotary gear selector was encircled by 4 buttons with light displays, and the 4-wheel drive system offered more than 4 driving modes. The powertrain consisted of a 5.0-liter supercharged gasoline engine, boasting an impressive maximum output of 400 horsepower. The top speed reached 265 kilometers per hour, with acceleration from 0 to 100 in just 5 seconds. After Wang Li's detailed introduction, even Shun Junyi found it somewhat extravagant, gazing at Yi Qing in astonishment. You would actually use this vehicle to haul stones, would you? No matter how fine a car, it is meant for transporting people. Moreover, it is not about extravagance. Safety is paramount. Yi Qing chuckled, turning to Lu, who had just exited the vehicle. What do you think? We should add a solid front bumper and a rear tow hook. If we're transporting stones, we should install a safe in the trunk. You spoke succinctly. Wang Li was left puzzled, wondering who was actually buying the car. Moreover, while such modifications were feasible, they would diminish the vehicle's elegance. Surprised, she asked, What kind of stones are worth storing in a safe? Yi Qing smiled shyly. Apologies, Sister Wang. I am indeed the gambling fool you mentioned. Wang Li's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly chuckled. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I was merely joking. No harm done, Yi Qing replied with a smile, unperturbed. However, Sister Wang's concern for Junyi is genuine. Wang Li glanced at Shun Junyi and clenched her teeth, saying, I must speak candidly. I have been at DeLong for many years, witnessing countless individuals enter with dreams of overnight wealth. Yet, only a scant few manage to walk away with riches, while the majority suffer devastating losses. Since you are aware of the risks in this field, why? She paused. In truth, I am merely a purveyor of nature's bounty, specializing in stones. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. Gambling on stones is but a trifling diversion. A hint of a smile graced Wang Li's lips. Indeed, a little wager brings joy. I was overthinking it. Please just call me Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied. I am genuinely pleased that Junyi has such a good friend. Well then, I shall not be coy. Are you certain you want this vehicle? Wang Li still struggled to believe it. Yi Qing nodded. Money is not an issue, but I need it swiftly, as I am heading to Tongchong for raw stone procurement tomorrow. Wang Li pondered for a moment. Modifications will take time. However, I can enlist additional technicians to expedite the process. Regarding costs, while the market price for this Range Rover is $3.8 million, there is a surcharge for immediate delivery. Given your status as my junior's boyfriend, I can waive that fee. Nevertheless, I cannot cover the modification costs and the 10% purchase tax, license, and insurance. As Yi Qing nodded in agreement, Wang Li inquired with a smile, Will this be financed or paid in full? In full. Yi Qing glanced at Lu, who promptly produced a bank card from his handbag. Wang Li's impression of Yi Qing elevated upon learning he was capable of full payment. With a butler and bodyguard at his side, it appeared that Shun Junyi had indeed landed a golden son-in-law. This is my brother, assisting me with various matters, Yi Qing humbly stated. He will be the primary driver of this vehicle, thus he has a vested interest. Wang Li chuckled, recognizing that having wealth simplifies matters. The exhibition vehicle was promptly taken to the workshop for modifications. Lu signed a plethora of contracts, handing over $5.3 million, which included a waived surcharge of $300,000. Wang Li and Wang Liang proceeded to the workshop to oversee the modifications, which would require no less than 6 to 7 hours. Yi Qing had no intention of lingering, particularly under Wang Li's scrutinizing gaze, which made him feel as uncomfortable as a brother-in-law under the watchful eye of a sister-in-law. Noticing Yi Qing's restless demeanor, Shun Junyi shyly took his hand and smiled at Wang Li. Wang Li shot her a mock glare. Am I not merely admiring my brother-in-law? You are leaving so soon. You ungrateful little thing. Are you truly afraid I might steal him away? Chapter 53. The Heroine of Kyoto. Shin Junyi giggled. That will depend on your skills. Hand in hand, they walked towards the door and entered a Bentley. So this is the car he drives. Wang Li gazed enviously at the magnificent vehicle worth millions. Shun Junyi glanced at Yi Qing, who was focused on driving, and teased, Is Wang Li beautiful? Don't ask such frivolous questions. Yi Qing shot her a sideways glance. First, let us go to the villa and grab your luggage. And stop changing the subject. Earlier, Wang Li's gaze seemed as if she wanted to devour you. Shun Junyi laughed lightly. I've never seen her behave like that. The sweet girl before marriage has turned into a demanding mistress after. The ironic lyrics made Shun Junyi collapse into laughter, gasping for breath. Can you please change your ringtone? Isn't that a reflection of your kind? Yi Qing glanced at his phone, feeling guilty, and made a shushing gesture. The screen illuminated, revealing a stunning beauty. With a face as pale as jade, delicate willow-like brows, and captivating eyes, she possessed an ethereal charm. Dressed in a fitted waistcoat, paired with high-waisted blue floral trousers, she exuded the grace of a youthful hero from ancient times. Holding the reins, a majestic chestnut horse grazed beside her, with undulating green hills faintly visible in the background. The scene was poetically picturesque. Shun Junyi stole a glance, her heart filled with awe. This woman was too beautiful to be of this world. Lonely shadows on the cold river, old friends in the martial world. Have you fared well these past 2 days? Yevink intonet seriously. One hand on the steering wheel and the other on your phone. Are you attempting to invite trouble? Lu Yu teased with a sly smile. You don't expect me to wish you well, do you? Does the young master of Kyoto lack discernment? Yi Qing cast a guilty glance at the silent Shun Junyi, aware of Lu Ji's self-restraint. However, you should hand the phone to the lady beside you. Lu Yu, with a frosty demeanor, quipped, Who is she? Such beauty, yet behaving poorly, out late at night with Lu Gu. Are you looking for a hotel or a joyride? Shouldn't you be adjusting to the time difference? It's daytime here. The darkness is merely due to impending rain. Yi Qing steeled himself and handed the phone to Shun Junyi. I am 800 kilometers away. Have you forgotten the time difference? Lu Yu chuckled. Come clean. Who is she, and why are you with her? Shun Junyi held the phone up to Yi Qing's face. Too timid to look herself, resembling a mouse wary of a cat. Shun Junyi, the daughter of my master. Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Your cunning and sharp-tongued master could produce such a beautiful daughter? Mind your manners. Do not insult her father in front of his daughter. Lu Yu shrugged, dismissively. I merely speak the truth. How is your master's health? He suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, but the doctor said it's not serious. Yi Qing replied, while driving and glancing at the phone screen. Drive properly. Don't steal glances at me. Seeing your guilty expression is nauseating. Lu Yu wrinkled her nose and huffed, then shifted the conversation. Should I invite Grandpa Huang to pay a visit? No need. Yi Qing replied solemnly. The doctor said timely medical attention has led to good absorption of the blood clot. Recovery is merely a matter of time. Then I shall rest easy. Lu Yu smiled playfully. Fifth brother asked me to inquire how the arrangements are progressing. I knew you were at the Wang Palace. You dare to cause a ruckus in my absence. Ye vink exclaimed, astonished. You wouldn't be so impatient, would you? Lu Yu stamped her foot in frustration. If I don't hurry, our base will be taken over. What am I to do? You are a heroine of Kyoto. Should you have a bit of confidence in yourself? Yi Qing scoffed. Besides, I came to work, not to flirt. Pursuing romance in a place like this is truly a waste of money. Lu Yu burst into laughter. Still worried about that exquisite widow seducing fifth brother? You needn't fret. Even if fifth brother were to agree, she wouldn't succeed. Those who come to the Wang Palace Business Club are either affluent or esteemed, all possessing an investor's acumen. The trend of high-end jade prices doubling each year is increasingly apparent. Moreover, those who gamble here seek exhilaration, not overnight wealth. Viewing this circle through a merchant's lens is a grave misjudgment. Consider what price she must pay to acquire jade from these cash-rich patrons. Indeed, Lu Yu smiled proudly. Moreover, today, fifth brother brought a group of wealthy individuals to our establishment for thrills, and the stock of raw materials is dwindling. Everyone is enjoying themselves, yet lamenting the lack of high-quality jade. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Tangchong to see if I can carve out a path. Ye vink similet. That one tea affect the store's sales. Today's revenue reached 24 million, with a gross profit of 20 million. Separating the stone gallery from high-end gambling venues is indeed quite lucrative. Lu Yu expressed her delight. The astonishing sum not only startled Yi Qing, but also caused Shen Junyi to shudder. For $1 million in principal and $20 million in profit, all within a single day's revenue, was more exhilarating than robbing a bank. If the grade of the raw stones were to be elevated, even holding a sale once a month would yield terrifying figures. Lu Yu smiled brightly, remarking that preying on these hefty sheep was far more lucrative than milking tourists at Panjiayuan. All right, I concur with this plan, Yi Qing said decisively, nodding. Nothing else. I'm hanging up. You dare. Lu Yu revealed her left hand, adorned with an ancient yet uniquely designed silver bracelet, resting elegantly on her jade-like wrist. Yi Qing was taken aback. Why are you wearing Grandma's bracelet? After work today, I went to Nanshan with fifth brother. Grandma asked me if little Six proposed to me yet. I told her that he asked me 15 years ago while admiring the autumn leaves in Xiangshan, in front of both grandfathers, and I agreed then. Chapter 54. Uncertain Financial Prospects. Lu Yu's laughter was like spring blossoms, radiant and captivating. Ah, you're being sneaky, Yi Qing said, a look of despair on his face. I'm hanging up. Shenjia, don't listen to him. Point the camera at yourself, and let me see what kind of mistress could capture little Six's heart. Lu Yu called out loudly. Shen Junyi had nowhere to hide and could not escape, gritting her teeth as she flipped her phone around, a sheepish smile on her face. Lu Yu, I am Shen Junyi. Her face turned as red as blood, stuttering, Lu Yu, I assure you Yi Qing and I are innocent. An explanation equated to a cover-up. Living in the same room. How could they maintain innocence? Lu Yu snorted coldly, declaring, I acknowledge you as the mistress, but you must fulfill your responsibilities. Those vixens and enchantresses you can dismiss, but anyone can walk through the Yi family's doors. All right, I've said my piece. I'm hanging up. With a flash, Lu Yu's image vanished, leaving Shen Junyi in a daze as she turned her face toward Yi Qing, trembling with unease. What does Lu Yu mean by that? Acknowledging me as the mistress? Such is the clarity and astuteness of a girl from the capital. Her actions always defy expectations. Yi Qing sighed. She has given you an identity, and you have become her informant. Don't worry. She won't make things difficult for you. But my financial prospects are now uncertain. What do you mean by uncertain? Shen Junyi asked anxiously. I'm referring to money. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. This is about taking over my stone studio under the old lady's orders. Shen Junyi finally comprehended and burst into a laugh. Indeed, just like your phone's ringtone. A little angel before marriage and a formidable figure after. Yi Qing suddenly froze. That's not the main point. What is the main point? Shen Junyi felt her tension rise at his abrupt comment. Yi Qing, alert, said. Lu Yu's left hand was behind her back, and her right hand held the horse, who was helping her with the phone. At the Royal Palace Business Club, Yi Lao Wu, Yi Huan, looked sorrowfully at the chestnut horse, grazing on the meticulously tended grass of the golf course. The setting sun cast a golden glow on the approaching beauty, making her appear ethereal. However, her lovely face was filled with anger. Fifth brother, I have followed your instructions and voiced everything, but if you don't give me an explanation, I'll send you to the hospital. Yi Huan was well aware that this girl, though seemingly delicate, was a skilled fighter. He forced a smile and said, Lu Yu, don't repay kindness with malice. If I hadn't stolen Grandma's bracelet, you two would never have broken through that barrier. I have indeed broken through that barrier. But I also found little Six a mistress, Lu Yu retorted, furious. I haven't even entered your Yi family's door and have already suffered such indignities. As she spoke, her silver teeth clicked together while tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi Huan secretly rejoiced that she maintained her composure and did not lash out, sighing. Lu Yu, do you know why you and little Six have reached this juncture? Why? Lu Yu pondered, perplexed. You both know how many moles are on each other's bodies. You are incredibly familiar with each other. Although you have grown up and become increasingly beautiful, to the point of being called an unparalleled beauty, little Six has lost his curiosity about you. Thus, you cannot find that romantic spark between lovers. Indeed, a beautiful butterfly on the shoulder, and you can utter such rogue words. Lu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as her face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Huan looked at her with disdain. You've been to university. Don't you understand that a boy's fascination with a girl begins with curiosity about her body? Stop the nonsense and continue. Lu Yu knew she could not discuss this matter with a playboy like Yi Huan. Little Six had always excelled in his studies, and the two agreed to meet at Tsinghua Garden. But do you know why he failed the college entrance exam and what he did during the 4 years apart? Lu Yu was confused. Wasn't he just opening a stone studio? Just a stone studio? Yi Huan's face revealed a mysterious smile. Fifth brother, are you itching for trouble? Don't tease me. Lu Yu was captivated by his analysis and curious about what Little Six had done during her absence. Yi Huan turned around, looking at the elegant estate spanning 50,000 square meters, drawing a large circle. This is what he accomplished at 15. Building a billion-dollar empire alongside me. Lu Yu exclaimed in shock, "What? Little Six did that with you?" Back then, while we were wandering around Panjiayuan, he stumbled upon a manuscript of Dream of the Red Chamber written with a fountain pen at a stall selling calligraphy. We all laughed at him, saying that even if it were a forgery of Chao Shuachin's manuscript, it should be done with official brushstrokes. And a handwritten copy in fountain pen was clearly fake. But Little Six bought it for 100 yuan, keeping it under wraps. Later, this became the Royal Palace Business Club, Yi Huan said, a hint of pride on his face. It was originally a resort built by a prince, costing 100 billion and taking 5 years to complete, but it faced continuous losses after opening due to poor management, prompting the owner to consider selling. How Little Six got wind of this news, I don't know, but he persuaded me to take it over. I started by flipping permits. Raising 10 billion was already quite an achievement, so this juicy piece was beyond my reach. However, Little Six dragged me to invite this prince to dinner, negotiating the price down to 75 billion, agreeing that I would pay a 10 billion deposit up front, with the rest to be paid over a year, principal and interest included. Chapter 55, The Royal Palace Club. And then, Lu Yu was utterly engrossed. Once the property rights were secured, Little Six urged me to have the bank conduct an asset appraisal and secure a loan of 60 billion. He grinned as he produced the handwritten Dream of the Red Chamber. Only then did I realize it was not a manuscript at all, but rather a secret cookbook of Jia Mansion dishes penned by an imperial chef based on Dream of the Red Chamber. Yi Huan's expression reflected admiration. I hired several top chefs, and after more than a month of research, we finally brought these legendary dishes to life. Once launched, they became an instant sensation in the capital, with reservations becoming nearly impossible. Each day, the waiting list swelled to over 1,000, and within just 6 months, I made 5 billion. Lu Yu, astonished, pressed on. What happened next? After that, Little Six thought running a restaurant was slow money-making, so he proposed transforming the place into a high-end club. Yi Huan beamed. We created 5 types of cards: Supreme Card, Crystal Card, Gold Card, Silver Card, and Bronze Card. Little Six and I gifted the Supreme and Crystal cards to influential figures in key departments, allowing them to enjoy everything here for free. The Bronze Card has an annual fee of 1 million, the Silver Card 10 million, and the Gold Card 50 million, all deducted from consumption. It's akin to collecting money before selling goods, but these cards have restrictions, only usable in specific areas. Hence, merchants dining here, eager to connect with these big shots and seek fortune, have no choice but to upgrade their cards. Indeed, within merely 6 months, I have sold 1 billion worth of cards. By the end of the year, once I transfer the remaining payment to Brother Tai-Z, I shall still possess a liquidity of another 1 billion. I utilized this sum to settle a portion of my bank loans and interest, subsequently leveraging the club as collateral to adjust the loan amount. This year, the loan has been completely repaid, and this palace-like club now wholly belongs to the Yi family, its land value having doubled. Yi Huan surely nodded in agreement. However, Lu Yu, upon hearing this, became frustrated. But what you've said has nothing to do with me. You are indeed just like Xiao Lu, indulging in excess after a meal. Yi Huan chuckled, gesturing towards the affluent business magnates and glamorous models playing golf, asking playfully, "Do you not understand? Shameless." Yet none of them cast aside their families for divorce. Yi Huan stifled a laugh. However, those gentlemen, appearing earnest and unwavering, once ensnared, are prone to abandon their families. Lu Yu scoffed. Yi Huan quickly clarified. You graduated from university, dissatisfied with the low salaries offered by other companies. Xiao Lu promptly approached you with an annual salary of 1 million and an invitation for a 20% profit share from Shurtujai. His willingness to spend on you and his concern do not signify he regards you as a woman, but rather as a companion in shared prosperity. You are treated as Xiao Qi within our family. How could you expect a spark of passion to ignite? Lu Yu, feeling wronged, protested. But you cannot expect me to help him find a mistress. Yi Huan, urging her to comprehend, stated, It is quite simple. Xiao Lu's greatest dream is to travel the world with a sword. His spirit is as wild as that of a wolf. He seeks to roam freely, hunting across the land. This is intrinsic to his nature, beyond any control. However, the predicament you face is that the prey he encounters cannot simply be dismissed with money, for he is not merely a star model. The immediate priority is to create a small circle for him. Within this circle, although there may be several women. You are the most beautiful, the kindest, and the one who understands him best, making you the most significant person in his life. Moreover, Xiao Lu is the most filial. Wearing this silver bracelet from your grandmother signifies her consent for you to become her granddaughter-in-law. Would Xiao Lu dare to betray you then? That would be my loss. Lu Yu replied, her voice low, tears welling up again. Furthermore, you are aware that such circles operate this way. The princely heir is surrounded by numerous women. The facade may flutter with colors outside, but inside, the primary banner remains steadfast. Xiao Qi, this requires great wisdom. Though Lu Yu disdained the reasoning, she grudgingly accepted Yi Huan's perspective, turning to mount her horse and ride away. She elegantly waved her hand. I shall keep the bracelet. You explained to grandmother yourself. If I am unsatisfied with the outcome, it won't be just your legs that suffer, but your entire body. Yi Huan felt a profound sense of despair. At last, he recognized his foolishness, naively scheming against a woman, no less one who resembled a fierce tigress. Riding up the hillside, he gazed at the setting sun, while Lu Yu, unable to contain her emotions, shed tears uncontrollably. Xiao Gu, I am not such a magnanimous woman. My heart is shattered for loving you. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Shun Junyi emerged wearing a white tank top and fitted shorts, drying her hair with a towel as she glanced at Yi Qing. Since receiving Lu Yu's call, you have seemed discontented. What weighs on your mind? Yi Qing met her gaze, hesitating. I was contemplating the depth of pain a young girl must feel when making such a decision. Shun Junyi, alert, replied, I have finally achieved something. You wouldn't consider pushing me away again, would you? Whatever are you thinking? Yi Qing managed a bitter smile, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, self-deprecatingly chuckling. Truth be told, I have always regarded Lu Yu as a brother. Despite her repeated hints, I have used the excuse of familiarity to dismiss her advances. Yet today, I realized her feelings for me have reached a level where she can endure heartbreak, which fills me with guilt. Shun Junyi's eyes sparkled. As a woman, I understand the pain in her heart, but the moment has arrived for her to make a decision. Until she breaks through this barrier, you two will remain brothers for life. Thus, she has resolved to declare her love for you in this harsh manner, and it has proven effective. Indeed, Yi Qing was taken aback. Yes. Shun Junyi tossed aside her towel, wrapping her arms around his neck, teasingly proclaiming, at least now you understand how significant she is in your heart. Reflect on it. No matter how I express my affection for you, you have always deflected, never seriously considering our future. It is my fault, Yi Qing admitted, feeling remorseful. Not your fault, but rather your goodness. Shun Junyi smiled radiantly, akin to a blossoming flower. Only now do I truly grasp the kind of person you are. Chapter 56. The rice is already cooked. Is it good or bad? Yi Qing turned, smiling. Shun Junyi leaned against him. Do not blame me for being too pragmatic. This is the reality imposed by society. After witnessing my father's situation, I truly understand that the only reliable thing in this world is a man who will never abandon you. Yi Qing chuckled softly. In the eyes of the white fox, the most reliable thing is money. That is because she knows very well that without money, she cannot survive. Shun Junyi playfully pushed him. Go wash up first. You've been working with stones all afternoon and are filthy. Yi Qing stood, his gaze inadvertently drifting downwards. Smirking, Sister Junyi, next time you wash up, avoid wearing white shorts. Before Shun Junyi could react, he dashed into the bathroom. Shun Junyi lowered her head slightly, glancing at her fitted white shorts, the fabric clinging to her form, the exquisite contours subtly visible, her cheeks instantly flushed. You are observant, but too timid. Do you not realize I wear this for your eyes? Donning a short white skirt, she picked up her phone to order food, specifically requesting a bottle of red wine. Tonight, she had no intention of letting Yi Qing go out. With Lu Yu's approval, Yi Qing had also resolved his inner conflict. There would be no more raw rice cooked into mature grain, nor would they wait for an eternity. When Yi Qing emerged from the bathroom, he found 2 servings of steak salad and a bottle of Bordeaux, along with a half-filled wine glass waiting on the coffee table. Shun Junyi reclined on the sofa in a languid pose, her curves enticing, holding the wine glass and gently swirling the crimson liquid. Sister Junyi, what is this? Yigink hesitated. Sister is merely fulfilling her duty, supervising your self-discipline. Lu Yu wouldn't deny you this small indulgence, would she? Shun Junyi's gaze sparkled like water. I am quite disciplined, Yi Qing affirmed. But this feels like you are guarding your own treasure. Sister is already a mistress. Why fear being a thief? Shun Junyi rolled her eyes at him disdainfully. With me around, 5th sister might as well resign. Otherwise, I shall inform Lu Yu that you think of her in terms of fifth sister. How depraved. Yi Qing replied, exasperated. Shen Junyi, feeling liberated, leaped off the sofa, wrapping herself around Yi Qing, lamenting, if I marry you, it won't be me in the bridal chamber on our wedding night. If I do not seize the opportunity now, I will lose out on this lifetime. The next morning, Yi Qing stepped out, invigorated, while Shen Junyi walked somewhat awkwardly, though her disguise was clever enough that no one noticed. The four of them had breakfast before hitting the road in their 7-seat Land Rover, Shen Junyi reclining in the back to catch some sleep. As they approached the highway, Lu glanced at the rearview mirror. A car is following us. Yi Qing noticed through the streaming window. It's Wang Bo's red Ferrari. He took out his phone, directly dialing Boss Chi, instructing him to head to Tengchong and send their location upon arrival. Sixth brother, should we shake them off? Lulu asked coldly. Yi Qing chuckled. Initially, I thought to show mercy, but there are indeed those who fear nothing. Since that is the case, let us take them to gamble on stones. Whether they strike it rich or face dire consequences depends on their luck. Yi Qing dialed Bai Hu's number, notifying her to meet them at the highway entrance. Lulu halted the car, and as the door swung open, Yi Qing strode forward, rapping on the Ferrari parked behind the Range Rover. Wang Bo contemplated turning the vehicle around to avoid an encounter with this notorious figure. But he was hindered by Zhao Delong's strict orders to prevent Yi Qing from selling high-end jadeite to Chen Lu. Departing was not an option. Instead, he decided it would be prudent to greet Yi Qing and ascertain his intentions before making further plans. Zhao Biao and Yi Qing, both with reddened eyes, were grappling with the immense loss of 200 million, reduced to a pile of shattered jadeite, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths that they could not swallow. Wang Bo exited the car, composed himself, and extended his hands with a jovial smile. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence to run into you here at the highway entrance. Indeed, it was quite serendipitous. Yi Qing chuckled internally at the irony, shaking his hand in return. He glanced at the figure standing aside, expressing concern. How is Vice President Zhao's health? Is everything well? Zhao Biao's face darkened instantly, and he snorted in silence. Yi Qing, beaming with amusement, explained, upon my arrival at Delong, I had a few dealings with Xianjin due to the lack of contributions. He found this Myanmar girl to be charming and agreeable, yet was taken aback by her audacity and domineering demeanor, which had provoked Vice President Zhao to the point of fury. Yet, to be fair, it was admirable how Vice President Zhao tolerated such disrespect from a mere Myanmar girl. Zhao Biao trembled with rage, his fists clenched, eager to retaliate when suddenly an old Toyota sped up and screeched to a halt beside the Ferrari. Bai Hu leaped out, her face radiant with a smile. I brought 20 million. Is that enough? Yi Qing remarked, half seriously, Myanmar girls may lack many things, but they certainly have an abundance of cash. Bai Hu dismissed his jest, turning to Zhao Biao and Wang Bo. What are you two doing here? Wang Bo, feeling intimidated by Bai Hu, hurriedly clarified. It was merely a chance encounter. Yi Qing chuckled. Indeed, I was waiting at the highway entrance and unexpectedly ran into Director Wang and young Master Zhao. Bai Hu exchanged glances with him, signaling, get in. We're leaving. Don't mind them. Pointing to the Range Rover, Yi Qing quipped, your vehicle is bound for Tengchong. It might fall apart. Bai Hu, astonished, circled the Range Rover, exclaiming, you bought a car. How much did it cost? 580,000, quite reasonable. Ye vink, ripiet. Bai Hu exclaimed in admiration. That is not expensive, considering you made 100 million yesterday. Spending 580,000 on a car is a steal. Yi Qing glanced at the glowering Zhao Biao. I must thank Vice President Zhao for his generosity. Wang Bo seized a rare opportunity to speak. Mr. Yi is heading to Tengchong. It's challenging to find good raw stones, so he has off to test his luck. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes with a grin. I wonder where Director Wang and young Master Zhao are headed? Wang Bo, with a complex expression, eyed the tinted windows of the Range Rover, gritting his teeth. Young Master Zhao and I are also heading to Tengchong to discuss a minor business matter. What business? Yi Qing queried, his voice lowering. Wang Bo was taken aback, then glanced around cautiously, lowering his tone. Mr. Yi, we are legitimate businessmen. We do not engage in illegal activities. Not engaging in illegal activities? Yi Qing nearly delivered a punch to his face, bemused by his naivety. Tengchong is the largest wholesale market for raw stones. You and young Master Zhao wouldn't be secretly gambling on stones, would you? Gambling on stones? Zhao Biao was momentarily stunned. His family was in the raw stone procurement business, yet he adhered closely to Zhao Delong's directives to sell stones without gambling. This was because he understood that even a deity cannot discern a flawed jade. Baihu remained silent, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She recognized that Yi Qing was intentionally steering Zhao Biao toward the path of gambling, seeking to incite him to financial ruin, whether through gambling money or stones. Moreover, gambling on stones was incredibly addictive. Once one experienced the fervor of stone cutting and witnessed lucky winners, anyone would be swept away by the prospect of overnight wealth. Yet, the odds of a successful gamble were exceedingly slim. Yi Qing understood that individuals like Zhao Biao, with fortunes amounting to billions, had grown weary of traditional pleasures. The thrill that could entice him was that irresistible rush of excitement, which, when combined with the sight of rising stakes, would lead to irrationality. Particularly, after Zhao Biao had incurred such a significant loss due to Zhao Delong, he would be eager to prove himself through other means. If Yi Qing had held back yesterday, being followed had hardened his resolve today. However, much like fishing, it required a gradual approach. Yi Qing smiled and recounted, "When I first arrived at Delong, I had merely a few $100,000. That wouldn't even buy a decent car. Yet, through a series of lucky bets, I earned over 100 million in just 2 days. This time, I'm off to Tengshong to test my luck. Perhaps my assets will double. All down to fortune." Yi Qing humbly stated, "Gambling on stones is about participation. Without taking a risk, there is no chance of winning. Once we reach Tengshong, why not try our luck together?" Yi Qing was casting bait, but he never explicitly mentioned encouraging them to gamble on stones, merely inviting them to share in the fortune. The influence of a role model is boundless. Zhao Biao's interest was piqued. After all, if there was nothing else to do, it would be worthwhile to accompany them and perhaps spot a stone that caught his eye. A small gamble wouldn't hurt. While Zhao Biao pondered, Yi Qing turned to Baihu, "Bring down the money." As he kicked the side of the Range Rover, the trunk slowly opened, revealing a safe inside. "I brought 50 million. This time, I aim to gamble with over 100 million. Baihu snorted, signaling her subordinate to load the suitcase into the car. Yi Qing, ever the gentleman, held the door for Baihu, shielding her head as she entered. Before climbing in himself, he rolled down the window, poking his head out. "See you in Tengshong." Lu pressed the accelerator, and the Range Rover surged onto the highway. Yi Qing pressed a button, raising a partition that separated the driver's cabin from the rear compartment, where a liquid crystal television was mounted. What a luxurious vehicle. I wish I had one like this. Baihu and Shun Junyi exclaimed, filled with envy. Yi Qing chuckled. "You made 100 million. Why not buy one? You earn money, but I earn my life. Can I spend it recklessly?" Baihu shot him a playful glance. "Now, it's time to reveal your true identity. If you don't wish to disclose, I won pry. You'll eventually need my help." She waved her hand, a knowing smile on her face. Yi Qing's mind raced. His arrival in Rayleigh during his master's illness would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the observant. He could not ascertain how Baihu had detected the flaw in his disguise. Moreover, her words implied she was privy to some truths. His genuine identity was simply as Junyi's boyfriend. Baihu playfully slapped Shun Junyi on the back, causing her to yelp in surprise and glare at her in indignation. What was that for? Clearly, last night had been quite thrilling and wild. Baihu chuckled darkly. "If you are indeed a couple, how could you possibly be in the hotel for the first time together? What kind of logic is that?" Shun Junyi's face flushed crimson. Baihu retorted, "The logic is simple. Before he arrived, you were still a girl, and by the next day, you had become a woman. You surrendered yourself to him. It must be more than just a simple relationship." Yi Qing suddenly exclaimed, "You've known Junyi for a long time." Baihu smirked. "Do you not find it odd that she appears powerless in Rayleigh, yet assists Old One with his affairs?" The Jade Association not only refrained from taking advantage of her plight, but also paid a premium to acquire the gambling stone establishment and the Jade Pavilion. "Isn't that curious? You are secretly protecting her." Yi Qing's realization dawned. All the illogical elements finally fell into place. Given his master-esque character, how could he allow his daughter to fall into peril? He must have made arrangements to ensure Shun Junyi's safety before his arrival. It was precisely because Baihu, a figure of notoriety, was backing her that the Jade Association was compelled to pay exorbitant prices for the Dragon Rue gambling stone establishment and the Jade Pavilion. Furthermore, Baihu's threats regarding Wang Liang were not mere whims, but were motivated by specific purpose. Yet, she was unaware that he was Old One's disciple. The identity of the sixth member of the Yi family is one that even the master would not divulge to others. In an instant, Yi Qing comprehended everything and chuckled. "Sister White Fox, you truly do not recognize me anymore." This inquiry left White Fox astonished. "Should I know you?" she retorted, soon coming to her senses and coldly huffing. Indeed, I should know you. I have never discussed our matters with you, yet you are aware of our military background, which is why you have persistently warned me. But how could I possibly recall who you are? It is difficult to associate the child from 3 years ago who was cutting stones at the Longrue gambling stone shop with my current self. Yi Qing, observing White Fox's astonished expression, chuckled, surprised. Aren't you? Chapter 58, Taking Medicine. You truly are him. White Fox exclaimed in disbelief. The filthy child, who was always hard at work and frequently scolded by Old One. I thought Old One had dismissed him for being foolish. That was indeed me. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Back then, you and the cunning tiger delivered goods every month, so I remembered you both. Shen Jinyi gazed at White Fox, incredulous. It was you who protected me from the shadows. After Old One cut through that stone, he sent me a message asking me to watch over his daughter, who came to help with his affairs. White Fox chuckled lightly. Soon after, news arrived that the Jade Association was acquiring the Longrue Gambling Stone Workshop and the Jade Building. Assisting Old One in transporting gambling stones was our most vital source of income. And since Old One was ill, not deceased, I initially thought of sabotaging the deal. However, my elder brother stopped me, informing me that the matter was not simple, and it would be best to observe how things unfolded. Thus, I had people follow you until Yi Qing appeared. Yet, I suspected he had ulterior motives, which is why I intimidated him. Seeing you today, I am certain. White Fox shared a meaningful smile with Shen Jinyi, causing Shen Jinyi's cheeks to flush crimson as she shyly covered her face. Shen Jinyi exclaimed, You all suspect that my father's cutting of that stone was a setup. In our circle, we call such a scheme a celestial scheme. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, moreover. The master is also adept at this. How could he have been poisoned for no reason? White Fox bit her cherry lips. My elder brother speculates as you do and has agreed to collaborate with you. He set off for Yangon this morning to investigate who acquired that stone back then. The buyer from 10 years ago is difficult to trace, isn't it? Yi Qing frowned. If it were a different stone, it would indeed be challenging to track. But the auction's top stones are all documented. It may take some time, but we will eventually uncover the truth. Yi Qing sighed. The master left behind too many mysteries. Do not worry. The truth will eventually come to light. Yi Qing nodded in silence. White Fox shifted the conversation. This trip to Tengchong is merely for gambling stones. No. Yi Qing began, but noticed White Fox's expression darkening. He chuckled. I intend to open another store in Kyoto, focusing on high-end raw stones. The stone workshop primarily deals in mid to low-end raw stones. My trip to Tengchong is merely a side venture to procure mid to low-end raw stones. This channel will not affect your income. Opening a store is not that simple. White Fox's expression softened. Hesitating, we cannot afford to wait. Yi Qing understood that failing to clarify matters would cause this cunning fox to turn against him at any moment. The location has already been secured, and the customer base established. We are merely waiting for quality raw stones to auction. Auction? White Fox exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing explained with a smile. The procurement of premium raw stones will primarily be from Yangon, Wakhang, and the Old Street Market. You will handle all transportation since they are not sold by weight. We can renegotiate the price. You can name your price. I will not haggle. White Fox's expression suddenly turned more serious. You still intend to go to the Old Street Market? You must know that it is the capital of Kokong and one of the most dangerous areas. But it is also the closest to here. Yi Qing replied earnestly. What? Is there a problem? White Fox spoke hesitantly. Going to the Old Street Market requires careful planning. Seeing her distressed expression and faltering words, Yi Qing sensed that there was something amiss. However, he refrained from probing further and smiled. You should wear this outfit to Tengchong. Shen Jinyi, having developed a fondness for White Fox, expressed concern. I brought a few sets of change of clothes. Your figure is similar to mine. If you don't mind, you can wear mine. White Fox nodded in agreement, smiling at Yi Qing. What? Do you wish to see me change? Yi Qing immediately turned away, and White Fox teased. Why are you so obedient? I'm not afraid of you seeing. Shen Jinyi chuckled, finding her words oddly familiar. In the vehicle, White Fox rustled about, changing into a new outfit, and playfully chided, You can turn around now. The tight denim shorts accentuated her curvaceous form, her legs fair and slender. Her skin taut, she possessed a youthful vitality that could last a decade. Ding! The green light in the rear compartment lit up, and Yi Qing pressed the button to lower the partition. What is it? We're about to exit the highway. Where to? Yu Unquayod. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. Boss Chi had already sent the location. Qing Shui. Lulu activated the navigation, and they began to bump along after exiting the highway. Yi Qing chuckled. They suspect Chen Lu is in the car. They won't leave. Half an hour later, they entered Qingshui Township. Although there was a river here, the water was murky, filled with debris. Yi Qing checked the information. Qingshui Township was not the largest raw stone procurement market in Tingchong, but rather quite small, causing him to wonder why Boss Qi had introduced such a place. Upon arriving at the entrance, Boss Qi and a robust man were already waiting. Seeing everyone disembark without spotting Chen Lu, Boss Qi let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Brother, do not blame me for being partial. This is my brother-in-law." Wang Gong. Boss Qi continued, "One must have connections. Otherwise, one is but a lonely soul." Yi Qing laughed heartily. Indeed, doing business with relatives is more reassuring. Wang Hong did not expect a significant transaction, but realized upon seeing the Range Rover that this person was not lacking in funds. More importantly, their temper matched, and he smiled while shaking hands with everyone before inviting them inside. Wang Hong's yard was vast, with walls over a yard high. Upon entering the main gate, they encountered a spacious plaza with a two-story small building on the left, housing several offices. In the central hall were several desks, computers, and a few girls who, while not dressed formally, were busy settling accounts with gambling stone customers. On the right side was a parking lot, with several long container trucks parked alongside a dozen luxury cars. Yi Qing's Range Rover could only be considered mid-range. Passing through the factory, they found a dozen stone-cutting machines and 20 or 30 workers. The floor was strewn with Jade rough materials. However, what puzzled everyone was the absence of customers. Only workers were present. Boss Qi smiled mysteriously, pushed open a door, and gestured them to enter. Stepping outside, Yi Qing was astonished. From this vantage point, there was a vast plaza spanning thousands of square meters. Aside from a central roadway, both sides were densely piled with raw jade stones, resembling small mountains. Chapter 59, discussing the piling of raw stones. Many individuals in the plaza were selecting rough materials, but not with the meticulousness Yi Qing had shown when gambling stones. Instead, they were selecting in heaps. "How about that, brother? Quite generous, isn't it?" Boss Qi beamed with pride at Yi Qing's astonished expression. Yi Qing inquired with a smile, "It seems there are shares of yours here as well." "I partner with my brother-in-law," Boss Qi admitted candidly. Wang Hong chimed in, "Boss Yi, I've heard from my brother-in-law that your business in Kyoto is quite substantial, but not as large as yours here." Yi Qing self-deprecatingly laughed. Although he owned a stone workshop, it was supplied by his master. He had never procured raw stones and had never considered that raw stones could be piled as high as small mountains. Wang Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, "Boss Yi, you flatter me. My operations here are merely small-scale and hardly noteworthy." He spoke the truth. There were much larger factories in Tingchong. True big clients would never approach such a small factory. The visitors are primarily small merchants. The essence of gambling on stones lies in the very act of gambling itself. While some may strike it rich overnight, the majority end up losing everything. These small business people have painstakingly accumulated their wealth and are naturally hesitant to stake their fortunes on a gamble. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that 99% of the rough stones sourced from here will not yield jadeite, given that there are many unsuspecting tourists in Yunnan and few experts. Those who cannot discern the quality of the rough stones are merely chasing illusions of sudden wealth. As a result, Wang Hong places significant importance on Yi Qing. Arriving in a luxurious Land Rover, accompanied by beautiful women and bodyguards, and buoyed by the inflated praises of Boss Qi, he harbors great hopes. Ye Ving, possessing a keen intellect, quickly realizes that Wang Hong is testing the extent of his sales potential. If the sales are indeed substantial, Wang Hong would undoubtedly strive to secure this major client, potentially lowering the asking price for the rough stones. A glance at the towering piles of rough stones reveals to Yi Qing that Wang Hong's operation is modest. He is unable to procure stones from larger markets and is limited to sourcing from new and smaller venues, which typically offer lower prices. However, for Yi Qing, this is of little consequence. Over the past 2 years, his master has often mixed rough stones from major markets with subpar materials from smaller venues to test his discerning eye, allowing him to hone his skill in identifying treasures amidst mediocre stones. Moreover, the dragonstone variety of Pai Xiao has endowed him with an extraordinary ability to perceive details that elude others, enabling him to discern the quality and potential of the stones with just a cursory glance. Ultimately, the stones are meant for sale, not for personal gambling. Therefore, as long as the quality is good, that suffices. After all, no seller can guarantee that every rough stone contains jadeite. Whether it yields profit or loss is purely a matter of chance. The essence of stone gambling lies in the uncertainty. No one knows what lies within until the first cut is made. Whether it will lead to riches or destitution, all depends on one's discerning eye. This very uncertainty fuels the frenzy and obsession surrounding the practice. As long as he can ensure that a few rough stones yield Jade daily at the stone temple, it will incite the tourists coming to Panjiayuan to frantically purchase stones. The profit lies not in selling Jade, but in selling the stones themselves, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 per kilogram, yielding profits that can multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. In Lu Yu's words, the only difference between this and robbery is that robbery is illegal, while selling stones is not. Yiqing scrutinizes the stones chosen by these small merchants. Their grayish-white hues indicate they are merely subpar materials intended to deceive tourists, certainly a losing bet. However, he dismisses these inferior stones, knowing they would fetch little value even in Kyoto, and wonders if there are any better options. Yes, Wanggongi Gyori-no. There are some rough stones transported from the old market, of good quality, some with green hues. I've placed them in the factory. My brother can take a look. Perhaps there will be a spark of interest. Upon hearing this, Yiqing understands that this is akin to operating a gambling stone shop, where valuable items are hidden away for sale at a premium. The subpar stones are merely prepared for small merchants, while the real treasures reside within the factory. At that moment, Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, driving a lamentable Ferrari, burst into the scene. Boss Qi, seeing them, whispers a few words into Wang Hong's ear and apologizes to Yiqing before withdrawing. Wang Hong furrows his brow, summoning a worker to bring Wang Bo and Zhao Biao inside, while he leads Yiqing and the others into the factory. The factory is spacious yet poorly lit. Baihu grimaces in distaste, but forces herself to walk alongside Shen Junyi, trailing behind Yiqing. Yiqing refrains from turning on the lights, casually surveying the stones. He quickly realizes that while these stones may not belong to the most prestigious mines, they are of decent quality, situated somewhere between the third and fourth tiers. Frowning, he addresses Wang Hong. Brother, regardless of the circumstances, I will support your business today, but these materials are indeed lacking. Please introduce how the pricing works. Wang Hong glances back, sensing the uncertainty. As they enter the factory, Shen Junyi and Baihu wear expressions of disdain, clearly indicating their lack of understanding regarding stones. Lu and Wang Liang remain silent, not stepping forward. Among this group, there seems to be no one with expertise in evaluating stones. Even if Yiqing is a gambling stone expert, can he truly assess so many stones alone? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hong smiles. Brother, if you can secure a deal, I must owe you a favor. We are all straightforward individuals here. These rough stones may not compare to the top-tier materials from established markets, but they were purchased by the truckload, weighing 5 tons. The unloading yields a substantial pile, costing around 10,000 for each pile, which amounts to approximately 20,000 per ton. At this price, I am hardly making a profit. The same stones would sell for 50,000 per ton elsewhere, but here they are only 20,000. Even with a transport distance of 3,800 kilometers to Kyoto, the shipping cost for a ton shouldn't exceed 30,000, right? To pass up such a bargain would be foolish. Additionally, since Boss Qi needs to avoid Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, he cannot offer Wang Hong any advice. Yiqing grimaces. While it is a bit pricey, it is still acceptable. Incurring a slight loss is not a concern. However, brother, can we proceed this way? I would like to choose the stones myself, and only the ones I select will be counted. Chapter 60. Playing the Fool to Catch the Wise. Shen Junyi lightly purses her lips, a smile curling at the corners, knowing this young man is about to play the fool to ensnare the wise. Baihu, however, frowns and exclaims, these are all worthless stones. They aren't even worth 20,000 per ton. Yiqing, let us leave. Tung Chong is vast. I refuse to believe we can't find better stones. Hold on. This business was introduced by Boss Qi. Even if we find them unworthy, we should select a few to repay a favor to Boss Qi. Yiqing quickly reassures Baihu. Wang Hong grows anxious but feels conflicted. Brother, the rules are as such. If you want them, you must take a certain amount. You can choose any rough material from the factory, and if you select one, it will be priced accordingly. Yiqing chuckles, realizing that Wang Hong has misunderstood him, and waves his hand. Brother, you are mistaken. I truly want them, and not just one batch. I will take anything that catches my eye. You can charge me by the batch for the stones I choose. Any that I do not want, you can continue to sell. This thought of securing a major client instantly springs to Wang Hong's mind, and having worked in this field for many years, he has never encountered someone so eager to select rough stones. Even if one is an expert in gambling stones, one typically needs to examine them closely under proper light. It is hard to believe that a mere glance could yield selections of jadeite. He burst into hearty laughter. I'm misunderstood. Brother, feel free to choose. This entire warehouse is yours. Yi Qing breathes a sigh of relief. Brother, do you have any paint or brushes? Naturally, the factory is well equipped with such supplies. And Wang Hong quickly has a worker bring them over. Yi Qing picks up a paint bucket and a long-handled brush, smiling. Brother, please call a few workers to set aside the stones I mark with circles and those I label with writing. You can tally the quantities yourself. As it is my first business transaction, please ensure there are no mistakes. Wang Hong chuckles. Brother, you are generous. Let's proceed as you wish. Yizving, with paint bucket in hand, strides along the designated 7-foot corridor. Baihu, feeling uneasy, follows closely, whispering, Are you out of your mind? Yi Qing turns to glance back at the entrance, where Wang Hong stands chatting amiably with Shun Junyi, and then whispers back, My master has spent 2 years training me to select rough stones from among the rubbish. Besides, these stones aren't too shabby. I'm sure I can find quite a few good ones. Baihu exclaims in surprise, Are you saying they can yield high-quality jadeite? As Yi Qing walks, his eyes remain sharp, marking potential green stones with a circle and selecting those he deems promising. For each stone he marks, Baihu has workers remove it, creating piles of stones, some yielding 20 to 30 marks, while others yield only 1. After 2 full hours, Yi Qing has selected 600 to 700 rough stones, leaving him mentally exhausted and seeing stars. Leaning on Baihu's shoulder, he sits down on a stone to rest. Both he and the workers are weary. He has chosen stones of various sizes, and they have had to help him sift through the piles for easier selection. Several rough stone merchants were watching him intently, an unusual sight throughout history, for only those with the gift of clairvoyance could discern the value of stones. Otherwise, one would merely see a pile of rubble. Yet, Yi Qing's demeanor resembled that of a wealthy heir frivolously spending his father's money. Once the workers had carried away the stones he had circled, Yi Qing was no longer selective. The storage room contained tens of thousands of rough stones, yet only a handful captured his eye. As Wang Hong calculated the volume, he observed the stones Yi Qing had chosen. Varieties such as python, pine flower, and moss all exhibited promising qualities, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this young man. However, selecting several hundred stones with decent skins from tens of thousands proved to be a daunting task for him. He specialized in selling stones, not gambling on them. And the best way to distinguish the value of stones was to assess the production site and the likelihood of green jade emerging, leaving the rest to fate. Yi Qing's method of selection was not a loss for him, as the remaining stones were still worth 21,000 per cubic meter. Baihu wrapped her arm around his shoulder, her skepticism evident. The stones you've chosen can all yield jade. Yi Qing chuckled at her words, realizing she had finally lowered her expectations. Yet for seasoned gamblers, stones from established sites were often 9 out of 10 failures, and new sites were even less reliable, with 100 stones producing no jade at all. Nonetheless, he was confident that the stones he had selected from the marked ones had a 20% chance of yielding green jade, while those he had circled had over a 50% chance. The prospect of high-quality jade was not impossible, but this was a secret he could not divulge to Baihu. After selecting such a small number of stones, his mind felt nearly overwhelmed. No wonder his mentor had once deceived him with inferior products. Stone selection was indeed exhausting. I can only tell you, perhaps, he mused. The 146 marked stones amounted to 33 cubic meters, while the 632 marked ones totaled 231 cubic meters. Wang Hong stood at the door. Brother, are you still selecting? Thank you, Brother Wang, but that will be all for today. Ye Ving replied, cheerfully supporting Baihu as they exited. He glanced at Lulu, who was supervising the workers, and called out, Take out 10,000 yuan and distribute it among these brothers. They have worked hard moving stones today. Wang Hong approached with a smile and gave a thumbs up. Brother, I'm not trying to belittle you, but you are quite slippery. No wonder your brother-in-law keeps warning me to be cautious. Yi Qing chuckled. Brother, I come here once a month, as long as your goods are good. I want to go elsewhere. Just wait for your words. Next time I have goods, I'll be the first to call you and let you have the first pick. Wang Gong exclaimed joyfully. In total, it's 264 cubic meters. No more chit-chat. Lulu, transfer the funds. Ye Ying commanded. And Lulu approached to take the account number, directly transferring 5,280,000. Wang Hong noted the decisive transfer and further solidified his belief that Yi Qing was a major buyer. Yi Qing smiled, Brother, Please find a reliable transport company to pack the rough stones and send them directly to Kyoto. The shipping costs are negotiable, even if a bit pricey. It's no matter as my stone shop in Kyoto is running low on stock. Wang Hong nodded with a grin, inquiring, how much can your stone shop sell in a day? The stone shop is located in Panjiayuan with a high foot traffic, easily selling several tons of rough stones daily. Yeving respondit vaguidi. Wang Hong was taken aback. Even his brother-in-law's gambling stone shop in DeLong sold, at most, a few £100 a day. He had not expected Yi Qing's shop to have such high sales. Then it's settled. Please give me your phone number. Zhao Biao and Wang Bo had been observing for quite some time, and could only see Yi Qing as a fool for spending over 5 million on these stones. Although Jade might be hidden within the stones, it was impossible to guarantee that cutting them would yield Jade rather than mere stone. Wang Hong called for several vehicles and negotiated the price with Lulu, directing the workers to load the rough stones. Once the car doors were securely locked, he led Yi Qing and the others to a small storage room, smiling as he asked, Brother, how about a gamble? My brother-in-law keeps saying you are a master among masters. Let me see for myself. Chapter 61. Opening the treasure vault for casual selection. The guests selecting rough stones in the storage room were suddenly electrified, realizing that the focus had shifted. Selecting stones was merely a prelude to the thrill of gambling. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, noting their eager gazes, recognizing that it was time to deal with these two. Initially, they had relaxed upon seeing that Chun Lu was not among Yi Qing's group. According to Wang Bo's plan, he would not gamble. His goal was simply to purchase any jade that Yi Qing might uncover. However, Zhao Biao's curiosity had been piqued by Yi Qing, eager to witness how he extracted a fortune in jade from rough stones. As they entered the storage room, Yi Qing observed that it was no longer merely a storage space, but rather a treasure vault. The walls were constructed of 2 feet thick concrete, and the 100 square meter area featured a small window near the ceiling, too small for an adult to enter, reinforced with a security grate. The rough stones were not displayed openly, but were secured within massive safes. It was already noon, and the sunlight beat down on the concrete ceiling, creating a sweltering heat. Accompanying Wang Hong into the treasure vault were not only Yi Qing and his companions, but also a dozen other rough stone buyers. With so many people crammed into the 100 square meter space, it felt even more oppressive, and everyone was drenched in sweat. Each person understood that most of the stones within the safes were beyond their financial reach. Yet, despite the heat and hunger, no one dared to leave. This was the allure of gambling with stones, a maddening obsession. Wang Hong did not rush to open the safes, but first had the workers bring in bottled water. Yi Qing gulped down the water in one go and handed the bottle to Shan Junyi before inquiring, Brother, do you have any good materials? Yi Qing chuckled, pulling Baihu closer. Brother, did you see this beautiful lady? She is the major buyer, having loaded 2 million in cash directly into my car, filling 2 large suitcases. As long as there are good materials, feel free to cut them. Baihu gritted her teeth, sharply stepping on his foot, and retorted, Which side are you on? Wang Hong, perceptive, realized that Yi Qing was signaling to him that money was no object. He could afford any expensive materials he desired. My dear lady, you have misunderstood my brother. He is merely employing a strategy to coax me into revealing my best rough stones. Really? Baihu eyed him skeptically. I mean, Brother Wang is a businessman. Good rough stones tend to appreciate in value, which is common knowledge. However, a businessman is like a loan shark. Money put out is a risk, and if it doesn't return, it's just a pile of paper. Ye vink vinjit, grasping Baihu's wrist and lifting 1 foot to sway it. You are being a bit too harsh. Baihu shot him an exasperated glance. The implications in her words were apparent to all, eliciting hearty laughter. Yet Wang Hong did not share in the mirth. Instead, his expression shifted. Brother. Yi Qing smiled. I appreciate your concern, brother. Although I'll mend deals and high-interest loans, I'm not borrowing her money, but rather collaborating on stone gambling. Moreover, yesterday at Vice President Zhao's place in Ruili, we partnered to win a stone, splitting 100 million each. Consequently, she became addicted and insisted on accompanying me to Tengchong today. Rest assured, she understands the rules of gambling with stones. The small merchants were left speechless. Earning 200 million from single stone was indeed a sign of wealth. Wang Hong's doubts were alleviated, and he chuckled heartily as he approached to open the safe. Baihu stood beside Yi Qing, whispering, He has better character than Boss Chi. Yi Qing nodded. He is someone worth befriending. Wang Hong opened the safe, employing the most common method in the stone gambling world. No good rough stone came cheap, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Having been in the business for so long, He must have stored some valuable goods, which was precisely what Yi Qing anticipated. As Wang Hong opened the safe, Yi Qing smiled subtly at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao. Luring them into a trap was a skill in itself, requiring patience and a natural progression for them to step into the snare. Thus, he hoped that Wang Hong would present the finest materials. He must emerge victorious. Only by allowing Zhao Biao and Wang Bo to witness his triumph, once would Zhao Biao be convinced that his success stemmed from luck rather than skill. Everyone harbors the belief in their own fortune. Wang Hong opened all the safes in one breath. As Yi Qing had stated, he was a businessman. Money, when it circulates in hand, is money. Otherwise, it is merely a stone. Although quality raw stones appreciate several times in value each year, their rapid increase inevitably renders them unaffordable for ordinary merchants. There are many wealthy individuals, yet they are all astute. Those who lack knowledge of stones will certainly refrain from spending exorbitant amounts on a mere rock. Consequently, while a master of gambling stones may encounter good materials through luck, even a seasoned gambler with ample funds requires a stroke of good fortune when dealing with superior raw stones. A musty odor emanated from the safes, indicating that they had not been opened for ventilation in quite some time. Yi Qing nodded slightly. This batch of raw stones had undoubtedly been hoarded for an extended period, or else it would not emit such an odor. Moreover, his earlier mention of winning 100 million in gambling had piqued Wang Hong's interest. Otherwise, merely opening a safe would have sufficed as a courtesy. Brother, today, I am generous. All the cabinets are open for your selection. Wang Hong stood beside the safes, gesturing invitingly. Yi Qing cast a glance at the raw stones, some weighing around 180 kilograms, while others were as small as 1 to 2 kilograms, totaling around 40 to 50 pieces, including both windowed and fully gamble stones. Yi Qing picked up a small windowed stone, inspecting it closely. The opening was quite decent, showcasing stones of excellent quality, yet too small to gamble with significantly, even if a high-quality piece were extracted to fashion a small pendant. The prospect of substantial profit was bleak. An amused raw stone merchant chuckled. Boss Yi, it is a pleasure to meet. May we also select a piece for our collection? As seasoned gamblers, they understood the rules. This safe was specifically opened for Yi Qing by Wang Hong, and they could not choose without Yi Qing's consent. Ye vink chaklet. With so many raw stones, I cannot afford them. Feel free to pick, and once you have made your selections, negotiate the price with Brother Wang. Boss Yi is generous. The small merchants were instantly elated, crowding around the cabinet to inspect the stones. Even Zhao Biao and Wang Bo were eager to participate. Why don't you select first? Shen Junyi whispered beside him, with Baihu glaring in disapproval. The two women understood, chuckling and nodding, while Baihu sighed. These merchants are all cunning. Wang Hong presented a piece weighing around 20 kilograms before Yi Qing. This one is quite good. Brother, see if you feel a connection. Yi Qing squatted down to examine it closely. The skin was smooth, not polished but rather typical water stone. Chapter 62. A Swarm in Nanchi. This raw stone had been dredged from the water, its surface smoothed over countless years of river erosion, giving it a clean and polished appearance, devoid of any roughness. Furthermore, the color of the skin was a rich yellow, reminiscent of salted duck eggs, golden and oily, but not waxy. Yi Qing touched it. It neither shed sand nor flaked off. He looked up at Wang Hong. This is a top-quality material from Nanchi. Yi Qing nodded, his approval deepening. Although Myanmar is the origin of jadeite raw stones, it spans only a narrow strip of about 100 kilometers. After years of mining, quality raw stones have become increasingly scarce, and authorities in Yangon have tightened controls, shutting down some old sites and cracking down on smugglers. This has resulted in good stones becoming harder to find in the market, as they are hoarded in safes, awaiting appreciation. Nanchi is also a small mining site, yet it produces exceptional raw stones. They either yield nothing or high-quality outputs, with the potential for glassy varieties. Shen Junyi and Baihu squatted closely beside Yi Qing, scrutinizing the stone. Wang Hong crouched opposite them, shining a flashlight. Brother, look, it's very transparent, with a vibrant yellow sheen. I'm not deceiving you. Shen Junyi curiously asked. Then why don't you gamble yourself? Wang Hong wore a bitter expression. 7 years ago, my brother-in-law and I participated in a high-stakes gamble at the Yangon public auction, winning a stone valued at 60 million yuan. It opened to a high-grade ice apple green. Yet upon cutting, it turned out to be of abysmal quality. Everywhere was water, with only parts being icy glutinous types. The color remained apple green, but the rest was all worthless. Seeing it daily, I promised myself to quit gambling. That was my lesson. Since then, I have operated a material yard while my brother-in-law opened a gambling stone shop in Long, vowing never to gamble again. The two women stifled their laughter, but understood that gambling stones cannot rely on luck. 60 million could vanish in an afternoon. This was still bearable. Those who could not withstand such losses often resorted to extreme measures. Yi Qing frowned. Nanxi is one of the most significant sites among smaller ones. Located in the southern region of Damakan, to the left of Lake Indo, where most raw stones in Myanmar originate. The first layer of Nanxi's site has yellow, sandy skin. The second layer features yellow-red sandy skin, and the third layer consists of black coarse sand skin. Yellow sandy skin belongs to semi-mountain and semi-water materials, while black sandy skin is thin and often foggy, yielding the highest value varieties of green and yellow. The formation of jadeite with banded green is due to high iron content, resulting in a blue-green hue. Nanxi typically produces blue water stones, with ocean blue and sea water blue, generally of older quality. Furthermore, Nanxi stones with skin are older, while those without are younger, making such banded Nanxi stones a good gamble. As long as color emerges, the quality is usually assured. However, as Nanxi is situated downstream of the Daoji River, the gravel has been transported over long distances, resulting in generally smaller stones. Due to high iron content, they often form yellow and green varieties. When such stones appear, they are in high demand, and frequent shortages have led to the phenomenon of Nanxi stones being exorbitantly priced. Wang Hong moved this raw stone out, intending to sell it at a high price. Yi Qing regarded the stone and casually inquired, "Brother Wang, how many years has this stone been in your collection?" "For 5 years." Wang Hong understood what he was asking. Nanxi produces small stones, making such a large one a rarity. Yi Qing examined the mold spots on the surface, casually brushing one away, revealing a small piece of moss. The moss's roots were firmly attached to the surface of the raw stone. If it had been collected in the last 2 years, the moss would not be so firmly affixed. Wang Hong chuckled as he watched Yi Qing scrape at the moss. "Indeed, brother, you do not rely on luck." "What do you mean?" Shinjuni asked, raising her brows in surprise. "Moss that has grown for 1 or 2 years can be easily wiped away. It takes 3 to 4 years for it to adhere so firmly." Wang Hong admired, "Brother, you're using this method to ascertain whether this stone aligns with what I've described." Yi Qing smiled. "This stone is quite valuable, so I must be cautious." "Brother Wang, please do not take offense." Wang Hong replied with a grin. "Good materials encountering experts is also their fortune. How could I take offense?" He rose to fetch 3 smaller stones. These were mined alongside it. They should form a swarm. "What does a swarm mean?" Shun Junyi inquired with curiosity. Wang Gong looked. "It means these smaller stones were extracted from the same location as this larger stone. Their quality and water content should be similar, hence the term swarm." "Brother Wang, name your price." Yi Qing glanced at the smaller stones. Their colors matched that of the larger stone, with tight and delicate skins. After testing with a flashlight, Wang Hong pondered, "Each of these 3 smaller stones weighs around 5 kilograms and was acquired for 30,000 euros each. The large one, over 20 kilograms, was fiercely contested, costing a total of 700,000 euros. Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully. Although Wang Hong had divulged more than necessary, considering the current market, the price had increased by more than 3-fold. Moreover, the 20-kilogram stone had ample potential for bangles. Even if it did not yield ocean blue, it could still produce blue water. Should it reach high ice quality, a single bangle could fetch 1 million. Such a large stone could yield 200 pieces. If it contained no cracks, it could produce 30 to 40 bangles, making it even more valuable. Yi Qing examined the larger stone's skin closely under the light, spotting a barely noticeable sand snake winding within, concluding that its quality was highly speculative. Shifting his focus to the 3 smaller stones, he noticed similar traces. Yet the mottling and moss were absent. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he surmised that the pile of stones had been ceaselessly tumbled by the river's current, gradually eroding the moss and lichen. Yet, the sand python, being of jade quality, remained unscathed due to its hardness. It was likely that Wang Hong and Boss Chi had bid extravagantly upon seeing the sand python, indicating that these 4 rough stones were indeed the finest in his vault. Naturally, the best would command the highest price. Yi Qing illuminated the stones once more, this time observing the mist. Typically, rough stone skins are veiled in mist, which can be quite deceptive. While mist suggests potential brilliance, it is nuanced. The mist layer represents a semi-oxidized, semi-weathered hard jade that lies between the rough skin and the jade itself. However, it cannot be classified as jade, holding little value. It merely signifies a transitional phase between jade and skin, a process of semi-weathering and semi-jadification. Additionally, mist can manifest in various colors: white, yellow, red, gray, and black, among others. Chapter 63. The Conditions of the White Fox. The White Fox, one of the three heroes of Mujie, a disciple of the great master Luo Zhu, and an officer under General Wu Rue of Shan State. The most desirable mist is white. If it is faint, it signifies that the internal flesh contains minimal impurities, indicating a pure base and commendable water quality. If the mist is vibrant green, it undoubtedly suggests a remarkably pristine emerald, especially when paired with superior texture and water quality, thus elevating its value to an astounding level. This stone alone could settle Chen Lu's debts. However, all the stones in question exhibited yellow mist. Typically, the presence of yellow or red mist layers significantly increases the likelihood of high-quality emerald. Yi Qing meticulously examined each stone again. The yellow mist was dense, making a worthy gamble. He scrutinized the rough stones one by one and found no cracks. His heart was at ease. Wang Hong cast a glance at him. In southern Qi, stones often yield large cracks. If there are no small fissures, the surface should be fine, though the bracelet quality remains uncertain. Brother, don't be greedy. Start with a smaller gamble, and if luck favors you, then pursue the larger one. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. It is rare to encounter good material. Once seen, it must be claimed. Brother Wang, be gentle with the knife. Do not pierce too deeply. Wang Hong laughed heartily. Brother jested. We shan't speak of the river tripling in value or the stored material multiplying tenfold. Sixfold, perhaps. Yi Qing raised his thumb in appreciation. Brother Wang, you are quite magnanimous. Wang Hong glanced at the three smaller stones with reluctance. Originally, I intended to wait for brother to flourish and keep a piece for myself. However, since brother has spoken, I shall not hold back. How about 2 million for one piece? Shen Junyi calculated quietly. This large stone, weighing 20 kilograms, had been purchased years ago for 700,000 euros. At the current exchange rate of 8.8, it equated to 6,116,000. After 4 years, its value had surged sixfold, reaching 36,960,000, yielding a profit exceeding 30 million. A shocking revelation. Selling stones truly brings immense profit. Yi Qing and Wang Hong exchanged amused glances. Yi Qing remarked, "This is merely Wang Ge showing favor. Otherwise, it would not be offered." "Indeed, but had I not known of your robust finances, I would not have brought it forth." Wang Hong chuckled. "Not being able to afford it is a burden in itself." "Decided then." The white fox's beautiful eyes sparkled as she playfully inquired. Yi Qing affirmed with a nod, directing his gaze towards Lulu. "In a moment, Brother Wang will assist this group with their payments. Keep a watchful eye to avoid anyone stepping out of line. I will accompany the white fox to retrieve the funds." Lulu remained silent, slightly nodding. Yi Qing grasped the white fox's wrist and turned towards the Range Rover. The white fox furrowed her brow in surprise. "Isn't it sufficient to send Lulu and Wang Liang for the money? Why bring me along?" She then regarded him suspiciously. "What scheme are you concocting? I have a favor to ask." Yi Qing stepped to a secluded area and turned to face her. The white fox eyed him warily. "I know you're excited, but this is broad daylight." Yi Qing's expression turned exasperated. "Could you not be so naive?" The white fox giggled. "Aside from that, I cannot fathom what else you might desire from me. My master still owes Chen Lu 200 million for high-quality emeralds. Chen Lu hopes to use this goodwill to bind me." Yi Qing quickly explained. "If the high-quality emeralds can be obtained, have Wang Gu assess their value and directly transfer them to me. Are you certain you can procure high-quality emeralds?" Yi Qing nodded confidently. This type of southern Qi material, with its yellow mist beneath the skin, will yield high-quality emeralds as long as the texture and water quality are commendable. Moreover, southern Qi stones have thin skins and substantial cores. For bracelets, we could produce 20 pairs. If the color is rich and true, each piece could be valued at 1 million, and we could potentially yield a batch of labels, at least 50 pieces, each around 500,000. A preliminary estimate puts this material's worth at 60 million. The white fox's heart raced, her eyes darting. "Are you worried that Wang Bo and Zhao Biao will inflate the price to astronomical levels?" Yi Qing smiled and nodded. "However, this does not align with my interests." The white fox gazed at him with a playful smile, softly adding, "You know we are in dire need of finances, so naturally, the higher the price, the better." Yi Qing had anticipated her response. "Sister Min, do not be overly greedy. Opportunities to earn money abound. The white fox huffed. Do not presume that my acknowledgement of you allows you to take advantage of me. This is not a matter of mere hundreds or thousands. It could be tens of millions. You are risking everything after a meal. Yi Qing retorted with a cold laugh. What? Do you wish to threaten me again? The white fox smiled sweetly, retorting playfully. Do you truly think I fear you? Or do you believe that because I acknowledge you, you can seize money from me? I have not admitted you as my man. Ye Vinksikofut, seeing that he was about to lose his temper. The white fox chuckled. If high-quality emeralds are indeed obtained, it is not impossible for you to receive what you desire. But first, promise me 2 things. What things? The white fox gazed deeply at him, turning to observe the distant horizon, her gaze seemingly traversing mountains and rivers, murmuring, Sister acknowledges you, but the finances must be clear. This is the foundation of our collaboration. This is the first condition. Yi Qing instinctively wanted to object. Not negotiable. The white fox spun around, smiling radiantly. The first condition is that you must not collude with Wang Hong to deceive me. The price must be fair. Yi Qing replied earnestly. I conduct myself with integrity. The second condition is deferred for now. We shall discuss it later. The white fox waved her hand nonchalantly, turning to leave, off to get the money. Wait, leaving it unsettled makes me uneasy. Yi Qing hurriedly followed. It is better to clarify first. It makes me feel guilty. Yi Qing wore a helpless expression. The white fox coldly huffed. Do you know what I dislike most about you? What? Your desire to control everything, but some matters are beyond your grasp. The white fox gracefully pivoted. For instance, women. To say it outright. The white fox swept her foot against the rear of the car, opening the trunk with a smile. What? Are you truly making me carry the money myself? Wang Hong had already settled accounts with a group of small merchants, dealing with stones valued at tens or hundreds of thousands. The white fox glanced at Wang Hong, smiling. Boss Wang, the large stone is 36,960,000, plus 3 small stones totaling 6 million, amounting to 42,960,000. Are you trying to take advantage of me for not bringing enough money? I'll cover the remaining amount. Yi Qing waved his hand grandly. Wang Hong, having heard Yi Qing's remark that the white fox only carried 20 million in cash, chuckled. Brother, your generosity is commendable, but since the beautiful lady has spoken, let us consider the 296,000 as a mere rounding error. The white fox grinned at her good fortune, nodding in delight. Yi Qing quickly expressed his gratitude, and the 3 swiftly concluded their transaction. Chapter 64. The Soaring Value of High Ice Yellow Yang Green. Wang Hong inquired with a smile. Brother, to be candid, these 4 stones have tormented me for many years. I have longed to cut them open to unveil their true nature. Yet, I fear losing in gambling and dread the thought of cutting them open. My heart aches with anticipation. Brother, I implore you, let us unveil the stones here. It would surely bring me good fortune. Yi Qing, eager to entice Zhao Biao, laughed and agreed. The group transported the stones directly to the cutting machine in the large factory. A throng of small merchants, weary and hot, nonetheless persevered, trailing behind the procession. Wang Hong asked with a grin, shall we cut the large one or the small ones first? The large one. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Liang, who was ready. Let us open a window and see how it fares. Wang Liang, suppressing the excitement within him, secured the rough stone onto the cutting machine. He picked up the electric drill, examined the drill bit, and promptly switched it to a diamond grinding head. Only then did he raise his gaze to glance at Yi Qing, his expression grave, his body tense, resembling a soldier poised to leap into action at the sound of a command. Even the small merchants flanking him stood silent and still, awaiting the signal. Start. With Yi Qing's command, the electric drill roared to life, and Wang Hong, equally solemn, involuntarily uttered, it has begun. A group of onlookers, including Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, clenched their fists in anticipation. The stakes were high, 40 million, and regardless of whether the stone belonged to them, everyone felt the weight of the moment. Wang Liang pressed the drill against the stone, water splattered, and mud sprayed onto the protective shield, splattering outward. Baihu and Shun Junyi, standing closest, found their pants soaked in mud, yet neither was willing to step back. After all, this was an audacious gamble. The diamond drill bit whirred rapidly, gnawing at the outer shell with a shrill sound, its progress slow. The stone was hard, and the window was not easy to open. But Yi Qing felt reassured. Hardness indicated age, and the foundation was sound. They simply awaited the color. Wang Liang was adept at opening windows. He knew that such aged material should not be treated too aggressively, lest it damage the jade within and incur unnecessary losses. Thus, he altered his technique. Skillfully rotating as he opened the window, he ground away the deeper layers of the outer shell without compromising it, the hole remaining small but significantly enlarged within. A seasoned expert, Wang Hong recognized the skill in Wang Liang's technique, acknowledging him as a veteran. Yi Qing, pinching his chin, felt a surge of tension. Southern Chi stones were typically full. Hardness indicated age, and the outer shell lacked major cracks, diminishing the likelihood of transformation. The purpose of opening the window was to assess the color. In the world of stone gambling, one first observes the quality before evaluating the color. As the quality can be discerned from the shell's characteristics, with aged stones commanding higher value. However, a disparity in color could result in a 100-fold difference in price, as color significantly enhances the value of high-quality jade. Yi Qing's breaths came heavy with tension, his muscles taut. He was not alone. Everyone present mirrored his anxiety. Bai Hu and Shen Junyi clenched their small fists, their sharp nails digging into their flesh unnoticed. The allure of stone gambling possessed a unique enchantment, captivating all. Wang Liang soon halted, wiping the window clean, though it remained dirty. Wang Hong swiftly grabbed a hose to wash away the stone debris. Oh my heavens, it's extraordinary. Brother, look, its vibrant color. Just a glimpse ignited Wang Hong's excitement. He was elated, and so was Yi Qing, who hurried over, disregarding the dirt beneath him. Squatting down to inspect. The window Wang Liang had opened was small, scarcely the size of a thumb, yet the drill had penetrated deeply. Yi Qing gazed at the window, his heart racing. The jade exhibited a sunny green, second only to imperial green and true sunny green, rich and uniform, its vibrant hue reminiscent of early spring leaves. Wang Hong produced a bright flashlight, shining at about an inch from the window, and Yi Qing marveled as the light penetrated, revealing remarkable transparency. The high ice variety of sunny green jade sparkled brilliantly, and crucially, no cracks were visible. Congratulations, brother. This is a tremendous gain. Wang Hong's admiration was pure, devoid of jealousy. The rise in value was a testament to Yi Qing's courage and luck. While he himself had held the stone for 4 years without the fortitude to unveil it. Yi Qing nodded. The stone is exceptional, though the window is small. The light reveals a lively color that is quite pleasing. He glanced at Bai Hu, whose delicate features were taut, her small hand clenched tightly at her side, her slender legs in jeans trembling slightly. Shen Junyi was similarly anxious, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her beautiful eyes fixed nervously on Yi Qing, fearful of unfavorable news. With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Qing announced, "The gamble has paid off. High ice, vibrant color, sunny green jade." Bai Hu instantly relaxed, just as you predicted. Yet, she dared not declare it so definitively, only stating it had risen slightly. Yi Qing chuckled. To determine if it is a full stone, we must cut deeper. If it remains unchanged in color and texture, then we will know for certain. Indeed, a slight rise is not a true gain. A substantial cut is what counts. Wang Hong glanced at Bai Hu, clearly perplexed. He understood not the significance of sunny green, and he thought her audacity remarkable. What did she know of the gamble? Bai Hu swallowed hard, stammering, "Then let us make the cut." Yi Qing assessed the stone, from the center, without damaging the bracelet position. "You wager it is full." Wang Hong appeared astonished. Only a full stone would warrant such a cut. However, if it was indeed full, removing the outer shell would yield at least a dozen kilograms of high ice sunny green. A tremendous profit indeed. There must be some hope, mustn't there? Ye vinximidet faintly. Wang Liang secured the stone and, waiting for everyone to step back, pressed the lever of the cutting machine. Wang Hong, standing beside him, remarked enviously, "Brother, your courage is remarkable." Yi Qing nodded slightly, focusing intently on the cutting blade as it slowly penetrated the stone with great effort, the emerging slurry tinted green. Only then did he feel completely at ease. It had neither transformed nor changed color. The onlookers grew increasingly excited, being seasoned veterans. They understood that this was indeed a significant rise. Silence enveloped the room, breaths heavy, expressions concentrated, with only the jarring sound of the cutting machine breaking the quiet. Though all were experienced in stone gambling, each occasion brought its own tension. The dream of sudden wealth was a universal aspiration, even if the stone was not theirs. Merely witnessing it could bring a touch of good fortune. All remained tense, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, the noise of the cutting machine ceased, and Wang Liang lifted the lid, steam billowing forth. Wang Hong quickly took the hose to wash away the debris, and soon, the cut surface was pristine. Yi Qing picked up a metal sheet, inserted it into the incision, and gently pried it apart, revealing the stone split into two halves, facing upward. The cut was flawless, a vibrant green, alive with energy. Yi Qing exhaled in relief. The gamble had succeeded. Wang Hong's eyes widened in shock. It truly is a full stone. Brother, this is high ice sunny green, worth tens of millions. Firecrackers erupted as workers, who had been waiting eagerly, ignited them with a resounding crackle. Chapter 65. A single cut yields 80 million. Yi Qing sighed. This stone was splendid, exuding a captivating charm. Its quality was exceptional, with no inclusions. The green permeated every crystal, balanced and rich, most importantly, without cracks. This was Yi Qing's first time gambling and achieving such a perfect stone. Bai Hu approached, her expression serious as she looked at him. Give me your word. What is the true value of this jade? Yi Qing laughed heartily, a significant rise. Full stone, no cracks, no flaws, and entirely green. Bai Hu's heart soared with joy as she turned to Wang Hong, urgently asking, tell me, how much is it worth? Yi Qing simile froze. He knew this woman had a keen interest in monetary matters. Wang Hong glanced at Yi Qing, chuckling lightly. 23 or 4 for the bracelets is a certainty. High ice full color, 1 million each at least. The core of the bracelet, when carved, will fetch no less than 600,000, starting at 70 million. 80 million. I'll take the stone. Wang Bo raised his hand. The small merchants remained silent, unable to bid higher, merely watching in envy. Bai Hu looked at Yi Qing, her sparkling eyes gleaming as she joyfully declared, 80 million. Bai Hu exuded confidence, and Wang Bo dared not argue. Zhao Biao, summoning courage, protested. But this is a hefty 15-kilogram stone. How many pieces of jewelry can you make? Bai Hu raised an eyebrow. A woman never complains about having too many pieces of jewelry. I could change outfits daily. Does it concern you? Zhao Biao had no retort. While Wang Bo approached with a rueful smile, brother, you still have 3 stones. That should suffice for Bai Hu and Miss Shun to create jewelry. This large stone, I shall purchase. Yi Qing smiled. 80 million is already 1 million above market value. I genuinely wish to sell. However, you are aware that this stone was a gamble I made in partnership with the White Fox. If I sell it, do not expect to report me to Sister DeLong regarding the gambling stone. Director Wang, I truly cannot assist. Wang Bo wore a face of helplessness. He dared not confront the White Fox, and thus sought out Yi Qing. So, shall we cut these 3 stones? Wang Bo could only redirect his focus. The White Fox, with her graceful back arched, boldly declared, cut it. Damn it, what are you talking about? Yi Qing shot her a glare. It's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Yes, but I can endure my hunger. Cut it. The White Fox scoffed disdainfully, stating that while she may not understand stones or jade, she certainly understood people. You're full of tricks, always trying to deceive me. With Wang Bo present, he could raise the price before selling it to you. Sister Amin. Shun Jinyi clung to her arm, pleading, I'm really hungry. The White Fox smiled with her lips pursed. From the moment I met your man, I knew he was greedy. I want to feel at ease unless we cut it. You're hungry. Let Boss Wang order takeout for you. Can we eat first before cutting? Yi Qing grinned, baring his teeth. The White Fox turned her head and smiled. You're hungry too? Yes. Ye vink nodded affirmative. Then you all go eat together. The White Fox teased, her smile radiant. Boss Wang has skilled workers for cutting stones. Let them do it. If the value increases, I'll give you a big red envelope. Then forget it. Yi Qing immediately conceded. These 3 stones can only be polished, not cut. Selecting one from the 3. I'll take this one. Wang Liang can take the rest. I'll help polish the stone too. Wang Hong couldn't hold back and volunteered. The sound of 3 polishing machines resonated, as a group of small merchants, their stomachs growling, refused to leave. Yi Qing polished with utmost caution, grinding away bit by bit. Moreover, the stone he chose had a tougher skin than those polished by Wang Liang and Wang Hong. It was akin to 2 pieces of grinding sandpaper clashing together, producing an ear-piercing noise. Others didn't notice, but Wang Hong and Wang Liang simultaneously glanced up. Wang Hong was the first to reveal a window. Rinsing it, he exclaimed, Brother, it's a glutinous type of bean green. Should we continue polishing? Go ahead. Yi Qing didn't lift his gaze, fixated on the stone in his hands. Is it valuable? The White Fox turned to Wang Bo, reluctant to engage. But seeing the cold light in her beautiful eyes, gritted his teeth and stated, the glutinous bean green ice and tea worth much, even if it's a full piece. It's only about 1 million. The White Fox frowned slightly, remaining silent as she approached Wang Liang, waiting for him to reveal his window. Wang Bo, however, pulled Zhao Biao back into the crowd and whispered, It seems the white fox won tea let go today. Zhao Biao clenched his teeth. Tell Fat Ma to bring people and forcefully collect. Wang Bo hesitated, but the white fox. Tungchong is Fat Ma's territory. The white fox can't make a fuss here. Besides, Fat Ma has a grudge against Yi Qing. Ma Wu was crippled by him and is still hospitalized. Zhao Biao replied. Moreover, consider that the white fox loves money. As long as we throw money at her, there's bound to be a price she can't resist. At most, we'll give Fat Ma some as a commission. Wang Bo nodded, quietly stepping away to make a call. Finally, Wang Liang revealed his window. The white fox saw him switch off the polishing machine and examined it closely. So what is its value? Wang Liang joyfully exclaimed. It's not considered high ice, but it is icy in quality, with a color difference of several grades. It's melon skin green. The white fox frowned, irritated. I asked how much it's worth. In a moment, let the young master appraise it. I can't say. Wang Liang was puzzled by their antics, but noticed that the white fox was contradicting Yi Qing. A nearby small merchant chuckled. Its value definitely can't compare to high ice yellow yang green. The quality is a grade lower, and the color difference is several levels. Moreover, it's not large enough for a bracelet. It can only be made into a tag. If it were a full piece with full color, it might fetch 7 or 8 tags, worth 3 to 5 million, which is still a significant increase. The white fox exclaimed in surprise. The difference between high ice and icy quality is just one word, yet the price varies so greatly. The small merchant sighed helplessly. Beautiful lady, you truly don't understand. High ice is the closest to glass quality jade. As long as the glue is rigid enough and the polishing technique is excellent, it can be sold as glass quality. However, icy quality cannot. An expert can recognize it instantly. The white fox immediately lost interest, waving her hand. Wang Liang, continue polishing. She hurried over to Yi Qing, squatting beside Shenjuni, observing him as he continued polishing the stone, frowning. They've already revealed their window. Why haven to you? Is her technique lacking? Yi Qing moved the polishing machine aside, glaring at her with irritation. If you don't understand, shut up and stand back. Be careful, or you might get splashed. The white fox wrapped her arms around Shenjuni's slim waist, laughing. Your man is really stingy. I merely earned him an extra 10 million. And yet he is threatening to splash me. Go ahead, let me see you do it. Shenjuni's face flushed crimson as she shot her a glare, suspiciously asking, how did you earn it? Didn't the money get split between you two? Chapter 66, a series of surges. Yi Qing intends to keep the jade to repay your father. The white fox chuckled. Shenjuni immediately understood, giving her a fierce glare. Her nose tinged with emotion as she turned to look at Yi Qing. Yi Qing remained focused on polishing the stone, oblivious. While the two women whispered amidst the cacophony, this man is quite good, but unfortunately, he is too difficult to handle. He neither yields to softness nor firmness and is stingy. Shenjuni swatted her arm away, glaring. Don't speak about Yi Qing that way. What? Did you get captured in one go? The white fox disdainfully glanced at her. Indeed, today you can't even walk naturally, proving this lad is valiant. Making you submit in one go. Stop spouting nonsense. Shenjuni couldn't bear her taunts. Blushing fiercely, her gaze softening as she looked at Yi Qing. The white fox wanted to mock her further, but noticed Yi Qing had stopped the polishing machine and was examining the stone under the light. Although he was always cautious when gambling with stones, he had never been this meticulous before, quickly asking, how is it? Can you understand? Yi Qing shot her a glance. If I understood what I need to ask you? The white fox looked at him disdainfully. Stop wasting time, just say it. Sister mean, I can't bear the hunger any longer. Let us not polish this material. I'll give you 10 million directly. What does that sound? Yi Qing changed to a friendly expression, earnestly saying, if I let you starve, I, as your younger brother, would feel pained. The white fox was about to agree, but then thought better of it, glaring at him fiercely. Think carefully about the consequences of deceiving me. Shenjuni quickly hugged her. Yi Qing is also looking out for your well-being. Besides, this stone has only revealed a small window. Nothing can be seen. Giving you 10 million is quite generous. The white fox looked at her disdainfully. Only a foolish woman like you would fall for his tricks. He doesn't even trust others to polish this stone. He offers 10 million for just a window. He has more cunning than a monkey. If it weren't for the surge, he wouldn't engage in such foolishness. Shenjuni looked at Yi Qing with a face full of suspicion. The white fox, with a smile, asked, will you polish it or not? If you want tea, I'll find someone else. Yi Qing, with a furrowed brow, lowered his head and turned on the polishing machine. The white fox beamed with delight. her beautiful eyes fixed on the increasingly large window of the stone. This is glass quality. A small merchant who had been intently watching Yi Qing polish suddenly saw the jade revealed through the window, sparkling like a spring, and immediately shouted, "It's still spring green." With a crash, a crowd quickly surrounded them. Glass quality jade, which had not been revealed in years, even at the Yangon public market, especially not spring green. The white fox stood up, looking at the small merchant who was shouting in excitement. Is it very valuable? It just lacks a bracelet position. It can only be crafted into a tag or a cabochon. If the material were full and the color rich, its value would be comparable to that high ice yellow yang green. The small merchant's face was filled with envy and jealousy. He had opened 4 pieces of rough stone, and all had surged, with 2 experiencing significant increases. What luck he had! Wang Liang and Wang Hong, holding 2 polished stones, rushed over. One was glutinous bean green, and the other was icy melon skin green. Not a significant surge, but still an increase. A crowd of small merchants, ignoring these 2 pieces, were all fixated on the ever-expanding window Yi Qing was revealing. 4 kilograms of material, roughly the size of 2 fists, despite being from an old stone that is notoriously difficult to polish, has gradually revealed its true essence. The entire jadeite is crystalline and translucent, with a texture that is exquisite, pure, and flawless. It emits fluorescence even without artificial illumination. Under the light, Yi Qing examined it closely, noting the reflection resembling a fly's wing, a testament to its age, boasting a water content of 3 parts, and exhibiting exceptional transparency. Most strikingly, its green hue is reminiscent of tender green onion hearts, captivating the gaze of all who behold it. If the previously unveiled high ice yellow yang green were considered a beauty of unparalleled charm, this piece is the epitome of national beauty. How could this be possible? Even Wang Hong was taken aback, hastily passing the jadeite to Shun Junyi, clutching his chest and squatting down, a visage of despair. Wang Liang, cradling the jadeite, exuberantly shouted, "Set off firecrackers, it's a tremendous gain. 70 million. Wang Bo exclaimed loudly. "Get lost." Bai He retorted angrily, "I also desire the glass-type green heart." Upon hearing Wang Bo's bid, Zhao Biao felt a pang of sorrow, increasingly drawn into the whirlwind of stone gambling. Boss Qi arrived shortly thereafter, his countenance ashen, his expression fluctuating, lamenting, "Brother, your hand is a jadeite when it grips stone, yet a gem when it holds a woman." Yi Qing wore a look of resignation. He had no desire to polish this stone, fully aware of the outcome. The material may be modest in size, yet it could yield 7 or 8 pieces without issue. The crucial aspect is the glass-type green heart. As long as the craftsmanship is fine, without flaws, and the water content is transparent, the color suffusing the entirety. Each piece could be valued at around 10 million, though its worth may not rival that of the high ice yellow yang green. However, this could serve as a family heirloom, carrying significant meaning, making it impossible not to incite others' greed. Zhao Biao's mind became muddled, staring blankly for a considerable time, his eyes wide as saucers. He had seen wealth before. His family's fortune amounted to tens of billions, amassed through his father's 30 years of cunning exploitation. Yet this young man had earned 150 million in a single day, a pace of profit swifter than robbery. The firecrackers resounded for a full half-hour before finally subsiding. "Look, this is your man, the jadeite valued at 70 million, and he wishes to dismiss me with only 10 million, Bai He scoffed, casting a cold glance at Shun Junyi. Shun Junyi was far more cautious. Recognizing the immense value of the jadeite unveiled today, which had stirred the greed of others. "Brother," Boss Qi squeezed in, "I won't even mention the high ice yellow yang green and this glass-type green heart. I couldn't afford them, even if I sold everything I own. But this ice-type melon skin green and glutinous-type bean green, let be for Wang Hong and me, I offer 10 million. Wang Hong gazed at him eagerly. Yi Qing assessed the value. The glutinous-type bean green was acceptable, yet this ice-type melon skin green could double in value in a month or 2. Boss Qi had merely added 3 million. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. "All right, since you speak as brothers, I shall heed your words and pass it on to you." Upon hearing this, Boss Qi beamed, fearing Bai He might intervene, and promptly transferred the funds via his phone. Yi Qing, cradling the glass-type green heart, signaled to Lulu and turned to exit the factory. Suddenly, a golden cup sped in, screeching to a halt in the parking lot. The first to emerge was a tall, portly man, his belly protruding, middle-aged but with a fair complexion and a shiny face, akin to a legendary chief steward. Following him were several individuals, all with red hair and green attire, exuding an aura of intimidation, unmistakably ill-omened, as they advanced towards the factory behind the stout man. "Ma Fatty, what brings him here?" Wang Hong exclaimed in surprise. "Who?" Yi Qing, sensing the unwelcoming presence, handed the glass-type jadeite to Bai Hu. Chapter 67. The cunning tiger and the greedy wolf. Do not be so formal. Ma Fatty glanced at him sideways. "I've heard that you have high-quality jadeite here, and I've come specifically to witness it. Given the ruckus of firecrackers, it must be genuine. It's cut from a merchant from Kyoto, but they do not wish to sell." Wang Hong retorted, feeling belittled. "Not wanting to sell is simply because you lack the funds." Ma Fatty scoffed coldly. "But I have plenty of money. I'll buy it regardless." Wang Hong, feeling helpless, followed him into the factory. Yi Qing shot him a knowing glance. Ma Fatty's haughty demeanor, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a finger and a glutinous-type yang green jade bracelet, revealed his nouveau riche status, leaving Yi Qing disinclined to engage in conversation. The Ma Tourism Company was formerly the Ma Gang. Boss Chi whispered beside him. Ma Fatty rose through illicit means. "I've heard he has blood on his hands. Brother, if he wishes to buy jadeite, even if you refuse, do so diplomatically." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, unperturbed. Ma Fatty's subordinates hastily fetched a chair into the office. Accompanied by Wang Hong, Ma Fatty entered the factory, taking a seat while his numerous underlings stood behind him like wooden stakes. A group of small merchants fell silent, fearfully regarding him. Everyone understood that Ma Fatty's presence was undoubtedly for the newly cut exquisite jadeite. It was common knowledge that even if Ma Fatty was a local tyrant, their financial prowess paled in comparison, not to mention that cutting jadeite was solely for the purpose of fetching a high price. Ma Fatty settled into his chair, casting a glance over the crowd, his gaze landing squarely on Bai Hu, who was delicately holding the glass-type green heart. Bai Hu, a beauty of unparalleled allure, seemed to pale in comparison to the jadeite she held. In Tongchong, while one might not engage in stone gambling, they possessed a keen eye for jadeite. Ma Fatty's gaze lingered, unable to tear away. Wang Bo, having received a call, informed that the high ice yellow yang green was indeed a rare gem, albeit not the pinnacle of quality. However, the glass-type green heart that Bai Hu held was truly exceptional, a rarity. In recent years, as old Myanmar mine owners have intensified their investments in machinery, mining has become increasingly frenzied, leading to the depletion of quality raw stone areas. Exquisite jadeite has become elusive. Thus, even high-ice jadeite, once regarded as second-rate 2 decades ago, has ascended to first-rate status, its price continually rising. The glass-type jadeite, however, remains priceless and hard to come by. Though the piece in Bai Hu's possession may not be imperial green, its green heart is still of high third-tier quality, with an even and vibrant hue representing true excellence. While the material may be too small to craft a bracelet, its label and surface, combined with exceptional craftsmanship, could easily fetch $1 billion if the right high-profile clients were invited. In business, timing, location, and human relations are paramount. Even the same jadeite can command vastly different prices depending on the stature of the buyer. Based on the connections Wang Hong and Boss Chi possess, this jadeite could be valued at $70 million, which is precisely why Yi Qing had Wang Hong appraise it. Ma Fatty glanced at Bai Hu, smirking, and inquired, "Beautiful lady, how much do you intend to sell this jadeite for?" Bai Hu disdainfully curled her lip, remaining silent. As Ma Fatty spoke, all of Wang Hong's merchants fell silent, turning to bid farewell to Wang Hong and departing. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, squinting at Ma Fatty, sensing something peculiar about him, a potential issue. After waiting for a moment with no response from Bai Hu, Ma Fatty assumed she was cowed by his imposing presence and offered a shy smile. "Do not fear, beautiful. I do not intend to harm you. I merely wish to buy this jadeite. Name your price, and I assure you it will be satisfactory." Bai Hu rolled her strikingly contrasting eyes and smiled sweetly. "They just offered $200 million for this piece." Ma Fatty paused, then burst out laughing. $200 million? You must be joking. The combined wealth of that group does not even amount to $200 million. I'll give you $50 million. And the high ice yellow yang green can be yours too. I'll also offer $50 million for that. Together, $100 million. Just provide your account number, and I'll transfer the funds. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately understood. Ma Fatty was attempting to leverage his local power to engage in strong-arm tactics. Upon hearing this, the white fox couldn't help but chuckle. That rotund man was quite blind, attempting to rob from her. If it were Mu Jie, she would easily subdue him and imprison him in a water dungeon, leaving him to stew in his own stench. She cast a glance at the silently smiling Yi Qing, tucked the jade into her embrace, and said with a light laugh, "Just now, Wang Bo offered 200 million for this piece. You think you can buy both for only 100 million? Just because I am a woman, do you think you can bully me? Not a chance. This jade will be sold to anyone but you." Ha ha ha. The rotund man couldn't contain his laughter and took a while to compose himself before saying, "Let me introduce myself. I am the rotund man. You should ask around. My words here are law. What I say goes. Hee. You've already lost a 100 million opportunity. So, will it be a check or cash?" The white fox sneered disdainfully. "I am the white fox. Go ask Mujia about me. I have always been the one to bully others, never the other way around. The cunning tiger, the greedy wolf, and I, the white fox." The rotund man's expression changed instantly. "I see you possess some knowledge," the white fox remarked coldly. The rotund man shot a fierce glare at Wang Bo in the crowd. Realizing that the latter had only mentioned being a merchant from the capital without revealing the presence of Mujia and the white fox. In Mujia's realm, these three were notorious for their ruthless dealings. The rotund man pondered for a moment and declared, "White fox, I'll give you some face. But I want both pieces of jade for 12 million. Not for sale." The white fox replied decisively. With a cold glint in her eyes, she glanced at Yi Qing, who appeared at ease and felt reassured. "Rotund man, don't push your luck. I have said it. No matter the price, they are not for sale. 50 million. The rotund man's face grew increasingly cold, his squinted eyes gleaming with malice. The white fox's expression hardened, a scornful smile on her lips. Just as she was about to speak when Yi Qing grasped her wrist. "Even if you offer 5 billion, they are not for sale." Chapter 68. The strong dragon subdues the local snake. The rotund man was taken aback, turning his gaze to Yi Qing, his tone icy. "You are the merchant from the capital." Yi Qing remained composed, smiling indeed. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao exchanged worried glances, quietly stepping back to avoid any potential bloodshed. "I have traveled far and wide, encountering numerous dangers," Yi Qing said nonchalantly. "Not wanting to stir trouble does not mean I fear it. A mere horse gang does not intimidate me." One of the henchmen threw $10,000 at Yi Qing's feet. The rotund man pointed to the money on the ground. "This is your only chance. Hurry and take the money and disappear." Wang Liang realized the trouble was brewing. Although Yi Qing held a distinguished status, it was in the capital, here in Tengchong. The rotund man was the local tyrant, and with more men, a confrontation would surely end poorly. He was about to look for a weapon when he glanced at Lu Lu and saw the disdainful smirk on his face. Wang Hong stepped forward, glancing at Boss Qi. "Rotund man, this is my territory. I have the numbers, so I'm not afraid of you. Brother Wang, don't involve yourself in this." Yi Qing quickly pulled him back. "Let me handle it." Wang Hong wore a troubled expression, thinking, how could he handle it when the rotund man was clearly intent on strong-arming? Shun Junyi, holding the jade, exclaimed, "Is there no law in broad daylight? This is outright coercion. We must leave now. Otherwise, I will call the police." The rotund man chuckled. If calling the police was effective, why would we need the horse gang? For coercion, you must find someone to testify. Without evidence, the police will not intervene. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood. As the local bully, he had established connections, ensuring no one would intervene when trouble arose, which had fostered his arrogance. You have stepped forward, handing the jade to Yi Qing. "Sixth brother, let me handle this." Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "This time, I will handle it myself. A dozen ruffians are not something I fear." The two men were even more brazen than the white fox, ready to strike. The rotund man glared at him, his expression shifting. Then suddenly he laughed, waving his hand, "Put the money away. If the deal falls through, let us part amicably." Yi Qing thought bloodshed was imminent. Yet surprisingly, the rotund man retreated. He assumed the rotund man could not swallow his pride and would at least want to confront him, but instead, the aggressive approach dissipated like mist. Initially, Yi Qing doubted the rotund man would relinquish so easily. Only Wang Liang and Shun Junyi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that danger had passed. The matter of money was trivial. Wang Hong exclaimed, "But rotund man, don't worry. This is a trivial matter that I can handle myself." Yi Qing smiled appreciatively. "Besides, you still need to do business here. Offending the local snake will only complicate matters." "You really think you can handle it?" Wang Hong asked incredulously, pulling out his phone. "I will call my friend in the criminal police to escort you onto the highway. Your car is good. The rotund man's golden cup cannot catch up." "Indeed, brother," Boss Qi added, "Wang Hong has good connections here, which can be helpful. Although you may be a dragon crossing the river, it's best to be cautious. Rest assured, this minor storm is nothing I cannot endure." Yi Qing replied with a grin. Boss Chi clenched his teeth. I will follow closely behind your vehicle. If the rotund man doesn't relent, I can quickly call the police. Yes, that's the plan. Wang Hong said eagerly. Brother, please don't refuse. It's my and my brother-in-law's oversight. If you refuse, it's as if you don't regard us as brothers. He turned to Boss Chi, brother-in-law. I will also inform my friends and the police beforehand. If things go awry, you can directly call them, and they will arrive promptly. Yi Qing could not refuse and nodded. However, both of you must not reveal yourselves. The horse gang has influence in Rui, Li, and Tung Chong. Offending them could harm your business. Brother, I am a businessman who looks ahead. I don't wish to stir trouble. Boss Chi grasped his wrist. But today I see clearly that you are a brother worth risking one's life for. Yi Qing laughed heartily. That is why I came to Rui, Li to associate with Brother Chi. Enough said. Lulu, transfer 200,000 to Brother Wang. And please distribute red envelopes to the brothers in the venue. I will leave the goods to Brother Wang. Rest assured about the goods. If they're deficient, I will refund the full amount. Wang Gong guaranteed. Yi Qing watched as Lu Lu completed the transfer, smiling as he took his leave. Wang Liang and Shun Junyi placed the 2 pieces of jade into the safe of the Range Rover, awaiting the arrival of the group. Lu Lu glanced at Wang Liang. How is your driving skill? Not bad. I have reversed on Chang'an Street. Wang Liang chuckled. You drive? Lula handed him the car keys and took the passenger seat. Yi Qing and the others gradually got into the vehicle, with Boss Chi driving an Audi, trailing them from a distance. The white fox's expression was tense. The rotund man had left too abruptly, and she sensed ulterior motives. This was Tung Chong, and she couldn't mobilize her people in time. Yi Qing smiled slightly. Sister Amin, you underestimate me. Lulu and I have faced great challenges in the capital. You fight with such extravagance. The white fox pouted her cherry lips, enviously saying, we in old Myanmar use pickaxes. Yi Qing retrieved a bag of golf clubs from behind the seat, nodding in approval. Not bad, quite handy. You should. These were procured according to 6th brother's preferences. The white fox was indifferent, having seen her share of life and death situations. One more would not make a difference. Moreover, worrying was futile. They could only take one step at a time, facing challenges as they came. Chapter 69, with tigers and wolves in front and pursuers behind. If it came to a life and death moment, she would not hesitate to be ruthless. The white fox looked at Yi Qing, eager for action. Give me a club. I am skilled at fighting. Wang Liang called out from the driver's seat. Little master, count me in. Listen to me. You spoke calmly, Wang Liang. Just focus on driving. This vehicle possesses substantial horsepower and robust power. Engage the differential lock to ensure that each wheel receives ample traction. The front bumper is solidly affixed to the chassis. If a vehicle obstructs our path, as long as it is not a tank, feel free to collide. All right. Wang Liang laughed heartily. If a fight breaks out, it will be between me and Lu Gu. Lulu glanced at Baihu. You must stay in the vehicle to protect Sister Junyi. Baihu replied resolutely. No way. I want to be with you. You've faced life and death. You understand the concept of sacrifice. You respected honesty. Sister Junyi has not trained. She is our Achilles heel. Turning to Yi Qing, he noticed a slight nod from him. Lulu retrieved an item from his person and handed it over. You know how to use this, right? Upon seeing the object, Baihu was taken aback. How do you have a gun? While firearms are common in Myanmar, possessing one domestically could lead to serious legal repercussions. Baihu looked at Yi Qing in shock. Yi Qing grasped her hand reassuringly. It's fine. Even if someone is killed, I will ensure your safety. Leave matters concerning the police to me. Shen Junyi spoke calmly. I am a lawyer. I know how to handle situations like this. Sister Min does not have an ID. If the police inquire, just say your name is Wang Li and that your bag was lost at a service station on the highway. If they ask further, instruct them to contact me. Do not divulge anything else. You nodded slightly. Wang Liang, unable to contain himself, interjected. By the way, how did you get through security with a gun? Lu shot him a glare, and Wang Liang immediately fell silent, refraining from further questions. Baihu regarded Yi Qing with a peculiar expression, increasingly perceiving him as an enigma, and her apprehension deepened. Yi Qing glanced at the rearview mirror and noted Boss Chi's Audi following closely, about 300 meters behind their Land Rover. They had now entered a mountainous forest area, devoid of any signs of civilization for at least 200 meters, surrounded solely by trees. Yi Qing contemplated that if Fat Ma intended to make a move, it would likely be in this very location. Wang Liang and Lu shared the same thought. Wang Liang engaged the differential lock and activated the four-wheel drive mode. The engine roared, though the vehicle's speed diminished. Lu, they have scattered nails on the road. Wang Liang observed keenly. suddenly spotting the glint of steel nails ahead. 200 meters ahead, on a stone bridge, Fat Ma's van was parked. Understood. Wang Liang, a seasoned driver, felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of confrontation. Iring Liu le es émotionnes world, Shen Junyi s'encède à Shilignora. You really don't need to take action, Baihu reaffirmed. Even without the gun, I am quite adept at fighting. Baihu fell silent, recognizing that engaging Yi Qing in combat would likely lead to severe consequences, as demonstrated by her subordinates. Just ensure Sister Junyi's safety, Yi Qing said earnestly. Lu has devised a plan. Even I must heed his guidance. He is the expert. Lu, go prepare. The Land Rover surged forward through the area, filled with nails. With a resounding crash, it collided with the front of the van. Wang Liang pressed the accelerator, and the Range Rover emitted a feral roar, pushing against the crumpling front of the van. Lu and Yi Qing simultaneously opened their doors and leaped out. A group of thugs stood agape, witnessing the Land Rover's impact on the van. Wang Liang hit the brakes sharply, then quickly reversed, crashing into the side of the van. With a loud thud, the van rolled into the river, slowly sinking. Even Baihu had to concede that this young man was remarkably skilled behind the wheel. Moreover, the Range Rover was incredibly resilient. The occupants merely leaned forward slightly, gripping the handrails to mitigate the impact. A group of thugs, armed with baseball bats, attempted to pursue the Range Rover, but Wang Liang accelerated away. Realizing they could not catch the vehicle, the thugs turned their attention to Yi Qing and Lu Lu. Lu swung his golf club, producing a whooshing sound through the air, disdainfully declaring, "With such a small number of people, you dare to rob us. They have backup." Yi Qing chuckled. Lu glanced back, and indeed, from the woods a few meters behind, emerged another dozen thugs wielding baseball bats. Meanwhile, further away, Boss Chi's Audi had come to a halt, but had not turned back. Lu quickly assessed the situation. 16 thugs in front and 14 behind, totaling 30. However, Fat Ma was conspicuously absent. Lu, I'll take the lead. Let us see who is faster. Lula laughed. That remark is rather unsavory. I have no such inclinations. Yi Qing responded with a chuckle, brandishing his golf club as he charged towards the rear. Take this guy down and grab the goods. We need to leave quickly. The leading thug commanded, eyeing Yi Qing with hostility. 3 burly thugs brandished their baseball bats and lunged at Yi Qing. As they approached, Yi Qing sneered, launching himself forward with a swift leap. Truly fearless. The foremost thug grinned, swinging his bat towards Yi Qing's head. Just as the Range Rover, having turned around, reappeared on the stone bridge, Shen Junyi, seated in the passenger seat, watched in horror as the bat swung down. If it connected, Yi Qing would surely be knocked out. Ye Ving, she cried in alarm. What is there to fear? Your man is more ruthless than they are. Baihu retorted, unperturbed. In that instant, as the 3 bats were about to strike Yi Qing, they suddenly saw a flash of movement. A slender golf club swept across their midsections. The 3 thugs flew backward like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Martial artist? The leading thug's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Everyone attacked together. 3 of his most capable subordinates rushed forward, yet they proved no match for Yi Qing. Despite the leader's fierceness in combat, one-on-one he was no match for Yi Qing. But a lone wolf cannot contend against a pack of wolves. There are no rules in robbery requiring a fair fight. The leader bellowed, charging forward. 2 thugs sprinted ahead, leaping into the air, their bats poised to deliver lethal blows. Still unwilling to learn from past mistakes, Yi Qing quickly ducked, spinning to evade the descending bats. His golf club swept across the calves of the 2 attackers with a series of sharp cracks. Though the club appeared slender, it was made of solid steel and bore significant weight. While it did not break the skin, it shattered bones instead. The 2 thugs fell to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. Yi Qing, be careful. The Range Rover reappeared on the stone bridge, its streaming media camera capturing the chaos below. Shen Junyi's gaze remained fixed on Yi Qing, and when she spotted someone approaching behind him, her heart raced with fear. At that moment, Yi Qing sensed a rush of wind approaching from behind. One of the thugs had seized the opportunity to sneak up on him while his subordinates engaged. The thug roared, his expression twisted with malice. The plan had initially seemed flawless. If the nail trap had stalled the Range Rover, they would have seized the Jade worth millions. Yet poverty had limited their imagination, for the Range Rover was equipped with bulletproof tires, surging forward unimpeded. As Yi Qing leaped from the vehicle, he felt the baseball bat approaching him. He pivoted, executing a mid-air kick that struck the thug's head with precision. The thug fell unconscious. Seizing the moment, Yi Qing charged into the fray, his golf club swinging with ferocity, strikes from above and below, resulting in broken bones. Lu Lu swiftly joined the fray, like a wraith slipping into the midst of the thugs. With a kick and a spin, his golf club struck the elbow of the apparent leader with a sickening crack. The thug, Wang Hu, cried out in agony as his arm twisted painfully. He rolled on the ground, desperately evading Lu Lu's relentless swings. "Get him," say the boss. A small-time thug finally recovered from his shock, brandishing a baseball bat and letting out a fierce roar, prompting a group of ruffians to rush forward. Lu seized Wang Hu with one hand and hurled him towards the oncoming thugs. The baseball bats in their hands instinctively swung at their leader, landing a few blows before they quickly retreated, utterly incredulous. The three occupants in the car watched in astonishment. No wonder this scrawny fellow had such an appetite. His seemingly frail body could unleash such terrifying power. Holding a man weighing over 100 kilograms as if he were a mere prop, Lu shielded himself from the chaos surrounding him. Without waiting for the thugs to back down, Lu slammed Wang Hu to the ground, placing a foot on his chest and taunting those unafraid of being crippled. "Come at me." Wang Hu felt a deep sense of despair. It wasn't just humiliation. He knew he had been thoroughly defeated by this merciless youth. The remaining thugs hesitated, none daring to approach, as their comrade, who had just been struck, writhed on the ground in anguish. Who could fathom the cruelty of this boy? "Either you kill me today or die here. As long as I'm alive, I will never let this go." Wang Hu screamed with all his might. This was merely his attempt to salvage some dignity. After all, he was the formidable tiger brother of the gang. When had he ever been reduced to such a state? Clearly, the pain was not enough. "Liu le sneered, continuously swinging his bas, mercilessly striking Wang Hu." The sounds of cracking bones echoing around them. Who could tell how many of Wang Hu's bones had been shattered? Even the stunned thugs, clutching their baseball bats, felt the sting of pain. In addition to his screams, Wang Hu found no other way to express his emotions. This boy was excessively ruthless. Every bone in his body had been dealt with. Even his fingers were not spared. Was he even human? Capture those two women. Wang Hu spat blood, his cries filled with despair. At his shout, the group of thugs, as if awakening from a dream, clamored towards the Range Rover. A sinister smile crept across Lu's lips as he glanced at Yi Qing, who was leisurely approaching with a golf club in hand, having completed the battle. They gazed at Lu in terror, panting heavily, realizing that this charge had ended in complete disaster for them. Was this boy possessed by Bruce Lee or the reincarnation of a god of death? The skirmish concluded flawlessly in less than half an hour. But misfortune struck as the sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. Soon, two police cars sped towards them. Yi Qing, initially hoping to leave without a trace of blood, was caught off guard by the rapid arrival of law enforcement. "Don't move, raise your hands." With a sharp screech of brakes, a commanding voice rang out. Yi Qing and Lu turned to the police cars, where a woman in uniform, gun drawn, rushed forward, flanked by a squad of officers. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail that swayed with her movements, her porcelain-like face adorned with delicate features and bright, star-like eyes. The fitted police uniform accentuated her alluring figure, her hands gripping the gun, warily aimed at the two men. "It's you two I'm addressing. Drop your weapons." The beautiful officer's face held a serious expression, her pistol trained on Yi Qing, clearly ready to fire should they resist. Just as Lu opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Yi Qing casually toss aside the golf club, realizing he too had to relinquish his bat. The rapidly approaching detectives, witnessing the throngs of thugs strewn about, quickly drew their weapons, aiming at the duo. It was Lu's first experience being threatened at gunpoint, causing his lips to twitch. Yi Qing chuckled and replied, "Officer, we are the victims here. Spare me the chatter. The victims are lying all over the ground." The beautiful officer retorted sharply, "Are you implying that we too assaulted 30 thugs?" Yi Qing furrowed his brows, perplexed. What kind of logic is that? The officer's expression mirrored his confusion. The scene was indeed clear, revealing a small group overwhelmed by a larger one, yet the fighting prowess of these two was astonishing. "Produce your identification and work badges," she commanded coldly. "Our IDs are in the car." Yi Qing raised his hands, gesturing towards the Range Rover. Shun Junyi and Wang Liang, along with Bai Hu, had already opened the car door and were hastily approaching. 300 meters away, Boss Chi also exited his vehicle, rushing towards them. "I am an attorney from Kunming Yonghua Law Firm. My name is Shun Junyi." She raised her phone, declaring, "I have recorded everything that just transpired. You can use it as evidence." 200 million in Jade. The beautiful officer gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without a word, She accepted Shun Junye's phone and began reviewing the video. The scene was chaotic, yet the facts were indisputable. The officer glanced back at Shun Junye. It seems you were prepared. Indeed, Shun Junye affirmed. At the Jade gambling venue, they were engaged in coercive sales. Boss Wang Hong from the Qing Shui Jade gambling establishment and Boss Qi from DeLong can corroborate this. An older police officer examined the injuries of the thugs. Frowning as he spoke, "You've gone too far in your self-defense. Mind your language, and that's not the main issue," Shun Junye snapped back. "The crux is that this is a robbery case involving a Range Rover worth $5 million and Jade worth $200 million. Ye Ving nodded, acknowledging the impressive legal acumen of his lawyer. With a single statement, she had defined the case. Robbery was already a serious crime, but robbing $200 million in Jade constituted a grave offense, making it unlikely they would escape severe punishment. At that moment, Boss Qi arrived, exclaiming, "I can testify to this. I am the original stone merchant from DeLong." Shun Junye glanced at his police insignia, a first-class police supervisor, and nodded, "We can cooperate, and I will follow up on this case. However, my clients Haven Tea even had lunch. They intend to eat at the highway service area, if you would allow it." A group of officers began to clean up the aftermath, while Shui Xiaoyu donned white gloves to collect the 2 bent golf clubs into a plastic bag. Yi Qing, wearing a smile, said, "Officer Shui, these are ours. Indeed, they are the weapons." Shui Xiaoyu shot him a fierce glare. "Even in self-defense, it doesn't necessitate such brutality. There's not just Jade in our car. There are also 2 girls." Yi Qing stated seriously. "The men are one thing, at worst. They might end up discarded in the river. But the women, should they fall into the hands of such individuals, their fate would be far worse than the men's. So, while I may strike fiercely, it was unavoidable." Though he knew he was making excuses, he had to concede that he was right. Shui Xiaoyu remained cold as ice. Striding towards the Range Rover, "First, hand over your identification and work badges. Are you worried we might flee?" Yi Qing chuckled, following closely behind, unable to deny that the beautiful officer had a captivating presence. "This is a trap. Ye vink gudinut. Are you not afraid we might run away with you?" Yi Qing joked as he climbed into the car, taking a seat behind her. "Threatening a police officer increases your charges." Shui Xiaoyu warned sharply, "Identification and work badges. Could you not be so verbose?" Shun Junye chided, handing over her already prepared identification. Shui Xiaoyu counted through the IDs. "Who are we missing?" "Mine. By who?" Now facing the police, spoke in a subdued tone. "I lost my bag in the restroom at the highway service area." Shun Junye added seriously, "Her name is Wang Li. She is also from Kunming and works at the Ruili Land Rover dealership." "Identification number." Shui Xiaoyu turned to her. Baihu covered her face, appearing vacuous. "I can't remember." Shui Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qing, her expression unmistakable, perceiving him as a wealthy young master and Baihu as a vain woman. The instruments were taken out, and the identification cards of everyone were scanned, while the systems responded promptly to Shun Junye's and Wang Liang's IDs. An error occurred when scanning Yi Qing's, indicating insufficient permissions for inquiry. The same message appeared for Lu Lo. Shui Xiaoyu immediately grew serious. "Who on earth are you two? Are you merchants of raw stones from Kyoto?" She demanded sternly. "I will ask you once more, who are you?" Insufficient permissions implied that they were not authorized to be queried. Lulu calmly dialed his phone and handed it to Shui Xiaoyu. "You listen." After listening for a while, Shui Xiaoyu returned the phone incredulously. "I need to check the internal system again." "If you're not afraid of the trouble, feel free," Lulu replied nonchalantly, casually handing over another document. Upon opening it, Shui Xiaoyu found it similar to her own, complete with the police emblem, the same photo, and a steel seal. But the position read Special Operations Lulu. "You'd best find someone with sufficient authority to inquire. Otherwise, if you fail to get results after 3 attempts, you may find yourself in trouble." Juristate de honesty. Shui Xiaoyu, in disbelief, took out her phone and photographed Yi Qing's and Lu Li's credentials to send her supervisor. "Why not seek assistance from the police station when you encounter trouble?" Yi Qing asked in surprise. "Do we need to?" Shui Xiaoyu recalled the tragic state of the 30 thugs and smiled gracefully. "Not necessary. In truth, I do not wish to forfeit the opportunity to rid society of harm." Yi Qing replied seriously. "Is it still required to file a report at the police station?" "Rules must not be broken," Shui Xiaoyu declared decisively. "However, I can allow you to have a meal first." Chapter 72. Fatima. "Aren't you afraid we might run away?" "Ye vink iklemet in astonishment." "I will follow," Shui Xiaoyu said without hesitation. Yi Qing turned to Lu Lu with a mischievous grin. "What a crime to abduct a beautiful police chief." Lulu replied expressionlessly. You will find your legs broken and face a year of house arrest. Are you two amusing yourselves by mocking someone in service? Shuexiayu turned away, muttering a complaint. I will inform my colleague before leaving. I will ride in your car, so don't run off. Take that Boss Chi with you, Yiqing said with a sly smile. He hasn't eaten yet. Boss Chi was thoroughly terrified, surrounded by people, clutching their arms and legs, rolling on the ground in lamentation. Some lay still on the ground, devoid of sound. After living for over 40 years, he had never witnessed such a grim scene. He cast a peculiar glance at the distant Range Rover, realizing that not all formidable dragons refrain from crossing the river. They are indeed fierce individuals. Upon seeing Shuexiayu approaching briskly, he paused momentarily. When did you transfer to the criminal police team? Uncle Chi, it's a long story. Shuexiayu smiled faintly. You know Yiqing and Lulu. Uncle Chi nodded affirmatively. They came to Italy for their first stone gambling at my Jilung stone gambling house. Shuexiayu asked skeptically, do such people lack money? Who in this world does not lack money? Uncle Chi replied helplessly, they all think like you, abandoning the family business to become police officers. Moreover, they're stone gambling experts, here to make money. Who is the stone gambling expert? Shuexiayu inquired curiously. The one named Yiqing. Despite his youth, he's a true master of stone gambling, consistently winning, which makes me envious. Uncle Chi sighed, then smiled. Do not make things too difficult for them. The events transpired as they recounted. Fatty Ma, upon seeing the potential profit, attempted to buy forcefully, but ended up sending a gang to rob them. This time, however, he has run into a solid wall. Shuexiayu's worries were alleviated. They have a dash cam in their vehicle and recorded footage on their phones. The facts are clear. The case can be classified as robbery. And as long as they provide their statements at the police station, there should be no issue. However, Yiqing has invited you to dinner. Will you go? Uncle Chi chuckled. Of course, I will follow them. I was worried about trouble, and I also made a report just now, directly contacting your chief. I didn't expect you would be the one on duty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. Wang Chang'an also gave a heads up. Shuexiayu smiled. It seems both uncles value Yiqing greatly. He is indeed a significant client. Uncle Chi asserted. He purchased nearly 6 million worth of stones in one go, and he will be returning every month to procure raw stones. All right, we will discuss this further at the hotel, Shuexiayu said, smiling. I instructed them to take this group to the hospital for care. That fatty Ma, Uncle Chi gritted his teeth. Leave this matter to Uncle Chi, Shuexiayu said, slightly gritting her teeth. He is related to another case, but gathering evidence is quite difficult. The higher-ups imply we must not alert the snake at this time. Uncle Chi understood their regulations. Shuexiayu had already revealed too much. I will drive. Shuexiayu nodded, calling over a young officer to whisper a few instructions before hastily making her way to the Range Rover. Inside the Range Rover, Yiqing noticed Baihu's doubtful gaze upon him and quickly shifted her attention, cheerfully stating, high-grade ice jade is 80 million, glass type is 70 million, plus the 2 pieces sold to Boss Chi at 10 million each, totaling 130 million, right? What nonsense? Baihu shot him a glare, disdainfully replying, are you taking advantage of my lack of education? Shen Junyi couldn't help but chuckle. 80 million, transfer it. Yiqing turned to Lulu and instructed, transfer 5 million to yourself and 1 million to Wang Liang. This is my red envelope. Young master, although I didn't help during the fight, I was the one who bumped into the gold cup, Wang Liang lamented, raising his hand. Why is the red envelope different for everyone? Yiqing rolled his eyes. Deductions, understand? You owe me 4 million, so based on Baihu's interest, I can only give you 700,000. Young master won't argue with you. Forget the interest. After a pause, he added, a gentleman from Kyoto, are generous and straightforward. Follow me, and every time we gamble with stones, there will be red envelopes. I eat meat, and you'll share in the broth. Baihu laughed heartily, while Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed. Lulu directly transferred money to Baihu and Wang Liang. Following 5th brother and 6th brother, all expenses are on you. Besides, I have an allowance, so I don't need money. Yiqing shot him a glare. Your family doesn't need money? Will you not marry in the future? The money I sent for you. Transfer it to your family. Lulu nodded, transferring 5 million to his family. You just received 80 million. Why not transfer it directly? Shen Junyi, aware of the gambling rules, understood that red envelopes must be issued after the gains. In recent days, Baihu and Yiqing had earned nearly 2 billion from their joint stone gambling venture. Baihu can't transfer, it's all cash. Yiqing explained with a smile. Why? Shen Junyi asked in surprise. Because her account must have funds. Yi Qing laughed. Only then can her subordinates withdraw the cash reserves from all banks in Rueli daily. Seeing Shun Junyi still puzzled. Nowadays, tourists rely solely on their phones, rarely carrying cash, especially first-time visitors to Yunnan. They are unaware that the old Burmese doing business in Rueli cannot open accounts in domestic banks. They only accept cash. And since tourists cannot withdraw money from banks, the only solution is to trade with Baihu, who charges a 5% transaction fee. Shun Junyi scoffed. Isn't this akin to robbery? Everyone has their own means of survival. Baihu sighed softly. You, a young lady who lacks for nothing, have never understood the hardships of scarcity. Yi Qing nodded. Many of life's afflictions stem from a lack of money. Thus, the primary ambition of the wise is to earn. Fresh graduates from ivory towers, brimming with aspirations for poetry and distant lands, soon realize that they cannot even afford a plane ticket, turning their dreams into visions of restrooms and waste. Ugh! Shun Junyi shot him a glare. How disgusting. Baihu laughed heartily. Indeed, without money, one is left only with restrooms and waste. Though she laughed, her voice carried a profound sorrow, and Yi Qing glanced at her, refraining from probing further. Shui Xiaoyu entered the vehicle, and Lulu drove straight toward Tingchong County. Chapter 73. The Young Masters of Kyoto. Officer Shui, could you enlighten us about Tingchong? Yi Qing and Shui Xiaoyu sat side by side in the second row, smiling as they conversed. Shui Xiaoyu glanced at him, her voice melodious. You came to Yunnan for stone gambling. Yet have you not heard of Tingchong? Even for me, this is only my second visit. Yi Ying chuckled it. He was not lying. His last visit had been 3 years ago, during which he had spent a year at Longrui Stone Gambling House. And aside from Delong and Jiegao, he had ventured nowhere else. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment. Then where did you learn to gamble on stones? Yi Qing, half serious, half joking, replied solemnly. In all of Yunnan, aside from the king of Jade, who dares claim to be adept at stone gambling. It is all a matter of luck. Then your luck must be extraordinary. Shui Xiaoyu had previously inquired about Boss Qi and did not believe a word he said. But she was certain it was his first time in Tingchong. Tingchong is merely 200 kilometers from the Jadeite source in the northern region of Myanmar, Menggong. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Menggong area was also part of our country, governed by Yunnan's Tingyue Prefecture, which is now Tingchong. The processing and trade of jadeite here has a history of over 600 years, having once been the world's largest jade raw material distribution center, monopolizing 90% of the global jade circulation, and was known as the jade capital. In the past, every household on Baibao Street in Tengchong carved jade pieces, and the sound of machines was ubiquitous. Shui Xiaoyu, smiling, recounted the illustrious history of Tengchong and turned to Yi Qing. For experts like you in stone gambling, isn't it akin to a mouse falling into a rice bin, filled with happiness? To be honest, not quite. Yi Qing sighed. So-called experts in stone gambling are merely those who happen to encounter a good stone. I was initially filled with confidence, yet you cut out jadeite worth 200 million. Are you not satisfied? Shui Xiaoyu raised an elegantly shaped eyebrow, disdainfully stating, one should not be too greedy. By the way, those 2 pieces of jadeite, I need to take photos for evidence once we reach the hotel. No problem. Yi Qing agreed with a smile, casually asking, is the horse caravan powerful here? It seems Ma Wen is not without reason for causing you trouble. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him warily. Are you concealing something? I genuinely met Ma Wen for the first time. Yi Qing replied earnestly. However, there is someone named Ma Wu at Delong who once caused me trouble and was thoroughly beaten by me. Thus, when I heard Ma Fatty was called Ma Wen, it reminded me of Ma Wu. You guessed correctly. Shui Xiaoyu regarded him deeply. Ma Wen and Ma Wu are brothers. No wonder he not only wants to sell your jadeite forcefully, but also seeks to harm. Officer Shui, have you made a mistake? This is a major case of robbing jadeite worth 200 million. Shun Junyi expressed her displeasure. Do not downplay this as a mere brawl. That is also the reason I am accompanying you to Tengchong. Shui Xiaoyu stated seriously. I hope you will listen to me calmly. Yi Qing stopped Shun Junyi, who was about to retort, nodding with a smile. Please go on. Could it be that the case he is involved in is even larger than the robbery of 200 million jadeite? Shun Junyi countered. Yi Qing waved his hand. We are merely passers-by. We have not suffered significant losses, and we must respect the police's opinions. I suspect they are shielding Ma Wen. Shun Junyi scoffed. White Fox blinked in confusion, but remained silent. Young master from Kyoto, indeed dignified. Shui Xiaoyu smiled brightly. You have heard of me. Yi Qing was rather surprised. I have not. But our boss mentioned that you are respected as a young master in Kyoto, known for your generosity and gallantry. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. Do you have quite the reputation in Kyoto? Yi Qing smiled wryly. In your eyes, those known for gallantry must be ruffians, right? Puffed. Shui Xiaoyu burst into laughter, giving him a knowing glance. Our boss is waiting for you at the Tongchong Grand Hotel. What is your boss's name? He instructed me not to reveal it. He will tell you personally. Shui Xiaoyu teased. Yi Qing looked at her warily. Should I say, in the cold river, a solitary shadow, an old friend from the rivers and lakes, perhaps it is better not to meet. I'm only responsible for bringing you there. That is a conversation for you to have with him. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled. Sixth brother. The driver Lu called softly. No worries. Yi Qing exhaled. Knowing I am the young master from Kyoto, there are no outsiders. Lu nodded. Yi Qing had always kept a low profile in Kyoto, rarely leaving his stone studio. Only the group from Panjiayuan and the elite young masters acknowledged him as the young master. Since Shui Xiaoyu's boss was clearly not from Panjiayuan, he certainly would not belong to that elite circle. After an hour's drive, Lu, filled with suspicion, drove into the Tongchong Grand Hotel. After a moment, Boss Chi's Audi arrived. Shui Xiaoyu inquired at the front desk, then led them directly to a large private room on the top floor. The table was laden with Tongchong delicacies, yet the person they awaited was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qing cast a suspicious glance at Shui Xiaoyu. Shui Xiaoyu smiled softly. The boss knows Mr. Yi is hungry, so he arranged the meal first. After you have eaten and drunk well, you can discuss matters. Looking enviously at the sumptuous dishes, the boss is really splurging. Everyone was famished and did not stand on ceremony, sitting down directly. Yi Qing watched as Shui Xiaoyu turned to leave, chuckling. Let us eat together. Even if it is a banquet of doom, it is better to be full before embarking. Shui Xiaoyu did not decline and took a seat beside Shinjunyi, smiling. I'm indeed hungry, but Mr. Yi has something to say. We are all from the rivers and lakes. Who does not understand the situation? Yi Qing replied cheerfully. However, aside from fighting, my only skill is stone gambling. I fear I cannot be of much help. Shui Xiaoyu swiftly changed the topic, pointing to a dish. This dish is called Great Rescue, and it is truly a remarkable delicacy. The main ingredients are ham slices and eggs, stir-fried in a pot with various spices, presenting a golden hue, and it is not greasy at all when eaten. This is called earthen pot, which has a long history. The key to this dish is that it must be cooked slowly to allow the flavors to melt. The main ingredients are pork ribs and chicken simmered into a fresh broth, then adding hua yam and taro, resulting in a unique appearance and delightful taste. Everyone, do give a try. Chapter 74, Sand Gold. As she introduced the dishes, everyone's appetites were whetted, and they immediately picked up their chopsticks. Shui Xiaoyu noticed that no one had touched the drinks on the table and asked in surprise, Mr. Yi, do you not drink alcohol? When we are out, we generally do not drink. Yi Qing smiled gently. Please, do not hold back. Eat whatever you like. I am merely benefiting from Mr. Ye's generosity. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled lightly and began to eat. The dishes were exquisite in color, aroma, and flavor, and everyone, having been starved, devoured the food as if a whirlwind had passed. Yi Qing glanced at Shui Xiaoyu twice. Her chopsticks were quite discerning, selecting only the best parts of the dishes, indicating that this beautiful police officer was not lacking in wealth. As Yi Qing observed Shui Xiaoyu, she too was studying him. Even the stunning Shinjunyi and White Fox, when extremely hungry, displayed ungraceful eating habits, let alone Lu and Wang Liang. Yet Yi Qing's manner of eating was elegant, giving an impression of calmness, even as the dishes nearest to him vanished the quickest. After a few bites, Shui Xiaoyu felt full and looked at him with a smile. Does Mr. Yi have strict family rules? After swallowing his food, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Not particularly strict, but my mother is quite strict. With many brothers at home, if we eat poorly, my mother would hit us on the head with chopsticks. If we eat slowly, we would miss out, so it became a habit. Shui Xiaoyu giggled. Mr. Yi, do not mind me. Eat to your heart's content. Lu busily ate without lifting his head, making a soft grunt. Then Mr. Yi, please follow me. Shui Xiaoyu stood up, slightly bowing to the others. Please enjoy your meal. Everyone smiled in response, watching the two exit. Yizving, pulling the suitcase containing the jadeite, followed Shui Xiaoyu into another small private room. Inside the room was a man in his 30s, dressed in a jacket, savoring tea. Upon seeing Yi Qing enter, he stood up with a smile. Yi Lao Lu. Yi Qing wore a skeptical expression, confident in his memory, certain he had never encountered this person before. Hesitating, he inquired, Who are you? Zhao Lei, a soldier under Yi Wuliang. Zhao Lei approached briskly, extending his hands with a smile. Yi Qing's heart suddenly lifted. He had 6 brothers, and Yi Liang was the fourth. Due to his ruthless leadership, his subordinates affectionately referred to him as Yi Wuliang. Grasping Zhao Lei's hand, he chuckled, "I have arrived at this esteemed place, and yet, Brother Zhao is treating me so generously. Little Six feels rather indebted." Shui Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Lei, and upon seeing him nod, she took her seat. Zhao Lei erupted into hearty laughter. "No wonder Yi Wuliang claims that Little Six is the shrewdest among us. You haven't even mentioned the matter at hand, and yet you begin to pressure me. You all are prominent figures who command respect. What assistance could I possibly provide?" Ye Ying Similith. Zhao Lei's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "There is indeed a matter I require your help with. Currently, the fourth brother is stationed in Kunming. Even without today's incident, he intended to summon you for assistance." "What is it?" Yi Qing asked, his shoulders tensing. He knew that if the fourth brother was personally involved, the issue was far from trivial. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a disdainful glance, suppressing her words. Zhao Lei eyed him and replied earnestly, "The fourth brother requested that I consult your opinion. If you agree, I shall disclose the details. If you refuse, I must remind you, should the old master learn of your desertion during the selection for the inner guard, the consequences would be dire." Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback, initially thinking Zhao Lei would let him go if he declined. However, she smiled faintly, glancing at Yi Qing. "Now that is a threat, just as I expected from Yi Wuliang. Very well, since the fourth brother has issued an order, I shall face the flames and mountains." Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile, changing the subject. "I just informed Officer Shui that my skills lie solely in fighting and betting on stones. I possess no other talents. Please consider whether my abilities are of use to you." Indeed, the young master from the capital possesses a true chivalrous spirit. Zhao Lei laughed heartily, gesturing to the north. This matter primarily originates from that direction. Yi Qing was taken aback. That area not only produced jadeite raw stones, but also yielded gold. "Smuggling," he exclaimed. Zhao Lei remained silent, retrieving a gold bar from his bag and handing it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing examined it closely. The gold gleamed brilliantly. Weighing it in his hand, he found it to be quite heavy, around 2 pounds. Zhao Lei presented another bar, and Yi Qing regarded him with suspicion, scrutinizing the gold in his grasp again. After weighing both gold bars, Yi Qing, with steady hands, could almost ascertain that their weights were nearly identical. Upon closer inspection, one was a brilliant gold, while the other had a greenish hue. "Sand gold," he exclaimed. "Little Six truly is well informed." Yi Qing chuckled bitterly. "I encountered sand gold being used to forge gold hairpins at Panjiayuan, and it was the odd coloration that triggered my memory." Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. "Correct. But this is pure gold mixed with sand gold. After testing, it shows that each pound of gold contains at least 5 taels of sand gold. The depths of their deceit are truly alarming." Yi Qing frowned, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Shui Xiaoyu nodded seriously. "Myanmar has 3 vices: fake raw stones, counterfeit gold, and narcotics. The border primarily focuses on smuggling and drug enforcement, and our target is a counterfeit gold syndicate." Yi Qing acknowledged with a nod, understanding that producing fake raw stones required skill, while counterfeiting gold was far simpler. The sand gold used in counterfeiting contained no actual gold. It merely mimicked the color and texture of gold using various metallic materials, closely resembling true gold, even in weight. Particularly when sand gold was mixed with real gold, it became exceedingly difficult to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. The higher the gold content, the more valuable it became. Sand gold, due to its significant price difference from pure gold, was merely worth a few dozen yuan per gram. Zhao Lei spoke with a bitter tone. This counterfeit gold, smuggled into the country, not only evades hefty tariffs, but also severely disrupts the gold market. Ordinary people purchasing such semi-genuine gold jewelry find that it not only fails to retain its value, but also depreciates significantly, representing a grave threat to the national treasury. Yi Qing understood the seriousness of the situation. The amount of currency issued by the state was linked to gold reserves. Hence, the treasury acquired vast quantities of pure gold annually, totaling several tons from various channels. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, due to the immense danger. The higher-ups have appointed the fourth brother as the main responsible party, forming a special task force to ensure the masterminds and accomplices behind this are brought to justice, thereby preventing such semi-genuine gold from entering the domestic market. Such a staggering volume. Yi Qing was taken aback, realizing that a ton of gold equated to 2,000 pounds, with half being counterfeit. The sand gold, worth merely 30 or 40 yuan per gram, masquerading as genuine gold valued at over 300 yuan per gram, flooding the market. represented unimaginable profits. Shui Xiaoyu affirmed with a nod. Speaking seriously, we're tracing a special smuggling channel, suspecting it to be related to the horse caravans. However, their organization is too tightly knit. Even infiltrating it proves difficult, as we cannot reach the core. Yi Qing chuckled bitterly. I do not know anyone from the horse caravans. Thus, we have focused our attention on Tengchong's Ma Wan, hoping to exploit a weakness through him. Ma Wan is the department manager along the Tengchong route and the right-hand man of Ma Rue, the chairman of the travel company. You suspect Ma Rue is also involved in this matter? It is merely suspicion. We lack concrete evidence, Zhao Lei said helplessly. Moreover, the horse caravans have deep roots here. Having made significant contributions to the nation during turbulent times, we cannot simply condemn them outright. Coincidentally, Ma Rue's sister, Ma Wei, has returned from studying abroad and is competing with him for control of the travel company, which presents us with a favorable opportunity. Yi Qing frowned. You intend for me to get close to Ma Wei? Not just Ma Wei, but also Ma Rue? Shui Xiaoyu interjected. By incapacitating Ma Wu and weakening Ma Wen's forces, you effectively crippled her two pillars of support. Given Ma Rue's character, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. However, currently, the travel company is struggling financially, and she will require a substantial sum to restructure operations. Ma San, the head of the horse caravans, wishes to hand over all their businesses to his daughter Ma Wei, who has studied business management. But Ma Rue opposes this, causing delays. Ma Wei, ambitious and eager to implement the advanced management strategies she learned abroad, seeks to alter the current business landscape of the horse caravans. However, both sisters understand that they must possess considerable funds to maintain an advantage in this transformation, making stone betting a viable option for them. Yi Qing pondered for a moment. I can only say I will try. I cannot guarantee success. Shui Xiaoyu urged seriously. You must take this matter seriously. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Rest assured, once I commit to something, I shall not treat it lightly. Zhao Lei, admiring his lack of arrogance, remarked, from tomorrow, Shui Xiaoyu will be at your side. You can arrange her role as you see fit. Yi Qing was taken aback, then shook his head. I do not require protection. The fourth brother informed me that you possess considerable martial prowess. Zhao Lei replied with a slight smile. This is one of the key reasons we dare to ask for your assistance. Furthermore, you hail from the capital, so you have no connections in Rueli, and you are a master at betting on stones. Once Ma Rue and Ma Wei see you, they will surely seek to win you over. Shui Xiaoyu is merely there to assist you, facilitating contact when you need our support. Do not underestimate Xiaoyu. She is the provincial martial arts champion. The reason we chose her is precisely because her appearance is quite deceptive. Cao Lei chuckled. Moreover, you are in Tengchong for stone betting. Xiaoyu has connections in this field and can help you seek out excellent stones. If you do not create a larger presence, how will you capture the attention of Ma Rue and Ma Wei? Zhao Lei chuckled lightly, seizing the moment, benefiting all parties involved. Besides, I would feel remiss if you do not gain something from this. But everyone knows she is a police officer. Ye Vink Grinnut. Zhao Lei, with confidence, stated originally, Xiaoyu held a clerical position in Kunming and just transferred here. Very few people are aware of it. I see you have everything arranged. I can only obey. Yi Qing said with a resigned expression, feeling as though he was being thrust into an unavoidable situation. Shui Xiaoyu, with a cheerful demeanor, added, there is one more thing. Help us examine a few stones. You all also bet on stones? Yi Qing asked, astonished. We're not well versed in stones, so how dare we gamble on them? Shui Xiaoyu cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, what I mentioned earlier was the sales location for Sandgold, and now we're discussing its source, which is merely separated by a river from Tengchong. What is there to doubt about the stones? Yi Qing expressed his astonishment. They are nothing but ordinary stones. Shui Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and replied, we sought the expertise of several stone gambling masters from outside, and they all concluded that these are merely dry green varieties and water bubbles with minimal value. According to convention, once these stones are collected and a sufficient batch is assembled, they're auctioned off to the original stone merchants. However, upon investigation, we discovered that these stones eventually found their way into the hands of Ma Wan. Yi Qing, bewildered, responded, so you suspect these stones harbor some mystery? Zhao Lei and Shui Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Shui Xiaoyu softly added, if the stones had merely been purchased by small traders and then resold to stone gamblers, it wouldn't raise any concerns. However, Ma Wen's complete acquisition of this batch of stones, which hold little value, is what arouses our suspicion. Yi Qing grasped her meaning and raised an eyebrow. So, Did you not cut them open to check? We sliced a few pieces, and they were indeed just stones. Shui Xiaoyu sighed, adding, furthermore, this matter requires confidentiality. We cannot involve local stone gambling experts in cutting the stones, which is why we intend to ask you to take a look. All right, I will find time to check it out. Upon hearing that it was merely water bubbles, Yiqing lost interest, deeming it a futile endeavor. Moreover, sand, gold, and raw stones, aside from sharing the same origin, have no correlation whatsoever. His agreement was merely a polite concession. Zhao Lei, with a wry smile, remarked, the most perplexing aspect of this case is that while we know sand gold flows out from Tengchong, we remain oblivious to how it was smuggled in. If we cannot uncover this smuggling route, I will be in a state of constant unease. I have already agreed to assist you in examining this. If you're not fatigued, could we possibly do this tonight? Shui Xiaoyu hesitated, her face filled with regret. Is it that urgent? Yiqing inquired, astonished. Chapter 76. When obstructing someone's means of livelihood feels akin to murdering their kin. Yiving, silently amuset. Observed Shui Xiaoyu's earnestness, a quality that could be described as diligent and responsible, though it could also be seen as stubbornness. Despite her noble lineage, she possessed a fiery spirit. Moreover, raw stone merchants, akin to antique dealers, often tread the fine line of legality, inevitably engaging in actions that skirt the edges of the law without crossing into criminality. The thought of this fiercely principled yet inflexible beauty trailing after him caused him a headache, especially considering her striking resemblance to a Barbie doll, delicate and charming, yet with an underlying ferocity. One had to tread carefully when reprimanding her for wrongdoing, lest one face her wrath. Sensing his change in expression, Zhao Lei recognized that Shui Xiaoyu had failed to persuade him and quickly interjected, this is the only valuable lead we have unearthed through extensive efforts and thorough investigations. If sand gold is unrelated to the raw stones, we will need to conduct another examination. Little 6. Whether or not I can don this uniform again depends entirely on you. Yiqing discerned the dynamic. One played the role of the good cop, while the other took on the bad cop, each unwilling to relent until they had him on board. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. Very well, I will summon Wang Liang. He is an expert in cutting stones. See you shortly. Yiqing rose and escorted him to the door. Back at the desk, Yiqing opened his suitcase and retrieved 2 pieces of jade for Shui Xiaoyu to photograph. Upon seeing the jade, Shui Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she snapped several pictures and gazed at Yiqing in astonishment. How did you ascertain there was jade among the stones? Yiqing responded mysteriously, I possess a unique ability. My eyes can penetrate all things. Shui Xiaoyu gasped, nearly dropping her phone, and in a flustered panic, squatted down. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she exclaimed, does that mean you have seen me completely? Yiqing mischievously surveyed her, saying, there are still a few areas you haven't revealed. To stand up and twirl around, and that should suffice. Shui Xiaoyu's face turned crimson, as if it might bleed. Her fists clenched as she coolly retorted, do you think I might just kill you? All right, it was merely teasing. Yiding chaklet. Do you genuinely believe such unreliable phenomena exist? Shui Xiaoyu remained skeptical, refusing to stand, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Really, you aren't trying to trick me again, are you? Yiqing carefully stored the jade and laughed. How is it that a beauty like you, who can thrive solely on her looks, chose this profession? What of it? I prefer to earn my living through my capabilities. Shui Xiaoyu gradually stood upright, attempting to evade his gaze. Still uneasy, she pressed on with another question. You truly lack X-ray vision? A small foot clad in sneakers hovered near his nose. Shui Xiaoyu retorted, making such jokes can easily lead to one's demise. Yiqing pushed her leg away, disdainfully replying, if it weren't for your eagerness to achieve results, I wouldn't find myself in this predicament. Obstructing someone's means of livelihood feels akin to murdering their kin. They are all ruthless individuals, and my life is precious. As a citizen, Shui Xiaoyu indignantly exclaimed, when a nation calls upon you, you should respond unconditionally. Yiqing retorted earnestly, the issue is Zhao Lei lacks the authority to summon me. Shui Xiaoyu fixed him with her captivating, yet dangerous eyes, pressing, I am genuinely curious about your true identity. Your authorization is insufficient. Yiqing chuckled, hoisting his suitcase as he departed, with Shui Xiaoyu trailing behind, fuming and wishing to kick him down. Upon exiting, they found Lulu and others waiting at the door of the private room. 3 rooms have been opened, Lulu stated briskly. Where are you headed? Shen Junyi and Baihu asked in unison. Lulu stood silently to the side, prepared to follow him at a moment's notice. People from Fourth Brother, Yiqing remarked. prompting Lu to nod in acknowledgement. Can we accompany you? Shen Junyi glanced at Shui Xiaoyu behind him and confidently asserted, if it involves legal matters, I can handle it. It has nothing to do with that matter. Yi Qing quickly warned Bai Hu, who also seemed eager to tag along, giving her a sharp look. Do you not realize your visa is only valid for Riley? If your identity is verified, you will be deported. Do you really think they are idle? You and Sister Amin should rest well. Lulu will stay behind. Contact him if needed. Yi Qing turned to Boss Qi. Brother Qi, please keep an eye on things. Boss Qi smiled and nodded. Rest assured, brother, I may not be as skilled in fighting, but I can manage these small matters. Only then did Yi Qing turn and enter the elevator. Wang Liang drove, with Shui Xiaoyu and Yi Qing seated in the second row. Shui Xiaoyu remained unconvinced, continuously shifting her body to avoid his gaze, and hesitantly inquired, how did you determine there was jade in the raw stones? Yi Qing found this both amusing and exasperating. Deliberately focusing on her, I told you I have X-ray vision. Do you still not believe me? Shui Xiaoyu let out another startled cry and hurriedly retreated to the back seat, inadvertently stretching her loose police pants taut. This time, everything was quite visible. Yi Qing wore a mischievous smile. I truly could kill you. Shui Xiaoyu angrily retorted from behind. To be honest, I sometimes genuinely question whether my eyes possess X-ray vision. Wang Liang, driving, chuckled. Little master has never misjudged a stone. In a flash, Shui Xiaoyu caught Yi Qing by the neck from behind the seat, fiercely demanding, now tell me, what did you see just now? Very white. Yi Qing teased, and the grip around his neck instantly tightened as he quickly clarified, I meant your face. You were still wearing pants. What could I possibly see? Or rather, what do you wish for me to see? Shui Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. In truth, one could ascertain whether jade existed within the stones simply by deciphering the codes inscribed upon them and performing a comprehensive analysis. Yi Qing patted her hand, signaling her to release her hold. Really? Shui Xiaoyu found it hard to believe his words. There are codes on stones? Wang Liang, did your wife set this up herself, or was it an introduction from someone else? Chapter 77, The Code of Raw Stones. Nonsense. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in anger. What does this have to do with gambling on stones? Gambling on stones operates similarly. Before deciding to bet on a stone, one must ascertain its lineage and whether its variety is superior, Yi Qing said, grinning mischievously. It's akin to finding a spouse. Stop rambling. Shui Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. Yet she recognized that these two rascals were teasing her. I truly did not deceive you. Yi Qing, with a serious expression, remarked, when it comes to gambling on stones, one must first assess the venue. There is a saying in our circle, if you do not understand the venue, do not gamble. This is because the likelihood of finding jade in established venues is significantly higher. Although it is said that 9 out of 10 bets fail, there remains that one chance. In contrast, the raw stones from new venues are akin to a lottery. They may offer dreams only to cruelly crush them underfoot. Upon hearing Yi Qing's earnestness, Shui Xiaoyu shifted from the back seat to the middle. Her curiosity piqued. How do you assess the venue? She inquired. Each stone, having undergone nature selection over millions of years, develops its own unique outer skin, Yi Qing explained. For instance, in the case of materials from Mowanji, the black sand, waxy skin, and gray sand skin are common. Yet, for gambling, black sand is preferred. Its most distinctive feature is the evident white spots, coupled with a grayish hue. Provided the skin is tight and displays well, one can ascertain the quality of the material. He continued, next, observe for pine flower and moss. Their presence guarantees color. If one can identify a white python on the skin, the chances of winning are halved. Moreover, Mowanji's black sand is renowned for yielding green jade, allowing for bets on bright green. Finally, one must examine for cracks and fissures. If there are no significant issues, the odds of winning rise to 70%, allowing one to make a decisive gamble. In essence, it is about selecting the finest and then judging the quality based on the venue's characteristics. Yi Qing looked at her in astonishment. Impressive. You appear to be no novice. Well, I am from Tingchong. Shui Xiaoyu replied with a playful blink. How about we make a deal? What sort of deal? Yi Qing laughed, intrigued. I will help you find a good stone, and if you uncover a glass-type jade, you can sell me a piece, she suggested shyly. I want to craft a laughing Buddha pendant. Men wear guanyin, and women wear Buddha. You must wear yourself. Yi Qing was somewhat taken aback. No wonder you looked so enamored when you saw my glass-type emerald. Shui Xiaoyu blushed, embarrassed. Will you agree? Finding a raw stone that yields perfectly green glass jade is quite difficult. Yi Qing felt a pang of emotion, realizing that this girl was quite filial. Go to my father's venue and pick one. Shui Xiaoyu responded confidently. His venue is larger than Uncle Wang Hong's. I'm certain we will find something. Ah, a rich second generation. Yi Qing and Wang Liang chimed in unison. Compared to you two, I am but a pauper. Shui Xiaoyu scoffed at them. My father has operated a raw stone factory for many years, with assets of merely 200 million. Yet you two can easily outdo his decades of hard work with just 2 stones. That is an entirely different matter. Yi Qing replied earnestly in the gambling stone circle. There is a saying, one cut can lead to paradise, while another can plunge one into hell. This is no idle talk. Your father, by not gambling, operates with caution, while we dance on the knife's edge. Nevertheless, considering your filial piety, even if we cannot find a fully green glass jade, I can share a bit from my glass-type emerald with you. But the question remains, can you afford it with your salary? I cannot. Shui Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Her voice choked with emotion, knowing well that such jade pendants come at exorbitant prices, far beyond her means. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, Yi Qing felt a twinge of sympathy. Your fully green laughing Buddha will surely be exquisitely crafted. Even if I gift you a piece, can you find a skilled artisan to replicate it? I can, Shui Xiaoyu asserted. I know who carved that laughing Buddha. However, the glass-type emerald is too precious. I cannot accept it. For you, that laughing Buddha represents filial devotion. Ye vink chaklet. To me, it is merely a stone. Let's agree, you find a good artisan, and I will craft a few pieces of jewelry. The laughing Buddha will be yours, but you must cover the labor costs. Shui Xiaoyu fell silent, her head bowed. Surely you can afford the labor costs? Yi Qing was taken aback. That laughing Buddha alone cost my father 500,000 just for labor. Shui Xiaoyu, feeling shy, spoke softly. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, his heart aching, and forced the words out through clenched teeth. Fine, I will cover 1 million. 50,000 is but a drop in the ocean. As long as you find a satisfactory artisan, it is settled. Really? Shui Xiaoyu asked, incredulous. Ask me again, and I may regret it. Yi Qing thought to himself, realizing this was the first time he had sought to be the gullible one. I can have my father open the treasure trove for you to pick stones at your leisure. Can I? Shui Xiaoyu's voice trailed off, her gaze flickering toward him. Finding a good raw stone is a matter of fate. It cannot be forced. Yi Qing dared not hope that her father would produce his prized possessions, as they were meant for appreciation and investment. My father says the same. Shui Xiaoyu laughed bashfully. However, if I ask him, he will surely agree. Very well. If there is indeed a connection between me and your father, he will undoubtedly present something of value. Yi Qing's enthusiasm waned. The Land Rover, guided by Shui Xiaoyu, entered a spacious courtyard housing several warehouses. Zhao Lei and a few plainclothes officers had been waiting for some time. Yi Qing and Wang Liang exited the vehicle, following Shui Xiaoyu into the warehouse. The lights illuminated a vast space, sparsely populated with hundreds of raw stones, some weighing over 100 kilograms, while others weighed around 50. 2 stones had already been cut. One was a horse-tooth variety, and the other a water-foam variety. Yi Qing glanced over and lost interest, instead surveying the scattered raw stones. Are these all confiscated? Yi Qing turned to Zhao Lei. This is just a small portion, Zhao Lei chuckled. Every night, numerous truck inner tubes are smuggled across the river by the Old Burmese. The raw stones are submerged in water, and when we see the Old Burmese diving, we retrieve the inner tubes and stones. Yi Qing nodded. Regardless of how long these stones have been submerged, they all bore watermarks. He crouched down to inspect a few, then stood up and moved on, shining the flashlight over the stones. How is it? Shui Xiaoyu asked nervously. Typically, one must find a signal device and destroy it for the signal to vanish. Zhao Lei shook his head with a wry smile. Destroying stones to eliminate traces prevents anyone from locating the remnants of these stones. Yi Qing's eyes brightened as he crouched down to examine the stones. There's also the option of breaking the stones and selling them to construction companies as gravel. Shui Xiaoyu smiled. This has been our custom here. Many houses in Tengchong were built using raw stone debris last century. Yi Qing had heard of this. Every time Tengchong demolished old houses, countless individuals would scavenge through the foundations, often discovering valuable finds. After inspecting 2 or 3 dozen raw stones, Yi Qing concluded that they were merely stones, devoid of any peculiarities, yet they shared the commonality of being substantial but not particularly valuable. However, he wondered what could have driven Ma went to such lengths to acquire these stones. Could they be concealing gold within them? But how could they have hidden it without leaving a trace? Yi Qing moved forward a few steps, crouching beside a larger stone, shining as light for a closer inspection. This stone had evidently been cut, forming a square shape with a flat surface, revealing a green section the size of a teacup in its center. The raw stone appeared quite solid, weighing over 100 kilograms. Is this green valuable? Xiaoyu asked, squatting beside him, amused by his fascination with the green section. If extracted and crafted into a bracelet, it could sell for 500, with 200 deducted for labor costs. Yi Qing chuckled. This is likely from a new venue. A stone extracted after discovering the vein, and it was cut merely to assess its quality before being discarded as waste. Then why do you care to look at it? Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Observe. Ye Ying gestured. This stone has been cut into a square, but remains over a foot thick. This is a common trait among these stones. All have been cut, hence their neatness. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. If we were to cut it again from the middle without separating it, then slice from one side, we could hollow it out. Yi Qing frowned. Hollowing out would be akin to creating an ancient vanity box. Xiaoyu chuckled. We've considered this problem, but after cutting a few, we found nothing. Yi Qing smiled, stating, not every stone bears gold. The interplay of truth and illusion serves to deceive the unsuspecting. Yet, how do they bond these stones seamlessly without detection? What does it mean to take medicine? Xiaoyu was taken aback. You, the daughter of the original stone business mogul, are unaware of such a term? Yi Qing shot her a disdainful glance. Not knowing what taking medicine means is quite astonishing. I've been focused on my studies and entered the workforce right after graduation. Xiaoyu retorted, her indignation evident. It is only natural to be unaware. Taking medicine refers to being deceived. Ye Ying responded, exasperated. Oh, Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, then scoffed. Your circle certainly has its share of jargon. It's your lack of understanding. This is professional lingo, not mere slang. Your father would grasp it immediately. Yi Qing mused, uncertain whether allowing Xiaoyu to remain by his side would be a blessing or a curse. If they cut open the stones, it would involve more than just this. There are several large warehouses. Xiaoyu was flabbergasted. A large-scale stone cutting operation cannot remain concealed. If word gets out, that line of inquiry will be severed. Yi Qing, relishing the moment, remarked, you ought to consider that if the gold sand is flowing from those warehouses, your troubles will escalate. What are you laughing at? We have been criticized for failing to find leads. Xiaoyu snapped, her anger rising. Moreover, having hired you as an expert, it would be embarrassing if you too cannot discern the truth. The responsibility for this falls on me. Zhao Lei smiled wryly. If it indeed flows from here, I will take the blame. Identifying it would be a significant achievement. Yi Qing promptly interrupted him, jesting that while teasing Xiaoyu was acceptable, such matters were too serious to treat lightly. Zhao Lei could face dire consequences. Zhao Lei anxiously inquired, how do we find it? Yi Qing pondered. We need an electronic scale, 2 buckets large enough to hold stones of this size, and a water source here, correct? Yes, we have tap water. Zhao Lei nodded. What else do we need? 2 small hoists, a net, and a measuring tape. Yi Qing chuckled and gathered some small stones. We have plenty of small stones in that warehouse. Xiaoyu exclaimed. Anything else? Zhao Lei inquired. No, that's all. Zhao Lei waved his hand to the young man behind him. Go to range it immediately. Before long, everything was prepared, and a group of eager onlookers awaited Yi Qing's instructions. Start with the first stone. Yi Qing glanced at a small stone weighing around 70 kilograms. No need for the hoist. Let's weigh it. The young man lifted it effortlessly and placed it on the electronic scale. 75 kilograms. Bind it and lower it into the bucket. Yi Qing grinned at Xiaoyu. We shall weigh this one to 75 kilograms. Like Chao Chong weighing an elephant. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Exactly. Yi Qing retrieved several small stones from a wooden box. Examining them closely, his lips twitching slightly before he composed himself, and added nonchalantly, stones of the same weight should have identical volumes. If we submerge these identical weights into the same amount of water, the one that displaces less water is the counterfeit. Just cut that one. Chapter 79. The Hidden Agenda. Indeed, Zhao Lei exclaimed, smacking his thigh. Xiao Lu is astute. An inch of gold weighs a pound, and even sand gold is heavier than stone. If a stone's volume remains unchanged, yet its weight increases, it must be counterfeit. Zhao Lei promptly directed the young man to weigh each stone, repeatedly lifting, measuring, and displacing water in a monotonous cycle. Yet no one detected the truth. Exhaustion and disappointment settled among the crowd. Even Zhao Lei, who had once held steadfast confidence in Yi Qing, began to harbor doubts. Yet Yi Qing maintained a serene smile. finding this process trivial compared to selecting a stone with gambling potential from hundreds or thousands. A master gambler must possess patience. Stones reveal no deceit. But impatience can lead to flawed judgment. After several attempts, a thick, square stone was hoisted from the bucket, causing a noticeable change in the water level. It decreased by 5 inches. The young man measuring the water height shouted excitedly, "Hoist it up! Wang Liang is ready to cut the stone." Yi Qing commanded. The group, disregarding that the stone had just emerged from the water, collectively lifted the suspicious stone onto the cutting machine, where Wang Liang pressed the button and the blade descended. Everyone watched with bated breath, except for Yi Qing, who kept an eye on the small stones. They varied in size, the largest resembling a large pebble, while the smallest were walnut-sized, weighing only a few grams. When he had previously helped weigh the equivalent stones, he had discreetly set aside some of the smaller ones, stacking around a dozen. Shui Xiaoyu assumed he found them insignificant and had left them in a pile. The sound of the cutting machine was incessant as everyone focused intently on Wang Liang. What purpose do these small stones serve, and why are they still in the box? Yi Qing casually inquired, leaning close to Shui Xiaoyu. She chuckled lightly. What else would stones be for? They're likely in a box to prevent scattering and make cleanup easier. There are many. This box probably belonged to the original warehouse manager, and after we rented it, they chose not to move them. Shui Xiaoyu regarded him curiously. Why do you ask? Yi Qing chuckled awkwardly. These colorful small stones would look lovely in a fish tank as pebbles. Shui Xiaoyu dismissed this notion, then just pick a few. Yi Qing's spirits lifted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Wang Liang showed no hesitation in cutting the stone, proceeding rapidly. With a sharp sound, the stone split in two, revealing gleaming gold bars before the astonished eyes of the crowd. It's real. Without waiting for the cutting machine to cease, Zhao Lei grabbed a bar, biting into it with astonishment. We'll work through the night and open the large warehouse. He was both excited and anxious. The evidence confirmed Yi Qing's suspicions. The gold sand had indeed been flowing from the warehouse, and uncovering the smuggling method would be a monumental task. Yi Qing approached with a smile. Now that we've found goods, let us take our time. Zhao Lei suddenly realized, the urgent matter is to intensify our efforts to retrieve stones from the river. Yi Qing grinned slyly, continue auctioning off the unremarkable stones, but keep the valuable ones. Only by gathering small efforts can we achieve great results. Zhao Lei understood, embracing him tightly. Thank you, brother. With a brotherly call, there was no need for thanks. Yi Qing chuckled, pushing him away, two grown men embracing. What an absurdity. Zhao Lei laughed heartily, releasing him. No wonder the old master favors you. Your cleverness even impresses your elder brother. Yi Qing chuckled heartily. Now that my business is concluded, it is time for me to take my leave. Then let Xiaoyu see you off. I intend to keep a close watch on these warehouses. Zhao Lei seemed determined to cut through every stone without rest. Shui Xiaoyu hurriedly found a plastic bag to gather the stones, looking up to ask, just these few? My fish tank is small. A few will suffice. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. After Shui Xiaoyu finished collecting the small stones, she kindly helped him gather a few larger ones, standing beside him with a cheerful expression. I'll come find you tomorrow to discuss your position. Yi Qing accepted the plastic bag from her hands, grinning slyly. Xiao Si or Xiao Wu. Choose whichever you prefer. Before she could respond, he hopped into his vehicle and drove away. Shui Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned, then regained her composure, stamping her foot in irritation, muttering shyly. Just when things started to feel serious, he began his nonsense again. Zhao Lei quietly approached her from behind, remarking, Do you know why the old master of the Yi family insists on keeping him close? The Yi family. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. There is only one Yi family in the capital. Zhao Lei cast her an incredulous glance. Your emotional intelligence is quite concerning. What does my emotional intelligence have to do with this? Shui Xiaoyu asked with suspicion. Why would the old master want to keep him? Given his background, his future is bright whether in politics or the military. Yi Wuliang mentioned that the old master worries that his cleverness might lead him astray. Hence he keeps a close watch on him. Zhao Lei chuckled, remarking that over the past few years, his temperament had been tempered to a certain steadiness, which was why he had been released. Steady indeed. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously. Foolish girl, think about it. What did he deceive you out of? Zhao Lei slapped his forehead, lamenting her lack of emotional intelligence. What could he possibly deceive me of? Shui Xiaoyu, astonished, stammered. That was jadeite rough. She gazed helplessly at the dark sky, the stars seemingly mocking her, infuriated to the point of gnashing her teeth. This kid is nothing short of a smiling wolf. After driving for a full kilometer, Yiqing finally turned on the cabin light, using its glow to place the stones on the back seat. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he called for the vehicle to stop. Chapter 80. The Jadeite of the Ho River. Young master, isn't that just a pebble? Why not toss them all away? You know nothing. Yiqing shook his head, chiding. These are Jadeite rough. Discarding them is akin to throwing away money. Are you aware of the Ho River site? Wang Liang pondered seriously. I haven't heard of it. Indeed, this site had been shut down by the Burmese military government in the 1950s, with anyone caught mining illegally facing execution. Yiqing reclined comfortably against the chair. This has resulted in the extremely limited circulation of Ho River Jadeite in the market. No wonder you always lose at stone gambling. Yiqing sneered. The Ho River site has both new and old sources. The old site, which has been closed, has very distinct characteristics. Out of every 10 pieces, 9 are watery, the quality is good, the color is good, but the sizes are small, generally ranging from a few taels to a pound. It rarely produces large pieces, and moreover, the old site yields color material, but not white glass. Most of the Ho River materials are egg-sized, with the colors being quite faint. However, faint colors are not to be feared, as long as the quality is sufficient. After polishing, the colors will deepen. This phenomenon is known as color transformation, and the longer one wears it, the greener and more valuable it becomes. The new Ho River is generally larger than the old, typically around 3 kilograms. But the quality and color cannot compare to the old Ho River. It rarely produces high-grade jadeite, and when crafted into ornaments, the colors darken. Furthermore, the 2 pieces of skin just now were riddled with cracks. Even if one were to gamble on fully colored stones, the cracks would be agonizing. Being small and having numerous cracks, they are unsuitable for making cabochons or pendants, only serving to bring frustration. Yiqing felt equally helpless, but that is just how new Ho River stones are, poor quality yet high color, yet riddled with spider cracks. Just like the piece of glass type imperial green his master had procured. If it were transformed, it could indeed turn into imperial green. But a $100 billion piece could be ruined by a single crack. One crack destroys everything. What could these small pieces yield, even if they were cut into jadeite? Wang Liang lamented inwardly, shifting his foot from the brake to the accelerator. You understand nothing. Yiqing rolled his eyes in exasperation. These pieces are among the most renowned skins of Ho River. Garlic skin, potato skin, egg green skin, frog skin, and bayberry skin, all of which are waxy skins. Let me put it this way. Many of the pigeon eggs and imperial greens that the wealthy were cut from these skins. Wang Liang's hand trembled, nearly causing the steering wheel to veer off course. How much are the imperial green pigeon eggs worth? You'd have to sell all 3 of your houses to afford one. Yiqing hadn't expected to encounter such fortune while volunteering. What luck! Wang Liang exclaimed in admiration, envious of his fortune. This isn't luck, Yiqing stated earnestly. Luck deceives. Strength is the foundation of stone gambling. It is akin to finding a gem in the antique market, relying entirely on one's discernment. These stones, mixed among a pile of new Ho River materials, were not overlooked. They simply went unrecognized. At the very least, the warehouse manager who packed these stones could understand them, but was only half knowledgeable. That's true. Wang Liang nodded with a mischievous grin. This matter must not be disclosed. Yiqing warned solemnly, especially to the white fox. She must never know. Understood. Wang Liang replied with a smile. As the car entered the parking lot of the Tengshong Grand Hotel, Yiqing, with a bag of stones in hand, hurriedly ascended the elevator to his room, swiping his card and pushing the door open, instantly taken aback. You all aren't asleep yet? Yiqing awkwardly stepped into the room, casually placing the black plastic bag in the corner. The white fox scoffed disdainfully. What, have I offended you, you miser? Miser? I transferred 80 million without hesitation to you. Yiqing pushed aside her leg as he unabashedly sat between the 2 women. Greedy woman, you never know to leave some room for others. That is what I deserve. The white fox huffed coldly, her slender legs gracefully twisting as she knelt beside him. Yiqing's keen eyes caught a glimpse, and he turned his head suspiciously towards Shenjunyi. Shenjunyi wore a look of helplessness. Our clothes have all gone to the dry cleaners. Yiqing exclaimed in surprise. All of them have been dry cleaned? You're not only miserly but also timid. The white fox disdainfully shoved him. You've gained a great advantage, and yet you worry. You, clearly reluctant to be taken by him, still provoke him like this. Shenjunyi shot her an annoyed glance. The white fox's face flushed with embarrassment, giggling. Do you think he doesn't want to look? He's merely restraining himself. Believe it or not, he likes me more than you. If it weren't for you taking the initiative, as long as I was happy, you wouldn't matter. This room is just for the three of us. He can hear your nonsense. Shen Junyi was utterly unconvinced. The white fox smirked mischievously, raising her voice. Yi Qing, if you had to choose between Shen Junyi and me, who would you pick? Yi Qing could no longer endure it, exclaiming in anger, don't you find this question rather tedious? I simply want to know. The white fox smiled brightly at Shen Junyi. But the premise is, you encounter both of us at the same time, not having met her first. Shen Junyi. Yi Qing replied without hesitation. Shen Junyi burst into laughter. Don't speak against your conscience. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile, the white fox said, slightly embarrassed and vexed. Yi Qing cleaned himself up, dressed, and emerged while drying his hair. Meeting people is a form of fate. Shen Junyi took the towel from his hand and knelt behind him, helping him dry his hair. Heaven allowed me to meet Shen Junyi first, indicating that our fate has arrived. Yi Qing stated earnestly, thus, there's no question of choosing. I will not abandon Sister Junyi unless she finds no happiness with me and chooses to leave. Turning to see the white fox's displeased expression, he quickly added with a smile, but in truth, those whose temperaments and natures align best are still you. Chapter 81. Rules as a Cage. Shen Junyi pinched his shoulder hard, dissatisfied. Why? Yi Qing hugged her, gazing at her envious face, and replied earnestly, because of her fierceness. The inherent tenacity in the white fox is rare among men. You mean to say I am weak? Shen Junyi retorted defiantly. Those who drive BMWs work tirelessly, dreaming of switching to a Bentley, while those who drive Geely consider how to save fuel. Yi Qing said seriously, in different circles, people's thoughts vary. Previously, you were content with small wealth, living a life of modest luxury, relishing steak, wine, and designer brands. However, the white fox's circle is entirely different. To survive and become someone, one must possess a certain ruthlessness akin to a wolf, either hunting or becoming prey to other beasts. My circle operates similarly. Shen Junyi found it hard to believe with your status and position. What of it? Yi Qing smiled. Even in my family, there's the hope to strengthen the family through marriage. Fortunately, I am the youngest, with 5 outstanding elder brothers, granting me considerable autonomy. Nevertheless, they still wish for me to pair with Lu Yuer rather than with a sister. The white fox, confused, frowned and asked, what kind of nonsensical relationship is this? When I was born, my mother was unwell, and Aunt Lu had just given birth to Yuer, so she took me in to raise together. I grew up competing with Yuer for attention, Yi Qing said with a tinge of sadness. The Yi family has always regarded her as the youngest, yet she is reluctant to be my sister. Yi Qing's voice carried a hint of melancholy, and Shen Junyi could empathize with him. If it weren't for the matter concerning their father, the two might never have had the chance to break through this barrier. Yi Qing would have continued to see Lu Yu as his sister. After their separation, Lu Yu came to understand that if the two continued down this path, they would become like strangers. Thus, she endured her feelings and allowed her presence to linger. Though what she gained was incomplete, it was certainly better than losing everything completely. Shen Junyi embraced Yi Qing earnestly, saying, it is precisely because you understand him that you choose to let go selectively. Yi Qing replied with a bittersweet smile, indeed. As a lawyer, you grasp the psychological state of your clients quite adeptly. It seems I have unwittingly given you an advantage. Shen Junyi playfully swatted him, saying, only through loss can one truly learn to cherish. Therefore, I deem myself the matchmaker for you two. And what of me? Baihu inquired. After a brief hesitation, Baihu resolutely declared, no way. Thus, it is best that we remain as acquaintances from the martial world. Yi Qing solemnly remarked. Free-spiritedness and unrestrained freedom are the essence of Baihu. To confine you like a pet in a cage would certainly drive you to madness. You are the true pet. Baihu scoffed, but then reflected on the truth of his words. Rules can be as confining as a prison. I refuse to be locked away. However, with so many regulations in your household, could you enlighten me on their purpose? Yi Qing recognized the significance of this inquiry, gently shook his head, and stated seriously, knowing too much may not bode well for you, but I have a question for you. Have you been involved in smuggling gold dust? Baihu's expression turned grave. We are aware of the red lines in this country, and our aim is to establish a long-lasting business. We have no desire to lose our lives here. Therefore, even if the profits from smuggling gold dust are substantial, we will not engage in it. Yi Qing exhaled in relief and smiled. That reassures me. As long as you do not cross this bottom line, I can assure you that no matter what danger or crisis you encounter in the future, you may seek my assistance, and I will do my utmost to help you. Baihu's eyes glimmered. including in our territory? Yi Qing replied with a meaningful smile. Wolves do not hunt alone. They travel in packs. Such confidence. Baihu became more serious. Yi Qing chuckled. Do you not feel ashamed saying this in front of Junyi? Baihu glanced at Shen Junyi with a smile. What does it matter? I certainly won't compete for the position of a mistress as she does. As long as you are happy, I am content. Shen Junyi rubbed her forehead. I am truly defeated by your shamelessness. Yi Qing wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment, laughing. This is the true essence of Baihu. Nothing can confine her. Do not speak so. Women are capricious. Perhaps one day, I will willingly become your woman. Baihu's expression turned serious. But the precondition is that I must still be alive. Why do you say that? Shen Junyi inquired with concern. Indeed, you understand me. Baihu smiled brightly and playfully added, do you still have money? If not, I can lend you some, with an interest rate of 8%. Ye Vink Sukodet picked up Shen Junyi and left. What a miser. Baihu called after him, exasperated. Yi Qing kicked the door shut and retorted, this woman is akin to a demon, draining every last bit from me. It's all about money. Shen Junyi shot him an exasperated glance before expressing her worry. Will Baihu truly be in danger in the future? It's quite normal. Yi Qing replied, reclining on the silk quilt. Although the government forces occupy the largest territories, there are still over 150 ethnic groups, each governing their own domain. Is the promise you made to her important to Baihu? Shen Junyi whispered. Is the Yangon public auction not enough? Yi Qing responded with a bitter smile. My meager assets cannot even stir a ripple in the auction. Indeed, the annual transaction volume at the Yangon public auction reaches 4 to 5 billion euros. Shen Junyi sighed. Converted into RMB, that amounts to several hundred billion. It truly is a matter of throwing money around. Ah, I would willingly be crushed by money. At least then I would die content. Shen Junyi chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, I do not possess such wealth. Then let us find ways to earn it. Yi Qing grinned mischievously and then slyly asked, could you check if Baihu is asleep? Chapter 82. The Blood and Tears of the Quarry Girl. Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes glinting with annoyance. Aren't you tired? I am utterly exhausted after a day filled with gambling and being robbed. It was then that Shen Junyi realized she had overlooked a precious gem. Glaring at him in reproach, what is this? Is it truly that important? Suddenly, Shen Junyi sprang up, tiptoeing silently to the door, peeking out to see no one, and quickly stepped outside. How extraordinary! Shen Junyi was taken aback. She gazed at the array of colorful raw stones on the bed, the largest being the size of a fist, and the smallest resembling a quail's egg. Yi Qing suppressed a laugh. This time you didn't criticize the stones as ugly. You made progress. Shen Junyi shot him a reproachful glare. One who is unfamiliar with stones must naturally judge them by their beauty or lack thereof. By the way, what makes these so precious that you value them so highly? There are over 500 raw stones at the Myanmar quarry, but only the ones from the Hu River are known as the undefeated champions among gambling stone experts. Yi Qing exclaimed. To encounter such material is indeed a stroke of luck. They're exceedingly rare. Shen Junyi blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, asking, why is that? The mines have been sealed for decades. Yi Qing affirmed, moreover, extracting such raw stones is no easy feat. These few pieces are water stones, which lie submerged at the riverbed. The quarry girls dive into the icy depths, groping in the darkness, surfacing only when they have grasped the stones. Many quarry girls dive down and never resurface. Shen Junyi felt a shiver run down her spine from his words. Each stone carries the weight of tears and blood. Ye Vink Sikit. Shen Junyi gazed at him, her teeth clenched. If you love this profession, I cannot stop you, but I hope you can ensure your safety. Yi Qing chuckled, wrapping the stones in a cloth and placing them in a suitcase before embracing her tenderly. Rest assured, I am always cautious. Besides, with Lu Lu by my side, even if trouble arises, I can escape unscathed. Shen Junyi acknowledged, knowing that he was quite formidable, especially with Lu Lu. Ordinary people would not stand a chance against them. What did you do tonight? Do not pry into fourth brother's affairs. Yi Qing wished to avoid elaborating. Tomorrow, Shui Xiaoyu will be coming. Shen Junyi immediately became alert. What does she want? You aren't implying that. What are you thinking? Yi Qing chuckled. She comes with a mission. Just consider her as a bodyguard. Having a police inspector as my bodyguard, I will be the first in the legal profession. Shen Junyi frowned. I am the watchdog appointed by Lu Yu, so please do not make things difficult for me. You speak as if all beautiful women are drawn to me. Yi Qing shook his head dismissively, pulling the blanket over them. That may not be far from the truth. Women are often attracted to successful men. Shen Junyi nestled against him. You are young and handsome, with wealth in your pockets. You are precisely the type young girls adore. Furthermore, when you gamble on stones, you possess a peculiar charm that even captivates someone as disciplined as I am, let alone a young girl. Can we refrain from indulging in such baseless thoughts? Je vink sigiti ne kaspiraten. It is wise to take precautions in advance. Otherwise, I cannot explain myself to Lu Yu. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth. Do you still feel pain when you walk? Yi Qing swiftly changed the subject. Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed, playfully hitting him. Who told you to be so reckless? I simply did not gauge the intensity correctly the first time. Ye vink grinnet mischievously. Shen Junyi buried her head in his embrace, laughing. It wasn't tea at a first time. Now, let us sleep. No more such thoughts tonight. She weakly added, at least not tonight. The next morning, Yi Qing rose early to bid farewell to Bai Hu and Boss Qi. Yi Qing exchanged a knowing glance with him, understanding his concerns. Today we will not go to the countryside. We will just wander around the city. Without a decent car, I truly cannot relax. Lu shook his head. I wonder if Ma has been apprehended. You're trying to inquire indirectly about fourth brother's business with me, aren't you? Yi Qing leaned against the Audi, chuckling. It is certainly not anything good. Lu, feeling rather dispirited, calmly remarked, the manpower here is exceedingly limited. If sixth brother genuinely intends to lend a hand, residing in a hotel would be quite inconvenient. It would be best to purchase a villa, so I can arrange for people to come over. Lu initially posed this as a mere suggestion, not anticipating such a response. His eyes widened in surprise. Fourth brother truly intends to drag you into this. Certain individuals and matters are beyond their capacity to handle directly. Hence they entrusted me with them. Yi Qing smiled and replied, however, this undertaking allows for considerable autonomy, and moreover, it can be investigated alongside Master S affairs. Lu nodded in silence, fully aware of the temperament and disposition of the Yi family. The eldest is steady, the second is cultured, following the family's wishes into a career. The third and fourth are inclined towards the military, directly enrolling in military academies after high school. And now each has established themselves in their respective domains. When Ye's mother gave birth to the fifth child, the family believed her to be the last, and thus indulged her excessively, resulting in a spoiled brat. Unexpectedly, a few years later, Ye's mother had another, the sixth, causing the family's doting to shift immediately onto him. The fifth felt a sense of crisis and immersed himself in wealth, relying on family connections to trade permits, amassing a considerable fortune in a few years. Yet, no one anticipated that this sixth child, from a young age, had a love for money and a shrewdness that far surpassed that of Yi Lao Wu. The elder of the Yi family dared not let him roam free and personally guided him. During high school, his first venture was extraordinary. Utilizing the funds accumulated by Yi Lao Wu from trading permits, he orchestrated a series of dazzling operations, directly acquiring a tourism resort valued at billions and transforming it into a royal business club. The following year, he opened a stone workshop, achieving a terrifying rate of profit, earning respect in the circles of Kyoto as young master. The elder of the Yi family stationed himself at the royal business club, keeping a watchful eye on Yi Lao Wu, now assigned to follow Yi Lao Lu. The task was evident, to ensure his safety while preventing him from straying onto the wrong path. Chapter 83. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yi Qing chuckled, patting his shoulder. You may honestly inform grandfather of my endeavors. However, matters concerning Sister Junyi shall be dealt with by me alone for the time being. Lu Li's mouth twitched, yet he remained silent. Yi Qing asserted, the Yi and Lu families have always supported each other, advancing and retreating together. If this matter is mishandled, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. Furthermore, with grandfather and grandmother Lu, as long as I accompany you where to apologize, it should not pose a problem. I'm not afraid of Lu father's temper. However, I do not wish to see Lu mother saddened. You are aware that I was raised by Lu mother, who treated me as her own, and I respect her as a mother. If I continue to regard Lu Yu as a sister, this issue would not arise. But once it involves marriage, and with Sister Junyi in the picture, the matter becomes complicated. I must devise a prudent plan to gain Lu mother's consent. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yet I desire both. Yi Qing shot him a glance. If you divulge this to grandfather, he will compel Sister Junyi to withdraw, but the one hurt will not only be her, it shall also be me. You, my reticent friend, do not comprehend how pivotal a man's first woman is. You would not wish for me to end up like fifth brother, heartbroken while another embraces someone else, leaving me as a mere butterfly upon a beautiful shoulder. Lu expressed concern. But can sixth brother handle this? Lu mother appears delicate, yet in her family, she is unequivocal. Even the fiery Lu father becomes a docile cat in her presence. Women should understand women best. Yi Qing chuckled. If Lu mother were to learn that I abandoned sister Junyi to marry Yuer, she would never allow Yuer to wed me. Why? Lu mother is a lady of high standing, aware that if a man forsakes one woman for the sake of a marriage alliance, he would do so again. Even if she adores me, she would not entrust her precious daughter to a heartless individual. Yi Qing self-deprecatingly smiled. Conversely, if I persist, she may elevate her regard for me. Perhaps, softening her heart, she would consent considering I was raised by her. Lu grimaced. Where did you acquire this peculiar theory? Every detail is a lesson. Yi Qing grinned. Grandfather placed you beside fifth brother, not only to keep watch over him, but with another purpose. Lu, surprised, inquired, what purpose? To teach you how to woo women. Yi Qing stated earnestly, otherwise you, my taciturn friend, would truly remain single for a century. Lu felt a wave of embarrassment. Do not speak of me. My family has already arranged a betrothal. Moreover, she has been caring for my parents these years. So no other woman, no matter how excellent, could draw my attention. Yi Qing's eyes widened in shock. How curious. Why have I never heard of this? Why are we discussing this? Lu turned away, avoiding his strange smile. Yi Qing was not inclined to let it go. Has fifth brother never taught you that a man must endure storms and should never see red? This time, it was Yi Qing's turn to grimace. I knew grandmother would not easily part with the bracelet for Lu Yu. Lu nodded in sympathy. That is the token of the third-generation matriarch of the Yi family. What happened next? Yi Qing did not wish to pry, but still casually asked. Lu stifled a laugh. Grandfather stormed into the Royal Business Club, brandishing his cane to break fifth brother's legs. It was Lu Yu who went to Nanshan, persuading grandmother to descend the mountain and plead for mercy, allowing grandfather to spare fifth brother. However, grandmother was also swayed by Lu Yu and gave the bracelet to her. Yi Qing lamented, it is a done deal. This is not the crux. The important matter is that grandfather declared the Royal Business Club to be rife with corruption, instructing Lu Yu to initiate reforms there. Fifth brother, in a panic, dare not call you, and came directly to me, asking you to persuade your family's little tyrant. Lu chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing became anxious. The reason he dared to engage in stone gambling was due to the financial backing of both the stone workshop and the Royal Business Club. Even in loss, he could retreat to Kyoto. Moreover, the business club operated on a different business philosophy. Even if one were Tsinghua graduate, lacking understanding of this model could lead to failure. Yi Qing remained silent, directly stepping into the elevator. As the elevator door opened, he saw a girl with a ponytail standing at his door, dressed in a tank top that exposed her fair and smooth shoulders and slender waist, paired with a large red skirt. I'm sorry, miss, but we do not require special services here. Yi Qing murmured behind her. Shui Xiaoyu, why are you here so early? Yi Qing finally recognized the doll-like girl, her attire strikingly eye-catching. It is still early. It's only 6 o'clock. Shui Xiaoyu pouted her lips, stomping her foot in indignation. How could you think of me as that kind of woman? Staying in hotels is quite common. Yiding chocolate. Whether it's slipping notes or making calls, otherwise showing up at the door unsolicited. It's only natural for one to think otherwise when you're standing here so early. I'll forgive you this time. Shui Xiaoyu tossed her head back, glancing at him sideways. Aren't you going to invite me in? Blushing, Shui Xiaoyu protested. How can you be so crude? Can't you assign me another identity? In the presence of a man, only these two identities will not raise suspicion. ISNT at the same for fourth and fifth as well. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glare. In any case, I refuse to be your mistress. Think of another identity. You have no chance of being a mistress. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Make yourself comfortable. I'll check if the mistress has woken up. You really keep a mistress? Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback. Yi Qing opened the door, only to find Shun Junyi reclining on the cushions, holding her phone and engaged in a video call. He quickly closed the door. Who is it? Shun Junyi made a gesture of a small Buddha, and from inside, Lu Yu's voice asked, Shun Xiao-san, have you and sixth brother gotten together yet? Yi Qing was instantly filled with exasperation. Chapter 84. An Advantage from Proximity. Shun Junyi's face turned crimson, and she exclaimed in embarrassment, Lu Yu, you're a grown woman. How can you be so indiscreet? Shun Junyi handed her phone to Yi Qing, then tossed the blanket over her head. Lugo, are you there? Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly. Yi Qing gazed at the phone screen, where the young girl nestled in her blanket revealed her delicate collarbone and graceful waist. Typically, she would have shrieked and shut off the phone, but today she boldly swayed her body and playfully asked, Who is a better figure, me or Shun Xiao-san? Do you miss me? Lu Yu's voice softened as she asked pitifully. It's only been 3 days, you err. Ye Ying Lafit, but I think about you every day. What do you miss about me? Lu Yu's face brightened instantly. You've been promoted from Shaoqi to my fiancé. What else could I possibly miss? Yi Qing felt a pang of sadness. I'm sorry for making you upset. My heart is shattered. I cried all night last night. Lu Yu's eyes turned red. Lu Gu, you owe me a lifetime. Very well, I owe you this lifetime. Yi Qing replied solemnly, feeling a bit down. All right, I won't hold it against you. Lu Yu wiped her tears, her voice still choked. Anyway, when you left Kyoto, I was still your Shaoqi, and I had no say in that. But now, you're under my management, and Shun Xiao-san is also under her control. Yi Qing quickly smiled. From now on, I will be under both of your management. Is that all right? Your sister Shun is already moved to tears. But please, don't call her Shun Xiao-san. It sounds too harsh. She is older than both of us. Let us call her Sister Junyi from now on. I call her Shun Xiao-san to remind her to keep an eye on you. Lest you attract more Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, Lu Yu retorted with a snort. Yi Qing pulled Shun Junyi from the blanket, revealing her tear-streaked face. Sister Junyi, please don't cry. I'm just frustrated. Lu Yu choked. I raised a pig for over 20 years, and now that I finally let it go, you swooped in to slaughter it. Shun Junyi, with tears glistening on her face, suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Qing, however, felt a wave of dismay. All these years, you viewed me as a pig. Lu Yu also laughed through her tears, playfully sticking out her tongue. That's not the point. We can selectively forget that. Lu Gu, have you finalized the raw stone orders? There are only a few dozen opening pieces left, and even if we conserve them, they won't last long. I've placed the order. It should arrive in Kyoto within a week, and they will contact you directly, Yi Qing confirmed with a nod. There are over 200 pieces in total. Those marked with a circle go into the small warehouse, and those marked with a 1 go straight to the store for sale. You understand. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face lit up with joy. What about the materials from the Royal Palace Club? Yi Qing pondered for a moment and asked seriously, how do you plan to reform the Royal Palace Club? Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gritted her teeth. Did fifth brother complain to you? Yi Qing chuckled. No, it was Manager Ma, worried about his job. Who called me? Finally, fifth brother has a conscience. Lu Yu pouted. Grandfather ordered fifth brother to transfer the management rights of the Royal Palace Club to me. I was initially ambitious and prepared to make big changes, but after studying the management model for a day, I found that nothing could be altered. Even the position of general manager cannot be changed lightly. Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction, while Shun Junyi looked surprised. What do you mean? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. The Royal Palace Club is a business center themed around beautiful scenery, exquisite food, and charming hosts, combined with high-end business services. Moreover, it is incredibly difficult to replicate. Finding such a large space in the prime area near Kyoto is virtually impossible. The dishes themed around Honglu's ingredients are truly unique, attracting numerous gourmets from government departments, celebrity models, as well as many second-generation rich individuals. However, it is the business dealings that truly yield profits for the club. I reviewed all the data. The annual fee for Gold Card members is 50 million, but even if they visit daily and try every service, they wouldn't spend more than 30 million a year. The remaining 20 million goes directly to the club. Smart. Yi Qing rarely praised her with a thumbs up. Of course. Lu Yu proudly lifted her chin, her tone crisp. Have you forgotten who I am? A top student from Tsinghua. Shun Junyi, however, was skeptical. Do these wealthy individuals willingly let themselves be fleeced? Lu Yu replied seriously. No one who becomes wealthy is a fool. Closing a deal in a club can yield profits in the billions. They wouldn't care about a few million. On the contrary, they should be grateful for the opportunities the club provides. Those who control key departments are not easily accessible. Moreover, a bronze card costs only 1 million. If we recruit 100 members a year, how much is that? It would require effort to investigate their backgrounds and any negative records. However, upgrading from bronze to silver card costs 10 million, and from silver to gold card requires 50 million. When it comes to upgrading, they would be begging to pay, which is far more profitable than selling raw stones. Once a gold card member successfully closes a deal at the club, it's akin to striking a royal green from a raw stone, and everyone will know about it. Thus, many wealthy individuals strive to enter this circle. However, the Royal Palace Club isn't open to just anyone with money. Only 50 bronze cards are issued each year, 20 can upgrade to silver, and only 10 to gold. We need to absorb fresh blood while maintaining high-end exclusivity. If there are too many gold card members, these big shots would find it bothersome and forgettable. Fewer members allow for familiarity and business opportunities. Why? Shen Junyi could not comprehend. It's simple. Anyone who can afford 50 million for a gold card is a true achiever. Moreover, before card upgrades, the club vets their character, connections, finances, and qualifications. If they do not meet the Club S standards, they receive no upgrades. Yi Qing smiled smugly. Just think about it. Between a stranger and an acquaintance, which would these moguls choose? Only gold card members can seize opportunities first. Chapter 85. The Test of the Yi Family's Patriarch. A gold card is merely a stepping stone. Once you catch the eye of a prominent figure, you can secure lucrative projects. The silver card offers hope, while bronze card members serve as reserves. Shen Junyi nodded in agreement. Lu Yu clenched her teeth. I need to invest a lot of time to integrate into this circle, especially since I can't command respect. They fear fifth brother, but not me. Moreover, I can't bring myself to deal harshly with my childhood friends in this circle. Are you giving up? Yi Qing asked tentatively. Yes. Lu Yu nodded through gritted teeth. Yi Qing finally felt relieved and smiled. Congratulations, you have passed grandfather's test. Oomph. Lu Yu's phoenix eyes curved like crescent moons, her tone unimpressed. I knew that old man had ulterior motives. The larger the bowl, the more food you must serve. Yi Qing chuckled. In the Yi family, while capability is important, self-awareness is paramount. Know the scale of what you can handle. Don't overreach and risk everything, as it affects the entire family. I'll go to Nanshan next, and pull that old man's beard. Lu Yu said fiercely. He set me up. That's not my concern. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Grandma personally gave you the bracelet. Lu Yu became alert. How did you know? This old man truly repays kindness with kindness, never letting a loss slide. Lu Yu gritted her teeth in frustration. All right, let us put this matter behind us. Yi Qing quickly added, after all the hardship we've endured, achieving success and receiving their blessings is the greatest fortune. Lu Yu, still slightly shaken, gratefully remarked, in our circle, marriage isn't a matter of choice. If we can escape this tribulation, it's as if the heavens are assisting us. It's fifth brother who is helping. Yi Qing corrected with a smile. Clarify this with him quickly. Fifth brother is timid. I'll give him a beating first. Lu Yu proudly waved her fist. Previously, I would have cared. It was Xiao Qi against Lao Wu, just sibling rivalry. But now, it's your brother's wife against your uncle. Do you want to turn the world upside down? Yi Qing chuckled. Oh dear. Lu Yu's beautiful face suddenly turned troubled. Lugo, what about Sister Junyi? You should discuss it with Grandma first. Once she agrees, there won't be any significant issues with grandfather. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Speaking heavily, it's rather your grandfather and grandmother who require your assistance. Lu Yu, bewildered, retorted, sixth brother, how can you be so unkind? You want me to help with such matters? Am I not at my wit's end? Yi Qing cast a glance at the eavesdropping Shen Junyi and emphasized, can you bear to see Sister Junyi suffer? I will not be the one to suffer. Lu Yu glared at him, tears welling in her eyes as she defiantly exclaimed, you allow yourself to seek a mistress and even bring her into your home. Sixth brother, I fear I'm the only wife of this kind in the world. Yi Qing, unabashed, chuckled, a heroine from Kyoto. One must be magnanimous and possess a heart for the world. Lu Yu pouted, tears cascading down her cheeks. My heart holds only you. I cannot encompass the world. Yi Qing felt a pang in his heart and gently reassured her. You, do not cry. Surely, I can find a way on my own. Lu Yu wiped her tears, casting a disdainful glance his way, retorting, what clever solution could you possibly devise? Yi Qing frowned, his expression forlorn. Even if I cannot think of a solution, I must try. The situation with Sister Junyi and I is unique. There is absolutely no way I can abandon it. Shen Junyi, with misty eyes, regarded him softly, offering, if you cannot think of a solution, then do not trouble yourself. The most I can do is stay in Rueli and not go to Kyoto. Lu Yu shot her glance, suddenly inquiring, sixth brother, honestly, are you skilled or not? Yi Qing, irritated, replied, what nonsense are you rambling on about? Lu Yu, undeterred, stated, if you do not tell me, how can I expect to devise a plan? Such matters should not be posed to me. It would seem as if I am boasting. Ask Sister Junyi. Yi Qing promptly handed his phone to Shen Junyi. Let sixth brother leave. We need to converse. Lu Yu insisted. Yi Qing promptly stepped outside, observing Xue Xiaoyu lounging on the sofa, leisurely snacking, and asked with a smile, are you hungry? Did you skip breakfast? Xue Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. When is your mistress coming out? I've been waiting impatiently. Ye Vink, equality, Sharpatongut, gazed at her with interest. Have you decided whether to be the fourth or fifth mistress? Do not take advantage of me. I am not to be trifled with. Shui Xiaoyu shot back, hurling a cushion at him. Will you change identities or not? Bodyguard. Yi Qing stated seriously. My current identity is that of a wealthy, gambling stone expert. Aside from the fourth and fifth mistresses, I can only bring a bodyguard. Suddenly, Yi Qing drew closer, wrapping one arm around her slim waist and rolling up her pant leg. What are you doing? Shui Xiaoyu shouted, quickly reaching for her calf. Yi Qing, however, was quicker, retrieving a handgun strapped to his leg. Yi Qing released Shui Xiaoyu, his gaze stern as he warned, it's a police-issued weapon. If discovered, you'll be in grave danger. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Without the gun nearby, I always feel insecure. But if you wish to die, do not involve me. Yi Qing sighed, shaking his head. The people from the horse gang are legitimate businessmen domestically. But once they cross the river, they become desperate fugitives capable of anything. Moreover, you must understand, we are searching for clues, not seeking to enforce the law. That is the concern of Zhao Lei and his associates. Never presume that one's skills are sufficient to act recklessly. Even a fierce tiger cannot contend with a pack of wolves. You were so ruthless when you fought. Shui Xiaoyu observed curiously. 3 were unconscious, and 1 had over 30 broken bones. Why are you so timid when trouble arises? Is this timidity? It is called caution. Yi Qing scoffed, glaring at her, as he emphasized, if you do not obey, I will have Zhao Lei find someone else. Chapter 86. Exclusively tormenting single dogs. Shui Xiaoyu wore a look of grievance, unwillingly stating, must I not follow your lead? Within the room, Lu Yu pressed Shen Junyi again. Sister Junyi, is sixth brother skilled? Shen Junyi, blushing, retorted, you will find out for yourself in the future. Why must you ask me? Great. My good intentions have been mistaken for foolishness. Lu Yu glared at her, threatening, if you cannot think of a solution later, do not blame me. Skilled, very skilled. Is that satisfactory? Shen Junyi, too shy to meet her gaze, replied. To what extent is he skilled? Lu Yu, though bashful, could not suppress her curiosity. Are you never finished? Shen Junyi felt on the verge of tears from the pressure. Do not feign innocence. When you took the initiative, did you not consider the consequences? Lu Yu, equally flushed with embarrassment, remarked, her curiosity akin to a cat's. Say it. If you do not, I will hang up, and you shall regret it. I can barely walk these days. Shen Junyi bit her lip in frustration. Is he truly that formidable? Lu Yu exclaimed. Didn't the internet say it takes at most 10 minutes? How long did sixth brother take? Tell me your solution. Shen Junyi, mortified, nearly dropped her phone. If both of us were to become pregnant, no one could do anything about us. Lu Yu's voice was a mere whisper, her head bowed, filled with indignation. I was coerced into this by both of you. Dear sister, although this plan is rather unorthodox, I thank you. Shen Junyi's eyes brimmed with tears. I have never met such a magnanimous girl as you. I am willing to yield to you. In the future, when sixth brother bullies me, you must help me. Lu Yu's voice quivered with emotion. Would he dare to bully you? Shen Junyi was both amused and exasperated, teasing, unless you were alone with him. Then he would bully you, and would you dare to call for my assistance? Lu Yu, blushing fiercely, declared, Sister Shun, keep an eye on sixth brother. Prevent him from sowing his wild oats, or I will not let you off easily. Without waiting for Shen Junyi's response, she hung up. Shen Junyi stared at her phone screen for a few moments, then tossed it onto the bed. Irked, if you cannot keep an eye on him, do not expect me to. Lazily gathering her hair into a bun, she could never quite achieve the heroic grace of Lu Yu. With a sigh, she let her hair fall loose, adjusting her white dress before stepping out. Suddenly encountering Shui Xiaoyu, she gasped. Why did you let her in? Why are you here? Shui Xiaoyu was equally astonished, having expected the mistress in the room to be a stunning vixen, only to find a sharp-toned, beautiful lawyer instead. Yi Qing could not help but laugh. Indeed, a family resemblance was evident, having just teased Shui Xiaoyu as a Kunming dog, and now Shen Junyi treated her like one. Shui Xiaoyu, both furious and embarrassed, shot a fierce glare at Yi Qing. You both lack the ability to speak civilly. Shen Junyi looked at her in astonishment. Who should I be? Allow me to formally introduce Shen Junyi, my fiancée. Yi Qing stepped beside Shen Junyi, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Then, turning to Shui Xiaoyu, you've already met this lovely lady, but from today forth, she is no longer a police officer. She is now your bodyguard. Henceforth, all tasks such as bed-making, laundry, and carrying luggage will be her responsibility. Do not assign me tasks indiscriminately. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a playful glare, feigning anger. I am a bodyguard, not your servant. The title of fiancé made Shun Junyi feel sweet as honey, her smile radiant as she turned to Shui Xiaoyu, stating seriously, Yi Qing has informed me that you came with a mission. However, regardless of your mission, you must not allow him to come to harm. Harm him? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously. Your man is a violent man. If he does not harm others, it is a testament to his good fortune. Mind your words. Everything Yi Qing does is legitimate self-defense under reasonable and lawful circumstances. Shun Junyi's smile faded, her tone growing cold as a citizen. There's an obligation to cooperate with law enforcement, but there is also the right to refuse. If you cannot ensure his safety, I would prefer you not remain. Shui Xiaoyu hesitated as she glanced at Yi Qing. It's not as serious as you think. Yi Qing chuckled, pulling Shun Junyi into his embrace. Moreover, this is the intention of fourth brother. Lulu and I must comply. We have no power to refuse. Shun Junyi, filled with concern, nodded slightly. I'll freshen up first, and we can talk later. As Shui Xiaoyu watched her enter the bathroom, she turned to Yi Qing, her tone tinged with jealousy. You're just showering us with affection, torturing the single ones. Yi Qing shot her a playful glare. And you claim you're not one of them. Shui Xiaoyu settled onto the sofa beside him, retorting, though a single dog, I'm not that kind of dog. Yi Qing grinned mischievously. One cannot write dog in two different ways. You're still a dog. Shui Xiaoyu clenched her teeth in annoyance, yet her curiosity got the better of her. How did you manage to win over such a beautiful lawyer? What do you mean win over? We are in a free relationship. Ye vink iklimet, which law states that a lawyer cannot fall in love. I distinctly heard you refer to her as a mistress. Shui Xiaoyu pouted, her expression adorably innocent. Indeed, after being single for so many years, your IQ and emotional intelligence are quite concerning. Ye ying lamented. I should call Zhao Lei and ask him to find someone else. Why should he find someone else? Besides, where else can you find a bodyguard as beautiful as me? Shui Xiaoyu retorted angrily. In the face of danger. Are you protecting me, or am I protecting you? And with your thoughtless remarks, my safety is reduced to zero. Yi Qing looked at her disdainfully and promptly retrieved his phone. Shui Xiaoyu lunged forward, snatching the phone from him. Please don't call. I worked hard to secure this task. I truly cannot give it up. Yi Qing held her warmly, yet felt a shiver run down his spine. My fiancé, is still inside. You should. Hand me the phone, or I will scream harassment. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled mischievously, a sly smile gracing her lips. Fine, I want to make the call, but you need to get up first. Yi Qing playfully smacked her on the backside. Shui Xiaoyu shivered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You dare assault an officer. Yi Qing laughed as he helped her up. You threw yourself into my arms, and I must clarify, I am not an indiscriminate man. I fear what you might do when you're indiscriminate. Shui Xiaoyu glared at him. Aren't you the type to flirt with beautiful women? That applies to highborn gentlemen. Not to me, Yi Qing. He shot her a teasing glance. Besides, I wouldn't stoop so low as to flirt with a little girl like you. Who are you calling a little girl? Shui Xiaoyu, embodying the essence of beauty, stood and swayed her graceful figure. Chapter 87. The Pavna Witness. Yiving, holding Headhandgun, approached with a smile, patting her shoulder. Kid, your pectorals are not sufficiently robust. You lack nourishment. Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback. Before she could respond, Yi Qing quickly entered the bedroom, opening the suitcase to place the handgun inside, retrieving a piece of glass-like jade and 4 blocks of raw jade from Ho-Hot. Flustered, Shui Xiaoyu stood at the door, her face flushed. Please don't lose those. I'll be penalized. If Ginny sees this, she'll kick you out without a second thought. Ye vink distaurin ful eyether. Besides, you're rather foolish, carrying a police-issued gun. Do you want everyone to know you're a police officer? Shui Xiaoyu frowned, looking pitiful. I just feel unsafe. Ye ving nodded. This gun will be temporarily in my custody. I'll return it when we regroup. Once we reach Rueli, my people will come over, and I'll have them bring you a Pavna witness. That gun suits you perfectly. Really? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. You can really get Pavna witness? That is a world-renowned firearm. The Pavna witness is an exceptionally compact semi-automatic pistol, effortlessly manageable for women. It boasts unique decorations and comes in various colors, including blue, pink, purple, and black. The frame is uniformly colored, adorned with irregular silver speckles, creating an intriguing and distinctive appearance. The Pavna Witness is not only visually appealing, but also crafted from lightweight polymer, making it easy to conceal and carry. Its most attractive feature for women is its absence of recoil. Shui Xiaoyu had long desired a Pavna Witness, but unfortunately, it was unavailable domestically, and they were prohibited from carrying firearms. Obtaining a Pavna witness posed no challenge for Yi Qing. The armory at Wanggong Club had a special selection for beautiful stars and models, allowing them to switch guns. Needless to say, have you seen Lulu's credentials? What gun can't he procure? Yi Qing warned. Remember, starting today, you're a Junior's bodyguard, not a police officer. Forget everything you learned in the police academy. Furthermore, that outfit of yours is not appropriate. You must change. By the way, how much budget did Zhao Lei allocate for you? Budget? None. Shui Xiaoyu grimaced. The chief said I could just enjoy food and drink with you. No need to spend money. Ye vink, say liebsteichet. And what is wrong with my outfit? Shui Xiaoyu glanced at her attire. A tank top revealing her fair shoulders, a rounded belly button, and a red skirt that accentuated her slender figure, completed with sports shoes. Embodying an invincible beauty. Utterly inadequate. Yi Qing relentlessly criticized her, stating earnestly, have you ever seen a billionaire's bodyguard dressed in cheap market goods? Your entire outfit probably costs no more than 3,000. This time, it was Shui Xiaoyu's turn to be taken aback. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Your father is worth 2 billion, and you can't buy better clothes? I haven't asked my family for money since graduation. Shui Xiaoyu lamented. Manu being a bodyguard required good clothing. 3,000 for an outfit is quite expensive. Thus, you're not fit to be a small-time mistress. Yi Qing scoffed. Beautiful women looking for men must dress elegantly. Otherwise, they feel embarrassed to seek wealthy partners. You have no right to dictate. As your bodyguard, I must have some understanding of your private life. Shui Xiaoyu realized that this topic irked Yi Qing, but teasing him could bring her some amusement. With an innocent smile, she remarked, otherwise, if someone inquires and you're clueless, don't blame me. Who would ask such things without reason? Yi Qing shot her a fierce glare. Moreover, as a bodyguard, you have an obligation to maintain the confidentiality of your employer's privacy. However, if someone inquires, I can teach you a phrase to ensure their satisfaction. What? I will never divulge. Didn't you say you would tell me? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Why have you gone silent again? Didn't I just tell you? Ye Zink it. I will never divulge. Shui Xiaoyu repeated, suddenly realizing, her anger flaring. Are you trying to get me killed? Why not go inside to talk? It's inconvenient standing outside, and the bed isn't even made yet. Everything is ready. Shen Jinyi's voice suddenly echoed from behind Shui Xiaoyu, startling her. I'm not interested now, but the future is uncertain. Shen Jinyi sighed softly. However, sister, I must tell you that this man can charm any woman. His love is profound, and you truly cannot bear it. Jinyi, why do you make me sound like a heartbreaker? Yi Qing protested. You're not unfaithful, but you always maintain your guard with women. Shen Jinyi shot him a playful glare. Yet you have a knack for stealing hearts. Any woman who spends time with you will have her heart taken away. Let us drop this topic and get ready to leave. Yi Qing chuckled, casting a glance at her lovely face, lightly adorned with makeup, her lips curving in a subtle smile. Her skin, smooth and radiant like a peeled egg, was a testament to her beauty. Your skin is getting better and better. Shen Jinyi, blushing, playfully pushed him away. Though Shui Xiaoyu couldn't grasp the teasing in Yi Qing's words, she understood that there was no escaping her natural allure. Shui Xiaoyu lacked the awareness to pull a suitcase, and Yi Qing truly hesitated to entrust the high-value jadeite of 80 million and the ho-ho rough stone to him. Fortunately, Lulu had been attentive to the movements in the room. Upon hearing the door open, he emerged, took the suitcase, and followed closely behind Yi Qing. Shui Xiaoyu glared in frustration at Yi Qing, who had his arm around Shen Jinyi, and entered the elevator without hesitation, muttering to herself, what a lack of decorum. Doesn't he know ladies first? You're here as a bodyguard. You should be the first to press the button. Lulu casually remarked as he passed by Shui Xiaoyu and entered the elevator. Gritting her teeth, she followed suit. Lulu drove an Audi, first stopping at a bank to open a safe deposit box where he stored the suitcase before heading to a noodle shop for a meal of bridge-crossing rice noodles. Satisfied, Shui Xiaoyu set down her chopsticks and asked with a smile, where to next? Master Qin's shop is right in Emerald City. Shui Xiaoyu stood up eagerly. I'll take you there, but at this hour, it's likely still closed. Chapter 88. The Arrival of Misfortune. Couldn't they open earlier for business? Shen Jinyi questioned. Following closely behind Yi Qing, Tengchong's Emerald City, also known as Jadestone Street, only held a major market every 5th and 10th day. Today was not a market day, hence the carving shops open later. Shui Xiaoyu suggested. However, the Jade gambling houses open quite early. Let us go there first. Noticing Yi Qing's lack of interest, Shen Jinyi smiled and asked, What's wrong, tired? Not tired, just uninterested. Yi Qing replied, leading the way. All the gambling shops are the same. The raw stones displayed outside are merely for tourists, while the truly valuable pieces are locked away in safes. Without an acquaintance, visiting is pointless. Why forgo profit? Shui Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. How would they know your financial capacity to bring out stones worth millions or tens of millions? Shui Xiaoyu nodded, understanding that in the rough stone business, those with a net worth of $1 million are considered impoverished, while those who deal in good stones easily reach billions, as each quality rough stone is exorbitantly priced, unaffordable for the less fortunate. Compared to Jiegao and Along, Tengchong's Emerald City is significantly smaller, with numerous gambling houses open, and many raw materials displayed both inside and outside the shops. Yi Qing glanced and then left, showing no intent to purchase, despite being mentally prepared. After visiting several shops filled with new materials, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After wandering through a few more shops, Shui Xiaoyu noticed slightly superior raw materials, yet they were already being examined by others. Yi Qing observed for a moment without speaking, then stood up and departed. Shen Junyi, following closely, had learned the rules of the trade, recognizing that one must not seize goods, even if one spots a piece of raw material simultaneously with another. One cannot bid until the other party has declined, as to do otherwise would be seen as a breach of etiquette, no matter how high the offered price. The shopkeeper would refuse to do business. Such rules are sacrosanct and must be adhered to. Though jade gambling is indeed a gamble, it necessitates stricter regulations. Those who do not understand the rules are viewed as easy prey by shopkeepers, who would not hesitate to take advantage of them. However, they would tread carefully with seasoned gamblers, as offending a potential major client could result in losing their business forever. Not having found a single piece of interest, Shui Xiaoyu had hoped to witness how Yi Qing, a master of jade gambling, navigated the trade, but after visiting over a dozen shops, she found no suitable stones. Unperturbed, Yi Qing chuckled. It's akin to finding a partner. It requires fate. Unwilling to concede, Shui Xiaoyu remarked, yet others are already gambling, and there are both winning and losing cuts. What constitutes a win and what constitutes a loss? Yi Qing scoffed, buying a stone for 5,000, then selling it for 6,000 after cutting is a win. Conversely, purchasing a rough stone for 10 million and ending up with worthless material is a loss. Can they be equated? Walking further, he spotted a bustling shop. Hurrying over, he discovered that misfortune had befallen this establishment, having cut 3 stones unsuccessfully in succession. One wondered if the owner could manage a successful cut. Spending $1 million on a rough stone indicates substantial wealth. If they dared to publicly cut stones, they must possess some confidence. Let us hope they don't suffer another loss. Should they do so, we would have to switch to another shop, as this one is too unfortunate. Yes, Shui Xiaoyu instinctively thought to leave. Gamblers are superstitious, fearing that witnessing others' losses would bring them bad luck. However, to her surprise, Yi Qing grew interested and walked straight in. Inside, they were in the midst of cutting stones, and the murmurs of the onlookers clarified the situation. An elderly Guangdong businessman had purchased $1 million all-gambling material and was currently cutting it live. The onlookers began to trickle out, heading to other shops in hopes of better luck, allowing Yi Qing and his companions to easily position themselves at the front. Shen Junyi, Carrefour holding hersikert, sukuatet beside yevink. Shui Xiaoyu, unable to restrain herself, tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve and whispered, "Let us leave. Perhaps we'll find better stones at another shop. Don't rush." Yi Qing pulled her down gently, whispering, "This shop has already cut 3 stones unsuccessfully. If they don't succeed this time, they might not have business for a month. If someone buys stones now, the owner will surely present a good one." There's such reasoning. Observing closely, the most distressed faces belonged to the owner of the rough stone and the shopkeeper. As Yi Qing continued, his gaze fell upon the raw material on the cutting machine, a hefty piece weighing dozens of kilograms, with a distinctly green surface and decent quality, explaining its $1 million price tag. Next to the cutting machine stood a stout man with a grim expression, while beside him was a middle-aged man whose mood fluctuated, frequently glancing at the departing gamblers with a grimace. At their feet lay several small pieces that had been cut open, all of which were trivial, revealing worthless material. It seemed that once cut, the stones were dismissed and the gamblers left. Instead of cutting directly, they prepared to open a window, observing the stone cutter's technique. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. The cutter's movements were uneven, and his hands trembled. "Are you here for a joke?" he thought. "Aren't you worried about damaging the stone?" Choosing not to intervene, Yi Qing patiently remained a spectator. The polishing process was swift. Within minutes, a small window was opened. The elderly Guangdong businessman, with trembling hands, used a hose to wash away the stone debris, then shone a bright flashlight inside, revealing a brilliant green hue. "It's a win." The crowd erupted in cheers, and the businessman stood up, visibly relieved, exhaling deeply. From the window, the green color and water content appeared impressive. "Undoubtedly a fortunate cut. Did it open successfully?" Shui Xiaoyu whispered. "Sure, don't speak." Yi Qing shot her a stern look. "They're cutting stones. Learn to be quiet. A loose tongue can bring misfortune." Shun Junyi quietly inquired, "Is it more profitable to sell with a window open or to completely cut it? If it were mine, I'd de-sell it as is, turning $1 million stone immediately for a profit of 1 million. Why not?" Yi Qing replied with a chuckle. "A small gamble brings joy, while a large gamble brings harm." Chapter 89. The madman sells, the madman buys, and the madman waits. Shun Junyi smiled, no longer inclined to ask further questions. She now understood Yi Qing's way of speaking. One must contemplate his words, as they often suggested skepticism towards a stone. Yi Qing's voice carried, and the elderly Guangdong businessman heard him, smiling. "I appreciate your good intentions, brother, but I cannot bear to leave it uncut." Upon hearing the news, the crowd immediately ceased their bidding, their faces alight with anticipation. The material from the open stone was still a gamble. It would be far more prudent to purchase known quality. As the analysis continued, the potential of the stone remained tantalizingly elusive. The wealthy merchant, known for his audacity, declared he would pay handsomely for any valuable material uncovered. Many in the crowd raised their thumbs in admiration, recognizing that few possessed such daring. Those who gambled on stones understood. It is often said that even the most divine cannot ascertain the value of a single jade piece. Who knows what lies beneath the surface of that jade? What if a single cut were to ruin it? Moreover, this particular shop had been plagued by misfortune lately. The atmosphere was electric. Even Shui Xiaoyu, who was unfamiliar with the intricacies of stone gambling, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This was the allure of the gamble. Madmen sell, madmen buy, and madmen await. The merchant, with a respectful gesture, approached the raw stone, scrutinizing it with keen interest. Although a single cut would suffice, the precision of the incision was paramount. A flawed cut could mean irrevocable loss. Wise words could not dissuade the reckless. And Yi Qing remained silent, knowing that speaking at such a moment could invoke bad luck. A good-tempered person might glare, while a hot-tempered one could resort to blows. As the merchant examined the stone, the crowd held their breath, and after a suspenseful 5 minutes, he finally traced a line upon the stone's surface. The collective sigh of relief from the onlookers was palpable. The tension had been nearly unbearable. In the oppressive atmosphere of stone gambling, Yi Qing was accustomed to the strain, yet Shui Xiaoyu found it increasingly difficult to bear. The madness of the situation was palpable. "You'll eventually grow accustomed to it," Yi Qing remarked, noticing her pale complexion and chuckling. "Take a deep breath and let the waves of excitement wash over you." Shui Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shot him a disapproving glance. "Your fiancé, Yi, is right beside you," she retorted. "If I weren't here, you two would be free to do as you please." Shun Junyi cast a disdainful glance at her before tugging at Yi Qing's sleeve. "Little Buddha, you're supposed to be watching over her," she quipped. Shui Xiaoyu's face turned a deeper shade of red. Yi Qing let out a dry laugh. "Don't be silly. That girl is not to my taste. Besides, I'm merely worried she might faint in this atmosphere, and then I'd have to find an old man to give her mouth to mouth." Shui Xiaoyu punched him playfully, retorting, "You find an old man for mouth to mouth?" To Shun Junyi, their banter appeared more like flirtation than anything else. Finally, the merchant confirmed the position for his cut and straightened up, inquiring with a smile, "Which esteemed individual will lend me a hand in opening this stone?" His question met with silence. None dared to step forward. The raw stone, valued at $1 million, had surged to $2 million after the window was opened. The outcome of the cut could lead to further gains or catastrophic loss, and the burden of responsibility was too great. The merchant, seasoned in the ways of the trade, understood the hesitations of the crowd. However, the shop's cutters had ruined several stones recently, their luck having run dry, and their skill left much to be desired. He held high hopes for this particular piece and was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. "Gentlemen, I understand your concerns," the merchant continued. "But let me be clear. Should it fail, I will bear the loss. If it succeeds, a generous reward awaits." His candidness stirred the interest of the onlookers, yet still, no one dared to step forward. The merchant's expression darkened as he sensed the reluctance. "Are you experienced in stone cutting?" Shui Xiaoyu whispered to Yi Qing, unable to suppress her concern. Not at all. He shot back, glaring at her. This stone's outer shell is too loose. With only faint traces of color and minimal inclusions, it's bound to fail. Who would want to be tainted by such misfortune? Oh, Shui Xiaoyu murmured, recognizing his insight and choosing not to press further. They had not yet departed when Shun Junyi nudged Yi Qing, gesturing discreetly. Yi Qing turned to see Wang Bo and Zhao Biao approaching briskly, flanked by two middle-aged men. The vice president and the director are here with their assistants. This stone's value will surely increase, exclaimed someone nearby. Vice President Wang? Yi Qing questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. P.S. The vice president of the Tongchong Jade Association came the reply, affiliated with the Rui Li Jade Association. Yi Qing's expression darkened. He realized that the day's events would not unfold favorably. He had hoped to capitalize on the shop's misfortunes, but that chance appeared slim now. I suspect they were the ones who summoned Ma Pengzi to the Wanghong quarry yesterday, Shun Junyi murmured. I think so too, Yi Qing nodded. A mere beating won't suffice. We'll need to find an opportunity to deal with them properly. May I assist in cutting the stone? The leading vice president asked with a smile. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. The merchant acknowledged, bowing in gratitude. Wang Bo inquired, will the stone be sold once opened? The vice president's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. It is premature to discuss that. Wang Bo retreated awkwardly, while Zhao Biao's face twisted with anger. Yi Qing listened intently, sensing tension between the Rui Li and Tongchong associations. Upon reflection, he understood. The title of the world's premier Jade City had shifted from Tongchong to Rui Li, a fact known only to those within. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, upon noticing Yi Qing, wore expressions of complex emotions, not anticipating the turn of events that had transpired. Early that morning, Ma Wen had approached them, presenting photographs of the injured, some in comas, others with fractures, and one entirely paralyzed. The medical bills were exorbitant, compounded by the costs of ongoing treatment. Under duress from Ma Wen, Zhao Biao had reluctantly paid 10 million. Furthermore, Ma Wen had threatened that Ma Rui, the chairman of the Ma Bang Travel Company, was en route. If the situation remained unresolved, he would hold Zhao Delong accountable. The vice president adjusted the blade's position and pressed down on the handle. As the blade descended, it produced a jarring sound that sent ripples of tension through the crowd. In that critical moment, no one dared to blink, fearing they might miss a pivotal scene. The merchant's face was taut with anxiety, his gaze fixed on the stone, a smile betraying his confidence. Ye vink guri majit. The most terrifying aspect of gambling is the mindset that one will not grieve until faced with the truth. Yet, he acknowledged the vice president's cutting skill. He was a true veteran, surpassing Wang Liang. With a sudden crack, the cutting machine fell silent, revealing the stone cleaved in two. What lay before them was merely a smooth rock, seemingly mocking the dreams of overnight wealth. The earlier glimmers of green had been nothing more than a cruel jest from fate. A chorus of disappointment echoed through the crowd, with some turning to leave. The merchant's expression soured, disbelief etched across his features. $1 million had vanished with a single cut. While one might expect a splash when money is lost here, there was only silence. It was a total loss. Shui Xiaoyu's countenance darkened. $1 million. How many years of labor would that require? With a wry smile, Yi Qing shook his head. The vice president, looking grim, turned to the merchant. My friend, I apologize, I did my utmost. The merchant gazed at the severed stone, his expression a tumult of emotions, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. Thank you, Vice President Wang, for your assistance. I understand the rules of this gamble. Winning and losing are left to fate, and I can only lament my lack of fortune. With a nod, the merchant departed, followed by the crowd, each harboring mixed feelings, some relief, some sympathy, and some excitement. It was clear that none would dare purchase stones from his shop again. The sense of loss enveloped not just the merchant, but the shop owner as well. He is acutely aware that today is not merely a minor setback, but a series of consecutive failures. For at least half a month, he should not expect to conduct any business. How could you discern that this raw stone was destined to fail? Shui Xiaoyu stood up, astonished as she gazed at Yi Qing. Vice President Wang had initially intended to turn and leave, but paused at her words, looking towards the crowd. Girls, please refrain from speaking. Yi Qing playfully admonished. My luck in stone gambling relies solely on chance, but I understand the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. This brother is also here to gamble on stones. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp a lifeline, speaking cautiously, fearful that Yi Qing might also decide to leave. If the god of misfortune enters. Who would dare to gamble in your shop? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Children speak without restraint. Let the winds carry it away. Seeing the shopkeeper's expression change, Yi Qing quickly added with a smile, don't take her words to heart. However, I wouldn't mind placing a bet. Just worry that there might not be any good stones. You still dare to gamble here? Perhaps you should try another shop. Shui Xiaoyu jabbed, eliciting a chilling glare from the shopkeeper. If looks could kill, Shui Xiaoyu would surely be obliterated. Don't listen to her. Yi Qing quickly interjected, oh esteemed shopkeeper, don't stoop to the level of a young girl. It would tarnish your dignity. If you have any good stones, please present them. I am willing to lend a hand. There are indeed good stones, albeit a bit pricey. The shopkeeper hesitated. Normally, seeing these four young individuals wouldn't warrant consideration as significant clients. He might only present some lower-grade materials. However, today as circumstances were exceptional, with continuous failures and not a single decent jade extracted, leaving both the gamblers and the shopkeepers' faces green with frustration. Let us see if fate aligns. I shall take a gamble. Ye Ying Chakdet. I only trust my fortune and fear not the god of misfortune's entrance. Just a word of caution from the shopkeeper. Don't be too harsh with the knife, or I might truly leave. Brother, your luck is indeed extraordinary. The shopkeeper exclaimed with delight. Handsome men are blessed with luck. One charm, and they win them all. They never lose at stone gambling. Ye Ying Vistet. In the eyes of Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, he appeared overly proud and reckless. Yet, it was undeniable that this young man not only had luck in gambling, but also enjoyed enviable romantic prospects. Another beautiful girl had joined the fray, albeit of the youthful variety. Wait a moment, brother. I will fetch the materials. The shopkeeper called to the stone-cutting technician, and the two turned to enter the back courtyard. Vice President Wang smiled at Yi Qing, recognizing him as a genuine person, and asked, May I inquire your surname, brother? I am of the Yi family. My given name is Qing. Yi Qing replied, blushing with a smile. It is still early today. Don't you wish to explore a bit more? Vice President Wang subtly suggested. I am gambling on luck, not on perception. Yi Qing replied with an air of resignation. Moreover, this troublesome young girl has pushed me to the brink. If I do not place a bet, the shopkeeper will surely hold a grudge for a month. In the outside world, one should not casually forge enmities. Vice President Wang glanced at Shui Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, and tentatively inquired, Are you the little girl from the old Shui family? Shui Xiaoyu sweetly smiled. Uncle Wang, you recognized me. Oh, you little Shui. Failing to greet Uncle Wang after recognizing him. You made me look foolish. Just wait until I tell old Shui. Vice President Wang chided playfully. I wouldn't dare interrupt Uncle Wang while he's analyzing stones. Shui Xiaoyu pouted. I meant well. Vice President Wang laughed heartily. All right, I was just teasing you. What about your friend? Shui Xiaoyu shot Yi Qing an annoyed glance. Pouting, he's my classmate, a born rich kid with money to waste. If he loses, he deserves it. Yi Qing chuckled awkwardly. If I came to Tengchong and didn't gamble on stones, wouldn't my trip be in vain? Regardless, I'll just play this one round. Winning or losing is inconsequential. As he spoke, the shopkeeper and his assistant entered, carefully carrying a raw stone weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms and gently placing it on the ground. The implication was clear. The stakes had risen threefold, with ancient stones increasing tenfold. Surely you understand this unwritten rule. Yi Qing did not inquire about the price but examined the stone closely. In stone gambling, once the shopkeeper declares a price, negotiating becomes essential. Vice President Wang squatted beside him, nodding as he examined the stone. Old Gao did not speak falsely. This stone is indeed from the public auction. I wonder if Yi Qing can comprehend it. Yi Qing smiled modestly, a little knowledge. Shui Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, about to boast on his behalf, when Shen Junyi pulled her back. Look, don't speak. Vice President Wang, with keen ears, looked up in surprise at Shen Junyi before remarking, This raw stone is quite sizable, with a substantial area of moss flour covering half of its surface. It resembles a layer of green buckwheat flour sprinkled upon it. At first glance, it appears yellow-green. If I am not mistaken, once the stone is wet, it will reveal a green hue. Vice President Wang turned to the shopkeeper. Would you mind if we sprinkle a little water on it? Shopkeeper Gao, needing Vice President Wang to persuade Yi Qing to purchase this stone to change his fortune, replied with a smile. Not at all. Vice President Wang requested a bottle of mineral water, pouring it over the moss flour of the raw stone, allowing the water to flow down its surface. Observing this, Yi Qing nodded in approval. Chapter 91. The Subtle Hidden Python of Moss Flour. This pour was undoubtedly the work of an expert, with water evenly spread over the surface of the raw stone, leaving no spot untouched. Vice President Wang set the bottle aside and leaned in closely, encouraging those around him to do the same. Yiqing also leaned in to observe the moss flower's reaction. A gasp arose from the onlookers. The yellow-green moss flower, upon contact with water, immediately transformed into a soft green, resembling a delicate green light floating on the stone surface, captivating all who beheld it. Today, I have encountered a true expert. Yiqing thought to himself. Vice President Wang has a discerning eye. The people nearby complimented. Indeed, it is moss flower. I haven't seen such a manifestation in quite some time. The crowd began to murmur. I suspected something was amiss with this moss flower. I never anticipated it would be moss flower. What is moss flower? Shui Xiaoyu finally could not contain herself. Vice President Wang looked at Yiqing, smiling but silent. Yiqing kept his mouth shut, focusing intently on the stone, ignoring the girl beside him, who was insistent on asking questions. Shui Xiaoyu squatted beside him, giving him a hard shove, and pouted. I'm asking you a question. Don't tell me you don't understand. You better explain, or I want to take you to my house. Shen Junyi, exasperated, couldn't catch her in time. Yiqing glanced at her sideways. You two hail from a family of stone gamblers. You don't know what moss flower is? Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. If your family had a mountain of stones, would you be interested in them? Then why are you interested now? Ye think inuit curiously. Shui Xiaoyu replied matter-of-factly, you're foolish. I'm not interested in stones, but in Jade. If Brother Yi understands, please enlighten me. I wish to broaden my horizons. Vice President Wang did not believe Yiqing could gamble on stones. Typically, seasoned gamblers spend years honing their skills, developing their discerning eye. Yiqing was too young to appear as an expert. Moreover, considering Shui Xiaoyu's position, he didn't wish for Yiqing to continue gambling in the shop. Even if shopkeeper Gao presented legitimate materials, one could never escape bad luck. Yiqing chuckled. Vice President, your kindness is appreciated, but I must settle this debt owed to her. Otherwise, I would not be able to pass through the shopkeeper's scrutiny. Vice President Wang nodded with a smile. One could tell from his words that Yiqing was a person who understood the rules. In the business of stone gambling, if one does not intend to buy, they should remain silent and certainly avoid cursing the arrival of misfortune. Shui Xiaoyu had violated both of these rules, and Yiqing felt compelled to rectify the situation. However, he suggested selecting a less expensive material to fulfill the obligation without needing to be overly confrontational with this particular stone. 50,000 euros, at the current exchange rate, amounts to approximately 450,000. Even if shopkeeper Gao does not raise the price tenfold, a 3- or 4-fold increase is certainly expected. And should this stone be acquired, it would require at least 2 million. Blocking someone's path to fortune is akin to slaying their kin. In the future, if one is uncertain, they may inquire later, but never speak carelessly in front of others. Yiqing instructed Shui Xiaoyu, and upon seeing her nod, continued. Songhua is also one of the secrets of gambling on stones, serving as a crucial basis for determining whether a stone possesses color. Shui Xiaoyu, having lost interest in the rest of his explanation, playfully rolled her eyes. Don't brush me off. Can't you elaborate a bit more? Hasn't your father taught you any manners? Yiqing shot her a glare, but noticed Shen Junyi's curious expression and chuckled. All right then. I want to hold it against you this time. Different treatment. Shui Xiaoyu huffed. She is my fiancée. You are merely my classmate. Can it be the same? Yiqing's lips twitched, swiftly changing the topic. Songhua refers to a special manifestation where a kind of pale green permeates from within the original stone. By observing the intensity, quantity, and variation of the Songhua's color, one can infer the distribution and changes of jadeite within the stone. The more abundant and regularly shaped the Songhua on the outer shell, the greater the potential for color within. Conversely, if the Songhua is sparse and irregularly distributed, that stone is not worth gambling on. So, this stone has dense Songhua, a regular distribution, and attractive color. Does that mean it's worth betting on? Shui Xiaoyu inquired with interest. Songhua is merely one of the codes of the original stone. One must learn to make comprehensive judgments. Ye vink, replied softly. What are the differences between plaster Songhua and buckwheat Songhua? Shui Xiaoyu persistently pressed. There are many types of Songhua. The most common is needle Songhua, which resembles fine needles protruding from the surface of the original stone. There is also banded Songhua, resembling a belt wrapped around the stone's shell, varying in length and shape. As for plaster Songhua, it appears as if a large patch of green has been applied to the stone's surface. However, this type of Songhua has a very low chance of containing jadeite. Thus, one must not be deceived by appearances unless the original stone demonstrates exceptional qualities. in which case one bets on quality rather than color. But buckwheat songhua is different. It resembles this original stone, as if a sprinkle of light yellow-green buckwheat flour has been cast upon it, and when sprayed with water, the songhua appears fresh and vibrant, indicating the presence of good jade within. Furthermore, if the songhua is clustered with a good hue and fine texture, it suggests a significant area of green jade within this original stone. Yi Qing finished cheerfully, and Vice President Wang gave a thumbs up. So I was the one who underestimated it. You are quite the expert. I have learned a little, but it's enough to deceive Xiaoyu. Yi Qing modestly smiled. If Vice President Wang is interested in this stone, I'll let you have it. Vice President Wang chuckled. I appreciate the sentiment, but I sell jade jewelry. I do not gamble on stones. Coughing, Yi Qing nearly choked on his own saliva. He had said so much merely to entice others to buy this stone, so he could slip away, only to encounter an expert who doesn't gamble on stones. What do you mean deceive me? You don't intend to gamble, Shui Xiaoyu said, disappointed. However, Vice President Wang laughed. Since Yi Qing has made a judgment, why don't you share with us whether this original stone is worth betting on? Yi Qing felt a pang of reluctance, fearing he would embarrass himself. Yet, Vice President Wang was not inclined to let him off the hook. Gambling on stones is a rare opportunity to seek knowledge. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, noticing Zhao Biao was eager to take part, which gave him an idea. Since the elder was not afraid of being misled, he might as well share his thoughts, and the elder could listen. Vice President Wang nodded with a smile, deepening his understanding of Yi Qing. He seemed nonchalant yet respectful, proving not to be the rich second-generation Shui Xiaoyu had suggested, but rather a scion of a prestigious family. Pointing at the songhua on the stone's shell, Yi Qing remarked, "Look here, there's a fine snake-like band hidden beneath the songhua. The presence of a snake indicates good quality. It suggests the stone has potential for color, with a 30% chance of yielding jade." Observing the songhua's performance, when water is splashed, the hue is a faint green. Though subtle, it possesses depth. If there is jade within, the color should not be disappointing. My youthful bravado is merely for the elders to consider. Chapter 92, Borrowing Luck. Yi Qing's meticulous analysis garnered admiration from the crowd. Zhao Biao looked at him with a flicker of jealousy. Vice President Wang was now reassured. Although this young man claimed to rely on luck, he was clearly showcasing skill, as the fine snake hidden within the songhua was something most could not detect. Yi Qing surveyed the onlookers. Despite his persuasive analysis, not a single person dared to inquire about the price, as if allowing immense wealth to slip past them. Do not dwell on it. Although Xiaoyu speak her mind, today no one dares to gamble here without a substantial increase. Vice President Wang teased. Since you are so proficient in gambling on stones, you should assist Boss Gao in overcoming this hurdle. Yevink, say Liebsteichet. This stone could be gambled on for its type, water, and color, but it cannot be gambled on for cracks. Beneath the songhua, on one side of the white snake, there was a fissure finer than a hair, threatening the jade within. Should this fissure evolve into a flaw, it would be catastrophic. Not only would a bracelet be unattainable, but the stone itself would be worthless. Betting on fissures is a critical aspect of gambling on stones. Natural jadeite never lacks cracks, which are categorized into large cracks and fine fissures. The adage in gambling is to prefer large cracks over small fissures, as large cracks merely impede the spread of quality and color, while untouched areas may still yield good material. However, small fissures can lead to terrifying spider cracks, significantly diminishing the stone's betting potential in Yi Qing's mind. My friend, if you truly dare to gamble, I can offer you a discount. Boss Gao, seeing his hesitation, became anxious. How much? 2,400,000. This price is absolutely reasonable, Boss Gao insisted urgently. This is public auction material, under normal circumstances. I wouldn't sell it, even for a higher price. 40,000. This material is only worth this much in my eyes. Yi Qing had already assessed the potential jade within the stone through the snake, songhua, and fissures. Without the fissure, this stone would be worth 10 million. But one flaw ruins everything. You can't be serious. Boss Gao's face displayed a hint of anger. I'm not joking. This stone truly isn't worth that much. Yi Qing firmly stated. 2 million is the lowest offer. Boss Gao's expression twisted. Not here to unearth the stone. Yi Qing contemplated, then stated seriously, if you agree, I will accept this price. Boss Gao was nearly in tears. Why should I bring this material out if not to unearth it? Do I not know that public auction prices are soaring? I merely wish to leverage your luck to dispel my misfortune. If we unearth it here, I will offer 1,800,000. Huh. Boss Gao, wishing to leverage luck has raised the price. Ying chocolate. 1 million. Boss Gao understood that leveraging luck wasn't easy. This young man had analyzed all the advantages of the stone, yet no one dared to make an offer. One reason was that they understood the rules. He and T allowed others to bid previously, and most importantly, these gamblers were fearful. Gamblers are superstitious and dread misfortune, as it signifies potential ruin. If someone offers 100,000 more, I will let it go. Yi Qing stood up, surveying the crowd. The onlookers appeared hesitant, yet they all stepped back in unison, silent. In normal circumstances, upon encountering this stone, they would have seized it without hesitation. However, today, the atmosphere of bad luck in the shop was too heavy. 1 million was not a trivial sum. Vice President Wang, who also regarded this stone favorably, pondered. Boss Gao, Yi Qing, let me mediate 120,000, allowing Yi Qing to take a bit of risk, and you can also turn your luck around. Tomorrow is a major market day. If news spreads that misfortune struck here, no one will come to gamble on stones. And the loss would not merely be 1 million or 2. Boss Gao grumbled. I feel like I'm bleeding profusely. I'm also a fat sheep. Yi Qing crouched down and tapped the songhua. See for yourself. Vice President Wang was taken aback, hastily extracting a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hesitated. Boss Gao, this stone is truly not worth 1,800,000. Bending down, Boss Gao scrutinized the stone, gritting his teeth as he declared, 1,200,000. I will heed the president's advice. Fine, I've already thrown away 1 million. What's the difference with this extra 20,000? Yi Qing waved his hand, and Lu approached with a stoic demeanor, stating, account details, I shall transfer the funds. Boss Gao recited a series of numbers, and Lu silently executed the transfer. Shortly after, a notification confirmed the transaction. With the deal made, there's no need for a contract, right? Vice President Wang inquired with a smile. No need. We are all people of integrity. Yi Qing replied with a grin, continuing to examine the rough material. This time, he directed the light onto the fissures, focusing intently on them. In that moment, Yi Qing perceived the surrounding air distorting, as though it had taken on a tangible form, evoking an indescribable sense of strangeness. The entire rough stone became vividly clear to him. The skin was tight and granular. Delicate, though the white python was thin, it intricately interlinked the area of the loose, flower-like pattern and extended outward. The stone remained colorless, and a sudden thought surged in Yi Qing's mind. In the sections devoid of flower patterns, the stone shell remained firm, with uniformly sized granules. When he gently tapped the sides of the fissures with the flashlight, the sounds were nearly identical, indicating a significant amount of jade within. The fissures obstructed the spread of color, but did not sever the moisture. Yi Qing formed an approximate judgment in his heart. Illuminating the mist revealed a layer of white fog. Beneath it, the jade was likely to coalesce like glue, indicating a solid foundation. Even if it were not of the glass type, it would still be of high ice quality. Furthermore, with a hint of green on one side, even if it were not entirely green, a single bracelet would be worth 1 million. Based on Yi Qing's estimates, at least 3 bracelets could emerge. If the quality of the jade were superior, the price could potentially double, or if the green had no impurities, the value could soar tenfold, reaching a staggering 10 million. Yet, Yi Qing felt no joy, instead remaining contemplative and silent. His gaze could not penetrate the fine fissures. They were simply too delicate, and the light offered insufficient feedback. The only option left was to open a window to examine the interior. Open a window, Vice President Wang tentatively suggested, recognizing it as the best choice. When it was impossible to ascertain whether the fissures penetrated through the stone, risking damage to the jade inside. The purpose of opening a window was to transfer the risk to another. Yi Qing nodded, cradling the stone as he approached the cutting machine. He picked up the polishing machine, inspected the grinding head, and promptly replaced it with a diamond grinding head. Without uttering a word, he began to drill into the fissured side of the area with the flower pattern. A sharp screech echoed as the grinding machine operated, drawing the attention of passers-by, who quickly entered the shop. Despite nearly 20 people standing inside, an expectant silence enveloped them as they held their breath, awaiting the unveiling. Chapter 93. A green beyond human possession. Witnessing Yi Qing's method of opening the window, Vice President Wang's eyes flickered with surprise. Typically, opening a window involves polishing a palm-sized section along the flower pattern, which would inflate the stone's price tenfold. However, Yi Qing was drilling, carefully avoiding damage to the skin as he delved into the stone's interior. Is that a celestial knife spider technique? Vice President Wang inquired cautiously. Yi Qing forced a smile and nodded, reluctant to reveal his method. In the world of stone gambling, only his master and he possessed such a skill. Once Vice President Wang discerned the technique, he could easily surmise Yi Qing's lineage. Yet for this rough stone, Yi Qing could not conceive of an alternative approach. He worked swiftly, and by the time he extracted the grinding head, Vice President Wang was already dousing the stone with water. The stream washed away the stone dust, revealing a sudden flash of green. It's showing green. Vice President Wang trembled with excitement. The emergence of green indicated that Yi Qing had triumphed in his gamble, doubling the price. This stone had now transformed into a value of 2,400,000. He no longer felt burdened by his earlier apprehensions. To be truthful, Vice President Wang had felt considerable pressure today, voluntarily assisting Old Guang in unearthing stones, only to uncover worthless material. Due to Shui Xiaoyu, he had to act as a mediator, persuading Yi Qing to purchase this stone. If it were to be ruined, not only would he be letting down an old friend, but his own reputation would also be tarnished. It's showing green, it really is. Boss Gao danced with joy, exclaiming that today's reveal of green signaled the end of their misfortunes. This young man seemed to possess extraordinary luck, even on days when bad luck prevailed. He could still unveil green. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The stone did not belong to them, nor would any profits be shared. But witnessing the green emergence felt akin to sharing in another's fortune. 2 million, little brother, stop polishing. I am willing to assume all the risks. Old Guang, the merchant, unexpectedly called out. 2,200,000. Let me bear the risk. Another persistent jeweler declared loudly. 2,400,000. No one can test me. Boss Gao joined in, insisting, I want to keep this material in my shop to ward off bad luck. Are we selling? Vice President Wang's curiosity piqued as he quietly inquired of Yi Qing. Let us observe first. Yi Qing placed the powerful flashlight against the midpoint of the window, revealing 8 slender green lines extending from the window to the outer shell of the stone. This technique is exceptional. Vice President Wang marveled, shaking his head in admiration. Yet Yi Qing's expression did not reflect pride. He had seen that hint of green, akin to the tender shoots of early spring, but instead of yellow, it was an emerald hue. This fresh green seemed unattainable by human hands, a creation only achievable through nature's artistry. Upon witnessing the green, Yi Qing felt an immediate fondness. It exuded a gentle yet irresistible allure. So beautiful, he internally mused. Was the value to triple? However, as the light spread downward, his hopes were dashed. A minor fissure transformed into a significant crack, cleaving the green in two. What had initially promised 3 bracelets was reduced to 2. Yet even 2 bore considerable worth. His mind raced with calculations, and he gained a rough understanding of the jade's distribution. It measured at least 20 centimeters in length, with the thinnest section being around 5 centimeters, while the thickest reached nearly 10 centimeters. However, several cracks marred the stone, rendering it nearly worthless. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, prompting Yi Qing to avert his gaze, tightly shutting his eyes, which alleviated the sensation somewhat. Even so, his face paled, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. What's wrong? Shen Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu simultaneously crouched beside him, supporting his arms. It's quite normal. Many who examine stones experience this condition. Vice President Wang chuckled lightly. Rapid mental calculations deplete energy. A brief rest will suffice. As he spoke, he moved to the opposite side, granting the 2 women space. Shen Junyi, without hesitation, wiped Yi Qing's forehead with her sleeve and inquired with concern. This is common? Do you know why everyone travels in groups to the Yangon public auction? Vice President Wang smiled. It's because no matter how skilled one is, no one has the stamina to examine tens of thousands of stones. The only way to manage is to leverage the advantage of numbers, filtering through layers, and ultimately inviting experts to assess the best performing stones. The Jade King operates similarly. Shui Xiaoyu felt relieved upon seeing Yi Qing was fine. Yet she did not withdraw her arm, unconcerned as it rested against her heart. Vice President Wang remarked, every adept in stone gambling has team. The Jade King is no different. There are people who help him evaluate materials in advance, selecting the best performers before he decides whether to gamble or not. Isn't that deceitful? Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. Child, yet it also provides others with a chance to gain wealth. Vice President Wang chuckled. However, Old Guang is rather stingy. The public auction only permits experts within his circle to gamble, excluding outsiders. A few individuals conversed in hushed tones, The silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, all awaiting Yi Qing's recovery to make a decision on whether to sell or not. After a brief respite, the coolness emanating from the dragon stone had dispelled the dizziness clouding his mind, and his strength had returned. Yet he kept his eyes closed, pondering the jade concealed within the stone, which he estimated to be worth over 50 million. However, a single crack could ruin everything. The optimal strategy would be to find a willing buyer, though neither Lao Guang nor Boss Gao held any grudge against him, making them less than ideal candidates. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with two anxious faces, and he forced a chuckle. "I'm fine, just a bit mentally exhausted. Shall we sell the stone?" Boss Gao asked cautiously. "I came to Jade City today to have Master Qin assist me in crafting several jade ornaments." Yi Qing replied with a smile, setting the tone. "We must not delay too long, otherwise, Master Qin might become impatient and refuse to cooperate. However, since the window has not yet been polished, you cannot see clearly enough to make a decision. I shall first polish the stone." Vice President Wang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. This young man was no simpleton. The so-called dizziness often stemmed from the rapid depletion of the brain, insufficiently nourished. Another reason could be that disappointment outweighed expectation. This lad must have discerned something. Vice President Wang also illuminated the small window the size of a child's fingertip, revealing a stunning glimmer of green, breathtakingly beautiful. With a water grade of 3, devoid of cotton or blemishes, though its depths remained obscured. The finest jade, paired with the keenest eyes, could only perceive a water grade of 3. In the world of stone gambling, water is a specialized term, referring to the transparency of a piece of jade. Those in the circle are well aware that the water grade of jade correlates with its type, which pertains to its internal structure. A piece of jade with minimal impurities and high purity reflects a high transparency when viewed from the side. Thus it is said to possess good water grade. Observing such jade reveals a crystalline clarity, as if it exudes a vibrant, watery quality. Conversely, poor transparency renders it dull and lifeless, characterized by a lack of spirit. Hence a poor water grade. Under normal lighting, the degree to which light penetrates the jade is the standard by which insiders measure water grade, classified as 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points of water. 1 point signifies that with a powerful flashlight, one can see 3 millimeters into the jade. 2 points allow visibility up to 6 millimeters, and 3 points up to 9 millimeters. Only jade from the old pit can reach a water grade of 3. The jade revealed through the window of this rough stone is high ice, akin to pure mineral water frozen into ice cubes, exhibiting a white, murky state. Even experts can only see 2 points of water before relying entirely on luck for the rest. Clearly, this young man intended to sell, but he had yet to reveal the stone's maximum value. What had he truly discerned? Could that barely perceptible crack indeed ruin this material? His skilled window-opening technique and cunning psychology marked him as a clever fox. Vice President Wang's wariness heightened to an unprecedented level. Just as doubts circulated, Yi Qing embraced the rough stone and strode towards the cutting machine, prompting an uproar among the onlookers. Was he truly going to cut the stone? After a brief pause, the crowd surged forward. The shop's luck had already been dismal that day. Everyone was eager to see if this audacious young man could turn Boss Gao's fortunes around. Vice President Wang approached, perplexed, and asked, "Are you really going to cut it? To separate the jade from the stone and then decide?" "Je vink answered affirmative." Pressing the button, the machine whirred to life, its blade swiftly slicing into the rough stone, while Vice President Wang assisted in cooling it with water. Debris and slurry spraying everywhere. Wang observed the rough stone, still in doubt. What was this young man planning? Had he perhaps misjudged, and the crack had not compromised the stone? However, Yi Qing's cutting technique was undoubtedly expert. It was evident he was skilled, though his chosen location seemed amiss. Generally, one cuts along cracks and fissures to maximize the extraction of jade. The price disparity between jade with green and that without is immense, and the difference between striped green and full green is astronomical. The purpose of slicing along the cracks is to excise the portions containing green from those devoid of it. Yet, discerning where jade lies beneath the rough exterior is nearly impossible. What gave this young man such confidence? Did he possess some form of X-ray vision? Lao Guang's earlier stone cutting had already been audacious, and now this young man was undertaking an even bolder act. One could scarcely fathom the recklessness of it. I agree. A master cannot discern a mere inch of jade. Even if a large window is opened, one cannot guarantee it isn't merely a patch of green. As long as green hasn't penetrated, the stone will collapse, some murmured. He must be a novice. After a few lucky bets, he thinks he is invincible, unaware of the depths of this trade. I suspect he is just a charmer. The two girls beside him are stunning, another commented. Indeed, how else could he act so recklessly? They laughed. Shen Junyi smiled silently, while Shui Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at the remarks. This topic spread rapidly, drawing in more curious onlookers. Sister Junyi, they all appear skeptical. Shui Xiaoyu inquired cautiously. When Yi Qing gambles, he never heeds others' opinions. Shen Junyi smiled. I believe in him. In truth, she too found Yi Qing's audacity remarkable. Yet he had repeatedly shown her what miracles could transpire. Cut. The rough stone split in two. The jarring sound abruptly ceased as Vice President Wang swiftly doused it with water. Mud and stone debris cascaded down, eliciting a chorus of disappointment from the crowd. Neither piece of rough stone revealed any green. Yet, Yi Qing's next move left them utterly baffled. He kicked aside half of the rough stone and seized the polishing machine, once more unleashing the sharp sound of grinding. Witnessing this spectacle reignited the crowd's fervor. Strange occurrences abound every year, but today seemed particularly rife with them. Could a cut stone still yield green? Watching Yi Qing's actions, Zhao Biao's eyes sparkled with schadenfreude and undisguised disdain. However, Vice President Wang observed with curiosity. Earlier, Yi Qing had stated he would separate the jade from the stone with a single cut. Indeed, that cut was masterfully executed, cleaving the rough stone without harming the jade within. Moreover, he realized that for Yi Qing, 120,000 was trivial. Yet witnessing such youthful audacity stirred a long-buried thrill within him, a sensation he hadn't felt in years. As the years passed, one's courage waned. In youth, fear was but a stranger, and cutting stone was an act of decisiveness and precision. Yet in middle age, wisdom often dictates restraint. Selling jade ornaments rather than gambling on stones, driven by the dread of losing everything. Boss Gao and Lao Guang stared, unblinking, as they observed Yi Qing's cutting. Their expressions were more astonished than doubtful. Watching Vice President Wang's cutting technique had already left them in awe. Yi Qing was intensely focused, his hands steady as if forged from iron. Opening the window was a technical endeavor, and crafting a window resembling the elegant brows of a beautiful maiden was a feat of artistry. Only such a window could deceive all eyes, allowing them to perceive the jade's most exquisite hues while concealing any fissures within. Gradually, as Yi Qing expanded the window, the rotating grinding head and the jade material emitted a piercing sound, captivating the crowd's gaze. They were astonished to discover that the grinding head traced a graceful arc, akin to the delicate brows of a beauty, devoid of any superfluous detail. Chapter 95. The fishhook is baited, awaiting the catch. What a terrifying power! Such precise craftsmanship in stone polishing. As the crowd marveled, Yi Qing hastened his pace, and with a swift motion of his hand, the grinding head left a beautiful arc upon the raw stone. The unsightly rock revealed a glimmer of emerald, akin to the exquisite brow of a celestial beauty. The allure of the green was breathtaking, reminiscent of a spring's gentle waters, without the need for illumination. All present regarded Yi Qing with a gaze of astonishment, questioning whether he was indeed human, for he had accurately anticipated the jade's direction. Vice President Wang, having sipped some water, was about to speak when he noticed Yi Qing shift positions to continue polishing the stone. This time, the drill pressed directly downward, burrowing into the raw stone, revealing a window no larger than a thumbprint. No green, hesitated the seasoned merchant. What's wrong? The drill's laborious entry suggested that the jade within was of substantial quality. Otherwise, such effort would be unnecessary. The merchant gasped in astonishment. As Yi Qing lifted his arm, the sound of the polishing machine abruptly ceased. He took a seat on a nearby stone to rest, while a throng of jewelers rushed forward, each wielding powerful flashlights to inspect the jade's interior. 3 windows had been opened, allowing them to estimate the jade's size. 2 sides glimmered green, a sight to behold, while one side was colorless ice jade. Brother, will this side open another window? The merchant asked anxiously. No more windows. I'm too tired. Yi Qing dabbed the sweat from his forehead. I have a general understanding of the material. My purpose in cutting is merely to facilitate transport, not for sale. The merchant was taken aback. How much will you offer? Yi Qing glanced at the eager Wang Bo and Zhao Biao beside him. 20 million. The merchant blurted out, leaving a group of smaller jewelers utterly speechless. Such boldness was to be expected from the affluent merchant, whose wealth was indeed extraordinary. If you open another window, even without green, I'll offer 30 million. Zhao Biao interjected, his urgency palpable. Chun Lu, the heiress of Tianlu jewelry? The merchant exclaimed. Do you know her? Somewhat familiar. We've dined together a few times. Yeving, replied Rising. Lulu, gather our things. We must leave. Master Qin is awaiting us, and it would be impolite to keep him waiting. Liu no dead. Handing the plastic bag to Shun Junyi before lifting a half block of raw stone. 30 million. I'll offer 30 million. Zhao Biao shouted. The risk of stone cutting is mine to bear. Yi Qing regarded him with a smile, retorting, when have you seen me cut stones that carry risk? Zhao Biao faltered. This stone is essentially a guaranteed find. With patience, the jade will be revealed. I can no longer wait, so I shall not polish it further. Yi Qing scoffed. Taking advantage is one thing, but your method is absurd. 40 million, I can transfer immediately. Zhao Biao gritted his teeth. Even if you bring this jade to Riley, it won't reach Chun Lu. 45 million. The polishing job is yours. Upon this declaration, Lulu halted, revealing the window of the willow leaf jade. May I take another look? Vank Boy inquired tentatively. My dealings are fair. Feel free to look, but not for too long. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. You have a maximum of half an hour. This statement elicited laughter from the crowd. To require half an hour to inspect a stone with 3 windows was indeed foolish, yet it underscored Yi Qing's integrity and self-assured judgment. Lulu placed the stone on the ground, while Wang Bo and Zhao Biao inspected each window with their flashlights. Shen Junyi stood behind Yi Qing, offering to massage his shoulders. Shui Xiaoyu approached him, about to speak, when Yi Qing unexpectedly pinched her calf. Junyi, look at him. Shui Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. Yeving, unfazed, inhaled deeply, declaring, how fragrant. This distraction caused Shui Xiaoyu to forget her intended question, her embarrassment prompting her to step away, wary of further mishaps. Vice President Wang squatted nearby, simply watching with a smile. He had witnessed such scenarios before. It was akin to baiting a hook, waiting for the fish to bite. However, the rules of stone gambling dictated that one should remain discreet. To speak too freely could lead to enmity. No wonder Yi Qing had previously remarked that obstructing someone's financial prospects was akin to murdering their parents. This was clearly a message directed at himself. Had it not been for Yi Qing pointing out that fissure, none in the shop would have discerned the underlying intricacies. Yi Qing had successfully wagered on the quality and color, yet he was willing to afford others the opportunity to gamble on the fissures. After a lengthy examination, Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, along with the smaller jewelers, nodded in approval. The merchant attempted to shine his light for a closer look, but found himself unable to intrude. Everywhere was exclusionary. Such occurrences were common, and Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were clearly determined to prevent Yi Qing from selling the stone to them or Chen Lu. After a full 20 minutes, Wang Bo finally nodded in satisfaction. I'll transfer the funds. Zhao Biao abruptly seized his arm. Wait, this isn't a guaranteed find. It's a gamble. We should co-invest. Wang Bo, intrigued, considered the dimensions of the stone. 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, with 5 or 6 potential bracelet positions. Even if it bore little green, a single bracelet could exceed 1 million. If the green were more prominent, its value could soar into the millions. If it were entirely green, a high-quality, fully green bracelet could fetch tens of millions at current prices. No need for excess, just 3 pieces would suffice. With a few more dozen pieces, those with green could reach 1 million, and even those without would command 500,000. The greatest value lay in the potential for future sales, as releasing it in May or June could yield prices 2 or 3 times higher, over 100 million. Let us pool our resources and transfer separately, Wang Bo suggested with a smile. 3-party transaction. Yi Qing was taken aback. This requires a contract. Without one, if either party reneges, who will I turn to for resolution? Wang Bo chuckled. Aren't you accompanied by a lawyer? Just print 3 copies. All right, you've thought of everything. I concede to both of you. Yi Qing relented, turning to instruct Shun Junyi briefly. She nodded with a smile and approached the computer at the counter, quickly drafting 3 contracts. Yi Qing reviewed them, writing 1 open raw stone in the material section before signing his name. Wang Bo also reviewed the document and promptly initiated the transfer. Once the bank notification arrived, Lulu nodded at Yi Qing, who clasped his fists in farewell and turned to leave with the plastic bag. The shop buzzed with inquiries. Polishing stones? Zhao Biao affirmed. Yes, this is a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 96. The deal is sealed. Shui Xiaoyu trailed closely behind Yi Qing, still vexed at having been inadvertently taken advantage of. How could you do that? She grumbled. How did I do what? Yi Qing replied, perplexed. Shui Xiaoyu, flustered, exclaimed, why speak in riddles when you could be straightforward? Cut out. Yi Qing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance her way. Tell me, which part of you could I touch openly? Shui Xiaoyu, infuriated, ground her teeth and stamped her foot, wishing she could kick him away. You nearly sabotaged my big opportunity, and I haven tea yet settled the score with you. Yi Qing huffed dismissively. Junyi has warned you multiple times to keep quiet, yet you refuse to listen. Shall I be blamed for that? Shui Xiaoyu stared at him in shock. That piece of material. Yi Qing rubbed his nose, grinning mischievously. The benefits I acquire are not so easily gained, especially since they harbor animosity towards me. If I don't take advantage of them, who should I? 45 million is enough to drive someone to despair. Shui Xiaoyu retorted indignantly. They 1T jump. Their wealth is substantial. Yi Qing's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he remarked coldly. However, should there be a next time, the outcome may differ. He turned to Shui Xiaoyu. This is your final warning. If you speak thoughtlessly again, be prepared to leave immediately. Junyi, look how fierce he is. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shun Junyi smiled as she wrapped her arm around her shoulder and softly remarked, this is not ferocity. It is merely a matter of protocol. I have already advised you not to speak while Yi Qing is gambling with stones. Today, he has shown you considerable grace. Even Sister Amin has once been chastised by him to the extent that she could not lift her head. I have suffered significant losses, and yet was in the wrong. Shui Xiaoyu protested. Who invited you to approach him? Shen Junyi's expression darkened instantly. Did I not inform you that his affections run too deep for you to bear? Shui Xiaoyu cast a furtive glance at her. Junyi, I truly had no such intentions. Shen Junyi snorted coldly. Correct your faults where they exist, and strive where they do not. Yi Qing approached, wrapping his arms around Shun Junyi's slim waist. Observing Shui Xiaoyu's pitiful demeanor, he felt a twinge of sympathy and chuckled. Have you not considered that if not for your incessant chatter, would I have purchased that stone? I concede that I am in a difficult position, yet when I resell it, you would still want to speak up. Wouldn't that invite scorn? How was I to know that you did not have faith in that stone? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed with indignation. Moreover, you sold it for such a high price. Yi Qing laughed. The ability to profit is my talent. In the world of stone gambling, that is permissible. Did you not notice that Vice President Wang did not utter a single word? If I had violated the rules, he would have intervened long ago. At that moment, a single word from you could have prevented the sale of that stone. 1,200,000 is no small sum. You can either pay me or ask Zhao Lei for reimbursement. The mention of money filled Shui Xiaoyu with dread. She had just begun working, and her bank balance was merely over 10,000. She found it impossible to compare herself with these extravagant merchants, unless she shamelessly asked her family for funds. However, the young lady was quite proud and pouted defiantly. That raw stone truly holds no value. You will soon find out. Yi Qing replied mysteriously, slowing his pace to examine the raw stones outside the shop. Shun Junyi was both amused and exasperated, lightly punching him on the arm. What is this? Sending people to the rooftop to queue while you stand below to enjoy the spectacle? Do you not fear being splattered with blood? Avoiding risk is my foresight, yet ultimately, seeing is believing. Ye vink lafit heartily. That is commercial fraud. Shui Xiaoyu cried out indignantly, shaking her little fist. Yi Qing turned to her with a bemused expression. Your father is a raw stone merchant. Does he not guarantee that every stone he sells contains jade? If we follow your reasoning, he would be the greatest fraudster of all. Why do you not have him arrested? You are just making excuses. Shui Xiaoyu's voice dwindled immediately. You're the one making excuses, not I. Yi Qing replied leisurely. Every circle has its own rules, and the stone gambling circle is no different. It permits others to sell windowed stones. Moreover, I have signed a contract that explicitly states it is a windowed raw stone. Whether it contains jade or what type of water and color it has cannot be predicted by anyone. If they choose to accept it, they must bear the risk. Shui Xiaoyu was left speechless, unable to retort. Yi Qing glanced at her with a smile. In truth, you and your group ought to be tossed into Panjiayuan for a few years of training. Upon your return, you would be seasoned veterans. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, even Shun Junyi became curious, while Shui Xiaoyu stared at him wide-eyed, unblinking. Those who conduct business in Panjiayuan can sell Qingming porcelain as Ming or Qing, and can deceive buyers into thinking last week's bronze artifacts are from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, without ever having to worry about buyers seeking refunds. Ye vink gurinnet vikidli. Shinjunyi and Shui Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback. Qing Ming and last week? What eras were those? Could they truly be sold as Ming or Qing? Why not? Shinjunyi replied in astonishment. If a lawsuit were to arise, I could have them declared bankrupt. Do not say that. Yi Qing sneered, casting her a disdainful glance. Even your master, Zhou Yonghe, could not sue them. How is that possible? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. What is impossible about it? Yi Qing shook his head. They have long specified in the contract that they are selling a piece of craft, never indicating the era. If the buyer is deceived, they can only blame their own lack of discernment. The state actually permits such transactions to exist. Shui Xiaoyu was flabbergasted. This statement caused even the shopkeeper, who had just stepped out to greet customers, to burst into laughter, teasing. Anyway, those who buy raw stones from me once they extract jade have never shared a single cent with me. Once purchased, each party bears their own profits and losses. That is the rule. Boss, do you have any good materials? Yi Qing asked with a smile. These materials are quite decent, the shopkeeper replied, also smiling. They are all from old mines. Although they are kilogram materials, they may well contain jade. If a glass-like imperial green is revealed, the boss stands to gain immensely. The two girls rolled their eyes in unison, pursing their lips to retort. Yi Qing quickly rose, grasping both of their wrists. Boss, please forgive me, my eyes are not keen. Gambling with stones is akin to buying a lottery ticket. If you do not buy, you will never win a grand prize. The shopkeeper continued earnestly. Boss, you look radiant. Why not give it a try? Suddenly, someone called from behind. Yi Qing, stop right there. Chapter 97. If you act despicably, do not blame others for their cruelty. As Zhao Biao lunged forward, claws bared, Lulu coldly snorted and delivered a side kick, sending Zhao Biao's hefty figure flying backward, rolling several times on the ground. Speak your piece. Do not launch a sneak attack from behind. Zhao Biao, nearly dazed from the pain, struggled to catch his breath, unable to speak. As the crowd focused, they beheld a piece of material as tender as spring grass shoots, its green hue breathtaking, while another piece resembled ice, showcasing excellent quality. However, both pieces bore glaring cracks. In the world of stone gambling, cracks are a known risk. Yi Qing chuckled. You are also a director of the Jade Association. Do you not understand that accepting another's windowed material also entails risk? After finally regaining his breath, Zhao Biao, with Vice President Wang's assistance, stood up and shouted angrily. You clearly noticed the cracks inside, and that is why you intentionally flipped it. Fatima, Vice President Wang, was taken aback. Do you have evidence? Zhao Biao's heart sank. Without evidence, it is merely slander. I have never needed evidence to act. Mere suspicion is sufficient. This time, I shall let you incur some losses. Next time, I shall have you queue on the rooftop. Je vink projemet imperiously. Zhao Biao involuntarily shivered. He had never encountered such a domineering individual. The robbery case in Qingshui town is related to you. Vice President Wang became furious, shouting, Do you know that this jeopardizes the livelihoods of all merchants in Tangchong? They are the masterminds. Shui Xiaoyu instinctively surged forward, but was firmly held back by Shinjunyi, who shot her a fierce glare. The young girl finally realized that her current role was not that of a police officer, but rather a bodyguard. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, confronted by the enraged Vice President Wang and the gathered Tangchong merchants, dared not utter a word, pushing through the crowd and fleeing. Yizving, I genuinely did not know this matter was related to them. Vice President Wang said apologetically. I must thank Vice President Wang for your just words today. Yi Qing smiled. Let's not dwell on these trivialities. Although the police have yet to find evidence linking them to the case, I believe the truth will eventually come to light. Vice President Wang nodded. If they truly are the culprits, I will certainly appeal to the higher authorities to expel such troublemakers from the Jade Association. Seeing that Vice President Wang was a man of integrity, the current Jade Association was rife with corruption and needed to be rectified. Vice President Wang nodded apologetically, then shifted the topic. Are you all going to find Master Qin? Indeed. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. I have a piece of material and would like to ask Master Qin to help carve a few ornaments. Let's go together. I also wish to see that stubborn old man. Vice President Wang chuckled, walking alongside Yi Qing. However, if you want Master Qin to assist in carving jade, you must present quality materials, otherwise he will not lend a hand. It is no wonder he harbored such suspicions. Among the four of them, Lulu was holding a handbag. Shinjunyi was carrying a women's purse, neither of which could accommodate jade. Only Yi Qing was holding a black plastic bag. But who would place treasures worth a fortune in a mere plastic bag? Yi Qing smiled, but refrained from engaging further, hesitant to reveal the jadeite worth 70 million in such a public setting. Vice President Wang, fully aware of the circumstances, did not press the matter. Master Qin, whose full name is Qin Changzheng, has two sons, Qin Hongjun and Qin Jianjun, who have inherited all his skills. While I cannot guarantee Master Qin's assistance, I am friends with his sons. Uncle Wang, rest assured, the jadeite prepared by Yi Qing will certainly entice Grandfather Qin to act. Shui Xiaoyu declared proudly. Don't think you can bully me. Besides, Uncle Wang is not an outsider. Shui Xiaoyu retreated in fear, realizing that a public slap on her rear would be utterly embarrassing. What is your relationship exactly? Vice President Wang inquired, sensing something amiss. We're classmates. I opened a small shop in Kyoto, and Xiaoyu insisted on working with me. She is now my employee. Yi Qing replied, a hint of distress on his face. However, her straightforwardness is not suited for our line of work. Vice President Wang nodded in agreement. You all look down on me, Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, cleverly concealing her identity as a police officer while expressing her indignation. Xiaoyu, in this industry, there's a saying, what you see is not necessarily what you say. Vice President Wang advised earnestly, as long as one does not violate the law or the rules of the stone gambling circle. How others conduct themselves is entirely reasonable and lawful. Moreover, this incident is not entirely Yi Qing's fault. Had he not spoken out, he would not have purchased that stone. Besides, after Yi Qing opened the window, he intended to leave. But Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were worried he would sell the jadeite to old Guang merchants, hence the exorbitant price. However, gambling on stones carries risk. Even half-gambling materials involve chance. If they fail, they can only blame fate. After being scolded, Shui Xiaoyu pouted in grievance. Vice President Wang smiled apologetically. This girl has always been intolerant of evil. She cannot abide any wrongdoing. Instead of focusing on her family business, she has chosen to work for you. Since you are classmates, please be more accommodating. Do not worry, Uncle Wang. I will ensure she does not suffer. Xiaoyu is clever and will mature with time. Yi Qing remarked, adopting an elder-esque tone. Vice President Wang chuckled knowingly. However, your method of opening the window, remember, what you see is not necessarily what you say. Yi Qing laughed and interjected, good news does not leave the house, while bad news travels far. If the master has been wronged, the disciple must seek revenge. I shall keep this matter to myself. What are you all talking about? I don't understand. Shui Xiaoyu asked curiously. Vice President Wang has asked me to find an old man sweeping the streets in Kyoto to be your husband. Ye think it seriously. I asked if he could be somewhat unattractive, and he said that would be fine. Chapter 98. Meeting Qin Mingyue again. Nonsense. Wang interjected. Qin Mingyue is a friend of Yi Qing's. Uncle would never insult me like that. Shui Xiaoyu shot him an indignant glare. This is your own doing. Yi Qing suppressed a laugh and advised, Xiaoyu, one must learn from their mistakes. Do not stumble twice in the same pit, or even heaven cannot save you. Vice President Wang nodded, reflecting, in the stone gambling circle, one misstep can lead to a lifetime of hardship. Xiaoyu, it seems old Shui's foresight in keeping you away from this circle was indeed wise. Shui Xiaoyu pouted in frustration. Qin Changzheng's jade shop, named Xiao Jiaoyipin, was a two-story building adorned with an ancient charm. The shop was not wide but deep, clearly designed in a front shop and back factory layout. On both sides of the shop, glass display cases showcased finely crafted jadeite ornaments, with several customers trying them on with the help of the staff. Ye Vink Aprurochit took a glance and silently turned to leave. Vice President Wang chuckled and pulled him back. Judging by appearances can lead to mistakes. Currently, the stone gambling market is unprofitable, and quality jadeite is hard to find. The materials being cut are all of inferior quality, such as bean varieties or horse teeth types. Not only Master Qin, but even his two sons refuse to carve such low-grade jadeite. The pieces in the display cases are machine-made, consigned by stone gamblers. Yi Qing's expression softened slightly, yet he remained skeptical. Shui Xiaoyu peered into the depths of the shop and called out, Grandfather Qin, Xiaoyu has come to see you. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the beautiful woman who emerged, Yi Qing was equally stunned. What brings you here? They both exclaimed in unison. Seeing yet another beauty, Shinjini felt both exasperated and bitter, realizing the task assigned to her by little Buddha would be challenging. Do you know each other? She inquired warily. This is the lovely flight attendant from the flight I took to Rue Li, Qin Mingyue. Yi Qing replied with a smile. I was feeling unwell on the plane, and it was Qin Mingyue's kindness that helped me wipe my sweat, even ruining her handkerchief which she refused to let me pay for. Mr. Yi, it is our duty as flight attendants, and besides, it was just a handkerchief. Not worth much, Qin Mingwei responded gracefully, despite not wearing her uniform. She smiled at Shui Xiaoyu, saying, when she calls grandfather Qin, she is referring to my grandfather. I should have brought a gift since I get to see you here. Yi Qing awkwardly remarked. People from the capital are usually so polite. Qin Mingwei playfully replied, has the boss caused you any trouble? He has changed careers and is now cutting stones. Remembering the near altercation with Wang Liang over Qin Mingwei on the plane, Yi Qing couldn't help but chuckle. It was just a misunderstanding, he said, shaking his head with a smile, before introducing Shun Junyi. This is my fiancée, Yi. Shun Junyi. I came to Rui Li primarily to find her. Qin Mingwei glanced at the strikingly beautiful Shun Junyi, her eyes fleetingly reflecting a hint of disappointment, and smiled. A match made in heaven. You and Mr. Yi are indeed a perfect pair? Thank you. Shun Junyi replied with a radiant smile. Miss Mingwei is also a great beauty and exudes elegance, making me feel inferior. Such grace comes from the airline's etiquette training. Qin Mingwei responded politely, turning to Vice President Wang. Uncle Wang, what brings you all here? Yi Qing wishes to ask your grandfather for assistance in carving a few pieces of jewelry. I was concerned your grandfather might be too stubborn to agree, so I came along. Vice President Wang replied with a smile. Qin Mingwei chuckled lightly. It won't be easy to persuade my grandfather to work. He hasn't carved jade himself in many years. However, if Xiaoyu and I plead with him, he might just relent. She turned to Yi Qing, follow me. As Qin Mingwei led everyone upstairs, she leaned in and whispered, grandfather is having tea upstairs. If he refuses, don't be anxious. I'll find a way. Thank you. Yi Qing said with a smile, but his gaze was distracted by Qin Mingwei's swaying figure, particularly her curvaceous form, prompting him to gently push Shun Junyi forward. You and Sister Mingwei seem to have a fateful connection, Shui Xiaoyu remarked with a grin. Yi Qing smacked his forehead, realizing her emotional intelligence could easily keep her single for a century. Noting Shun Junyi's heightened vigilance, he warned, Xiaoyu, if you don't marry, don't blame others. Why wouldn't I get married? Shui Xiaoyu retorted incredulously. Even if I do, I'll just be a disaster for someone. Yi Qing replied earnestly, learn to observe and understand like Sister Mingwei, and your future will be limitless. Otherwise what? Shui Xiaoyu challenged. Society will teach you how to behave. Yi Qing patted her shoulder as they ascended to the second floor. Upon entering a spacious living room furnished with redwood, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair sat elegantly in a Luohan chair, brewing tea. Upon seeing the group, he did not rise but smiled and nodded. Grandfather Qin. Vice President Wang stepped forward first. Ah, Xiao Wang, what a pleasant surprise to see you here visiting this old man. Qin Changzheng inquired with a smile. I am here accompanying young friend Yi Qing. Vice President Wang replied respectfully. Yi Qing, my young friend. Qin Changzheng expressed a hint of surprise. Grandfather, Qin Mingwei, kneeling beside him, glanced at Yi Qing and said, this is the passenger I mentioned earlier who fell ill on the plane. I didn't expect him to find his way here. Yi Qing stepped forward and slightly bowed. The younger generation pays respects to the elder. A fine young man indeed, and quite spirited. Qin Changzheng nodded with a smile. Can you brew tea? A little, Yi Qing replied, sitting down across from him. He picked up the purple clay teapot, gently swirled it, inhaled the aroma, and poured some tea onto the teapot in the TC, saying, this is exquisite tea aged for 20 years. Chapter 99. The Phoenix nodded. Qin Changzheng, however, remained silent, watching as Yi Qing filled the cup with hot water, gently swirling it before pouring it into the aroma cup, which he presented to Qin Changzheng with both hands. Qin Changzheng brought the aroma cup to his nose and inhaled, his surprise evident as he remarked, what an exquisite skill. And just from the aroma, you discern that this is aged tea. My father enjoys tea, and I have spent years gathering fine leaves. Learning a bit of the art of tea myself, Yi Qing said with a smile as he poured the tea into 6 small purple clay cups, precisely measuring each drop. Qin Mingwei regarded him thoughtfully, assisting in distributing the cups to everyone. After taking a sip herself, her eyes brightened. This flavor is different. The Phoenix nodded again. Instead of pouring hot water directly, it was poured slowly along the wall of the pot, allowing the hot water to seep into the leaves without scorching them, thus bringing out the smooth aroma of the pu'er tea. Yi Qing, smiling, lifted the teacup and savored a sip. One should not drink the tea all at once. It should be divided into 3 sips. First bitter, then astringent, and finally sweet, mirroring the journey of life. Indeed, you are commendable for your youthful insights, Qin Changzheng affirmed. A remarkable individual. One can discern the essence of life from a single cup of tea. Shui Xiaoyu imitated and took a shallow sip, frowning. It always tastes bitter to me. You are still young, lacking in worldly experience. It's hard for you to appreciate. Qin Changzheng chuckled, waving his hand, child. I received your call yesterday. What is it that made me wait so long? Yi Qing had cut out a piece of fine jade and requested Qin grandfather's assistance to appraise it. Shui Xiaoyu said proudly. Please, elder, lend your discerning eye. Yi Qing carefully placed the glass-type green jade on the table, having retrieved it from a black plastic bag. Vice President Wang glanced at the priceless treasure on the table, then at the black plastic bag, incredulous, you truly. Before he could finish, Qin Changzheng had already picked up 2 jade pieces, each the size of a man's fist, squinting his eyes against the light. Everyone fell silent, waiting patiently. After a good 10 minutes, Qin Changzheng sighed. What a marvelous piece. I haven't seen jade like this in years. Is it worth your investment, elder? Ye think inuit tentativity. What do you intend to carve? Qin Changzheng asked seriously. You are testing me. Yi Qing chuckled. The most beautiful parts of this jade can only yield 3 pendants. Indeed, good eye. Qin Changzheng nodded affirmatively. However, carving ordinary pendants from this glass-type jade would squander its potential. It requires thoughtful consideration to transform it into a timeless masterpiece. How long can you remain in Tingchong? Only 3 days at most, Yi Qing frowned. Time is certainly insufficient. Qin Changzheng expressed regret. Let him keep the jade, then. Qin Mingyue said, with a cheerful smile upon hearing her grandfather's agreement. Child, this jade is worth at least 100 million at current market value. Qin Changzheng chuckled, shaking his head. Even if he dared to keep it, I wouldn't have the courage to accept it. Such a high price. Qin Mingyue playfully stuck out her tongue, deterred from speaking further. If you have a concept, how long will the carving take? Yi Qing pondered aloud. Using a water jet for cutting and an electric engraving tool for carving and manual polishing can be done quickly. Qin Changzheng replied earnestly. However, without a good concept, you risk ruining this material. I'll sketch it out. Elder, please take a look. Yi Qing smiled, retrieving a notebook and pen from Lu Li's bag, and began to draw on the rosewood tea table. One jade pendant resembled a full moon, with gracefully curved leaves on the left, akin to a crescent moon, where a small boy reclined lazily, his face beaming with joy. The second piece depicted a prosperity gourd, entwined with a branch and adorned with 6 leaves, distributed in an aesthetically pleasing manner. The third was a peace token, with a branch at the top bearing 6 leaves, seemingly blown by the wind. While below was a fox leaping, its front legs airborne, back legs grounded, and its bushy tail forming a straight line as if chasing the drifting branch. Though the 3 images were sketched with few strokes, they vividly captured the essence of the branches, leaves, figures, and fox, with a concept so ingenious it appeared effortlessly natural. Even in black and white, one could discern the enchanting beauty of the completed work. Qin Changzheng's eyes lit up. This is not merely a commodity. It is a gift from the heart. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. This concept is commendable, yet it would squander the material. Qin Changzheng remarked gravely. Lifting the jade for comparison, to extract these 3 pieces, you would lose all surrounding material, leaving only enough for earrings. Let us not worry about the cost. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Platinum as a base. Qin Changzheng continued. Using platinum as a base would make it thinner. That is a skill from Jiang. Maximizing the jade's value, which may appear more lustrous, but is not sufficient for timelessness. Yi Qing shook his head in refusal with a smile. Then the remaining material can only yield 4 pendants. Qin Changzheng lamented. I still need to carve a laughing Buddha for Shui Xiaoyu. Yi Qing added with a grin. Qin Changzheng was taken aback, turning to Shui Xiaoyu. Do you not already possess one? Such a waste. Qin Changzheng's face contorted. A look of disappointment etched across it. Grandfather, I truly did it by accident, worried about my father's reprimand. So I asked Yi Qing to share a bit of jade with me, Shui Xiaoyu said, nearly in tears. Hearing her explanation, Qin Changzheng's mood lightened slightly as he said seriously, even if you do not use the most precious part of this jade, do you comprehend how much it costs to carve a laughing Buddha from this material? This is a gift for Xiaoyu. No payment is necessary. Yi Qing interjected hastily, concerned that Shui Xiaoyu might cry. Even if it is a gift, it must be clear and transparent. Qin Changzheng stated sternly. A laughing Buddha carved from such material is worth at least several million. If auctioned, it could easily fetch over 10 million. Xiaoyu owes you a substantial favor. Yi Qing laughed heartily. The younger generation does not suffer losses. Xiaoyu promised to persuade her father to open the treasure trove and let me select gambling stones. This material was the result of your gamble? Qin Changzheng exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes widened. Yi Qing humbly smiled. Just fortunate. Old Qin, this is not mere luck. It is true skill. Vice President Wang added with a smile. Today, the young friend has gambled on a stone, and I have been thoroughly enlightened. In hushed tones, he recounted the events of the day. Not only did Qin Changzheng's eyes widen in surprise, but even Qin Mingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at him. Chapter 100, Master Polishing. I did not expect you to be a master at gambling stones. Qin Changzheng laughed heartily. However, do you know how many years it has been since I last gambled and found glass-type jade with tricolor? Knowing its rarity is why I cannot bear to sell it. It is meant to create some adornments for my family. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Indeed. Qin Changzheng nodded in approval, excluding Xiaoyu's piece. What do you intend to do with the remaining 3? Could I carve a string of beads? Yi Qing's suggestion left everyone astonished. Carving beads? Do you realize how much material would be wasted? Qin Changzheng lamented. This is not the same as making pendants. The scraps from pendants can be used for earrings. However, carving beads requires cutting the material into small pieces for rounding, resulting in much waste, such as squandering of resources. Due to certain special circumstances, I owe my grandmother a bracelet, and after much searching, I have yet to find a suitable material. Thus, I have decided to craft her a string of beads, Yi Qing said with a cheerful smile. Grandma cannot wear a Buddha. Could we perhaps replace it with a gourd? Yi Qing asked earnestly. Qin Changzheng was taken aback. No Buddha, a soldier. Well, I suppose that qualifies as an old revolutionary. Yi Qing replied with a shy smile. From a family of soldiers, how did you learn to gamble on stones? Qin Changzheng was even more astonished. Yi Qing chuckled softly. My forebears, spanning 3 generations, bear names that reflect the era, yet they chose to carve jade. I am no different. My family does not require my assistance, but I have an inherent penchant for adventure, and by a twist of fate, I became an apprentice under my master, thus embarking on this profession. Respect for the master. Qin Changzheng observed him with a peculiar gaze. Carving jade is indeed an extension of the stone gambling trade, and in his youth, he too enjoyed gambling on stones, aware that jade appraisers often have a lineage. Due to certain issues, my master is unwell, Yi Qing said with a bittersweet smile. Before the matter is fully understood, I cannot disclose my name to you. I hope for your understanding. Qin Changzheng glanced at Vice President Wang, who nodded slightly, and thus refrained from further inquiries. He turned to Qin Mingyue. Please summon your father and your uncle. Qin Mingyue acknowledged and descended the stairs. Now that we have the blueprint, I wonder how long it will take for you, esteemed elder? Ye vink invited earnestly. For the 4 plaques, I will personally handle the round moon and willow leaf plaques, while the Red Army will be responsible for the laughing Buddha and the peace button, along with the military badge beads. It should take approximately 2 hours. So swift. Yi Qing was somewhat astonished. Do you not trust my craftsmanship? Qin Changzheng asked with a jovial tone. Yi Qing cast a glance at the laughing Buddha that Shui Xiaoyu had placed on the table. Your skills are beyond reproach, esteemed elder. I am in complete admiration. Yet I do not know. You should offer 5 million. Qin Changzheng mused before chuckling. Shui Xiaoyu nearly leapt up, pouting. Grandpa Qin, how unfair. Xiaoyu, do not create chaos. The price set by the elder is quite reasonable. Yi Qing quickly interjected. Only those who truly understand the art of jade refinement can be considered true masters. It requires years of accumulated experience to dare to make such a guarantee. What is jade refinement? Shui Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Yi Qing glanced at Qin Changzheng, seeing him smile in silence, and replied, carving such exquisite jade requires 3 essential processes: water adjustment, color adjustment, and light adjustment. However, for these 4 plaques, the selected jade is the most perfect part, and with no expense spared, thus water and color adjustments are unnecessary. Qin Changzheng clapped his hands in admiration. Indeed, the thinner a jade plaque, the better its quality, but that is merely a pursuit of profit by merchants. It is the thickness that determines value. This jade is truly of the old pit glass variety, sufficiently aged, with 3 parts water and a color that has reached the sunny and rich level. The only shortcoming is the slightly yellowish green, making the color too delicate and not quite right. However, after light adjustment, it reaches the level of being bright without being gaudy, which is the true upper echelon of colors. What is the upper echelon of colors? Shen Junyi asked with a smile. Yi Qing glanced at Shun Junyi. In Jade, green is paramount, with Imperial Green, Emerald Green, and Jade Green being the top 3 grades. Deep, subdued greens are more esteemed, while the middle grades include yellowish green, apple green, and scallion green. These 3 greens possess a yellowish hue, overly bright and flamboyant, carrying an inexplicable allure that ordinary women naturally favor. Yet, for women of noble families, such flamboyance is deemed excessive. Shun Junyi's cheeks flushed slightly. She understood well what Yi Qing meant by flamboyant, something absolutely impermissible in noble circles, which is precisely why Qin Changzheng undertook the light adjustment to achieve a level of brightness that remains tasteful. As they spoke, Qin Hongjun and Qin Jianjun followed Qin Mingwei upstairs. They were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s, smiling as they greeted everyone. Upon seeing the glass variety scallion green, they no longer paid heed to pleasantries, focusing intently on their observation. Qin Changzheng had already opened a partition on the 2nd floor, revealing a workshop of approximately 100 square feet. The Qin brothers examined the jade and blueprints before hastily entering the workshop, activating a water cutter to slice the jade. The greatest advantage of the water cutter is that it does not generate high heat during the cutting process, preventing jade from discoloration. However, the cost is exorbitant. Such a machine costs millions, making it unattainable for most workshops. Yi Qing entered with a plastic bag, glancing at the tools, which were impressively complete. Vice President Wang followed closely, jesting. What? Are you not at ease with old Qin? No, I merely wish to borrow the stone polishing machine to polish a few stones. Yi Qing replied with a cheerful grin. What kind of stones? Let me take a look. Qin Changzheng inquired curiously. Yi Qing smiled as he placed 4 stones on the workbench. Qin Changzheng and Vice President Wang gasped in unison. Hojiang. How could it possibly be Hojiang? Such material has not been seen in over 20 years. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired these few pieces and wish to polish them to see what they contain. If they are good, I shall carve them into ornaments, Yi Qing said with a smile. Such a bold move. I am truly humbled. Vice President Wang laughed sheepishly. Having been in the jade ornament business for so many years, I could not bear to spend that much to create jewelry for my family. Chapter 101, Glass Variety Red Spring. No one dares to guarantee that after missing such exquisite jade, they will encounter another. Yi Qing smiled. However, family is unique. The best things should naturally be given to them. Qin Changzheng nodded slightly, appreciating that this young man is a skilled stone gambler but not a reckless one. This is what earns him admiration. He guided Yi Qing to a side workbench, which housed a complete set of stone polishing tools. Let's use this set. I too wish to see what kind of surprise these 4 Hojiang raw stones will unveil. The act of cutting stones, whether they belong to oneself or not, induces an irresistible urgency. Yi Qing activated the polishing machine, taking a piece of garlic skin Hojiang material weighing around 70 to 80 grams. The skin was tight, the granules uniform, and a needle-like flex prickled the skin. The blade spun rapidly, yet Yi Qing's hands remained steady as he deftly rotated the Hojiang stone in his palm, gently removing a thin layer of skin without harming the precious jade within. A true master, Qin Changzheng praised sincerely, although the Hojiang stone was small. Its thin skin and ample interior meant that a careless mistake could harm the jade, leading to regret. Gambling, cutting, and polishing stones are all skills mastered through diligence. Vice President Wang shook his head in a rueful laugh. I truly do not know how his master trained him. There are no shortcuts to cutting and polishing stones. It relies solely on hard practice. Qin Changzheng shot him a look. This young man has undoubtedly cut through tens of thousands of stones to attain such steady technique. The small Hojiang stone was soon polished down to the size of an egg, revealing a piece of high ice dark green that was delightfully dark. Yet Yi Qing frowned, pondering in silence. Vice President Wang asked in astonishment, "This is also high-quality jade. Are you not satisfied?" Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. I wish to create pendants for my mother and mother-in-law, but dark green is not suitable. Do not be too greedy. The gods cannot discern a single inch of jade. Until the stone skin is removed, none can guarantee what jade lies within. Qin Changzheng laughed heartily. If you do not mind, let us both try our luck. After all, there are still 3 pieces left. Please. Yi Qing gestured graciously, stepping back. Qin Changzheng picked up a piece of Hojiang stone with a mulberry skin, bringing it close to the blade. After making a very tiny incision, he rinsed the Hojiang stone in water, and upon lifting it, he exclaimed in delight, "Red Spring." Yi Qing instantly felt a jolt. stepping forward to see the jade flesh already revealed inside. The term spring refers to a violet hue. Red spring, therefore, denotes a slight blush amidst the purple. Though it cannot compare to royal purple, red purple is one of the rarest shades found in purple jade. Qin Changzheng scrutinized it closely. The quality is quite good, and it is also high ice. Isn't Hojiang primarily glass variety? Yi Qing noted the quality, recognizing it as having an excellent foundation, free of impurities and cotton. However, he regrettably shook his head, but alas, it is not glass variety. Vice President Wang chuckled at him. Glass variety red purple is only one grade lower than glass variety imperial green. Do not be too greedy. High ice red purple, when fashioned into ornaments, would be snatched up in an instant on the market. Qin Changzheng paid no heed to the conversation between the two. His gaze fixated on a window, lifting his head with a smile. There's a piece of pendant. This stone, polished swiftly, weighed about 30 to 40 grams, resembling a pigeon's egg, with a splendid interplay of red and purple hues. Vice President Wang, unable to contain his excitement, picked up another piece of Hojiang stone and began to polish it. Yi Qing stood by, observing the red-purple pigeon egg alongside Qin Changzheng. Qin Changzheng remarked, "No need for excessive embellishment. Just adjust the water, color, and light to achieve the optimal shades of red and purple. Leave it to Elder Qin." Yi Qing chuckled, "We'll settle the cost later." Qin Changzheng laughed heartily. It's not that the old man is greedy for wealth. It's that this material merits all my craftsmanship. The piece of Hojiang stone overseen by Vice President Wang was also quickly polished, revealing a high-grade ice jade of rich, deep green, yet with an oddly shaped form, reminiscent of a thumb-sized crooked green gourd. Presenting the unveiled jade to Yi Qing, he smiled. "I have fulfilled my duty." Qin Changzheng retorted, "Try polishing a different stone for a change." Vice President Wang grinned mischievously, his hands itching with eagerness. "Yi Qing, will you give this one a go?" "Better let Vice President Wang handle it." Yi Qing gestured invitingly, while he and Qin Changzheng discussed what kind of ornament would suit the crooked gourd-like high-grade ice jade. After examining it from various angles, Qin Changzheng concluded, "Let us craft it into a gourd pendant, smooth and translucent, symbolizing longevity. How auspicious." Yi Qing couldn't think of any other shape, and altering it would incur significant loss, given it only weighed a few dozen grams. Let us heed Elder Qin's advice. What do you envision for that piece of ink jade? With two pendants decided upon, both promising lucrative ventures, Qin Changzheng's spirit soared. Let us make a handpiece, keeping its original form, carving a coiling dragon. Yi Qing instantly had an idea. Gifting inked jade to a woman might be inappropriate, but it was fine for a man. He had an elderly grandfather at home, and since he prepared a gift for his grandmother, but not for his grandfather, he would surely face consequences. Half an hour later, the second piece of garlic skin raw stone was polished, shape resembling a fierce tiger. No need to deliberate. Let us carve a tiger figurine. Qin Changzheng chuckled. Perfect for the old general. It seemed they would have to try their luck again tomorrow. Yi Qing sighed. What is the matter? Is it still not enough? Qin Changzheng and Vice President Wang were almost compelled to give him a good thrashing. This lad was exceedingly greedy. The red-purple pigeon egg was for his mother, the green gourd for his mother-in-law, the inked jade egg for his grandfather, and the tiger figurine for his grandfather from the Liu family. He had gifts for his grandmother, but still lacked a present for Liu family's grandmother. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. What should I gift her? Qin Changzheng and Vice President Wang could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Such rare treasures. Most people would never lay eyes on even one in their lifetime. Yet this lad had managed to acquire several, and still he was not satisfied. Vice President Wang chuckled awkwardly. Yi Qing, could I possibly have one of those 3 pieces? I'll pay whatever you ask. Before Yi Qing could respond, Qin Changzheng laughed heartily and patted his shoulder, teasing, "Don't even think about it. Did you not notice that all 3 pieces share a common trait? Leaves." Vice President Wang suddenly understood, casting a strange glance at him. "At such a young age, you are quite fortunate. Youth without romance is a wasted youth." Qin Changzheng winked, chuckling. "An explanation is merely a guise." Vice President Wang patted his shoulder. "No matter how you rationalize it, those 3 pieces are all carved with leaves, and you cannot clarify that. Then let us not explain. Think what you will." Yi Qing pondered, realizing he truly had no way to clarify. Chapter 102. The coiling dragon around a cloud pillar, the round moon willow leaf pendant was intended for Liu Yu, the entwined branch gourd for Shinjuni, and the safety buckle for the white fox. Tomorrow was the market day, with many old Burmese crossing over to sell stones. Perhaps luck would be on your side, and you could find a satisfactory stone to resolve your issues at once. Qin Changzheng admired his filial piety, noting that the jade he crafted for his family today had surpassed 150 million, a sum not easily afforded by everyone. However, it would be wise to prepare ample cash, as the Burmese do not accept transfers or checks, Vice President Wang advised. Qin Changzheng turned to see Qin Hongjun already using a water knife to cut out the 4 pieces, while slicing the remaining material into smaller chunks. One matter does not trouble 2 masters. Qin Changzheng laughed. For these 2 hand pieces, you'll design the blueprints. As for the pendants, I shall strive to make them perfect. Yi Qing, not one to be modest, took the 2 high-grade ice jade pieces to the living room. He retrieved a silver-white pen, and under the watchful eyes of the gathered women, he drew a coiling dragon on the inked jade, the dragon's head positioned perfectly at the top, forming a coiling dragon around a cloud pillar. The ice spinach green, however, portrayed a reclining tiger, eyes closed in deep slumber, yet with its front legs resting and back legs tense, seemingly ready to leap into action at any moment, roaring through the mountains. These 2 jade pieces, though sketched with few strokes, vividly illustrated the ferocity of the dragon and the grace of the tiger, leaving one in awe. Upon seeing the 2 beautifully illustrated jade pieces, Qin Changzheng's expression grew serious. What significance does this hold? Vice President Wang inquired curiously. Qin Changzheng sighed deeply. The coiling dragon represents a dragon that has yet to ascend to the heavens, also known as the round dragon, the fiercest beast on earth. In ancient times, such motifs were reserved for princes or high-ranking officials' robes. The reclining tiger, known as the mountain tiger, feasts upon the unwary, lying in wait, poised for action. This design is generally associated with military insignia. It seems this young man does not originate from an ordinary military family. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Your vision is remarkable. Both my elders have served in the military, but now they are like any ordinary old folks, quietly enjoying their twilight years, watching over their descendants. Qin Changzheng nodded with a smile, acknowledging the young man's humility and depth. However, there is only one prominent family named Yi in the capital. Since he was reluctant to disclose more, Qin Changzheng felt no need to expose him, smiling. All right, with the blueprints in hand, there is no longer any need for your involvement. Trust in the old man. You may go out and enjoy yourselves. Yi Qing understood that every craftsman cherishes their skills, recognizing this as a subtle dismissal. He chuckled and nodded. I entrust this to you, esteemed elder. Turning, he led the group downstairs. Shen Junyi linked her arm with his, inquiring with a smile. Where shall we go? Yi Qing glanced at his phone, reading the screen, and instantly grinned. We'll be staying in Tingchong for a few more days. You brought too few clothes, and Xiaoyu didn't even prepare any luggage. First, let us get you a few outfits. He looked up at Qin Mingwei. Can I take a small opportunity to repay your kindness? Qin Mingwei hesitated, wanting to help at the shop. I still need to watch the store. Don't worry, Sister Mingwei. Let the attendants manage it. Shui Xiaoyu pleaded. After a moment of consideration, Qin Mingwei agreed, giving a few instructions to the attendants before following the group towards the parking lot outside the Jade City, where Lulu opened the Audi car door, exclaiming, You bought a car here? Yes, but not this one. A few days ago, I got a flat tire and sent it for repairs. I'm borrowing this one from friend. Yi Qing grinned as he opened the door, allowing the 3 young women to sit in the back, while he took the front passenger seat. Off to the silkworm farmers. There's silkworm farmers here? Lulu asked, astonished. Yes, I just searched for it. Yi Qing affirmed, setting his phone's navigation in the holder as Lulu glanced at it and drove off. What exactly is a silkworm farmer? Shui Xiaoyu asked curiously. A luxury goods specialty store, Qin Mingwei replied with an elegant smile. It seems Mr. Yi is set to spend quite a bit today. Shen Junyi smiled sweetly, her gaze towards Yi Qing filled with admiration. Your fiancé, he calls you brother. Don't torment the single folks. That wouldn't be fair. Qin Mingwei joked. If I don't call you Mr. Yi, you shouldn't call me benefactor either. I'm older than you, so call me sister. When did Sister Mingwei become a flight attendant? Yi Qing quickly complied, changing his address. I was 18. I participated in the flight attendant selection right after finishing high school. Qin Mingwei beamed. How long have you been a flight attendant? 10 years. Qin Mingwei, without a moment's hesitation, suddenly realized and jestingly scolded, the cunning minds of city folk are truly abundant. Do they not know that a woman's age is her greatest secret? Upon hearing that Qin Mingwei was already 28, 6 years senior to Yi Qing, Shun Junyi's initial wariness dissipated instantly, and she smiled. I never would have guessed. I thought Sister Mingyue was the same age as me. Qin Mingyue brushed a lock of hair from her cheek and sighed. Compared to you young ladies, I feel like an old woman. Turning to Shun Junyi, she continued, I truly envy you for encountering someone you love at the right age. Shui Xiaoyu pouted. Sister Mingyue is not old at all. Ah, Xiaoyu, at 25, a woman faces a crucial turning point. If she cannot find a suitable partner by this age, she risks becoming a formidable figure like the great sage, equal to heaven. Do not follow in my footsteps. Qin Mingyue chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yi Qing added, Sister Mingyue serves in business class, mingling with high-profile individuals. Catching a wealthy suitor should be a matter of mere minutes. Easy for you to say. Qin Mingyue playfully shot him a glare. As flight attendants, we don the guise of queens and uphold the etiquette of princesses, yet we perform the duties of maids. Constantly flying about leaves little room for home life. Nowadays, men are as shrewd as monkeys. Who would be willing to marry a flower vase that never touches the ground? After all these years, have you not encountered a suitable match? Shui Xiaoyu asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. The handsome and wealthy ones have long been snatched up by other women, Qin Mingyue replied with a smile. The rest are those others have rejected. The affluent are often older, while the younger lack wealth. The ones I dread the most are the charming, considerate, and romantic gigolos, who would squander your money and then run off with a rich woman, leaving you with nothing. Shun Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Qin Mingyue said earnestly, Do not laugh, I speak the truth. The life of a flight attendant appears glamorous, yet the hardships are known only to oneself. At my age, I am nearing the end of my flying career, while a throng of young ladies awaits their turn. If I cannot catch a wealthy suitor, I can only choose to serve locally, enduring until I become a formidable figure myself. Chapter 103. Qin Mingyue's Entrepreneurial Aspirations. Little girl, see through it, but do not speak of it. Qin Mingyue playfully admonished, then sighed lightly. This is but one reason. A woman must either have love or wealth, never both. I intend to start my own business after I cease flying. If I cannot find love, I shall become a wealthy woman. Yi Qing inquired with a smile. What are your entrepreneurial plans? In response to Yi Qing's question, he asked, You have been flying to Kyoto. Do you not plan to start a business there? With a hint of pride, Qin Mingyue replied, The gambling stone market in Kyoto is too small, yet the costs are exceedingly high. It is not suitable for entrepreneurship. It seems Sister Mingyue has conducted some market research, Yi Qing observed. Confidently, Qin Mingyue asserted, I am serious about starting a business. Yi Qing chuckled. I presume Qin, Lao did not approve? Qin Mingyue was taken aback. How did you know? Because your market research lacks comprehensiveness. Yi Qing looked at her seriously. DeLong's Jade processing business at various price points has already been monopolized by shops under the Jade Association. Entering would be akin to competing for scraps among wolves. But with the craftsmanship of my grandfather and the others. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. The skills of Qin Lao and the others are masterful. But what you may not realize is that mid-range and lower-range Jade processing relies heavily on machinery, lacking both artistry and profit. A machine can carve a bracelet for merely 300 yuan, with the branding costing 200. Mid-range Jade is slightly better, yet still limited. Even shops under the Jade Association are struggling. The real profits in this industry stem from high-quality Jade. Jiang is the hub for Jade masters, and the entire high-quality Jade processing market is dominated by them. Even if Qin Lao relocates his Jade shop to DeLong, he would still be unable to secure high-quality processing business. Shun Junyi gasped in astonishment and asked, Is the purpose of the Relic Jade Association to monopolize the gambling stone market? That is indeed a possibility. Yi Qing pondered if what Chen Lu said is true. The Jade Association does not wish for them to open gambling stone public auctions again, aiming for Relic to monopolize gambling stones, while Lao Guang monopolizes processing, each benefiting from the arrangement. Qin Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. What you are saying is true. The merchants under the Jade Association are already sparing no expense to acquire high-quality jade. Yi Qing shook his head, however. Their jade carving skills do not match the level of the masters in Jiang. The craftsmanship of a high-quality jade ornament accounts for 30% of its price. Thus, they continuously inflate the prices of high-quality jade, waiting for the right moment to sell it to Lao Guang at exorbitant rates. They will then take the profits earned from Lao Guang to sweep through the public auctions in Yangon. Such an elaborate scheme. Shun Junyi nodded silently, beginning to understand why her father had become a thorn in the side of the Jade Association. Qin Mingyue's ambitious entrepreneurial plans were completely undermined, and she lamented. It seems I can neither find love nor become a wealthy woman. Actually, I have a potential collaboration opportunity. Yi Qing said earnestly. I plan to open a gambling stone shop at the Kyoto Royal Business Club, exclusively for those wealthy magnates. Wait, did you just say the Kyoto Royal Business Club? Qin Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Qin Mingyue's eyes widened further in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. You are Yi Qing, who opened a stone shop in Panjiayuan. And Yi Huan, the esteemed fifth master, is your brother. You are revered as the young master of the Yi family in Kyoto. Did Sister Mingyue not already know? The wealthy and influential gather there, and the cuisine is simply beyond this realm. I have spent a decade seeking a wealthy suitor, only to have missed crossing paths with you, a top-tier scion. Everyone erupted in laughter. Yi Qing sighed. Sister Mingyue does not wish to pursue me, does she? Taking a deep breath, Qin Mingyue composed herself and teased. The generation gap is too vast. Even if I held such an inclination, you are already taken, and not just by one person. I have no desire to be a mistress. Shen Jinyi awkwardly clutched her arm. Sister Mingyue, you are digressing. Qin Mingyue steadied her emotions and asked with poise, how do you plan to collaborate? Once the gambling stone shop at the Kyoto Business Club opens, it will undoubtedly yield a significant amount of jade, including high-quality specimens. Yi Qing contemplated if we have the expertise of jade masters on board. These wealthy individuals will no longer need to send their jade to Jiang for processing. They can simply hand it over to you. Qin Mingyue's eyes sparkled. Are you suggesting we open a jade processing workshop at the Royal Business Club? Yes. Moreover, the jade I win will also be entrusted to you for processing into ornaments, which we will then auction at the Royal Business Club in a special high-end jade ornament event. Yi Qing smiled. This essentially creates a seamless chain of gambling, processing, and auctioning at the Royal Business Club. You aim to establish your own jade empire. Qin Mingyue's eyes gleamed brighter. It is akin to opening a small public auction in Kyoto. Astute. Ye Ying complimented. Suddenly hearing this plan, Shen Jinyi was taken aback and, after a while, remarked, what Baihu said is accurate. Wolves come to Kyoto to hunt. Qin Mingyue, anxious, questioned, what is the feasibility of this plan? The immediate priority is to establish channels for acquiring raw stones. Yi Qing smiled. Wang Hong and I have already reached a cooperative intention. If we can also finalize a partnership agreement with Xiaoyu's father, we can ensure a steady supply of raw stones for the stone shop. My targets for high-quality raw stone procurement are the public auctions, Huajin, and Laoqingtown. If Baihu's channels are reliable, the chances of this succeeding stand at 90%. Masters are difficult to recruit. The jewelers in Laoguang are quite shrewd, and almost all the jade masters and gambling stone advisors they employ are bound by lifetime contracts. Yi Qing said with a wry smile. It turns out that Chun Lu went to great lengths to recruit you in hopes of binding you to her chariot for life. Shen Jinyi gritted her teeth in frustration. I considered her a good sister, yet she harbored such intentions. Chapter 104. The Schemes of the Young Buddha. Qin Mingyue scoffed. Laoguang merchants once offered a substantial sum to recruit my grandfather, but he declined. Qin Lao, a skilled artisan with lofty aspirations, is unwilling to engage with merchants over profit and certainly does not wish to be bound to the chariot of the old Guan, especially given that this entanglement spans several generations. Yi Qing gazed deeply at her and remarked, however, I harbor no such intentions. Once those affluent individuals uncover high-quality jade, they will certainly not sell it. Instead, they will fashion it into ornaments for personal adornment and collection. This represents your greatest profit point. The high-grade jade required for auctioning ornaments can only be procured through my own ventures. Therefore, our collaboration will take the form of commission processing. What do we need to do? Qin Mingyue inquired, astonished. I can provide accommodation, venue, and tools for jade carving. Ye Ying similet. You merely need to bring your skills. The concern arose. Then what do I need to do? The ambition that Qin Mingyue had just fostered was swiftly diminished. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed vehemently, how stingy of you, only offering 1/10,000th. Yi Qing chuckled and disregarded her. Qin Mingyue quickly interjected, do not speak foolishly. You must understand that the auction prices for every piece of high-end jade ornamentation reach millions. Not to mention the million base salary. As a flight attendant, I only earn 30,000 a month. Bonuses and commissions total a mere 400,000 a year. I am considered a true white-collar worker. What can I do to assist you? Shen Jinyi asked, frowning, her tone tinged with bitterness. But women ought to have their own careers. Furthermore, I have some leverage in front of the little Buddha regarding your enterprise. Junyi's face bore a bitter expression. Once this empire takes shape, a separate company will be registered. Yiqing laughed heartily. Whether it's the Royal Palace Club or the Stone Gambling Company, legal counsel will be necessary. If you don't mind the workload, you could take charge of that segment. Junyi was taken aback. The Royal Palace Club? Will fifth brother agree? Do you know why Lu Yi wants to take over the Royal Palace Business Club? It isn't because she has given up. It is merely beyond her control. Not due to a lack of desire. Stop being cryptic, just say it. Junyi retorted, agitated. Because she has seen the shareholding contract of the Royal Palace Business Club. Yiqing replied with a sly grin. It states that I possess 40% of the shares. Junyi felt a wave of dizziness. Why didn't she tell me? Yevink simirkit michievosli. Junyi ground her teeth in frustration. So the little Buddha is still wary of me. Qi Mingwei, intrigued, asked, wait, who is the little Buddha? The owner of the Round Moon Willow Leaf brand. Junyi replied sharply. The matriarch of the Yi family. My immediate superior. Shui Xiaoyu looked at Junyi, astonished. You really are the third party. If you can't speak sensibly, then remain silent. Yiqing admonished. Sister Junyi is not in charge of the household. She is the legitimate wife. But the law only permits one marriage. Shui Xiaoyu began to retort, only to see several individuals glaring at her fiercely, causing her to feel guilty and mutter weakly. Regulations state one can only marry one. Junyi, however, remained unperturbed. The little Buddhist said, she has raised pigs for 20 years and couldn't bear to slaughter them. Yet when it comes to rule, I acted first. In truth, I was with Yiqing before her. I simply chose not to contend for his affection, and besides, I wouldn't stand a chance. Pigs? Shui Xiaoyu glanced at Yiqing with a wicked smile. Qi Mingwei comprehended the situation and lamented. So Yiqing was still single on the plane. I regret not having acted sooner. If I had, there wouldn't be any of this. You should keep your distance from him. Junyi retorted defiantly. I may be easy to bully, but the little Buddha is not to be trifled with. Sister Lu Yu has defeated all challengers across the city. Even fifth brother keeps his distance from her. A previously silent Lu remarked quietly. So formidable, Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Not only is she skilled in martial arts, but she's also a Tsinghua University graduate. Junyi sighed. Yiqing has transformed the stone studio into a money-making beast, raking in gold daily. Yiqing, my brother, may I interview you? Qi Mingyue's voice was soft, her smile radiant. Currently, with Tengchong, Jigao, and DeLong's stone gambling markets declining, why does your stone studio flourish? Yiqing smiled gently. It's quite simple. Kyoto is the heart of China, rich in historical sites. Panjiayuan is a renowned antique market, attracting over 100,000 tourists daily. Compared to Tengchong, Jigao, and DeLong combined, the foot traffic here is immense. People are now affluent enough to spend a few thousand on a gamble with stones, enjoying that thrilling rush of adrenaline, making it affordable for everyone. Therefore, the low-end stone gambling market is never saturated. Then why do you plan to establish a high-end stone gambling parlor? Qi Mingwei continued her inquiry. Kyoto is also a gathering place for the nation's wealthy, but expecting them to attend public auctions in Yangon is unrealistic. They are busy with work and do not have the time. Moreover, they seek the thrill of gambling rather than instant wealth. Yiqing explained, currently, the stone gambling at Tengchong, DeLong, and Jigao consists of new materials. Even if there are public auction materials, they are not easily encountered, and those who do not understand stone gambling will be fleeced here. If a high-end stone gambling parlor were to emerge in Kyoto, auctioning public auction materials, while we cannot guarantee that every stone will yield jade, the odds are certainly better than searching for a needle in a haystack here. Yiqing exhaled softly, his gaze distant, as if envisioning a flood of wealth. They are all winners in life, having enjoyed all that life has to offer. Now, they seek to expand their business empires and experience that adrenaline rush. I am perfectly positioned to provide them with this opportunity. Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. Why don't you admit that you are exploiting their mindset to profit? This is fundamentally a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ye vink chaklet. There is nothing inappropriate about earning a little money. Shui Xiaoyu, curious, asked, you are already wealthy. Why go to such lengths to make more? As they spoke, an Audi turned into a parking lot. Yiqing pointed to a sign for a silk farming establishment and smiled. Once you step inside, you will understand what it means to be short on funds. Chapter 105. The Beauty's Fury. The group exited the vehicle and approached a large glass door establishment. Two black-clad bodyguards stood at the entrance and raised their hands to stop them, saying, sorry, today this place is booked by our young lady. Booked? Ye kinks eyebrows taichet. Astonished. who is wealthy enough to reserve the silk farming establishment. The chairman of the Ma Bang Travel Company. One bodyguard replied coldly. Really booked. Yi Qing's voice suddenly rose. A staff member dressed in a red qipao hurriedly emerged. Seeing the group blocked by the bodyguards, she smiled charmingly and asked, "Who said this place is reserved?" "It's me." The bodyguard glanced at her. "What's your objection?" The qipao-clad beauty took out a walkie-talkie, speaking into it. "Cancel Chairman Ma's membership and have her leave." "You dare." The bodyguard stepped forward, attempting to seize the walkie-talkie from her. With a swift motion, a snow-white leg shot out from the qipao, the sharp heel striking the bodyguard's abdomen, causing a deep wound from which blood gushed forth. The other bodyguard lunged forward, aiming to sweep the qipao-clad beauty's leg. A sickening crack echoed, and even the women behind Yi Qing heard the sound of a bone breaking. The fallen high heel crushed into his calf, creating yet another gaping wound. "How ruthless, how domineering. I love it," Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, reveling in the spectacle. Amidst the cries of pain, a woman clad in a black dress rushed out, seeing the two bodyguards on the ground and immediately fuming. "What are you doing?" "Apologies. Your membership has been revoked. If you have complaints regarding the silk farming establishment services, you may file a complaint with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau." A voice behind her carried a clear, yet indifferent tone. "On what grounds do you revoke my membership?" The woman in the black dress spun around, questioning sharply. "Ma Rue." Shui Xiaoyu quietly tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve, whispering, "This woman in the black dress is Ma Rue. I am in Ruashi. If Chairman Ma is dissatisfied, she may file a complaint with the headquarters of the silk farming establishment." And Ruashi smiled brightly, observing Ma Rue, who was struggling to contain her anger. "You must give me a reason." Ma Rue's face tightened, her voice chilling as the winter wind. "Every guest who visits the silkworm farmer's home is treated as a distinguished visitor, and for decades, no one has dared to claim the farmer's space." And Ruashi displayed a mocking smile and jested. If Chairman Ma truly possesses such financial capacity, he might as well open his wallet once and set a precedent for the silkworm farmer's family. Ma Rue's expression darkened, his furious gaze directed at Yi Qing and the others. "You would forsake a major client for these few country bumpkins?" Shun Junyi was about to retort, but was pulled back a step by Yi Qing, who embraced her slender waist. "What's the matter? This isn't like you. Aren't you going to fight back when insulted?" Shun Junyi exclaimed in surprise. "Just watching the show," Yi Qing replied with a smile. "Even a beggar, upon entering the silkworm farmer's door, is a valued guest," and Ruashi asserted, maintaining her composure. "Moreover, Chairman Ma's bodyguard, by rudely intercepting guests, is provoking the silkworm farmer's family. Those lacking civility are unworthy of being members here." Ma Rue, filled with anger, retorted, "What about those who harmed me?" Ma Qianli, the head cook of the Ma gang, is a figure of great authority in role. However, and Ruashi seemed to regard him with disdain. Ma Rue's charming face darkened, and without uttering a word, he turned and left, his two bodyguards supporting each other behind him. And Ruashi smiled as she watched the three depart, then stood at the entrance beside the qipao shop assistant, gesturing invitingly. Yi Qing led everyone inside with haste. Qin Mingyue felt an immense sense of satisfaction and whispered, "The Ma gang holds considerable power. Is she not worried about bringing trouble to the shop? The silkworm farmer's family is not someone to provoke lightly." Yi Qing smiled slightly, looking at Ruashi, and clasped his hands in greeting. "Sister, and it's been a while. How have you been?" And Ruashi glanced at Yi Qing with suspicion, her gaze falling on his attire, then turned to Lu for a moment before her charming face blossomed with a smile. "So it's the young master from the Yi family who has arrived." Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. "Sister, and you're not being honest. You clearly recognized me long ago, but pretended not to." And Ruashi stifled a laugh, giving him a playful glare. "You've misunderstood, young master. I truly didn't recognize you. I only accompanied the chairman to the Royal Palace Club once a year ago, and I was fortunate enough to see you then, but my memory has long faded. It was only upon seeing your attire that I recognized you. I apologize for my poor eyesight. Please don't be angry." As she spoke, she gracefully bent in a slight bow, her poise exquisite. "I wouldn't dare to be angry. Why has Brother Lu's trusted aide come to such a small place as Tengchong? It's inconvenient to share with you, young master," and Ruashi replied playfully. "Please, young master and your lovely companions, let's speak in the VIP room." She stepped aside, leading the way. Yi Qing walked beside her, suspiciously asking, "What is Brother Lu up to? If the young master wants to know, he can ask the chairman himself. Just don't get me into trouble." And Ruashi feigned terror. "Stop pretending. You can command half of what Brother Lu can." Yi Qing grinned mischievously. "I wonder if the auspicious moment is near." I might just wait for you to call me brother-in-law. And Ruashi lightly scolded him. Now that you know you'll be calling me sister-in-law, you still watch me get bullied. I only saw the silkworm women under sister-in-law's command, making 2 holes in the bodyguard's clothing. That young master is also not being fair. And Ruashi shot him a glance. Don't tell the chairman about today's events. Otherwise, he'll blame me for causing trouble. Miyamogang. Brother Lu wouldn't even care about it. Yi Qing shifted the topic, smirking, sister, and if Brother Lu has truly settled down, shall I find a beauty to test the waters for you? And Ruashi feigned a pitiful look. Young master, please don't joke. I've served as the chairman's secretary for 10 years, working tirelessly. I'm just about to achieve my goals. If you meddle now, don't blame me for clinging to you if I can't marry into the Lu family. After all, the Yi family is also substantial. I want to be at a loss. And Ruashi's charming face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she shot him a glare and turned to the women behind him. Elongating her tone, when faced with a situation, don't panic. Just take out your phones and post a moment, celebrating that the young master finally doesn't fancy men anymore. Yi Qing's expression darkened instantly. Nonsense. What did I ever like men? And Ruashi pouted, disdainfully remarking, the young master is famously uninterested in women in Kyoto. I didn't expect that outside of Kyoto, you'd be surrounded by beauty. Qin Mingwei and Shui Xiaoyu turned crimson at these words. Please don't say such things. It'll ruin the girls' reputations. Yi Qing hurriedly introduced, this is Qin Mingwei, and this is Shui Xiaoyu. They are business partners. This is Shen Junyi, my girlfriend. And Ruashi nodded in greeting to Qin Mingwei and Shui Xiaoyu. Then scrutinized Shen Junyi for a moment before smiling and nodding. I must say, the young master has good taste. Even I, as a woman, feel my heart flutter upon seeing her. She took Shen Junyi's hand, sighing melodiously, another version of myself from years past. I wonder how much suffering she will endure before achieving her goals. Cut it out. I wouldn't be like Brother Lu, allowing my woman to suffer. And Ruashi teased him. Kyoto has stirred quite a commotion. The chairman shared it as a joke with me yesterday. Brother Lu has also come to Tangchong. I call him every day. And Ruashi shook her phone, smirking. Don't change the subject. Lu Yu is not someone to be trifled with. Sister Junyi and Lu you have already met on video. Yi Qing chuckled. Such threats don't work on me. Really? And Ruashi exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening with envy. The young master has surpassed Brother Lu. As they chatted and laughed, they entered the VIP room, and once seated, and Ruashi served fragrant tea before asking with a smile, what brings the young master to Tengchong? Stock replenishment. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, Shituzhai is running low. Lu Yu has urged me several times. And Ruashi's eyes suddenly brightened. I almost forgot that you are the master of Shituzhai. It seems my matters are also falling into place. What matters? Yi Qing laughed in surprise. I owe Brother Lu a significant favor from back then. I wonder how much he has cursed me in private over the years. If I can help this time, it would settle a long-held concern. And Ruashi scolded him playfully. Don't you feel guilty saying that? I can attest that Brother Lu has never spoken ill of you behind your back. On the contrary, he praises the young master for daring to swallow an elephant at 15, managing to acquire a $100 billion resort from him, and running it successfully. Truly a remarkable feat in the circle. Only then did Shen Junyi realize that Yi Qing had, back then, taken the Royal Palace Business Club from Brother Lu with nothing but his wits. Yi Qing smiled wryly. Brother Lu is simply that flattering. And Ruashi looked at him with a pitiful expression. Please help sister-in-law with a favor. You haven't even told me what to do. How can I help? Yi Qing smirked. Are you asking me to secretly find a strong man for you without Brother Lu knowing? A man from Kyoto can't be taken seriously. And Ruashi's face flushed, and she lightly scolded. Originally, Brother Lu and I had everything planned well. When the old master turns 80, we were going to present a gift that would please him, then ask for his blessing to solidify our relationship. But after the new year, I came to Tengchong and have been unable to find good Jade. I even sent people to the Long and Sister Gao, but couldn't find anything to my liking. Young master, this concerns my lifelong happiness with Brother Lu. You can't just stand by. Shen Junyi chuckled. You and Brother Lu are on the same wavelength. And Ruashi burst into laughter, a pair of rogues, both trying to bribe the old master for a roundabout solution. Yi Qing also laughed. There's no other way. The old master is the cornerstone of the family. As long as he speaks, no one dares to oppose. And Ruashi playfully extended 2 fingers, grinning. So, Brother Lu and I are far superior. We only need to convince one, while you have to convince 2. Convincing one is harder than convincing 2. Ye vink sikol food. Don't forget, Brother Lu is the eldest in the family. He didn't follow the old master's wishes into politics, but rather ventured into business. If his business hadn't flourished, the old master would have long broken his legs. I am the youngest in my family and shouldn't bear such burdens. What is wrong with engaging in business? It is far more liberating than bowing before the whims of others. And Ruashi remarked dismissively, moreover, he has no interest in the official path. Forcing himself down that road will surely lead to failure. It is a similar principle. After all, the family requires financial support. Yi Qing chuckled, sister, and were it not for your remarkable achievements, Grandfather Lu would not have relented. And Ruashi sighed, after 10 years on the road. Like Sun Wukong, finally reaching the spiritual mountain to pay homage to the true Buddha, I am merely lacking a stepping stone to enter the great Thunder Sound Temple. My worries have turned my hair white. Young master, you must assist me. When a sister is in distress, a brother must unsheathe his sword to aid her. Yi Qing replied earnestly, however, what do you intend to offer? And Ruashi, relieved by his lack of refusal, smiled brightly. Who doesn't know that the young master of the Yi family is well acquainted with all the elder gentlemen? You're quite familiar with their preferences. Sister seeks nothing but to present something worthy, ensuring that Grandfather Lu finds no fault. It would be even better if he takes a liking to it. Coughing repeatedly, Yi Qing grimaced, sister, you are putting me in a difficult position. I shall first assist a few sisters in selecting suitable attire. Leave the challenging tasks to me. If I fail to gain entry into the Lu family, I shall come to the Yi family as your concubine. And Ruashi laughed, taking Shun Junyi by the hand and calling out to Qin Mingyue and Shui Xiaoyu before turning to leave. How unkind. Yi Qing's face immediately contorted into a bitter expression. Lulu, standing nearby, shook his head in amusement. Only the beautiful and could toss the blame so effortlessly. The silk farmer's ladies' gathering was upon them. However, Shun Junyi was not interested in the clothing, whispering to Ruashi, sister, aren't you concerned that Lu Ge might feel jealous with you jesting so freely with Yi Qing? And Ruashi cast a playful glance at her. I believe it is Lu Ge who is not jealous. Rather, it is you who feels envious. Shun Junyi gently bit her cherry lips, laughing awkwardly. I am merely unaccustomed to your manner of speaking. In the realm of Kyoto, there are 3 types of individuals one must not provoke: the suave locals, the sharp-tongued, and the obsequious sycophants. And Ruashi smiled brightly. The suave locals rank first, referring to the young individuals adept in social nuances and clever in their dealings. The young master, born into an esteemed family, and having mingled in Panjiayuan for years, has become quite the astute individual. If I were to speak to him in a rigid manner, he would surely find ways to evade complications. Only by relying on him can I achieve my desires. Do you truly believe I would resort to becoming his concubine if matters remain unresolved? Even if I were willing, I could not enter the Yi household. Furthermore, in Kyoto-esque society, one must endure the antics of a younger brother-in-law. No matter how troublesome it may be, I cannot show fear. If I allow him to intimidate me now, who knows how he might behave during the wedding festivities? I must assert my authority first, so he understands that I am not to be trifled with.